Chapter 194, Thorny Demon Flower. As the soul power surged forth, a dazzling green light suddenly emanated from little Jing, just as it had on several previous occasions. Enveloped by this radiant glow, her body began to undergo a gradual transformation. Though the details remained somewhat obscured, Su-Yi was still able to perceive the changes. Her tendrils appeared to have thickened considerably, and there were no signs of them ceasing their growth. Moreover, on her thickest vine, a diminutive flower bud seemed to have sprouted. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is attributed to the absorption of soul power, the intake of spiritual materials, or perhaps a combination of both. In any case, as time progressed, this tiny flower bud continued to swell in size. Although the growth rate was not exceedingly rapid, subtle changes became discernible to the naked eye every few seconds. Oh, is there only this one flower? Upon witnessing this, Su-Yi was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. As a diligent student well-versed in theoretical knowledge, he recalled clearly that typical thorny vines do not manifest in such a manner. Although they may bloom during evolution, they typically produce numerous flowers rather than a solitary one. Furthermore, the flower buds of thorny flowers are generally not large, roughly comparable to those of plum blossoms. Yet now, little Jing had not only produced a single flower, but also sported a bud that had grown considerably larger, now exceeding the size of a fist. If this growth continues, it may very well surpass that of basketball. While surprised, Su-Yi quickly arrived at a realization. Upon evolving from a common thorny vine into a thorny flower, further evolution could only lead to a thorny tree. However, little Jing was different. She was directly aspiring to become a flower spirit and would not evolve into a thorny tree. This flower was her essence. Under these circumstances, it is hardly surprising that she concentrated all her nutrients to nurture this singular flower. After a full hour had passed, the luminosity surrounding little Jing finally dissipated. At this moment, whether it was the wood spirit stone, the primordial essence wood, or the bottle of spiritual soil essence, all the vital essence had been thoroughly absorbed, leaving only a pile of waste. Little Jing herself had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once merely a thorny plant barely reaching Su-Yi's knees, she now appeared to stand nearly as tall as he. Surrounded by numerous tendrils, that vividly red flower bud now resembled a proud queen, exuding an air of when I bloom, all other flowers shall wither. Ding! The thorny ghost vine has successfully evolved into the thorny demon flower. It worked! The tension in Su-Yi's heart finally eased, and he hastily checked her attributes page. Thorny demon flower. Spirit energy, elite level 1 star. Attributes, wood, poison life. Skills, basic, entangle, mastered, whip, mastered, harden, mastered, steel spikes, mastered, toxic pollen, novice. Intermediate, earth escape, mastery, life healing, mastery, leaf / entry level. Advanced, high level mixed toxin, proficient, vital growth, proficient. Special, transformation, entry level, minor demon level, demon power, expert, indestructible, entry level. Evolvable species, thorn flower demon. Potential, semi-divine level. Astonishingly, I have directly advanced to the elite level. Su-Yi clenched his fist with excitement. He is now a beast master with an elite pet. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he discovered that after evolving into a thorn demon flower, Xiao Jing had surprisingly comprehended 2 new skills. One is the basic skill, toxic pollen, and the other is the intermediate skill, leaf /. Although the levels of these 2 skills are not particularly high, their utility to Xiao Jing is substantial, especially the toxic pollen. Just a brief glance at the description of this skill made Su-Yi realize its extraordinary significance for Xiao Jing. Rather than being merely a basic skill, it can be viewed as a means of delivering poison. Prior to this, Xiao Jing possessed only one method of administering poison, which involved injecting toxins into the enemy's body through poisonous thorns. The singular nature of this method limited the effectiveness of the powerful skill, high-level mixed toxin. Fortunately, she has now finally mastered another technique. The pollen seems to be able to disperse in the air, transforming high-level mixed toxin into a large-scale lethal skill. Moreover, the airborne pollen could be inadvertently inhaled by the enemy, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. Reflecting on this, Su-Yi couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. Despite being categorized as a basic skill, if toxic pollen were to replace the original toxin with high-level mixed toxin, it would undoubtedly become a formidable advanced skill. In a sense, this could also be regarded as a combination technique, seamlessly integrated with nearly perfect compatibility. Impressive. In comparison, Leaf Slash, the intermediate skill, appears somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, it is a physical attack skill that Xiao Jing desperately needed, and as an area effect skill, it somewhat compensates for her deficiencies. This is extraordinary. An elite, extraordinary creature with such a plethora of powerful skills. Can you imagine being intimidated? Typically, elite, extraordinary beings possess far fewer skills. Managing 4 or 5 is already commendable. As for Xiao Jing, not to mention 4 or 5, she has surpassed 10. What is most astonishing is the generally high proficiency of these skills. At this moment, apart from a newly comprehended Toxic Pollen and Leaf Slash, all other basic and intermediate skills have already been perfected, including Life Healing, which she only grasped 3 months prior. However, the higher-level skills leave much to be desired. Despite her diligent efforts, high-level Mixed Toxin and Vital Growth remain at the proficient level. As for Transformation and Indestructible, the glaring label of entry level is painfully apparent. Fortunately, Xiao Demon-level Demon Power has greatly pleased Su Yi, having reached the expert level, and he believes it won't be long before it achieves mastery. I wonder if continuing to cultivate the Xiao Demon-level Demon Power will lead to an advancement to the Great Demon-level Demon Power. Next, I shall focus on training this skill, along with Toxic Pollen and Leaf Slash. Su Yi contemplated this. In truth, the Demon Power significantly enhances Xiao Jing, elevating her overall strength to a new tier. Should she reach mastery, her power would rival that of a commanding, extraordinary being, even when employing the same skills. This means that, thanks to her Demon Power, she could contend with commanding, extraordinary beings that are a tier above her, even without the divine skill Indestructible. Before he could ponder further, Xiao Jing had already regained her composure from the surprise. Upon realizing how much stronger she had become, she felt even more exhilarated than Su Yi. What delighted her most was her satisfaction with her current appearance, especially the magnificent flower bud, which exceeded her expectations in beauty. Not only has she grown stronger, but she has also become more beautiful. She feels capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Chapter 195, a unique expression of gratitude from AI Li. In a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Jing rushed forward and ensnared Su Yi with tendrils, catching him somewhat off guard. Easy now, your strength has been increasing. Su Yi quickly interjected, realizing that had it not been for his significantly enhanced physique, he might have been seriously injured by his exuberant companion. Yet, Xiao Jing showed no intention of loosening her grip, her large, sparkling eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at him. Su Yi exclaimed softly, astonished to see Xiao Jing's small face adorning the flower. He stared in awe, for it was indeed a face, no longer merely a pair of eyes and a small mouth as before, though somewhat abstract. The soft contours and delicate features unmistakably suggested that she was destined to be a beauty. Has your shapeshifting proficiency improved? But wait, you're still in the novice stage. Su Yi doubted his memory, prompting him to review her attribute page once more. Regrettably, there was no surprise. Her shapeshifting skill remained firmly in the novice realm, albeit with a slight enhancement. I've made a little progress, Xiao Jing articulated with less than perfect fluency, and upon noticing Su Yi's apparent disappointment, her small face puffed up with indignation, her once bright eyes now slightly squinted. Su Yi understood that this was merely her habitual reaction, so he smiled and reassured her. Any improvement is commendable. However, you must continue to strive. Your features are exquisite, and I believe once you fully transform, you shall undoubtedly be a little beauty. Beauty. At Su Yi's compliment, her earlier dissatisfaction vanished in an instant, replaced by a beaming joy. Is this the effect of evolving through soul energy? It truly is astonishing, far more miraculous than I had imagined. Just as Xiao Jing celebrated by entwining herself around Su Yi, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from nearby. Su Yi turned to find an extraordinarily beautiful elven woman approaching. Her attire, woven from blossoms and foliage, revealed ample fair skin, exuding an enchanting allure. Moreover, though she appeared to walk, her tender, porcelain-like feet barely touched the ground, gliding gracefully with an elegant poise. Sister Ai Li, what brings you here? Su Yi greeted her warmly, unable to resist stealing a glance at her long legs, which, if adorned with stockings, would surely be irresistibly captivating. With her stunning visage and figure, she could effortlessly embody various styles, whether sultry black stockings or pure white ones. Both would appear harmonious. Unfortunately, as a tree spirit caught between realms, she was unable to don such garments. Otherwise, Su Yi was confident he could persuade her to give it a try. After all, being unclad was still being unclad. I have been here for quite some time. Ai Li smiled sweetly. I sensed a unique surge of spiritual energy and, out of curiosity, came to see. I hope I haven't interrupted anything? Not at all. Su-yi shook his head, feeling reassured by AI Li's presence alongside him and Xiao Jing. Upon hearing his words, AI Li's smile grew even warmer. Although after a brief hesitation, she couldn't help but inquire, "Is this what you referred to as demonization? I was somewhat skeptical of your claims before, but it appears that the special energy you wield indeed possesses extraordinary effects." As she spoke, a glimmer of hope flickered across her face. Despite her previous nonchalance, she would prefer not to remain in her spiritual form indefinitely, as this state, caught between existence and non-existence, was rather inconvenient for one who had once possessed a corporeal form. "Indeed, this is demonization," Su-yi confirmed without reservation, continuing, "Rest assured, Sister AI Li. Once I gather the necessary materials, I shall certainly assist you in realizing your wish." AI Li nodded with a smile, saying nothing further as her gaze turned curiously toward Xiao Jing. After a moment's contemplation, she couldn't resist asking, "What species is Xiao Jing now? Can she still be classified as a thorn flower? I have never seen a thorn flower of such considerable size before." "Absolutely. You might consider her a second mutation of the thorn flower. If you wish to distinguish her from ordinary thorn flowers, you may refer to her as a thorn demon flower," Su-yi explained earnestly. "Thorn demon flower? Why not choose a more melodious name?" AI Li frowned slightly. She held a distaste for the word demon, as it conjured images of malevolent fiends and the sinister creatures lurking in the abyss. Su-yi chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to justify it. Fortunately, AI Li did not press the issue further, instead curiously asking, "How much soul energy would be required for such an evolution?" "It must far exceed the amount you just bestowed upon Xiao Jing, given that she is a royal-level extraordinary being, and her spiritual energy level is vastly superior to that of Xiao Jing." Thus, she harbored significant doubts about Su-yi's ability to summon such an immense quantity of soul energy. Su-yi understood her concerns and couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "The soul energy you require for evolution is approximately 10,000 times that of Xiao Jing." 10,000 times. AI Li was taken aback. Although she had mentally prepared herself, this figure surpassed her expectations. "Indeed," Su-yi nodded helplessly, "but there's no need for you to worry too much, Sister AI Li. While I may not possess such an abundance of soul energy at present, I can assure you that within 10 years, I will certainly be able to gather it." AI Li pondered for a moment before asking, "Such a colossal amount of energy is akin to that of a legendary treasure. Gathering it must be quite a formidable task, correct?" "Indeed, it will require considerable time and effort," Su-yi affirmed, though AI Li interrupted him before he could elaborate further. 10 years is not a short span for a human. Knowing that I am unlikely to become your familiar, why would you spend so much time and effort on me?" AI Li's gaze bore into him, and until this query was resolved, she found it challenging to ease her mind. Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. If he had to articulate a reason, it would probably be his unwavering confidence in himself, believing that he would eventually forge a bond with her. After spending 10 years together, if he couldn't win over the gentle and kind-hearted AI Li, he imagined that the legendary dragon tamer, Matthew, would surely disown him as his successor. Of course, while these thoughts lingered in his mind, he couldn't express them outright. He contemplated for a moment before responding, "If you ask me why, I must admit that I am not entirely certain myself. All I know is that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, Sister AI Li, I felt an irresistible urge to assist you." As he spoke, he paused for a moment, then continued in a playful tone, "Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Or maybe I am merely captivated by Sister Ellie's beauty. Sister Ellie must be aware of the immense allure her appearance holds for adult human males." Upon hearing this, Ellie was slightly taken aback. As the chief priestess under the forest goddess, she had received countless praises and compliments regarding her beauty. Yet, none had been as forthright as Su-yi. The honesty in his words about being enchanted by her beauty was strikingly refreshing. After a moment, Ellie regained her composure and smiled, saying, "I do not favor superficial individuals. If you are truly only enamored by my looks, then please do not harbor any intentions towards me. Moreover, I am not a true elf at the moment, merely a tree spirit. Even if I were to completely merge with the elf tree with your assistance, I would still be just a tree. My current appearance is nothing but an ephemeral illusion. And what of it?" Su-yi chuckled. "Even if Sister Ellie were to transform into a tree, your visage would remain forever etched in my heart." At this, Ellie felt a flicker of emotion, but soon after, a thought crossed her mind, and she expressed her displeasure. "You are quite the smooth talker. No wonder it is said that human beast tamers are the least trustworthy. They use all manner of flattery to deceive extraordinary beings into signing contracts. Are you attempting to deceive me?" "Of course not." Su-yi hastily shook his head. "With Sister Ellie's experience, you should be able to discern whether my words are sincere. I do not possess such remarkable perception. Even prophets and diviners may not always be accurate." Moreover, after merging with the elf tree, there will be no beauty to speak of. The only thing that may captivate a human beast tamer is my strength. Who says that? Just as her words fell, Sui interjected. In fact, after your transformation, Sister Ellie will not completely become an elf tree, but will evolve into a tree fairy. Yes, a tree fairy. He temporarily renamed her to ensure she understood. However, Ellie still appeared puzzled and inquired, a tree fairy? What kind of extraordinary being is that? The tree fairy is also a humanoid extraordinary being. You can think of it as a tree person that resembles a human perfectly. After your evolution, your appearance will hardly change, and the texture of your skin should not differ much from that of a regular elf, Sui explained earnestly. So this is the tree fairy, Ellie thought, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. After a while, she regained her composure and directed her gaze towards Sui, her expression softening once more. If what you say is true, I shall be sure to express my gratitude sincerely and may even grant you a wish within my capacity. Of course, excluding the signing of a beast contract. Just excluding the signing of a beast contract? Sui replied with a smile. What if it were for Sister Ellie to become my wife? He had anticipated a swift rejection from Ellie, but after a moment's contemplation, she surprisingly nodded earnestly. That is acceptable. Huh. Sui was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. He reminded her, Sister Ellie, I meant wife, as in spouse. Did you misunderstand? Or did I hear incorrectly? Why are you so surprised? Ellie looked at him quizzically. Elves can indeed unite with humans. The half-elf lineage exists because of this. In fact, I have long contemplated that if I could not find or cultivate the tree of life, I would seek a human to bear a half-elf child. Although half-elves are looked down upon, at least they possess some elven blood, preventing the elven race from fading into obscurity. At this, an inexplicable sadness flickered in her eyes. The tree of life is crucial for the elven race. Without it, even if male and female elves unite, they cannot propagate. When it comes to that, the only recourse would be to combine with humans who possess strong reproductive capabilities, resulting in the inferior bloodline of half-elves. Are you serious? Sui gazed at her in astonishment, quickly adding, Sister Ellie, I was merely joking. Ellie was slightly startled, visibly surprised. You do not wish for that. Yet you just said you were captivated by me. She furrowed her brow, somewhat confused. She was exceedingly confident in her appearance, yet now. A human beast tamer had declined her proposal of marriage, an unfathomable occurrence in the past. While Sister Ellie's beauty indeed captivates me, marriage is a significant life decision. Our understanding of one another is still too superficial. How can we hastily commit? That would be irresponsible. Sui hurriedly clarified. These words were genuinely from his heart. Indeed, Ellie possessed both beauty and strength, and she was gentle and kind, making her easy to converse with. Coupled with her lengthy lifespan, marrying such a woman would undoubtedly be a stroke of good fortune from a previous life. Yet, the issue was that the only woman stirring his heart was not Ellie alone. Not to mention his deeper feelings for Bai Jining and Qin Yufei. In terms of appearance, Luli was not any less stunning. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Due to the system, he knew that in the future, the number of beautiful women, or rather, female demons, around him would only increase. With so many enchanting female demons in close proximity, he felt it wise to refrain from contemplating marriage. Otherwise, would that not be a torment for them? What woman could accept such a situation? As for Ellie, a powerful forest priestess, that was even less feasible, a strict wife, indeed. In truth, even without marriage, Sui was somewhat apprehensive about his future. He feared that if this continued, he would inadvertently create a grand scene of turmoil among his beast-tamed companions. Ellie was unaware of his thoughts and, upon seeing him reject her, felt an unexpected affection for him, smiling. Few can withstand such temptation. You are increasingly impressive, and it seems I have not misjudged you. As she spoke, a look of satisfaction graced her face. Although the system did not reveal affection levels, Sui could sense that her fondness for him had undoubtedly increased significantly. Chapter 196, The Abyssal Secret Realm. After exchanging a few more words, Ellie returned to her training. Watching her departing figure, Sui shook his head with a smile. What have I done? I actually turned her down. She is a royal extraordinary being with breathtaking beauty. An ideal partner for a life of ease. Well, it seems I am better suited for a more arduous path. Soon, Sui composed himself, casting aside those disordered thoughts. Master. Just as he turned around, Xiao Jing softly called out to him, her gaze filled with anticipation. What's the matter? Sui was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why she was suddenly gazing at him in such a manner. Could it be that her earlier conversation with AI Li had provoked her? Before he could ponder further, Xiao Jing revealed an exuberant expression and exclaimed, Battle. As she spoke, she extended a vine to point at the quietly observing Lu Li in the distance. Well, it seemed he had overthought it. Jealousy and anger were foreign to Xiao Jing. whose only concerns lay in combat and training. However, glancing at Lu Li, who wore a frown of resistance, Sui ultimately declined her request. After all, he had just competed against Lu Li not long ago. It would be unkind to bully her again. She was still at the ordinary level and would undoubtedly be no match for him. Upon hearing his words, the excitement on Xiao Jing's face instantly vanished, replaced by disappointment. Having recently undergone an evolution and reached the elite level, she was eager to engage with other extraordinary beings to gauge her enhancements. Noticing her demeanor, Sui chuckled. I understand your desire to spar with others. Rest assured, tomorrow I will take you to challenge those seniors in the 3rd year. Previously, without utilizing the invulnerable strength and demonic power, I found them somewhat challenging. Now, however, I should be able to dominate. Spar. Xiao Jing's face immediately lit up with delight, and she eagerly replied with a few enthusiastic affirmations. It seemed she could hardly contain her anticipation. Remember to go easy on them during the match, Sui reminded her. If you make those seniors lose too badly, they might follow in the footsteps of Li Yuanhang and Xia Yihan, becoming reluctant to practice with you in the future. Xiao Jing quickly nodded in response, though whether she truly absorbed his advice remained uncertain. Lu Li, you must also strive to evolve into a 3-tailed spirit fox. After soothing Xiao Jing, Sui approached Lu Li to offer her encouragement. Lu Li displayed little emotional fluctuation, merely nodding gently. In truth, her strength had also seen considerable improvement. Just a few days prior, her psychic energy level had reached 8 stars at the ordinary level. If all went well, she could attempt evolution within a month and a half. Sui had already prepared the necessary materials for her evolution, as they were merely intermediate and primary treasures, posing no significant challenge. Moreover, the soul power required was only 1,000 points. While 1,000 points might seem substantial, it was a trivial amount for Sui at present. He had amassed tens of thousands of points during his previous ventures in the ancient forest secret realm. Adding to his previous surplus, even after spending 800 points earlier, he still possessed over 10,300 points. With such an abundance of soul power, not only could he facilitate Lu Li's evolution into a 3-tailed spirit fox, but it would also suffice for a 6-tailed spirit fox. Of course, he remained far from the 8 million points required by AI Li. Fortunately, he was now capable of single-handedly hunting commander-level ferocious beasts, each yielding soul power measured in thousands. Once he acquired the ability to hunt master-level and lord-level beasts, the soul power garnered would be even more substantial, rendering the 8 million points less elusive. The following morning, Sui mounted his bicycle, diverging from his usual route to school, and instead heading towards the old city. Xiao Jing had not only evolved into a thorny magic flower, but had also ascended to the elite level. According to national regulations, it was necessary to renew her pet identification card and breeding license. Fortunately, this merely required reporting her species and psychic energy level. Detailed information about her skills and special abilities did not need to be disclosed, as such data could be deemed confidential. If enemies were to learn of them, it could prove detrimental during combat. Typically, obtaining such documentation necessitated a visit to the Beastmaster Association, but Sui was different. As a mid-level investigator in the Special Investigation Department, he could process matters at any investigation bureau. Navigating through the tidy streets, he soon entered the comparatively chaotic old city, where the sign of the Special Investigation Bureau of Guan City remained untouched, its missing strokes unaddressed, likely due to Director Chao's reluctance to allocate funds for such trivialities. Sui, what a rare visitor. It's been over half a year since we last met after that spar. As Sui entered the bureau, a young man in his late 20s, who was none other than Luo Hu, spotted him. After a moment's hesitation, he approached with a smile and greeted him. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Sui recognized him and returned the polite gesture. This young man was Luo Hu, an investigator affiliated with the Guan City Investigation Bureau, who had previously sparred with Sui. Please, don't call me Brother Luo Hu. Just Luo Hu will suffice. You are a mid-level investigator from the State Investigation Office. Your rank exceeds mine, and such a title makes me feel uncomfortable, Luo Hu quickly interjected. His partner, Lu Piapiao, couldn't help but tease. Oh, Luo Hu, when did you become so modest? Is it because Sui bested you in the last match? It's a pity I couldn't join last time. I would have loved to see just how badly you lost. Come on, it was just a single pet battle. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Luo Hu dismissed her, turning his attention back to Sui. Did you come here today for a specific reason? Indeed, I have a matter to attend to. Sui replied with a smile. My thorny vine has evolved into a thorny flower and reached the elite level. So I need to renew my pet identification card and breeding license as per national regulations. You've advanced to the elite level so quickly? Luo Hu was taken aback. He vividly remembered that during their last spar, Sui's thorny vine had only just reached the ordinary level. Such a pace of growth was indeed remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary. It was nurtured with spirit stones, Su-yi humbly replied. Truly wealthy. Luo, who felt a pang of envy, as few could afford to cultivate their pets exclusively with spirit stones, which were quite expensive, starting at 100,000 each. Even a civil servant like him could only occasionally indulge when finances allowed. However, he refrained from elaborating further and simply nodded, understood. Please provide your previous pet identification card and breeding license. I'll assist you in the renewal process. By the way, I recall your thorny vine was a mutated variant. Correct? He suddenly recalled something. Indeed, Su-yi did not conceal the truth, smiling as he affirmed. It is mutated, so after this evolution, it will differ somewhat from ordinary thorny flowers. With that, he summoned Xiao Jing. Initially, Luo, who had not given this matter much thought, but upon seeing Xiao Jing's appearance, he was left momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "You call this a slight difference? This bud is completely unlike an ordinary thorny flower. It's enormous. It is indeed somewhat large, but I assure you, it is still a thorny flower." Su-yi insisted earnestly. "Why does the thorny vine you contracted appear so peculiar?" Luo, who shook his head, choosing not to comment further, and began updating the pet information on his computer. 10 minutes later, Luo, who handed him 2 documents, exuding the scent of fresh ink. The updated information on the companion beasts had been reported, and these were the revised credentials. At this juncture, he suddenly recalled something and, with a smile, inquired, "By the way, you must have heard about the emergence of an abyssal secret realm in Chunin Prefecture, right? As an investigator from the State Investigation Office, do you possess any insider information? Abyssal secret realm?" Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. "You're unaware? This abyssal secret realm is home to numerous supernatural beings that worship the demon gods, inherently bloodthirsty and must be eradicated. Moreover, they have already wreaked considerable havoc upon Chunin Prefecture. To prevent these ferocious beasts from spilling out, even the Beast Control Corps of Chunin Prefecture has mobilized. Initially, the Corps planned to venture into the secret realm to eradicate those beasts, but alas, this newly emerged realm has proven to be a restricted one, allowing only elite Beast Tamers to enter." At this point, Luo, who could not help but ask again, "Are you truly unaware? It is said that the secret realm is exceedingly vast, possibly containing relics of inheritance. Furthermore, according to the latest reports, this secret realm seems to be somewhat connected to the fallen angel that has been ravaging Geo Island." Chapter 197, Young Fallen Angel? Relics of Inheritance? Surely this is an attempt to deceive beast tamers into entering and clearing out the beasts, disseminating false information on purpose. Su-yi harbored significant skepticism. It is important to note that so-called abyssal secret realms evolve from shattered outer abyss, inhabited by entities that, even if not the legendary demons, are still bloodthirsty supernatural beings, who would be foolish enough to leave relics of inheritance behind. Originally, Su-yi merely voiced his thoughts casually, but Luo, who answered earnestly, "There indeed exists such a possibility. And this information has not been released by officials, but is rather circulating among the populace. It is precisely for this reason that I sought to confirm with you." Su-yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "If you are unaware, how could I possibly know? Had you not mentioned it, I would remain oblivious to the emergence of a secret realm in Chunin Prefecture. It matters not if you are uninformed. You are a mid-level investigator, with authority surpassing mine. Log into the internal database and see if there are any detailed reports. If there truly exists a relic of inheritance, by God, I would stake my life to explore it." As he spoke, Luo, who clenched his fist with determination. "Did you suffer some kind of shock?" Su-yi regarded him with a peculiar expression. Before he could respond, Lu Piao, nearby, could not help but interject with a laugh. "Who else could have stimulated him but you? I heard that in the last competition, he couldn't withstand 3 moves from you. Why bring up the last competition? Are you that idle?" Luo, who shot her an annoyed glance. "Relics of inheritance would make even an emperor-level beast tamer envious. Why is it strange that I am intrigued?" "Ah, right. Lu Piao replied with a smile, not wishing to debate further. It was evident that these two often engaged in such banter. Noticing that Luo, who was about to retort again, Su-yi interjected, "Regardless of whether the secret realm truly harbors relics of inheritance, I would still advise caution. Generally, such abyssal secret realms are inhabited solely by beast tamers who worship demon gods, having betrayed humanity. The relics they leave behind, one can only imagine, are fraught with peril. One could easily face death." "Abyssal envoys?" Luo, who appeared slightly startled, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. "They are beast tamers who worship demon gods and have defected to the abyss. In short, it is best to avoid that abyssal secret realm," Su-yi explained. "How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Did you obtain it through your mid-level investigator privileges? Say, Su-yi, as colleagues, could you divulge a bit more to me?" Luo, who draped an arm around his shoulder, wearing a broad grin, as if they were well acquainted. The first rule of the investigator's code is to refrain from disclosing investigative information to unauthorized individuals. Are you attempting to get us both scrutinized by our superiors? Sui chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luo, who seemed a bit cowed, shaking his head, then let us forget it. However, he then pondered and continued to ask, if that secret realm truly contains relics of inheritance, would you dare to venture in? Of course I would. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. Sui replied with a smile. Then you just advised me against going. Luo, who expressed some exasperation. While that might be a bit hurtful, your capabilities do indeed render you unsuitable for such an endeavor. Luo, whose spirit was instantly crushed. Upon returning home, Sui hurriedly logged into the investigation department's database, searching for information regarding the abyssal secret realm. Despite the apparent danger posed by the ferocious beasts within, he felt little trepidation for himself. Not only could he effortlessly hunt down leader-level beasts, but should he encounter formidable foes, he could always seek assistance from Sister Ai Li. It could be said that if the abyssal secret realm posed a challenge he could not overcome, then no one in the world could. After all, it was a restricted secret realm for elite-level tamers, and among all elite beast tamers, who could possibly rival him, accompanied by a king-level supernatural being? Soon, information regarding the abyssal secret realm appeared on his phone screen. It turned out that this realm was located in Yinxing, Shunan Prefecture, with an estimated area exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. Truly a secret realm. Sui was astonished. 10,000 square kilometers are already larger than many prefecture-level cities. Generally speaking, the larger the area, the greater the likelihood of harboring high-level supernatural beings. Indeed, Sui's gaze fell upon the subsequent details. According to the currently gathered information, the realm was populated with numerous leader-level ferocious beasts, and traces of master-level killers had even been discovered. As for whether any stronger beings existed, that remained uncertain. However, given the vastness of this secret realm, if a king-level supernatural being were to appear, Sui would not be surprised in the slightest. No wonder the Beast Control Corps of Chunin Prefecture hesitated to send personnel in to exterminate the ferocious beasts, based on the information collected so far. Even deploying 1,000 elite-level beast tamers would be insufficient against those abyssal monstrosities. To be honest, were it not for Ai Li's presence, even if there were truly a relic of inheritance within, he would not consider venturing in. Of course, whether such relics truly existed remained to be verified. According to the investigation department, only a grand tower-like structure had been discovered within. As for what lay inside this tower, and whether it was indeed a relic of inheritance, no one yet knew. However, what astonished Sui even more was another piece of information. A member of the Beast Control Corps claimed to have discovered a suspected young fallen angel within that secret realm. Unfortunately, there was only a verbal account, with no corroborating photos or videos, thus rendering its credibility rather low. Once again, the legacy ruins and the fallen angel of youth have stirred considerable excitement, drawing the attention of many. He could not deny that he, too, felt a surge of interest. While there was a high likelihood that this news was fabricated, perhaps deliberately disseminated by the Beastmasters of Chunin Prefecture, he still felt compelled to investigate. At present, the secret realm remained in its nascent exploratory phase, and the tower-like structure had yet to be conclusively identified as a legacy ruin, allowing for unrestricted entry. Should the legacy ruin be confirmed, access would become challenging. It would inevitably be sealed off by the Lord's office, much like the legacy realms of Guanxing, with slots allocated in batches for exploration. As an outsider, he would have to wait until the third round to vie for a place in the secret realm. He could not afford to postpone. Sui clenched his fists tightly. It appeared he would need to request leave from school once more. Chapter 198. Exploring the Abyss. If only the abyssal secret realm could manifest a month later. Sui exhaled softly. With an additional month, his overall strength could potentially increase by at least 50%. After a month, not only would Liuli evolve into a three-tailed spiritual fox and advance to the elite level, but he would most likely also ascend to the elite tier. Like Liuli, his spiritual energy level was at ordinary level 8 stars, just 1 star shy of attempting to unlock a third beast space. At that time, he would be able to contract his third beast, which would, of course, be the Frost Dragon. It is worth noting that after nurturing it for such an extended period, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the Frost Dragon egg were already comparable to elite-level extraordinary beings, and it was expected to hatch soon, potentially within a month. This meant that when Sui ascended to the elite level as a Beastmaster, he could directly contract it without further delay. This fortunate coincidence was a result of his deliberate control. Under normal circumstances, the Frost Dragon would have taken several more months to hatch. But to synchronize its development with his own, Sui had not only had Ellie cast vitality growth spells on it several times, but he had also provided it with a piece of frost essence crystal, thereby accelerating its hatching process. Although the frost essence crystal was merely a mid-tier treasure, it had cost Sui a staggering 10 million. Nevertheless, this expense paled in comparison to the potential of the frost dragon. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the frost dragon would emerge with elite-level strength, immediately becoming his primary battle companion. This was indeed an advantage. As for the contractual position he had promised Ellie to keep in reserve for emergencies, Sui had already explained that the next contract slot would be allocated to her. He had no choice. A beast like the frost dragon was far too alluring, and failing to contract it promptly could lead to unnecessary complications. Ellie was quite reasonable. Upon hearing his explanation, she agreed. Naturally, she also stated that without a prepared contract slot, she would absolutely refrain from revealing herself in front of other humans. In other words, should Sui find himself in conflict with other Beastmasters, or in the presence of other Beastmasters, he should not expect her to lend her assistance. Having made his decision, Sui dialed the number of his homeroom teacher, Lu Yiting. "Hello, teacher, this is Sui. Ah, Sui, what can I do for you?" "I apologize, teacher, but I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough, so I would like to request a few more days of leave." "You're about to break through? Are you close to unlocking a third beast space? That's remarkably swift. Allow me to congratulate you, Sui. If successful, you will be the first in our class to ascend to the elite level." Catching up to the teacher, Lu Yiting had misunderstood. It was not about unlocking a new beast space, but rather that he felt he was nearing a breakthrough to ordinary level 9 stars. Just a fraction away from unlocking a beast space. Lu Yiting fell silent for a moment. It turned out that the transition from ordinary level 8 stars to ordinary level 9 stars did not entail a bottleneck, making it unnecessary to take special leave. Nevertheless, after a brief pause, Lu Yiting politely replied, "I understand. No problem, I will grant you a week's leave. Is that sufficient?" "That will be more than enough. Thank you, teacher." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sui finally ended the call. Looking at his phone, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had initially thought he would need to elaborate further, yet his homeroom teacher had readily agreed. It seemed she was becoming increasingly accommodating and gentle. With the remaining time in the day, he visited the Beastmasters Mall to procure some potions and outdoor tools that might prove useful. Given the vastness of the abyssal secret realm, teeming with ferocious beasts, he anticipated needing to stay for several days, necessitating thorough preparation. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. During dinner, Sui specifically mentioned to his mother, Jiang Xiaoxiao, that he had received a task from the investigation department and would be away for a few days, without disclosing the exploration of the abyssal secret realm. Yet, even with this vague explanation, Jiang Xiaoxiao remained somewhat anxious, repeatedly advising him to exercise caution. Having made adequate preparations, Sui booked a flight to Chunin Prefecture on his phone and subsequently double-checked his belongings, ensuring nothing was overlooked before breathing a sigh of relief. He decided to review the information regarding the abyssal secret realm once more, particularly the map, committing it to memory. With this thought in mind, Sui logged onto the internal website of the Special Investigation Department. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Jining, Senior?" Upon seeing the caller ID, Sui was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she studying in Kyoto? Why was she calling him out of the blue? Could it possibly be related to the abyssal secret realm? It was understandable that he would harbor such suspicions, as news of the abyssal secret realm had been rampant lately, and Bai Jining had shown considerable interest in such matters. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Jining. What brings you to call me so suddenly? Is there something you need?" After 2 or 3 seconds, Bai Jining's voice came through the phone. "Have you seen the news about the abyssal secret realm in Chunin Prefecture?" Just as he suspected. After contemplating for a moment, Sui replied, "I have seen it. I just heard about it today. Is this secret realm of interest to you, Senior?" Bai Jining did not respond directly, merely stating, "There are rumors online that this secret realm may contain legacy ruins. But that is just a rumor. Its truth is still uncertain. Moreover, it's said that this secret realm is vast, inhabited by numerous commander-level ferocious beasts, making it unsuitable for elite-level beastmasters to enter." Before Sui could finish speaking, Bai Jining interrupted him. "I want to go in and give it a try. My Gale Bird has already broken through to the commander level and can handle most commander-level ferocious beasts." After a pause, she asked directly, "Are you interested?" It was indeed an invitation to form a team. With a resigned smile, Sui couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It seemed reminiscent of the time when Bai Jian, that little girl, eagerly invited him to explore secret realms. Now that Bai Jian had been recruited into the military and became a key figure in national training, she had no time to accompany him. Unexpectedly, her sister had taken her place. Was he truly so trustworthy that both sisters thought of him when embarking on their explorations? "Are you still there? Why the silence? If you're not interested, just say so." Bai Jining frowned slightly, noticing Su Yi's prolonged silence. Apologies, I was lost in thought. In fact, I've already made plans to fly to Chunin State tomorrow, he replied, only to be interrupted by Bai Jining. Tomorrow? That's fine, I'll book my ticket now. Let us connect once I arrive tomorrow. With that, she abruptly hung up. Senior, wait a moment. Su Yi attempted to call her back, but the line had already gone dead. Why did you hang up so quickly? I haven't even agreed to team up with you yet. He shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly keen on exploring with anyone else, especially since Ailey couldn't reveal herself in front of others. Moreover, this secret realm was indeed perilous. If any danger arose, he might not be able to look after his senior adequately. Should any unfortunate event occur, he wouldn't know how to face Ailey. However, after much hesitation, he refrained from calling Bai Jining back. Never mind, in terms of strength. Although she may not surpass me, the difference isn't vast. Teaming up with her may not be a bad idea after all. Besides, her Gale Bird is a flying pet capable of carrying passengers, an invaluable asset for exploring the secret realm. Most importantly, Bai Jining was one of the few individuals he could genuinely trust. In dire situations, he wouldn't need to worry about her leaking Ailey's existence. With that thought in mind, Su Yi ceased wasting time and continued to peruse the information concerning the abyssal secret realm. The following morning, he set off for Longxing City and successfully boarded his flight. Places like Guanxing lacked airports, with only the capital, Longxing City, having such facilities. Since Chunin State wasn't too far away, he arrived at its capital in merely half an hour. However, this was just the beginning. Reaching the entrance of the abyssal secret realm required several transfers. After a convoluted journey, Su Yi finally arrived at the entrance of the abyssal secret realm by mid-afternoon. In this era, travel was not only time-consuming but also quite costly. He had spent over 10,000 just on transportation. Fortunately, he had escaped any attacks from fierce beasts during his travels. Although the abyssal secret realm had only been discovered days ago, it was already teeming with Beast Tamers. Surrounding the area, a vast expanse had been cleared, with numerous makeshift shelters established. Many had set up shops within these shelters, and there were even lodgings for Beast Tamers to rest. How swiftly things have progressed, Su Yi mused, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Watch out. It's a demon hunting spider. Many instinctively turned towards the nearby spatial tunnel, the very entrance of the abyssal secret realm. A spider, towering over even an adult, emerged from within. This arachnid appeared terrifying, standing on its hind four legs while the front four were raised high, resembling four sharp sides of death, aimed directly at the soldiers stationed there. Its speed was astonishing. Should it strike, it could cleave a person in two. Die. The soldiers, seemingly unfazed, sprang into action, especially their captain, who charged forward with a silverback ape. Roar. The silverback ape unleashed a furious bellow, its body swelling from over 2 meters to more than 4, resembling a colossal mountain. In contrast, the demon-hunting spider appeared merely as a small chick before it. Yet, far from retreating, the spider leapt, its scythes aimed straight at the ape's throat. Seeking death, the silverback ape roared again, swinging its massive fist towards the spider's head. Bang! The ape's fist collided with the scythes before continuing forward, smashing into the spider's head. In an instant, the spider's head exploded, greenish-black liquid spraying everywhere, drenching the silverback ape. The spectacle left the onlooking beast tamers in shock. However, the silverback ape was not without its own injuries. Despite its impressive defensive capabilities as a gold element extraordinary creature, it had sustained several cuts from the scythes. Furthermore, the liquid that splattered onto it possessed a potent corrosive property. Had it not activated its copper skin skill in time, its fur might have been severely damaged. Truly, Captain Wu Minghai was formidable. An elite demon-hunting spider didn't even last a single exchange under his command. Isn't that expected? Captain Wu is a commander-level beast tamer. Easily dispatching an elite beast is a trivial matter, someone remarked, laughter following. Indeed, it seems this abyssal secret realm is quite dangerous if the city lord has dispatched a commander-level beast tamer to oversee it. But not only a commander-level beast tamer. Commander Zhong Xinglong is personally overseeing this matter. He is the leader of the Yen City Legion and one of the 5 master-level beast tamers in our city. Commander Zhong is here too? Is this secret realm truly worthy of such caution? Do you think so? The beings residing in this realm are abyssal creatures, far more bloodthirsty than ordinary beasts. My goodness, with what you've said, I'm hesitant to enter for exploration. What? You still wish to venture in? Are you courting death? Haven't you heard? There are numerous commander-level beasts within that realm, far beyond what we, as beast tamers, can handle. The death rate among those who have entered for investigation has already exceeded 60%. 60% mortality rate. Is that for real? If it's so dangerous, why are there so many beast tamers here? Just for the thrill, I suppose. As for me, I have no intention of entering. I'm merely here to observe. Listening to the conversations of the surrounding beast tamers, Sui gleaned a wealth of useful information. The deployment of a master-level beast tamer for oversight indicated a significant investment. It was no wonder they aimed to eradicate the fierce beasts within swiftly. It was evident that the sudden emergence of the abyssal secret realm had caused considerable distress for both the city lord of Yin City and the governor of Chunin State. Sui, just as he pondered these matters, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. As Sui turned around, he was greeted by none other than senior sister Bai Jining. She donned a form-fitting leather jacket that exuded an air of confidence, complemented by leather pants and knee-high boots, which showcased her long, elegant legs to perfection. Senior sister, it has been quite some time. Just half an hour ago, I heard you mention that you had just landed. How did you arrive so swiftly? Sui inquired with a smile as he approached her. I flew here on a gale bird, Bai Jining replied, gesturing to the gale bird circling above her head. At its current level, it can carry a person for 200 to 300 miles without any issue. Ah, so you arrived by flight. No wonder it was so quick. After disembarking, I had to endure a 3-hour car ride. Sui lamented, before continuing, if it can carry 2 people, what is the maximum distance it can travel? Bai Jining pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not certain, as I haven't tested it. But it should be able to circle around this abyssal secret realm without any problems. Upon hearing this, Sui felt a sense of relief. What shall we do now? It is already afternoon. Should we find a place to rest, and then venture in tomorrow morning? Bai Jining cast a glance at the sky and replied, Don't you possess a relic palace? Let us enter now. If it gets dark, we can simply spend the night within the secret realm. I've gathered some information about this realm, and a single day will certainly prove insufficient. We will likely need to stay for several days. As she spoke, a thought suddenly struck her, and she continued, I will send you that information shortly, so you can review it thoroughly. No need. The information I have is likely more detailed than yours. Sui responded with a smile, shaking his head. Bai Jining paused momentarily, her eyes widening as realization dawned upon her. I almost forgot. You are an investigator from the Special Investigations Department, so you indeed do not require my intel. Let us proceed inside. Just as she was about to make her way to the entrance of the secret realm, Sui called out, Wait. Before we enter, we need to discuss how to divide the spoils. Even among brothers, clarity is essential. We cannot be careless in this regard. Bai Jining hesitated for a moment before saying, Similar to last time, you can choose first among the other items, but if there are any beasts, I would prefer to select first. This senior sister certainly had a fixation on beasts. Sui chuckled softly, All right. Let us agree on this. You may choose the beasts first, while I will select the other items. At present, he had little need for beasts and was primarily interested in spiritual resources, which conveniently aligned with Bai Jining's preferences. However, noticing his swift acquiescence, Bai Jining furrowed her brow slightly. Are you truly willing to forego the beasts inside? You must understand that the most valuable treasures in the legacy relics are indeed the beasts. I do not share that sentiment, Sui countered, shaking his head. The legacy jade slips, the heart of space, and spiritual materials are all exceedingly precious. Their worth is not necessarily inferior to that of the beasts within. Seeing that she still harbored doubts, Sui continued, There is no need for skepticism. Since I have agreed, I will certainly allow you to choose first. Even if a divine beast awaits inside, I will harbor no envy. Did I not allow the dream demon beast to go to Xi'an back then? I trust you. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out for this expedition. Yet why? Bai Jining regarded him intently. Why what? Sui queried, somewhat perplexed. Beasts are the foundation of beast tamers. Why do you appear so unconcerned about precious beasts? Unless you possess an even more exceptional beast, I cannot deduce any other rationale. As she concluded, Bai Jining's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze keenly observing his subtle expressions. Ha ha. Sui let out an exaggerated laugh. Your speculation is quite far-fetched. I possess no such superior beasts. Is that so? Bai Jining's skepticism deepened, though she tactfully refrained from pressing further. Without wasting any more time, the two made their way towards the entrance of the abyssal secret realm. As they approached within 3 or 4 meters of the spatial tunnel, they were halted by the soldiers stationed there. Greetings, we are here in response to the call for beast tamers to eliminate ferocious beasts. Where may we register? Sui inquired proactively. Register with me. Please present your beast tamer certificates, replied the leading soldier courteously, producing a handheld card reader. Sui and Bai Jining promptly presented their beast tamer certificates without further ado. The soldier took their certificates, scanning one on the card reader, which emitted a beep as several lines of information appeared on the screen. Bai Jining, Elite Beast Tamer. First beast is a commander-level gale bird. Quite impressive. The soldier remarked, astonished at how young she was to have trained a beast to such a level. It was indeed a testament to her talent. Be cautious. The ferocious beasts in this secret realm are exceedingly dangerous. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, you may use this locator distress beacon to call for help. However, the areas explored thus far account for less than 10%, so I cannot guarantee anyone will come to your aid. The soldier offered a kind warning while handing a locator distress beacon to Bai Jining. Yet, Bai Jining frowned. If no one is coming to rescue us, what is the point of this device? Certainly, it holds significance. At the very least, it will inform us where you encountered difficulties. Once this secret realm is thoroughly explored, we will dispatch personnel to search for your whereabouts or to recover your remains, the soldier replied earnestly. Is that all? Well, thank you. Bai Jining shook her head but accepted the distress beacon nonetheless. After registering her, the soldier proceeded to scan Su Yi's Beast Tamer certificate. Ordinary level Beast Tamer? The soldier was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the information on the screen. He was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly caught sight of a piece of information that left him incredulous. Occupation: Intermediate Investigator of the Special Investigations Department of Xizang Province. This high school-looking youth was actually an intermediate investigator? Surely, this must be a trick. He double-checked, yet there was nothing amiss with the Beast Tamer certificate. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Noticing the soldier's fixation on the screen, Su Yi inquired. Snapped from his thoughts, the soldier asked, "Are you truly an intermediate investigator?" "Ah, so that's the reason," Su Yi chuckled, producing his work ID for verification. "Proceed inside." The soldier saluted him before addressing the other soldiers. "Clear the way." Upon hearing this, the soldiers promptly parted to create a passage. Although Bai Jining was already aware of Su Yi's identity, she couldn't help but glance at him again, surprised by the soldier's courtesy. "Let us go." Su Yi said little more, striding purposefully toward the spatial tunnel ahead. Having traversed numerous secret realms, he had grown quite accustomed to the phenomenon of spatial tunnels. Yet, at this very moment, he still felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that a ferocious beast might suddenly emerge from the other end of the tunnel. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and no such occurrence transpired. As the two reached the tunnel's terminus, they were momentarily dazzled before finding themselves in a desolate wilderness. The light here was rather dim, and the sky bore an eerie crimson-black hue, murky and chaotic, reminiscent of a stagnant lake. Surrounding them were naught but gray-black rocky hills, devoid of any semblance of life. Is this the abyss? It is even more desolate than I had imagined, Bai Jining mused. Yet, this small area is merely a fraction of the abyss. Its topography is, in fact, quite diverse, featuring volcanic magma, icy landscapes, and dark forests, among other wonders. If one were to walk eastward for a few dozen miles, one would likely encounter a forest of such nature, aptly named the Dark Forest on the map. You even managed to obtain a map? Bai Jining remarked, momentarily taken aback. There's no need for surprise. It's merely a simple map marking 3 or 4 regions. Barely a tenth of this secret realm, Su Yi clarified. Bai Jining nodded, refraining from pursuing the topic further, and simply stated, "Let us set forth." According to the intelligence I have gathered, the tower-like structure suspected to be a heritage secret realm lies to the east. Wait. As she was about to head eastward, Su Yi hastily called out to her. "What is it?" Bai Jining turned back, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "We might need to make a detour to the northwest first," Su Yi replied with a smile. "Why?" Bai Jining regarded him silently, awaiting his explanation. Without hesitation, Su Yi responded, "I have a hunch that there exists a high-grade treasure there." He glanced again at the sudden prompt that had appeared. 43 kilometers to the northwest. High-grade treasure discovered. For him, entering a secret realm had become synonymous with treasure hunting, a habit he had cultivated. However, he had not anticipated that a discovery would present itself so soon. Moreover, it was a high-grade treasure. Of course, having lost interest in mid to low-grade treasures, he had elevated his standards for treasure hunting to high-grade. This meant that mid to low-grade treasures would no longer elicit special prompts. Whenever a prompt did appear, it would signify either a high-grade treasure or one of an even greater caliber, without exception. A hunch? Bai Jining was slightly taken aback. Your intuition can sense not only beasts but also treasures? One could say that. Su Yi did not deny it. Bai Jining's astonishment deepened. Such a unique talent is indeed extraordinary. From a certain perspective, it is nothing short of divine. With this special ability, there is no longer any need to worry about missing treasures in secret realms. Just how many secrets do you hold? Bai Jining could not help but glance at him again. She finally understood why this junior had risen to prominence so swiftly, as though wealth were of no concern to him. With such a remarkable talent, how could one ever lack funds? What secrets remain? I have already shared with you my ability to sense treasures, Su Yi replied. However, I must ask you to keep this secret to yourself. There is no benefit to me if it were to be revealed, Bai Jining stated coolly. Let us not waste any more time. We should depart. With that, she prepared to summon the gale bird. Just then, Su Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Simultaneously, he stepped forward and pushed Bai Jining aside. In that instant, a pitch-black scorpion tail unexpectedly shot up from the ground. One can only imagine that had Sui not pushed her away, she would undoubtedly have been struck by the venomous stinger, despite her wearing sturdy knee-high leather boots. Against such a needle, they would be as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. The abyssal scorpion. Bai Jining too had spotted the beast, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Although the abyssal scorpion was not particularly high in spirit energy level, being merely an elite-class beast, it would undoubtedly rank among the most dangerous of its kind. This creature could conceal itself underground, masking its presence, and then launch a surprise attack on unsuspecting foes above. Often, by the time Beast Tamers detected it, they had already been struck by its venomous stinger. This characteristic is also common among many dark-type extraordinary beings. In terms of attack, they may not be the strongest. In terms of defense, they are lacking. Their greatest advantage lies in their ability to hide and execute ambushes, catching enemies off guard. However, should an ambush fail, their advantage is lost. Gale Bird, Vacuum Cannon. Bai Jining quickly commanded her Gale Bird. Caw! The Gale Bird emitted a piercing cry, opening its beak to unleash a terrifying vacuum projectile towards the abyssal scorpion. Sensing danger, the abyssal scorpion instinctively attempted to burrow underground to evade the attack. Yet, just as it was about to act, a vine shot up from the ground, ensnaring its scorpion tail and lifting it high, directly in the path of the vacuum cannon. Boom! The vacuum cannon struck the creature, and the abyssal scorpion did not even have time to let out a cry before it was obliterated, splattering a copious amount of venom in the process, meeting its swift demise. Truly, your Gale Bird is formidable, Bai Jining. Sui praised with a smile. Thank you for earlier. It seems this place is even more perilous than I had anticipated. Were it not for you, I might have fallen victim to an abyssal scorpion. Bai Jining took a deep breath, her demeanor now more cautious than before. There's no need to be so polite. Sui intended to downplay the situation, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in terror as he gazed in the direction behind Bai Jining, perhaps startled by the earlier commotion. Over a dozen demon hunter spiders suddenly emerged from a distance of more than 20 meters. Each of these spiders towered above humans, their slimy mandibles evolved into sharp fangs, and they were now fixated on the two humans with their crimson eyes, as if they had spotted a delectable feast. Run! Bai Jining, having also noticed them, made a swift decision, vaulting onto the back of the Gale Bird while extending her hand towards Sui. Clearly, she wished to avoid confrontation with the demon hunter spiders. After all, they could not fly. As long as the Gale Bird carried both her and Sui into the air, they could evade this unnecessary skirmish. Sui understood her intent and, without hesitation, grasped her hand. However, just as he was about to leverage her support to ascend, he was suddenly taken aback to see a swarm of terrifying beasts with wings descending upon them. Chapter 200. These two must be the true monstrosities. This could barely be considered a type of humanoid extraordinary being. Their skin exhibited a mottled gray-green hue, their physiques slender yet muscular, crowned with two elongated and sharply curved ram's horns. Their visages were grotesquely hideous, evoking a sense of dread that deterred direct gazes. Additionally, a pair of bat-like wings protruded from their backs, bare and somber, instilling an inexplicable sense of revulsion. In summary, they were undoubtedly a quintessential monstrosity, capable of inducing physiological discomfort merely through sight. The little demons. Bai Jining also perceived this group of extraordinary beings. Although she had garnered some knowledge about the little demons prior to her arrival, witnessing them firsthand still sent shivers down her spine. She vowed that they were, without a doubt, the most repugnant, extraordinary creatures she had ever encountered. Indeed, while the demon-hunting spiders were equally terrifying, they at least did not trigger the same uncanny valley effect in her psyche. Senior sister, prepare for battle. Noticing her daze, Sui promptly reminded her, simultaneously summoning Lioli with a mere thought. They were compelled to fight now, as hundreds of little demons surrounded them from all directions, effectively sealing off their escape route. Attempting to break through on the back of the Gale Bird could prove even more perilous, as they would be unable to maneuver. With neither Xiaojing nor Lioli fitting atop it, Sui was convinced that these little demons had been deliberately lying in wait for them. Battle? Bai Jining glanced at him in astonishment, yet after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and replied, all right. With that, she summoned her Shadow Cat and Lightning Mongoose. Although the Shadow Cat had not yet reached the commander level, it had attained the pinnacle of Elite Level 9, standing out among elite pets. As for the Lightning Mongoose, it had evolved from the little purple mongoose. Clearly, Bai Jining had utilized the high-grade wind elemental material she had acquired last time on this pet. At this moment, the little purple mongoose had not only evolved into the Lightning Mongoose, but had also, like Xiaojing, broken through to the elite level, making it capable of engaging in battle. Just as they had summoned all their pets, the few demon-hunting spiders at the forefront entered their attack range. Unlike the one they had observed outside, which had swung its scythe for close combat, these spiders fixated their largest eyes directly on Su-Yi and Bai Jining. In the next instant, two scorching beams of light shot forth from their crimson eyes. Scorching rays. Su-Yi was taken aback, reacting instinctively to activate Frost Guardian. Enveloping himself in a spherical ice shield, the scorching rays struck the ice shield, producing a sound akin to water sizzling in hot oil. Although the shield successfully blocked the initial onslaught, the relentless beams continued to bombard it, gradually melting the ice and threatening to breach it. Moreover, these were not the only spiders. The ones behind were also advancing, preparing to launch their attacks. Be careful. Bai Jining expressed concern for his safety. But before she could act, Xiaojing had already executed Earth Escape, reappearing beneath the demon-hunting spiders. In an instant, numerous vines erupted from the soil, ensnaring the spiders that were still unleashing their scorching rays. Sensing danger, the demon-hunting spiders instinctively attempted to evade. However, Xiaojing offered them no chance, securely binding them all and striving to drag them together. Despite being elite extraordinary beings themselves, the spiders were horrified to discover that their strength paled in comparison to that of this peculiar thorn flower, as if they were being pulled by an entity of a higher grade. In a state of panic, they began to struggle fiercely, attempting to slash at the entangling vines with their scythe-like legs. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not inflict any damage upon the vines, let alone sever them. At this moment, they resembled a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any real capacity for resistance. Seizing the opportunity, Liuli, who had been poised for action, sprang into the fray. Fire Dragon Bind and kill. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her most potent fire skill. Simultaneously, a colossal dragon made of cold white flames materialized from thin air, roaring fiercely as it charged towards the cluster of demon-hunting spiders. With a thunderous crash, the group of spiders was obliterated, their remnants charred beyond recognition, and a vast crater formed in the spot they had occupied. In the crater, Xiaojing stood helplessly, shaking off the scorched earth from its body. Instantly vanquished, Bai Jining, witnessing the scene from a distance, was taken aback. She was aware of Su-Yi's pet's formidable prowess. Yet dispatching over a dozen elite beasts in mere seconds left her profoundly shocked. Her own pets had yet to even make a move. Nonetheless, this was not a moment for astonishment. Just as Su-Yi had eliminated the demon-hunting spiders, a swarm of little demons was already hurtling towards them. Demonic power. The little demons simultaneously unleashed a furious cry, a surge of power erupting from within, their bodies seemingly adorned with scales akin to armor. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jining's expression shifted to one of grave concern. These little demons possessed both strength and defense, and coupled with their sheer numbers. Even with a commander-level pet at her disposal, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Senior sister, deploy the overpressure wind field and draw them together. As the little demons closed in, Su-Yi urgently shouted. The overpressure wind field was the sole advanced skill mastered by the Gale Bird. Although its offensive capabilities were modest, its control potential was remarkable, capable of drawing enemies into its center, making escape exceedingly difficult. Despite the formidable appearance of the little demons, they were merely a horde of elite beasts, while the Gale Bird was a commander-level extraordinary being, barring unforeseen circumstances. The unleashed overpressure wind field would undoubtedly be able to draw them in. Bai Jining, no stranger to combat alongside Su-Yi, immediately grasped his intention. Without hesitation, she commanded the Gale Bird. The Gale Bird complied admirably, emitting a cry as it released an overpressure wind field at the densest cluster of little demons, effortlessly pulling in over 20 unsuspecting ones. Liuli, unleash Fire Dragon Bind and kill once more. Su-Yi shouted hurriedly. Just as he spoke, the little demons that had evaded the pull dove toward him, their iron-like claws outstretched for a strike. Wolf Fong Whip. Xiaojing promptly retreated to his side, entwining the vines and delivering a forceful lash at the incoming little demons. She sought not to slay them, but merely to send them flying. To prevent them from becoming intertwined, she had deliberately divided the vines into 4 strands, each consisting of 3 vines. Though the power of 3 vines was significantly diminished, bolstered by her demonic energy, it remained sufficient to overpower the little demons. The little demons noticed her actions but dismissed them as inconsequential. They could sense that this peculiar thorn flower, much like themselves, was merely of elite rank, even exhibiting a weaker psychic fluctuation than theirs. In an instant, they concluded that this thorn flower posed no threat to them. After all, not only did they possess a higher psychic level, but they also benefited from the formidable skills of demonic power and demonic armor. How could they possibly lose? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they continued their relentless advance towards the thorn flower, intent on tearing it and its beast master apart. But at that very moment, a sudden crack echoed through the air as the foremost little demon was struck. Not only that, but it seemed as though it had been dealt a devastating blow by a colossal beast, being sent flying through the air with a piercing scream. Its armor shattered rapidly, leaving behind a series of tiny pinprick holes. What was happening? The other little demons were bewildered. It was merely a lash from a thorn flower. Was it truly so exaggerated? Undeterred, they pressed on, diving forward. Soon, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the air. The four intertwined vines of the little thorn flower struck like baseball bats, sending the incoming little demons soaring one after another. This scene once again reshaped Bai Ning's worldview. If the little thorn flower had been a commander-level beast, such overwhelming power would not have seemed outrageous. However, it was clearly just an elite-level beast, having only recently attained that status. As her astonishment grew, a multitude of little demons surged towards her. The gale bird had just unleashed an overwhelming wind field, rendering it temporarily unavailable. Nevertheless, she displayed no signs of anxiety, firmly grasping her psychic weapon, quietly observing the approaching little demons. As they drew near, she suddenly called out, "Blade Storm." With her voice echoing, she swung her long sword fiercely, conjuring a tempest of wind blades that howled toward the little demons. This was a skill she had acquired through the gale bird, and it was the most powerful technique she currently possessed. Moreover, it was a wide-area skill. In an instant, 10 or so little demons found themselves enveloped by the sudden storm. The next moment, they all screamed in unison, despite their demonic armor having coalesced around them. It could only protect their vital areas. Their wings, for instance, were utterly exposed. Unfortunately, their wings were particularly fragile, appearing as if they were merely covered by a thin layer of skin in certain spots. Unsurprisingly, under the blade storm's onslaught, numerous wounds appeared on their bodies, especially on their wings, which were slashed open in many places. Overcome by excruciating pain, the little demons plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. It was undeniable that the blade storm shared by Bai Ning was somewhat lacking in power, while the 10 or so little demons had been severely ravaged. They had not sustained any fatal injuries. Once they recovered, they could still continue fighting. Bai Ning was aware of this limitation, thus she immediately commanded, "Shadow Cat. Lightning Mongoose, go!" As she spoke, she charged towards a fallen little demon, employing a swift dash to plunge her sword into its chest before it could react. Crack! The little demon's heart was pierced, releasing a chilling scream as it instinctively reached out with its claws towards Bai Ning's neck. Alas, with its heart impaled, its life force and psychic energy drained rapidly. Its claws fell limply as it succumbed to death. Not only that, but the Shadow Cat and Lightning Mongoose also leapt forward, dispatching several more fallen little demons. They excelled in speed, achieving a far higher hunting efficiency than Bai Ning, the Beastmaster. Of course, even their prowess paled in comparison to Lioli and the little thorn flower. With a resounding roar, the icy white flame dragon unleashed its fury once more, obliterating nearly 20 little demons that had been drawn together by the overwhelming wind field into mere fragments. Although both the dragon binding and the overwhelming wind field were advanced skills, and the gale bird was a commander-level beast, the swift and decisive eradication of nearly 20 little demons was still astonishing. Meanwhile, the dozen or so little demons flung away by the little thorn flower found themselves in dire straits. Struggling to rise, they initially intended to launch another attack, only to be horrified to discover they had been poisoned. And not just any poison, but a potent toxin capable of bringing about their demise. How could this be? The little demons panicked, desperately channeling their internal demonic power in a bid for self-preservation. Unfortunately, within 10 seconds, they began to spew black blood, collapsing to the ground. These scenes struck terror into the remaining little demons. They were aghast to realize that in less than a minute of battle, nearly half of their comrades had fallen. Were these two humans truly just an ordinary beastmaster and an elite beastmaster? This was utterly terrifying. Initially, upon discovering the arrival of two human beastmasters, they had felt a glimmer of hope, thinking they would have a chance at a feast. Now, they realized it was not a feast, but rather a delivery of food for the two beastmasters. Crack! Although intimidated by the prowess of the two, the little demons showed no signs of retreat, suddenly unleashing a sharp and resonant cry. What were they doing? Bai Ning frowned, a hint of concern creeping in. They were calling for reinforcements. They must be stopped. Su-yi, having received the legacy jade slip, was acutely aware of what the little demons were attempting, and he grew increasingly anxious. However, just as he prepared to continue eliminating the little demons, a spatial tunnel nearby flickered, and a squad of soldiers emerged. These soldiers were fully armed, radiating psychic energy, clearly elite beast masters. Upon witnessing the little demons surrounding Su-yi and Bai Ning, the leading scar-faced soldier furrowed his brow. I can't believe the reports were true. There are indeed ferocious beasts lying in ambush for beast masters here. Young man, young lady, do not fear, we shall come to your rescue. The Scarface soldier initially intended to say we will save you, but upon assessing the situation, he suddenly faltered, unable to utter those last 3 words. What had he just witnessed? The ground was littered with the remains of demon-hunting spiders and little demons. They said that demon-hunting spiders and little demons were monsters. It seemed these two were the true monsters. How on earth had they accomplished this? It is hardly surprising that they were taken aback, after all. 2 beast tamers effortlessly contending against over 100 equally matched ferocious beasts, successfully vanquishing half of them, constitutes an event worthy of headlines anywhere. A mere 2 or 3 seconds later, the soldiers finally regained their composure and hurriedly summoned their own beasts to assist. Their companions were rather conventional, predominantly elite-level creatures, whose strength was comparable to that of typical elite-grade ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, their involvement significantly alleviated the pressure on Su Yi and Bai Ning. When strength is lacking, numbers may compensate. This squad of soldiers comprised 10 individuals, and they summoned over 20 beasts. Soon, the remaining few small demons could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to flee in disarray, utilizing the super-pressure wind field. The recovering gale bird unleashed a gust that ensnared the 10 or so small demons that had failed to escape. Lu Li also sprang into action, directing explosive fireballs at the airborne demons, unleashing a barrage of over a dozen fiery projectiles in an attempt to bring them down. With a resounding series of explosions, the battle neared its conclusion. Alas, despite the valiant efforts of Lu Li and the gale bird, they could not capture all the small demons. As a dozen or so managed to escape unscathed. Are you all right? My apologies. We have only just received news that there might be ferocious beasts lying in ambush for beast tamers here. I must say, you two are truly impressive. The few who entered before you seem to have met with unfortunate fates. The scarred-faced soldier approached Su Yi and Bai Ning, a hint of regret evident on his face. So, it took several deaths for you to react? Bai Ning shot him a discontented glance. This is indeed a failing on our part, but these risks are inherent to the abyssal secret realm. You should have been mentally prepared, shouldn't you? The scarred soldier replied flatly, his tone perhaps softened by the strength of the two before him. Our preparedness has no bearing on your negligence. While I understand that utilizing free beast tamers for exploring secret realms is commonplace, shouldn't there be a greater sense of responsibility to minimize casualties? Each beast tamer is a valuable resource for the nation, not mere fodder. Young lady, you, the squad leader's face flushed with indignation, eager to engage in a debate. However, before he could utter another word, Su Yi intervened, exclaiming, I'm sorry, but this is not the time for arguments. Those small demons just sent out a distress signal. It is highly likely that there are other demons nearby, possibly even more formidable ferocious beasts. Senior sister, we should leave at once. He then turned to the soldiers, advising, I recommend you do not stray too far from the spatial tunnel and remain prepared for a swift retreat. Retreat? The soldiers exchanged glances, stifling laughter, clearly dismissing his words. Observing this, Su Yi opted not to elaborate further and urged Bai Ning to mount the gale bird quickly. Bai Ning, placing her trust in him, chose not to continue her argument with the soldiers. She commanded the gale bird to descend and promptly mounted it. Su Yi followed suit, settling securely behind her. Given the gale bird's modest size, they were nearly pressed against one another, which caused Su Yi a slight embarrassment. However, in dire circumstances, one must adapt. There was no better alternative at present. Bai Ning appeared far more at ease, seemingly unbothered by their proximity. After retracting her other beasts into the beast space, she instructed the gale bird to ascend, heading northwest. Those two brats, so arrogant, they'll inevitably face consequences. The squad leader grumbled, watching their departing figures with dissatisfaction. Captain, that young man is likely the intermediate investigator the chief mentioned. TSK, such a young intermediate investigator. He indeed has the right to be proud. One soldier could not resist pointing out. Do you think I'm unaware of that? The squad leader shot him a glare, intending to voice a retort. But at that moment, several soldiers facing him suddenly widened their eyes in terror, staring behind him. Great demon, run. What great demon? The squad leader's heart sank, and he swiftly turned to look behind him, only to behold a horde of demons soaring toward them from the distance. Among these demons were not only the small ones that had fled earlier, but also 3 large demons, each comparable in size to an adult male. The terrifying aura emanating from these large demons unmistakably identified them as commander-level extraordinary beings. The young man was right. There truly were more powerful, ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Moreover, they had returned with the small demons for revenge. By the heavens, retreat! Retreat! Quickly! The squad leader could no longer concern himself with anything else. With a shout, He turned and sprinted toward the nearby spatial tunnel, utterly devoid of the courage to confront these beasts. It was not cowardice, they were simply powerless. They were not prodigies. Merely standard elite beast tamers, lacking the capacity for cross-dire challenges like Su Yi and Bai Ji Ning. Should they fail to retreat, those 3 large demons alone, let alone the swarms of small demons, would be enough to strip them of their skins. Upon hearing his words, the other soldiers dared not linger any longer. They swiftly turned and followed him into the spatial tunnel, eager to return to safety. Once they traversed the tunnel, they would be secure. Outside awaited Commander Wu Minghai, a commander-level beast tamer, along with master-level beast tamers like Zhong Xinglong. If these ferocious beasts dared to follow them out of the secret realm, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Regrettably, those demons were far too cunning. They did not pursue, halting at the entrance of the spatial tunnel, their crimson eyes watching the soldiers flee in disarray with palpable resentment. Indeed, flying beasts provide unparalleled convenience. Miles away in the sky, Su Yi, supporting Bai Ji Ning at her waist, glanced down at the scenery below, a content smile gracing his face. Perhaps it was due to the gathering of demons at the entrance of the secret realm, but after the gale bird took flight, they encountered no further ferocious beasts. Of course, this merely meant they had not encountered any flying ferocious beasts. Below, they could still see extraordinary creatures like demon-hunting spiders, nether-poison scorpions, serpent demons, and hellhounds. Without the gale bird, they would likely have to engage in battle every 200 meters. Could you perhaps shift back a little? Bai Ji Ning, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, her complexion appearing somewhat unnatural. Apologies, senior sister. I too would prefer to shift back, but there is simply no room behind me. Su Yi replied, slightly embarrassed. At his words, Bai Ji Ning fell silent, but the warmth radiating from his hands at her waist left her feeling uncomfortable and even a bit flustered. Particularly the sensation of his hands resting on her waist stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Fortunately, after a few more minutes of flight, they finally arrived at their destination. The coveted treasure should be right below, Su Yi remarked with a smile. Are you certain this is the place? Bai Ji Ning inquired, glancing down with a slight frown. Below them lay nothing but a barren mountain, covered in grayish-brown rocks, devoid of even a single blade of grass. In such a desolate location, it seemed implausible that any treasure could be found. Su Yi felt a twinge of confusion and glanced at the system prompt. Advanced treasure detected 178 meters directly below. Directly below at a depth of 178 meters? Su Yi finally discerned the crux of the issue. They were currently at a height of no more than 100 meters above the barren mountain. This meant that the treasure was not situated on the mountain's surface, but rather within its depths. How could they manage this? Should they have Xiao Jing burrow down through the mountain? While he pondered how to retrieve the treasure, Bai Ji Ning suddenly noticed something and spoke up. Look below, there seems to be a cave. Could it be that the advanced treasure you mentioned lies within that cave? A cave? Su Yi hurriedly leaned over to look, and after searching for a while, he finally spotted the cave, exclaiming in awe, Senior, did you perhaps acquire the eagle eye skill from the gale bird? You managed to see such a concealed cave. The gale bird is not an eagle and does not possess the eagle eye skill. Ah, right, my mistake. Su Yi realized that this senior was somewhat lacking in conversational skills. Of course, it could also be that she simply preferred not to engage in small talk. After a brief pause, he continued, let us go take a look. Perhaps the advanced treasure truly resides within that cave. Bai Ji Ning nodded slightly, without further ado, and promptly controlled the gale bird to fly over. From the air, the cave appeared to be rather small, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was significantly larger than anticipated, with a height of nearly 10 meters. Moreover, its interior seemed to extend into profound depths, obscured from view. The spiritual energy within the cave appeared denser than outside. Even if there were no advanced treasure, there must be some rare materials, indicating that your perception is indeed quite accurate. Bai Ji Ning leaped down from the gale bird, attuning herself to the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations while commenting. Of course, thus far, my perceptions have not led me astray. Su Yi smiled and replied, let us proceed inside. If we find a high-grade spiritual root material, this trip will not be in vain. In fact, he was also in need of high-grade spiritual materials. If he could acquire a high-grade material with a mental attribute, he could attempt to enable Lioli to independently comprehend an advanced mental skill. Although Lioli was already quite formidable, she still had ample room for improvement, as she had only mastered one advanced skill, the Fire Dragon Binding Kill. Admittedly, the Fire Dragon Binding Kill wielded tremendous power, yet it solely showcased her fire attribute, leaving her mental attribute advantages underutilized. Of course, if she employed the Void Domain, she could still manifest her mental attribute strengths. However, the issue lay in the fact that the Void Domain consumed excessive spiritual energy and mental strength. It could serve as a life-saving trump card, or a devastating attack. But it could not be used frequently. After all, she could only maintain that domain for 3 seconds, after which she would be completely drained, effectively losing her combat capability. If she activated such a skill at the onset of battle and failed to eliminate her foes within 3 seconds, it would be quite embarrassing for her. In summary, this was a trump card that could not be used lightly. This is precisely why Sue-E sought to have her learn another advanced mental skill. Although advanced skills would also heavily tax her mental strength and spiritual energy, at least they wouldn't leave her in a weakened state after a single use. Based on her experience with the Fire Dragon Binding kill, given her current spiritual energy level, employing 4 or 5 advanced skills in a single battle would not pose any challenge. Of course, compared to high-grade spiritual materials of the mental attribute, Sue-E more fervently desired a high-grade mental attribute Beast Skill Stone. Learning skills from skill stones was not only more convenient and swift, but also boasted a high success rate. Unfortunately, mental attribute Beast Skill Stones were exceedingly rare, so Sue-E dared not entertain such hopes, and could only settle for acquiring a high-grade mental attribute spiritual material. After all, he had learned numerous methods for training beasts to comprehend skills from the Inheritance Jade Slip. With a piece of such spiritual material, he was at least 80% confident he could enable Lioli to master an advanced mental skill. Not only him, but Bai Jining also harbored great aspirations for that advanced treasure. Despite her repeated emphasis on desiring a rare beast with exceptional potential, she was, in fact, even more in need of advanced treasures than Sue-E. It was worth noting that among her 3 beasts, only the Gale Bird had mastered an advanced skill, specifically the control-type skill, Overpressure Wind Field. If she could also master 1 or 2 advanced attack skills, her strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, potentially achieving a breakthrough. Moreover, both the Gale Bird, the Shadow Cat, and the Lightning Weasel had considerable room for improvement in terms of physique, particularly for the Lightning Weasel. If it could obtain a high-grade Dark Attribute spiritual material, it might awaken the Dark Attribute, transforming into a dual attribute beast of wind and darkness. Once it awakened the Dark Attribute, the next step could be an attempt to evolve into a Shadow Weasel. In summary, the advanced treasure was of utmost importance to her as well. This was precisely why she was willing to set aside the location that might be a relic of inheritance and accompany Sue-E here. With hearts filled with hope, the two prepared to enter the cave before them. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, they suddenly sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy fluctuations within the cave did not seem to emanate from a treasure, but rather from a formidable creature. Moreover, although they were at a distance and could not discern clearly, the energy fluctuations seemed extraordinary and could very well belong to a commanding level extraordinary creature. Consequently, the two did not dare to hesitate and promptly released all their beasts. Sue-E initially intended for Xiao Jing to scout ahead to ascertain whether there were indeed ferocious beasts inside. However, before Xiao Jing could enter, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the cave. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force enveloped him. It truly was a commanding level ferocious beast. Sue-E felt a twinge of surprise. Chapter 202, Thunder Dragon Lizard. Commanding level extraordinary creatures were indeed powerful enough to bring devastation to small towns and villages. However, Sue-E remained remarkably composed and unperturbed. Given his current strength, ordinary commanding level extraordinary creatures posed little threat to him. Both Xiao Jing and Lioli were already equipped to contend with commanding level extraordinary beings, especially for Xiao Jing. Defeating a leader-level ferocious beast while wielding the indestructible power and demonic energy should pose no insurmountable challenge. In fact, it is not just him. Even Bai Jining would not flinch before such a beast, considering her Gale Bird has also reached the leader level. Thus, upon hearing that roar, neither of them harbored any thoughts of retreat. Instead, they felt a sense of anticipation, eager for a good battle. Shall we proceed? Bai Jining turned to Sue-E. Although she had already made up her mind, she still wished to consult her companion's opinion. Sue-E paused for a moment, contemplating before responding. At this point, we are still unaware of the nature of that beast, so it would be prudent not to proceed. Before he could finish his thought, Bai Jining furrowed her brow, gazing at him in surprise. She had expected Sue-E to support the idea of continuing, as she remembered him not to be one to shy away from danger. Why are you looking at me like that? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Sue-E chuckled and clarified, what I mean is, we should refrain from entering. But we can lure the beast out with our familiars. Although the cave appeared expansive, the space remained quite limited. Should a confrontation arise within, it could hinder our abilities, placing us at a disadvantage. Furthermore, who knows if there are any traps or mechanisms inside? It would be wiser to draw it out. Upon hearing his reasoning, Bai Jining nodded gently, conceding, let us proceed, as you suggest. My lightning mongoose is the swiftest. I shall send it in to lure the beast out. Wait. Let my thorn flower go instead, Sue-E suggested earnestly. My thorn flower has mastered the skill of burrowing, and in a critical moment, it can utilize the indestructible power for protection, making it a safer choice. Beijing reflected for a moment and did not object, recognizing that Su Yi's thorn flower was indeed superior to her lightning mongoose in this regard. Let me go in. Xiaojing, who had been listening, appeared quite excited and eager to take action. Amused by her enthusiasm, Su Yi reminded her, do not be careless at any time. Off you go. Hom. Xiaojing wasted no time and immediately used her earth escape skill to move deeper into the cave. Let us retreat to the cave entrance for now. After Xiaojing left, Su Yi beckoned to Beijing and then stepped back to the cave's mouth. Closing his eyes, he began to share vision with Xiaojing. As he suspected, the cave was exceedingly deep and winding, with several forks appearing intermittently. Fortunately, he could sense the general location of the beast, which prevented them from straying off course. Well, technically, they had veered off once, but upon realizing their mistake, Xiaojing could swiftly traverse through the mountain to return to the correct path, wasting no time. 5 minutes later, through Xiaojing's perspective, Su Yi finally glimpsed the ferocious beast within. Deep in the cave, 2 enormous thunder lizards stood vigilantly, watching the entrance. Their size was remarkable, towering over 2 meters and stretching 4 to 5 meters in length. From a distance, one might mistake them for encountering dinosaurs. Moreover, they crackled with ominous electric sparks, exuding a formidable aura. To his astonishment, it was not one beast, but 2, and they were thunder lizards of the subdragon variety. Su Yi was taken aback. Thunder lizards are not common extraordinary creatures. As one of the subdragon species, they possess immense strength, constitution, and innate talent, far surpassing the combat prowess of typical extraordinary beings of the same level. Furthermore, their racial potential is exceptionally high, with most capable of evolving to the master level, while some exceptional individuals can even ascend to the lord or king level. Wait a moment. Thunder lizards are solitary creatures and typically do not dwell in groups unless during mating season. Enlightened, Su Yi's eyes sparkled as he quickly communicated with Xiaojing through mental connection. Get a bit closer and see if there is anything else behind them. Should we really get closer? What if we are discovered? Though apprehensive, Xiaojing complied with his instructions and moved forward cautiously. There is indeed something. Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback through her spiritual sense. She could clearly see a pile of dry grass behind the 2 thunder lizards, and nestled atop it lay a massive thunder lizard egg. Beside the egg was a fist-sized crystal, intermittently flashing with electric sparks. A thunder lizard egg, a purple crystal thunderstone. Su Yi was filled with delight upon seeing these 2 treasures. A master-level beast egg and a high-grade thunder attribute energy material. This was a tremendous windfall. What is it? What did you see inside the cave? Noticing his excitement, Beijing cast a questioning glance his way. Senior sister, your 4th familiar has just found its match. Su Yi beamed. Not only is there a high-grade thunder attribute energy material, but there is also a thunder lizard egg. A thunder lizard egg? Beijing was momentarily stunned and hurriedly inquired. Which type of thunder lizard is it? With numerous types of thunder lizards, at least a dozen, the weakest could only reach the leader level, while the strongest could evolve to the emperor level, the disparity being vast. It is a thunder lizard, if my memory serves me correctly. Its racial potential should be at the master level. Su Yi replied with a smile. Oh, it's merely a thunder lizard. Beijing expressed a hint of disappointment. She had hoped for something more extraordinary. Unfortunately, it seemed she lacked such fortune. It was no wonder she displayed such a demeanor, after all. A creature with master-level potential no longer sufficed for her desires. What she truly yearned for were familiars with lord-level potential or above. Only if she could not acquire such would she consider contracting another master-level potential familiar. Seeing her expression, Su Yi chuckled. Are you dissatisfied with the thunder lizard as a familiar, senior sister? If you prefer, I could assist you in exchanging it for another. Exchange for another? Beijing, catching on, could not help but ask, can familiars be exchanged for resources from the Special Investigation Department? Of course, Su Yi replied with a smile. Given that the thunder lizard's racial potential is master level, this egg can be exchanged for another familiar of the same potential. Moreover, if you allow me to personally select from the breeding base, I should be able to help you find a familiar with lord-level potential. As he spoke, he felt somewhat sheepish. To exchange a master-level potential familiar for one with lord-level potential was akin to taking advantage of the Special Investigation Department. And the Special Investigation Department was a legitimate state entity. One could say it was akin to taking advantage of the nation. Is that truly possible? Beijing felt a stir of excitement, but also a tinge of embarrassment. If Su Yi were to help her procure a familiar with lord-level potential, she would feel indebted to him. She truly abhors the idea of being indebted to others. Of course, Su Yi replied with a smile. But there is no need for your gratitude. If you must express thanks, direct it towards the nation and the Special Investigation Department. Were it not for the platform provided by the Special Investigation Department, I would never have been able to procure a pet beast with the potential of a whole level for you. Moreover, in a sense, this could be viewed as taking advantage of the state. Therefore, if possible, I hope you can contribute more to the nation in the future. Bai Jining stared at him in astonishment. You must have a moral obsession. There are countless individuals brazenly undermining the nation. You would hardly make a difference among them. Compared to them, your actions seem trivial. Let us set aside such matters for now. Whether we can obtain that dragon lizard egg remains uncertain. Pausing momentarily, she continued. I believe I heard you mention that there are 2 thunder dragon lizards inside. Indeed, Sui affirmed with a nod. There are 2 thunder dragon lizards, but fortunately, they have not yet matured to the master level. Otherwise, with our current strengths, we would have no chance of overcoming them. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining's expression grew grave as she furrowed her brow. Even against 2 commander-level thunder dragon lizards, we might not prevail. Thunder dragon lizards are formidable, extraordinary creatures, significantly stronger than the average commander-level beings. At least in a one-on-one scenario, my Galebird would certainly not stand a chance against them. The difference between a thunder dragon lizard and an ordinary extraordinary creature is akin to that between a prodigious Beast Tamer and a regular Beast Tamer. Their prowess is indeed far superior. Though she was confident in overcoming an ordinary commander-level beast, she harbored doubts about defeating a thunder dragon lizard. However, Sui seemed unperturbed as he replied, No matter, although the thunder dragon lizards are powerful, you have me on your side. Even on my own, I am confident I have an 80% chance of defeating them. With your assistance, we can secure at least a 90% chance. So, I merely contribute an additional 10% to the odds? Bai Jining cast him a sidelong glance, evidently displeased. Sui's statement had stung her somewhat. Oh, you cannot quantify it that simply. Victory is not merely a matter of addition. That is not what I meant, Sui quickly clarified. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Bai Jining unexpectedly broke into a smile. No need for explanations. Since you are confident, let us battle. I believe in you. In her final words, a flicker of determination crossed her face. Her trust in Sui seemed to deepen. Feeling her burgeoning trust, Sui was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through him. He wasted no further time and nodded solemnly. All right, let us commence. With that, he took a deep breath and addressed the little Jing, who lay hidden within the cave. Let us proceed. Draw them out. Little Jing had been eagerly awaiting this command. No longer hesitating, she executed her earth evasion technique. Suddenly emerging from beneath the 2 thunder dragon lizards, several tendrils instinctively lunged towards the 2 beasts. If she could ensnare them, she would attempt to employ her venomous steel spines to pierce their defenses. Although they were commander-level beasts, their defenses were commendable. Yet they were neither earth nor metal attribute extraordinary beings, leaving little Jing with a fair chance to penetrate their scales. Should she succeed, there would be no need for other beasts to intervene, and perhaps she alone could vanquish both thunder dragon lizards. She had no doubt that these 2 could not withstand the advanced mixed toxin she had refined with her demonic power. Regrettably, as commander-level extraordinary beings, the thunder dragon lizards possessed remarkable sensory abilities. Before little Jing even emerged from the ground, they had already detected her presence and evaded to the side. Thus, when her tendrils reached the surface, they failed to ensnare the 2 thunder dragon lizards, who deftly sidestepped her attack. This was her first failure. Such rapid reflexes. Truly, they are deserving of their commander-level status. Outside the cave, Sui observed this scene through shared vision, unable to suppress his feelings of admiration. Little Jing, on the other hand, felt a pang of regret. Her plan to confront 2 foes alone had been thwarted, as she had hoped to showcase her prowess before her Beast Tamer. Yet, despite her disappointment, she did not forget her goal. Thus, after driving the 2 thunder dragon lizards back, she swiftly fled outside the cave, glancing back to ensure they were not in pursuit. Fortunately, her earlier actions had thoroughly enraged the 2 thunder dragon lizards. In truth, they had long been aware of Sui and his companions. The only reason they had not expelled them was due to the dragon lizard egg. Unless absolutely necessary, they had no desire to leave its side. However, with the enemy now within their territory, they could no longer refrain from attacking. Roar. The larger of the 2 thunder dragon lizards let out a furious roar and, without further ado, lunged at little Jing. Upon witnessing this, she finally felt a sense of relief, no longer hesitating as she sprinted towards the cave entrance with all her might. Roar. The thunder dragon lizard pursued her relentlessly, yet only it followed. The other remained steadfast beside the dragon lizard egg, angrily bellowing towards the cave's mouth. Only one emerged. Outside the cave, Sui furrowed his brows upon witnessing this development. In truth, it was advantageous for him that only one had charged out. After all, confronting a single foe was considerably easier than facing 2 simultaneously. However, Seeing the two Thunder Dragon Lizards' apparent attachment to the Dragon Lizard egg stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within him. Very well, I shall strive to avoid killing them. I will spare their lives and simply take the Dragon Lizard egg and the piece of purple crystal thunderstone. He quickly resolved within his heart. Chapter 203, Breeding Base Plan. Thunder Dragon Lizard. Spirit Energy. Commander level 8 stars. Attribute, Thunder. Evolvable species, Dragon Lizard Essence. Skills, Thunderbolt, Electric Net, Thunder Affinity, Dragon Vein Power, Thunder Crash, High Voltage Field. Potential, Master Level. Seizing the opportunity, Sui hurriedly examined the detailed information regarding this Thunder Dragon Lizard, gaining a clearer understanding of its strength. He had to admit, this Thunder Dragon Lizard was indeed formidable, possessing mastery over 3 advanced skills. It was worth noting that Bai Jining's Galebird had only mastered a single advanced skill. Furthermore, all 3 of these advanced skills were exceptionally practical. Both Thunder Crash and High Voltage Field exhibited tremendous lethality. Notably, High Voltage Field was a crowd control skill capable of electrocuting all enemies within its range. Even if the enemies were not killed, they would likely succumb to paralysis. However, among these 3 skills, what intrigued Sui the most was the Dragon Vein Power. This is a remarkable ability that can be awakened by both true dragons and subdragons. The distinction lies in the fact that only the genuine dragons can directly awaken the power of the dragon, while the subdragons are confined to awakening the power of dragon blood or dragon veins. Nevertheless, this force significantly enhances the capabilities of the Thunder Dragon Lizard, enabling its attributes such as strength, constitution, and defense to surpass those of other extraordinary beings of the same tier. Roar. Just as Sui was appraising the Thunder Dragon Lizard, it had already noticed him, perhaps aware of his and Bai Jining's identities as Beast Tamers. The Thunder Dragon Lizard decisively abandoned the small Jing, which had hidden away, and charged towards them with a roar. Simultaneously, a multitude of electric currents manifested around it, resembling serpentine lightning entwined upon its form. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Sui activated the Carefree Jade Pendant and abruptly lunged towards Bai Jining. What are you doing? Bai Jining was preparing to confront the Thunder Dragon Lizard when Sui suddenly dashed toward her, startling her. Instinctively, she wanted to ask him what he was doing, but before she could finish her sentence, the Thunder Dragon Lizard transformed into a bolt of lightning, its speed escalating to an astonishing degree. Under normal circumstances, they would have been utterly unable to evade such velocity. Fortunately, Sui had reacted in advance. At the very moment he tackled her, the Thunder Dragon Lizard surged past the spot where she had just stood. Had Sui been a fraction of a second slower, she might have been sent flying by the Thunder Dragon Lizard. This was a commanding-level ferocious beast that had awakened the power of dragon veins. Moreover, it was imbued with terrifying lightning. Had it truly collided with her, even summoning a mid-level artifact to release a shield would likely result in immediate shattering. In such a scenario, even if she survived, she would have lost a significant portion of her vitality. This was the Thunder Charge. After falling to the ground, Bai Jining stared blankly at the Thunder Dragon Lizard, momentarily forgetting about Sui, who was pressing down on her. She had read about this skill in her textbooks. It was an exceptionally powerful advanced skill capable of unleashing an extraordinary burst of speed in a brief span of time, while simultaneously delivering electrical injuries to adversaries through the lightning it bore. In other words, if struck by it, one would suffer both physical and electrical damage. Thankfully, Sui had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, she might have been dispatched by this ferocious beast in an instant. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, the danger was far from over. The Thunder Dragon Lizard, surprised by its missed strike, quickly regained its composure and turned to prepare for another assault on them. Despite having charged several meters away, such distance was negligible in the face of the Thunder Charge. Furthermore, Sui and Bai Jining were currently lying on the ground in an undignified manner, making it impossible for them to evade its next onslaught. Thus, it immediately gathered a vast amount of lightning once again, ready to unleash the Thunder Charge anew. Just then, Sui suddenly shouted, "Xiao Jing, now's the time, find it." As he spoke, he hastily scrambled up from Bai Jining's side. Bai Jining also reacted quickly, shouting, "Fiery Wind Bird." Indeed, without their prompting, upon witnessing their peril, Xiao Jing, Liuli, and the Fiery Wind Bird, along with the Shadow Cat and Lightning Weasel, had already sprung into action. Thus, before the Thunder Dragon Lizard could launch its second attack, numerous vines had emerged from the ground. This time, the Thunder Dragon Lizard was focused on Sui and Bai Jining, so it failed to react in time, and even though it attempted to dodge, one of its legs became ensnared by a vine. However, upon realizing that it was the same thorny flower that had previously allowed it to escape, it exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, it displayed disdain. This weak thorny flower again. It managed to let me get away before, and now it dares to show itself? With a flicker of contempt in its eyes, it summoned the power of dragon veins and forcefully kicked forward, intending to tear the entangling vines apart. After all, it was merely an elite-level thorny flower. Such a being was no match for it. Yet, in the next moment, it was taken aback. It kicked down as planned. But to its astonishment, the vine did not snap. In fact, it remained utterly immobile. Moreover, due to its earlier struggle, the barbs on the vines that had previously failed to penetrate its scales had now successfully embedded themselves into its flesh. What on earth is this? Is it truly a thorny flower? It began to doubt its own perceptions. If it were indeed a thorny flower, it could never withstand the force it had just exerted, let alone pierce its scales. However, before it could contemplate further, other vines had already ensnared it, effectively binding it like a rice dumpling. Simultaneously, Xiao Jing seized the opportunity to inject venom into its body. Not only that, but the fiery wind bird, Shadow Cat, and other beasts also rushed in to commence a collective assault. The thunder dragon lizard sensed the impending doom and, without a second thought, released a furious roar. In the next moment, countless bolts of electricity shot forth from its body, forming a high-voltage electric field with a radius exceeding 10 meters centered around it. As it unleashed this skill, countless currents surged through the vines, coursing through Xiao Jing's entire being, causing it to convulse violently. While the vines binding the thunder dragon lizard involuntarily loosened. Xiao Jing! Sui exclaimed in alarm. Initially, he believed that the indestructible body was invincible, but at that moment, he realized that even this skill had its limitations, particularly against lightning-type abilities. Not only Xiao Jing, but the beasts that had intended to swarm the thunder dragon lizard. With the exception of the fiery wind bird, which had swiftly utilized Gale Dash to escape the electric field, found themselves ensnared and were suddenly racked with agony from the electric shocks. It was a dire situation. Seeing this unfold, both Su Yi and Bai Jining were filled with urgency. Yet, just then, the terrifying electric field abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, the thunder dragon lizard stood frozen in place, a look of dazed confusion upon its face. It was the effect of charm. Su Yi then noticed Liuli, who had somehow leaped onto a tree. Clearly, she had intervened at that moment. In terms of overall strength, she may not have surpassed Xiao Jing, but when it came to offensive and control capabilities, the comparison was not so straightforward. However, charm was merely a basic skill, even though Liuli had mastered it to perfection. It was unlikely that she could maintain control over the thunder dragon lizard for too long. Consequently, he quickly shouted to Liuli, "Charge in and use the illusory domain directly." Having said that, he activated the carefree jade pendant once more and dashed straight towards the thunder dragon lizard. "What are you doing?" Bai Jining exclaimed in alarm, unsure of his intentions in approaching the thunder dragon lizard. Once the creature regained its senses, there would be no need for it to employ any other skills. Simply unleashing the previous high-voltage electric field would be sufficient to electrocute him. He was merely a fragile human, and a mere ordinary beast tamer at that. He could never withstand the ultimate attack of a commanding-level extraordinary being. Liuli was also taken aback by his actions. However, through their mental connection, she had deciphered Su Yi's intentions and, without further contemplation, rushed towards the thunder lizard. The realm of illusion was somewhat smaller than the high-voltage electric field. Had the electric field not been interrupted, she would have been unable to envelop the thunder lizard within the realm of illusion. Fortunately, this concern was now alleviated. Perhaps fearing that the thunder lizard might awaken prematurely, she dashed forward a few meters before decisively employing the realm of illusion. In an instant, an invisible wave of mental energy spread forth, reaching the location of the thunder lizard. The next moment, the thunder lizard trembled, its eyes becoming increasingly vacant. Undoubtedly, its consciousness had been drawn into the world of illusions by Liuli. At that moment, it had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yi had already sprinted to its side. However, rather than attacking, he placed a hand upon its massive form. Even though it had lost its combat capabilities, residual currents still coursed through its body, sending tingles throughout Su Yi. Yet he paid no heed to this, exclaiming excitedly, "Come to me." As his voice resonated, the thunder lizard suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. What transpired? Bai Jining observed this scene coldly, her expression one of shock. But soon, she realized something. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you draw that thunder lizard into the heart of space? It can be done?" "Indeed," Su Yi replied, relieved that it was finally settled. He turned to her, smiling as he added, "As long as the opponent cannot resist, it can be absorbed. In fact, this applies not only to extraordinary creatures, but also to humans. After all, my heart of space was left by a quasi-divine beast master. It is not an ordinary space, but rather a small world." Upon hearing this, Bai Jining remained astonished. She was aware that the interior of a quasi-divine heart of space equated to a small world, as it was refined from the Beastmaster's own beast space. However, she had never considered that the heart of space could be utilized in such a manner. Wait, suddenly, a thought struck her, and she couldn't help but ask, when that thunder lizard awakens, will it be able to break free from within? Of course not. Sui shook his head. Although there was no contract binding the creature, and thus the restrictions were not overly strong, it would likely require at least a king-level status to escape on its own. Bai Jining fell silent, and after a while, she continued. If you were to absorb me, would I also be unable to escape? Theoretically, yes, Sui said with a smile. Why do you ask, senior sister? Are you afraid I might forcibly absorb you and make you my captive? I know you are not that kind of person. Bai Jining shook her head. I am not worried about you, but rather about others who might acquire the heart of space and do so. That would be terrifying, wouldn't it? Sui was momentarily taken aback, but brushed it off, stating, your concern is not without merit. But if a beast master truly harbored malicious intentions, they wouldn't need the heart of space. There are countless ways to achieve their goals. Especially for powerful beast masters, breaking the law is quite simple. If not for the need to deter such individuals, the state would not have established special investigative departments. All right, let's not dwell on these matters. Prepare yourself. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the thunder lizard in the cave should be emerging soon. Bai Jining nodded, no longer fixating on those thoughts, and simply acknowledged his words with a gentle nod. Subsequently, another thought crossed her mind, and she spoke again. What do you plan to do with the remaining thunder lizard? Will you absorb it into the heart of space as well? That is indeed my intention. Sui did not deny it, smiling as he elaborated. The previous one was male, this one is female. If I can successfully absorb this one too, I might even establish a breeding ground for thunder lizards in that small world. He was genuinely contemplating such an idea. After all, the combat prowess of thunder lizards was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary creatures, making them highly sought after. Moreover, their species' potential had reached the master level, which was quite significant. Theoretically, possessing such a creature could allow a beast master to ascend to the master level in the future. Of course, this was merely the most ideal scenario. In reality, acquiring a pet with master-level potential was only the first step towards becoming a master. There were at least 99 more steps to follow. Factors such as talent, resources, and luck were all indispensable. Nevertheless, even so, a pet like the thunder lizard remained immensely valuable and was well worth Sui's efforts to raise. Raising thunder lizards? Bai Jining gazed at him in astonishment. If this succeeded, the future breeding ground might be more profitable than her family's pharmaceutical factory. Before she could ponder further, a roar suddenly echoed from the cave. Simultaneously, the sound of the thunder lizard's rapid footsteps followed suit. Whether it was out of rage or fear, its steps seemed somewhat chaotic. It could distinctly sense that the presence of the other thunder lizard had vanished. Typically, only death could cause such a sudden disappearance of aura. At this moment, she could no longer afford to concern herself with the thunder lizard egg in her nest. All she desired was to burst forth and annihilate these detestable foes. Do not be so rash. You will soon be reunited. Sensing the movement of the thunder lizard, Sui took a deep breath. However, despite his nonchalant words, he discreetly retreated a bit, wary of becoming the primary target of the thunder lizard's wrath once again. Chapter 204, The Treasure in Hand. After successfully dealing with one thunder lizard, another burst forth, and Xiao Jing, nearby, dared not be complacent, hurriedly casting life healing on herself. She had been severely jolted by the previous thunder lizard. Had it not been for her exceptionally robust vitality and the assistance of her invincible skill, which mitigated some of the damage, she might have already been electrocuted to a crisp. Even so, her body had still sustained considerable injuries. However, with the dual effects of life healing and vitality growth, her body began to recover at an astonishing rate, with the damaged areas being replaced by newly sprouted roots. In a mere 10 seconds, her injuries had healed significantly. Given another 10 seconds, she would undoubtedly fully recover. Of course, this did not come without a cost. Her spiritual energy had been greatly depleted in the process of healing, leaving her with less than 30% of her full capacity. This severely limited her sustained combat abilities. Your thorn blossom. Bai Jining noticed Xiao Jing's transformation, her expression one of disbelief at how quickly she had recovered. Particularly, the skill Xiao Jing had just used. Was that life healing? How could a thorn blossom possess such a healing ability? That seemed utterly illogical. In truth, it is not just her. Even the most erudite and extraordinary biologists would be compelled to exclaim at the absurdity of it all. After all, until this moment, the world has not witnessed a thorn flower capable of wielding life-related skills. There is no need for concern. Observing her demeanor, Sui surmised her impending inquiry and elucidated. I neglected to mention that my thorn flower has not only awakened a toxic attribute, but also a life attribute, which renders the possession of 1 or 2 healing abilities quite normal. Bai Jining was even more astonished. Despite her usual composure and calm, she found herself somewhat flustered. It is already a rare phenomenon for an extraordinary creature to awaken an additional attribute, yet Su Yi's thorn flower astonishingly awakened too. Moreover, one of these attributes is the notably rare life attribute. This is far from normal. It is, quite frankly, outrageous. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Just as she regained her composure, the remaining Thunder Dragon lizard appeared at the cave entrance. This specimen was somewhat smaller than the previous one, but still formidable in size. Perhaps driven by overwhelming grief and rage, its eyes were tinged with red. Without further ado, it charged at the two with a deafening roar. Another fierce battle awaited. Su Yi dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly pulled Bai Jining back a few paces. Despite their numerical advantage and the recent defeat of a stronger opponent, Su Yi was not overly confident about their ability to vanquish this one as well. After all, in the previous skirmish, Xiao Jing and Lu Li had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy and were now in a less than favorable condition. To speak of Xiao Jing, her internal spiritual energy was reduced to less than 30%. As for Lu Li, after deploying her illusory domain, her condition was hardly better. Had Su Yi not acted with utmost haste to absorb that Thunder Dragon lizard into the heart of space, prematurely ending the illusory domain, it was quite possible that her internal spiritual energy would have been entirely depleted. Even so, her current state was dire. Even if she forcibly released the illusory domain, she could sustain it for no more than a second. As for Bai Jining's beasts, regrettably, apart from the Gale Bird, which was still capable of fighting, the Shadow Cat and Lightning Mongoose, having unwittingly stepped into a high-voltage field, were severely injured and rendered incapable of battle, and their recovery would not be swift. Fearing that their injuries might worsen or that they could become targets for the current Thunder Dragon lizard, Bai Jining had retrieved them into the Beastmaster space. This meant that they were now effectively outnumbered 3-1, and their conditions were far from optimal, lacking the significant advantage they had previously enjoyed. Were it not for the wildcard that was AI Li, Su Yi would undoubtedly feel far less composed. Lu Li seduce. Having learned from past experiences, this time, Su Yi refrained from allowing Xiao Jing to charge forward. Instead, he opted for Lu Li to take the lead. Lu Li had already proven that her charm was sufficient to control the Thunder Dragon lizard. Upon receiving his command, Lu Li leaped directly into the path of the Thunder Dragon lizard, locking her gaze onto its eyes. As the Thunder Dragon lizard's attention fell upon her, Lu Li hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, an invisible torrent of mental energy surged toward the creature. This action was perilously dangerous, as the Thunder Dragon lizard was sprinting at full speed. Should Lu Li's seduction fail, she could easily be struck down by the beast's thunderous charge. Unlike Xiao Jing, Lu Li lacked the robust vitality and defense. If she were to be struck, even survival would not guarantee her combat effectiveness. Yet, she had no choice but to take this risk, as seduction required direct eye contact. Of course, it was possible to succeed without it, albeit with a significantly reduced probability. Particularly when a lower-tier extraordinary creature attempts to charm a higher-tier one, success without direct eye contact was nearly impossible. Fortunately, no unforeseen mishaps occurred. After being struck by the charm, the speeding Thunder Dragon lizard suddenly faltered, as though its soul had been siphoned away, rendering its body immobile. Not only that, but due to its momentum, it crashed to the ground, rolling like a gourd right before Lu Li. Xiao Jing, Toxic Pollen, Maximum Paralysis Toxin. Su Yi issued another command, and, as before, dashed towards the Thunder Dragon lizard. As his voice echoed, Xiao Jing appeared before the creature. Noticing that the Thunder Dragon lizard's eyes were regaining some alertness, as it seemed on the verge of awakening from the charm, Xiao Jing did not hesitate. She quickly unfurled her bloom, releasing a vast cloud of toxic pollen that enveloped the creature's head entirely. Typically, a Thunder Dragon lizard would only take a single breath, for even the simplest of creatures could detect something amiss in the air after inhaling once. However, at this moment, the Thunder Dragon lizard's consciousness had not fully returned, and it was relying solely on instinct to breathe, rendering it oblivious to the quantity of toxic pollen it inhaled. Using toxins against such extraordinary beings requires a significant dosage for effectiveness. For instance, in the previous encounter, Xiao Jing had injected some toxin through her thorns, but the dosage was insufficient to yield any immediate impact. This time, however, Xiao Jing had no idea how much toxic pollen she had released near its mouth and nose to ensure its incapacitation. Had she not been concerned about awakening it prematurely, Xiao Jing would have even considered inserting a vine into its mouth to pierce its mucous membrane and forcibly inject the toxin. Roar. After inhaling several large breaths of toxic pollen, the Thunder Dragon lizard finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xiao Jing and Lu Li standing not far from it became enraged, instinctively attempting to unleash its high-voltage field. Yet, just as it prepared to summon its internal energy, it was suddenly taken aback to find its body unresponsive. Not only was it unable to employ advanced skills like the high-voltage field, but even rising from the ground proved to be a considerable challenge. What was happening? The Thunder Dragon Lizard was horrified. However, before it could ponder further, the Gale Bird swooped in. Supercharged wind field. The Gale Bird let out a cry. In the next instant, an immensely powerful wind field materialized, lifting the Thunder Dragon Lizard into the air. Given its current condition, escape was futile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jing and Lu Li did not remain idle. One unleashed the Diamond Wolf Fang, while the other conjured the heart-burning Demon Fire, commencing a relentless assault on the Thunder Dragon Lizard. This was somewhat unsportsmanlike. Observing this scene, Sui couldn't help but shake his head, halting his advance. It seemed that his involvement was no longer necessary. In truth, this was indeed the case. 2 minutes later, the Thunder Dragon Lizard could no longer endure the onslaught, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing into unconsciousness. Everyone cease. Sui hurriedly instructed Xiao Jing and Lu Li to stop, fearing that if they continued, they would inadvertently kill the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Upon receiving his command, Xiao Jing and Lu Li halted their attacks, yet they remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the Thunder Dragon Lizard. If that Thunder Dragon Lizard were to suddenly awaken, they would undoubtedly be able to subdue it in an instant. Your methods are rather ruthless. Seeing the Thunder Dragon Lizard not only swollen like a pig's head, but also its scales charred black, Sui mourned for it for a few seconds. However, he did not waste any time. Taking advantage of the lizard's incapacitated state, he hurriedly rushed forward and, as before, placed one hand upon its body. Collect, he silently commanded, and in an instant, the Thunder Dragon Lizard was drawn into the heart of space. What a feat! Having completed this task, he finally exhaled in relief, but recalling the lizard's woeful appearance, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems I must trouble Sister Ai to assist in its healing. Although the Thunder Dragon Lizard possesses an exceptionally robust constitution and can recover on its own without treatment, it would require a lengthy period of rest. Sui hoped it could continue to produce more dragon lizard eggs and naturally wished to avoid wasting time on recuperation. Just as Sui prepared to check on the 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards in the heart of space, Bai Jining approached him, her expression complex as she regarded him. Why is it that every time we team up, you manage to redefine my perception of you? Even extraordinary creatures like the Thunder Dragon Lizard are no match for you. At your current strength, you could likely contend with a commander-level Beastmaster. The Thunder Dragon Lizard was not solely defeated by me. You assisted as well. Sui replied with a smile. I hardly contributed much. Even without my involvement, the outcome would have remained unchanged, Bai Jining stated calmly. Haha. I have no confidence in myself compared to you. In fact, our victory over these 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards was significantly due to luck. Have you forgotten that we were initially at a disadvantage and nearly lost our lives? Sui humbly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining recalled the perilous situation they had just faced. Indeed, it was quite thrilling. Nevertheless, she remarked, even so, your strength remains astonishingly extraordinary, far beyond the realm of a typical Beastmaster. I am unsure how you have achieved this, but it would be wise to temper your display in front of others. With that, she chose not to linger on the subject, simply stating, let us proceed. The Dragon Lizard Egg and the Amethyst Thunderstone are currently unguarded, and we must ensure they are not taken by other extraordinary beings. Sui acquiesced and promptly followed her deeper into the cave. Yet, he found himself reflecting on his senior's earlier words. His strength had indeed grown increasingly incomprehensible, transcending explanation by mere skills. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before others discerned the truth. He was certain that his senior had already caught a glimpse of it. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in the presence of outsiders, concealing his capabilities when necessary. Soon, the two arrived at the innermost recesses of the cave. The space within was even larger than he had imagined. Glancing around, Bai Jining was astounded, feeling that a palace could easily fit within these confines. At the very least, Suyi's relic palace could be accommodated here without issue. In one corner of the cave, there was a shallow pit, atop which lay a mound of soft hay. The precious dragon lizard egg rested quietly on the hay, while beside it, the amethyst thunderstone emitted a faint purple glow. Finally, it was within reach. Bai Jining felt a surge of excitement. If Sui were to trade these items, they would significantly enhance her strength. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. I did not contribute much this time. If you were to grant me the dragon lizard egg, I could offer you some form of compensation or assist you with certain tasks. With that, she turned to gaze at Sui intently. Hearing this, Sui chuckled. What compensation? Did we not already agree that the dragon lizard egg belongs to you? Moreover, I can help you trade it for a more suitable companion creature. Thank you. Bai Jining pondered for a moment before continuing. However, if I do not offer some form of recompense or do something for you, I feel I would owe you a significant debt. I truly do owe you a considerable favor. Enough with the formalities, Sui interrupted her, smiling. You are the one who helped me become a formal beast master, and you even assisted me in capturing my first companion beast. If we were to discuss debts, it would be impossible to untangle them. Besides, Aunt Lee has always regarded me as a nephew. If our relationship continues like this, we could be considered childhood friends in 10 years. Childhood friends? Bai Jining instinctively glanced at his face, suddenly lost in thought. Senior, what are you thinking about? Sui tentatively called out to her. Bai Jining finally snapped back to reality, looking at him with calmness. I was merely contemplating whether you would be a suitable partner should I seek one in the future. What? I merely mentioned childhood friends. And you directly leaped to thoughts of marriage. However, his curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, so, do you think I am suitable? Bai Jining remained silent for a moment before responding earnestly. I must admit, your qualities align well with my expectations. But I may find it difficult to accept your peculiar preferences. Chapter 205, Perils Abound. Peculiar preferences? Sui was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly realized that this senior must still be recalling the incident with Xiao Jing. Well, such matters are indeed hard to forget. Yet, that was never his intention. Consequently, he felt compelled to clarify once more. I have already explained that it was merely a misunderstanding, a spontaneous act on Xiao Jing's part. Is that so? Bai Jining said little more, merely observing him with an expression that clearly conveyed her skepticism. Forget it, let it be, Sui sighed lightly, feeling weary of further explanations. 2 minutes later, the two had successfully divided the spoils. As previously agreed, the dragon lizard egg went to Bai Jining, while the amethyst thunderstone was designated for Sui. Since he would assist her in trading for another companion beast, both items would temporarily remain with him. Having concluded the distribution of their gains, the two did not rush to exit the cave, but instead decided to rest for a while. As both had experienced significant exhaustion during the recent battle, especially Bai Jining, her Shadow Cat and Lightning Weasel had both lost their combat capabilities and required proper healing. Without a healing-type companion beast, even the gravest injuries could only be treated with potions like healing water. Fortunately, Xiao Jing had now begun to function as a healing-type beast. Witnessing Xiao Jing perform 2 life heal spells on the fatigued Shadow Cat and Lightning Weasel left Bai Jining in a state of shock. Even though she had already learned from Sui that Xiao Jing had awakened her life attribute. Regrettably, Xiao Jing currently had limited psychic energy and could only cast 2 spells for the time being. If she could perform 5 or 6 consecutive casts, even if the 2 beasts could not be fully healed, they would at least be able to stand again and regain some of their fighting strength. Nevertheless, despite this, Xiao Jing still exhibited signs of exhaustion. Sui hastily produced a plethora of restorative potions, primarily energy elixirs, for her consumption. Can you still sense any other treasures? After administering 2 vials of healing water to the Shadow Cat and Lightning Weasel, and observing that their injuries had stabilized, Bai Jining secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Redirecting her attention back to Sui. I can indeed sense them, but within my range, there are no advanced or higher-tier treasures left, merely some mid to low-grade ones. Sui hesitated before responding, which means you can still perceive them. Bai Jining expressed surprise, realizing that this junior's exceptional talent was not merely a fleeting moment of inspiration. After pondering for a moment, she couldn't help but inquire. What is the approximate extent of your sensing range? Of course, if it is inconvenient, you need not answer. Having brought it up, what is there to be inconvenient about? I can sense approximately 5 kilometers, which is not particularly vast in relation to this secret realm. 5 kilometers? Bai Jining gazed at him in astonishment. That hardly seems extensive. With a bit more time, one could conduct a thorough search of this secret realm. Although she thought this, she refrained from vocalizing it. Instead, shifting the subject, in 2 or 3 hours, darkness will descend. Let us rest here for the night and set off again at dawn. She had originally planned to hasten to the tower-like structure, but circumstances did not permit it. Her current combat prowess was at most 60% of its usual capacity. Without adequate rest, recovery would be impossible. In truth, even after a night's rest, she would only manage to recuperate to around 80 or 90%. A result dependent on the costly healing potions administered to her injured companions. Sui, understanding her current state, did not refuse, responding with a gentle hum. Naturally, it was not solely for Bai Jining's sake. Xiao Jing and Lu Li also required substantial rest. This secret realm was far more perilous than others, necessitating that their companions remain in peak condition, for who could tell what dangers might lurk ahead. Having made a decision, Sui wasted no time, promptly locating a suitable spot to summon the ruins palace. While the cave was relatively safe, it was not a sealed environment, and nighttime could invite ferocious beasts to stealthily intrude. Should such a scenario arise, even with his companions on watch, considerable danger would ensue. Conversely, resting within the ruins palace offered a different experience. It provided a more relaxed atmosphere for sleep without the worry of intruders. Indeed, if enemies were to breach its defenses, he would welcome the encounter. After all, in a sense, the ruins palace was itself a treasure, capable of employing several skills. Provided the installed spirit stones were of sufficient quality, the ice prison unleashed could ensnare even formidable beings of royal or noble caliber. Naturally, controlling such high-level extraordinary creatures would likely require epic or even legendary-grade crystals. Nonetheless, it was certainly a much safer option. Bai Jining was already aware of his possession of such a palace, thus she was not surprised when he summoned it. Rather, she gracefully followed him inside. Resting within this palace afforded her a greater sense of security. How luxurious. It's quite remarkable to have such splendid accommodations while exploring a secret realm, I must admit. I feel a twinge of envy, Bai Jining remarked as she surveyed the interior of the palace. This was not her first time in the palace. She had previously visited when Su Yi had entrusted its decoration to a company under the Jing Tian group. Luxury was secondary, what mattered most was safety. Su Yi smiled gently. There are several rooms within. Feel free to choose one that appeals to you. Bai Jining nodded lightly, exchanged a few more words with him, and then entered a centrally located room. To his surprise, the two Thunder Dragon lizards had quickly adapted to their new environment. Within the sleeping quarters, Su Yi did not rush into meditation, but instead checked on the status of the two Thunder Dragon lizards. They had been placed in a forested area, and he had even enlisted Ellie to assist in their healing. It was unclear whether it was Ellie's imposing presence that intimidated them or her amiable nature that captivated them, but these once volatile beasts had turned remarkably docile, even rolling playfully before her to demonstrate their affection. The woodland spirits, devoted to nature, clearly delighted in their obedience, as Ellie affectionately patted their heads. To an observer, it would seem as if she were nurturing two large dogs raised from puppyhood. Under Ellie's guidance, they soon acclimated to their new surroundings, settling comfortably in the heart of space, at least ceasing their previous tumult. Of course, this was merely a facade. Su Yi did not believe that the two feral beasts could transform into harmless creatures in such a short span of time, especially considering he had taken their eggs. However, even if they were merely pretending, it mattered little, for Ellie remained in that small world. If the two Thunder Dragon lizards continued their charade, they would eventually come to embody it. The following day, as the light of the secret realm began to awaken, Su Yi emerged from his meditation. He glanced around and noticed Xiao Jing and Lu Li were still engaged in their training. Due to the presence of others within the palace, Lu Li had refrained from maintaining her fox-eared form and was instead lying obediently on the bed, absorbing the ambient spirit energy. After a night's rest, they should have fully recovered, he mused, checking their condition. As anticipated, they had returned to peak form, their internal spirit energy now abundant, particularly Lu Li, who seemed to have gained a bit more from the shadows. If this continued, she would undoubtedly reach ordinary level 9 stars within a month. At that point, she could attempt to evolve into a three-tailed spirit fox. It is time to set out again. Su Yi stretched his limbs and glanced out the window. Outside, there was nothing but the rocky cave walls. He had not forgotten that he was still within the Abyss secret realm, nor had he lost sight of his purpose for this journey. Regardless of whether the rumored tower was indeed a legacy site, he was determined to investigate thoroughly. As he stepped out of his room, he found Bai Jining emerging from hers as well, trailed by the Shadow Cat and Lightning Weasel. Compared to yesterday, the condition of these two companions was entirely transformed. They appeared to be fully revitalized. Let us depart. Without further ado, the two set off from the cave. Despite the inherent dangers of the Abyss secret realm, several teams were actively exploring within, including an elite unit specifically chosen by the Beastmaster Corps. Some teams had already been here for 2 or 3 days. However, unlike Su Yi and his companions, these teams had not been wandering aimlessly. Upon learning of the potential existence of a legacy site, their destination had become singular, that very tower. In the heart of the dark forest, a quintet of adventurers progressed cautiously, clad in standardized combat attire. It was evident they hailed from a singular organization. Their companions, formidable beasts in their own right, accompanied them, with the leader, a young man, possessing a commanding silverback gorilla. Such prowess distinguished him even among the elite beast tamers. However, at this moment, the young man appeared somewhat disheveled, his battle garb marred by numerous tears that revealed ghastly wounds. Though treated with healing potions, the injuries looked far from benign. He navigated the forest with a bent posture, each step taken with utmost care, mindful not to produce undue noise. "Captain, this place is far too perilous. Perhaps we should retreat." A lean man trailing behind could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere. Hesitating for a considerable time, he finally voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, the leader halted abruptly, casting a fierce glare at him as he hissed, "Are you seeking death? Speak more softly. If we attract those demonic beasts, we shall all perish here." The lean man gritted his teeth and pressed on. "Captain, you know the horror of those demonic beasts. It's unwise to tempt fate further. We were fortunate to survive last night. How can we press on? Rumor has it there are not only commanding beasts here, but elite ones as well. Under different circumstances." He would never dream of defying his captain, but the situation had become intolerable. Unlike Su-yi, who had a palace of relics to shelter him, they were left to endure the wilderness. If this were merely an ordinary secret realm, it might be manageable. But this was a perilous abyss where ambushes by demonic beasts were an ever-present threat. In fact, they had been ambushed the previous night, resulting in the loss of 2 team members. They had entered this secret realm with 10 individuals, and now their numbers had been halved. Had it not been for their fortune, they might have already met with complete annihilation. Yet, despite this, their captain showed no inclination to abandon their quest, which was becoming increasingly difficult to tolerate. Return? If we retreat now, would it not render the deaths of our comrades in vain? Moreover, the relic site is not far from here. Would you be content to live the life of mere beast hunters? The young leader narrowed his eyes, his expression akin to that of a gambler who had lost all sense of reason. In truth, he too felt trepidation, but there was no alternative path available. They were members of the Feihong Guild, and with so many casualties during this exploration, if he returned empty-handed, he would face dire consequences. Even if the guild did not hold him accountable, he could hardly expect them to nurture him as they had before. Furthermore, after days of travel, they had strayed far from the portal. Who knew what demonic hordes awaited them on the return journey? Better to forge ahead. The tower-like structure, suspected to be a relic site, was now closer than ever. However, his team's endurance was reaching its limits. They were reluctant to continue taking risks. Not just the lean man, but the remaining 3 members voiced their concerns in unison. "Captain, let us reconsider. With our current strength, what would it matter even if we entered the relic site? The odds of securing its treasures are likely less than 1%. Old Huang is right. We should not proceed further, or our squad may perish this time. Besides, whether that tower is truly a relic site remains debatable." "Enough." The captain's fury erupted. "If you wish to retreat out of fear, I shall not stop you, but I am determined to pursue that relic site." With that declaration, he disregarded their protests and prepared to advance. "Captain." The 4 were immediately alarmed by his obstinacy. He was their strongest combatant, the only one capable of facing a commanding beast alone. Without him, they truly dared not return, for they were far from the spatial tunnel. Regrettably, the captain was resolute and uninterested in their pleas. The 4 contemplated further persuasion, but at that moment, as if stirred by their words, a piercing, shrill cry echoed from the distance. Simultaneously, a large demon, leading a swarm of smaller demons, erupted from the forest, its crimson eyes fixated upon them. Danger! The 5 adventurers were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Chapter 206. In the face of catastrophe, each flees in the same forest. A gale bird circled high above, observing the unfolding situation. Simultaneously, cries of alarm reached its ears. "Be cautious." Su-yi, traversing the forest, instinctively halted, intending to send Xiao Jing ahead for reconnaissance. Yet before he could issue the command, Bai Jining solemnly interjected, "No need to check. A group of adventurers ahead has encountered trouble. Approximately 20 to 30 demonic beasts are besieging them, including a commanding demon." Upon hearing this, Su-yi furrowed his brow. What is the strength of that group of adventurers? Can they contend with those beasts? That may prove challenging, Bai Jining lamented. The adventurers number 5, with roughly 10 battle beasts, but it appears only one has reached the commanding level. Moreover, that commanding beast is a silverback gorilla, typically lacking in long-range abilities, making it vulnerable to aerial threats like the large demon. The strength of this group of explorers was quite commendable. Faced with a single large demon, they would likely have no fear. Yet, it was crucial to remember that demonic beasts in nature often appeared in swarms, as now. Do not underestimate those 20 or so elite minor demons. With their support, the large demon could evade being overwhelmed and systematically eliminate the adventurers one by one. With the top-tier combat strength inferior in number to those beasts, it seemed this group was in dire straits. After a moment of silent contemplation, Su-yi offered a brief elegy for their plight. Bai Jining hesitated before asking, "Shall we intervene to assist them?" "Assist?" Su-yi pondered for a moment. "Have you forgotten what the Academy taught us? In secret realms and such lawless territories, the greatest peril does not come from the beasts, but from the unfamiliar strangers one may encounter. Furthermore, considering their trajectory, they are likely also heading toward that tower-like structure. In a sense, our interests may conflict." Recklessly intervening could lead to a scenario reminiscent of the farmer and the snake. At this point, a thought struck him, and he continued, by the way, how old do you think they are? Can you discern their affiliations? Are they from an official department or a social organization? This detail was indeed vital. If they were from an official department, instances of retribution were unlikely to occur. At present, the official departments of the Dragon Soaring Nation are generally deemed trustworthy. However, exceptions do exist. Given the sheer number of personnel across various departments, the emergence of a few rogue elements is to be expected. The individuals not affiliated with official departments appear to be professional adventurers, as indicated by the emblem of the Feihong Guild emblazoned on their combat attire. Bai Jining remarked. The Feihong Guild? Su-yi clearly had not heard of this guild and couldn't help but inquire. Are you familiar with this guild? What is their strength and reputation like? Bai Jining shook her head, expressing her unfamiliarity, suggesting that it is likely a small local guild in Yinqing. Such guilds primarily derive their income from exploring secret realms and hunting ferocious beasts, and they are generally not easy to get along with. The term guild can be understood as a company dedicated to the exploration of secret realms and the hunting of ferocious beasts, with members who are predominantly beastmasters. Of course, their operations extend beyond these two activities. They occasionally undertake commission tasks from the Beastmaster Association or public assignments from the Lord's office. Due to their considerable strength, they sometimes engage in paid collaborations with the Lord's office, assisting in repelling beast invasions, for instance. Nevertheless, the chivalry of wielding power often leads to a tarnished reputation for these guilds. After all, they are vibrant social organizations that often dabble in dubious activities, akin to the underworld of the Beastmaster era. However, not all guilds fall into this category. Yet, due to their generally domineering demeanor in the eyes of ordinary folk, they are universally approached with caution, regardless of their actual conduct. Given these circumstances, there seems to be no other recourse but to wait until they have sufficiently exhausted their resources against those ferocious beasts before we intervene. Su-yi swiftly reached a decision. You mean to take action? Bai Jining looked at him quizzically, having assumed that this junior would simply walk away based on his earlier demeanor. Of course, Su-yi nodded. Elucidating, these demons are capable of flight. Unless we take a considerable detour, avoiding them is impossible. Moreover, we should be able to handle these demons. Rather than risk an uncertain route, it is more prudent to confront them directly. Bai Jining shot him a sidelong glance and retorted. Is it really necessary to rescue that team of adventurers? Wouldn't it be wiser to wait until they have all perished before making our move? This is the most rational approach, yet it is also the coldest, she added, questioning whether she could truly bear to watch them perish. If you agree, I am indifferent. Su-yi responded with a smile. Very well, you have prevailed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Ultimately, both being students, they found it difficult to cross the moral threshold of inaction in the face of impending doom. At that moment, the battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. The 5 explorers formed a protective circle, weapons drawn, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. This formation is quite common. Most beastmasters tend to cluster together during combat with ferocious beasts, ensuring some defensive capability against direct assaults. After all, they are all elite beastmasters, and each possesses a share of skills derived from their beasts. Regardless of which of them is targeted by the ferocious beasts, they can retaliate collectively, if attacked 5 times in succession. Even though the skills they share may not match the power of their beasts, it would still instill fear in elite-level demons such as the little demons. However, the fact that they have managed to endure for so long is primarily due to their beasts, which have absorbed most of the enemy's onslaught, alleviating the pressure on their masters. Should 4 or 5 little demons slip through to them, it is likely that they would meet their demise within mere minutes. Even so, the current situation remains exceedingly dire. As the battle raged on, their beasts had suffered significant casualties, with 4 rendered incapable of fighting and returned to the beast space. And 1 had perished. This particular beast met a tragic fate, unexpectedly struck down by the sole large demon with a shadow spear during a skirmish with 2 little demons, leaving it no chance to react and understand what had transpired before losing consciousness. Under such circumstances, its beast master had no time to retrieve it into the beast space. Furthermore, the sudden death of this beast inflicted a backlash on its master, causing a splitting headache that nearly rendered them unconscious. Not only did their beasts suffer losses, but the attacking demons also endured casualties, with 5 of them falling as well. At this moment, the number of little demons had dwindled to below 20. These adventurers are weaker than I had anticipated. I initially thought that even if they were outmatched, they would at least achieve a commendable result. Yet they have only managed to eliminate 1/6 of the enemy forces, Su-yi lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. He had dispatched Xiao Jing to gather information, and through her, he was acutely aware of the dire situation their team faced. Fortunately, the commanding silverback gorilla remained competent, managing to hold its ground against the large demon. Albeit at a disadvantage, yet it had endured thus far. Although the large demon appeared unscathed, it had undoubtedly expended more than half of its internal energy. By the time it truly overpowered the silverback gorilla, it was uncertain if even a third of its energy would remain. This was to be expected, in reality. This reflects the capabilities of most elite beastmasters. Surely, you do not assume that every beastmaster is like yourself, capable of surpassing a commanding-level ferocious beast before fully entering the elite ranks? Bai Jining shot him a glance, perceiving a hint of arrogance. Indeed, perhaps my expectations were too lofty, Sui acknowledged with a smile, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor. The timing is right. It is our turn to make an entrance. No more waiting? Bai Jining furrowed her brow, uneasy about the silverback gorilla's continued combat readiness. We cannot delay any longer. If we do, those 5 adventurers will soon incur losses. Sui shook his head, resolved, and immediately led Lioli towards the scene. Silverback gorilla, with your tough hide and iron bones. Hold strong. In the distance, the leading man shouted, rolling to the side with all his might. No sooner had his words left his lips than the large demon, previously engaged with the silverback gorilla, conjured another shadow spear in its grasp. This time, the spear was not aimed at the silverback gorilla or any other beast, but was hurled directly at the beastmasters. It was clear that should they be struck by this spear, they would likely meet the same fate as the fallen beast before them. Fortunately, the leading man had already discerned the large demon's intentions. Thus, as soon as the shadow spear was launched, the silverback gorilla roared and leaped, attempting to shield its master with its own body. As a commanding-level metallic extraordinary being, even if struck by this spear, it would likely sustain only minor injuries. Its human master, however, would not fare as well. The frail human form could scarcely withstand such an assault. However, despite having received an early warning, he was still a tad slow and failed to intercept the spear. In an instant, amid the horrified gaze of the leading man, the spear soared past the silverback ape and pierced through his right shoulder. This was the result of his desperate attempt to dodge to the side. Had he not anticipated the attack, he might have suffered a fatal blow to the head. In fact, he had even activated his copper skin skill, but alas, it proved to be of little consequence, merely causing the shadow spear to hesitate momentarily. There was no alternative. Copper skin was merely a rudimentary skill, shared from his beast companion, and with his energy level only at the elite tier, it was a miracle he could withstand a strike from a major demon. The leading man let out a piercing scream. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known such danger awaited, he would have undoubtedly fled with his teammates without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was too late for remorse. Having lost the gamble, he must now face the consequences. Contemplating his impending demise, he momentarily ignored the pain in his shoulder and struggled to urge his nearby companions, "Run. Let the beast hold them off. Take me with you as we retreat." Though he spoke of letting the beast remain behind, in truth, he was preparing to sacrifice these companions. After all, being too far from the beastmaster, they could not be directly recalled into the beast space. Since they could not be retrieved, once the beastmaster fled, their fate was sealed, a grim end at the hands of these demon beasts. Typically, a beastmaster would never forsake their companions, as their loss would incur significant repercussions. Not only would they suffer backlash, but they would also permanently lose a contract slot. Yet now, the leading man found himself without options. Either sacrifice his beast for a sliver of survival or perish alongside it. Any wise individual would know which path to choose. Abandoning the beast? The 4 teammates were visibly shaken by his words. Clearly, they were unprepared for such a drastic decision. Among them, a lean man seemed to have an epiphany. He glanced at the injured captain, then at the silverback ape still entangled in combat with the major demon, and suddenly gritted his teeth. "Forgive me, Captain." With that, he disregarded the others and sprinted back the way they came. Astonishingly, he even managed to recall his beast before fleeing. "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" The leading youth immediately grasped the situation, enraged that this man had chosen to flee first. He intended to hurl further insults, but before he could voice them, the remaining 3 teammates exchanged glances and, without hesitation, followed suit. Like the lean man, they too recalled their beasts into the beast space as they ran. This left the leading youth utterly dumbfounded. This was betrayal, blatant betrayal. Instinctively, he glanced at the demon beasts, his mind suddenly blank. With the other beasts vanishing, both the major demon and the remaining minor demons now focused their attention on his silverback ape. Moreover, a few minor demons had turned their sights on him as well. As for the 4 fleeing teammates, the demons seemed to disregard them for the moment, intent only on eliminating him and his silverback ape. He too wished to escape. Yet the shadow spear remained, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. It was over, utterly over. He had been forsaken by his teammates. In his despair, His face contorted with rage. The only outlet for his frustration became vile curses directed at those four traitorous companions. This was his sole means of venting his anguish. How enlightening this is. Su-yi observed the scene with a shake of his head, yet he refrained from voicing further thoughts, choosing instead to hide behind a robust tree, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing and Lioli had already taken their combat positions, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Chapter 207. The Foundation of Confidence. Though the leading man felt a sense of despair, he had not completely surrendered. He still wished to fight back in his dying moments. His silverback ape, too, was engaged in a desperate struggle, fiercely retaliating against the attacking demons. The major demon hovering in the air, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of disdain. Observing that the silverback ape was nearing its breaking point under the assault of numerous minor demons, it no longer wasted time. Seizing an opening, it quickly conjured another shadow spear in its hand. However, this time it did not hurl the spear. Instead, it harnessed its demonic power and charged directly at the silverback ape, gripping the spear tightly. Unbeknownst to the leading man, the major demon's speed surged to astonishing heights. Akin to a bolt of lightning, its wings flapping with remarkable frequency. The silverback ape, aware of its approach, was struck with terror. Just moments ago, it had just blasted away two minor demons, exhausting its strength, leaving it unable to evade this strike. It could only watch helplessly as the major demon lunged forward, thrusting the spear towards its neck. Despite being a golden-tier extraordinary creature, after such prolonged combat, its defenses had become nearly untenable, and it was highly likely it could not withstand this blow. Silverback ape. The leading man watched in horror as the spear drew closer. The silverback ape was his sole hope. If it were to fall, he would have no chance of survival. As the shadow spear was poised to pierce the silverback ape's throat, he braced himself for the worst. Yet, at that moment, to his astonishment, a surge of energy rippled beneath the silverback ape's feet. Now Xiao Jing bind it. Before he could comprehend what was happening, another voice echoed. Simultaneously, numerous vines erupted from beneath the silverback ape's feet. The leading man, startled, initially thought the vines were aimed at the silverback ape. However, he quickly realized that the vines disregarded the ape entirely, extending instead to ensnare the major demon before it. In a daze, he watched as the vines wrapped around the shadow spear, momentarily halting the major demon's attack. Seizing this opportunity, the silverback ape desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Roar! The thwarted major demon let out a furious bellow, fixating its gaze on the unexpectedly emerged thorn flower. Upon sensing the energy signature radiating from Xiao Jing, it hesitated momentarily, bewildered. This thorn flower was merely an elite-tier extraordinary creature. How daring for an elite-tier extraordinary being to disrupt its plans. This was clearly a death wish. Consumed by rage, the major demon wasted no time, attempting to withdraw the shadow spear from the vines and obliterate the thorn flower before it. However, to his astonishment, as it withdrew the spear, the thorn flower not only refrained from fleeing, but also extended more vines, seemingly intent on ensnaring him as well. Cackling with derision, the malevolent demon displayed a hint of disdain on its face. It had no intention of evading, for it was utterly confident that it could pierce the flower's bud before being ensnared by the tendrils. Without hesitation, it drew the shadow spear and lunged fiercely towards the bud of the little thorn. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding clang echoed as the shadow spear struck as though against steel, failing to penetrate and leaving no trace whatsoever. What was happening? The malevolent demon was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to believe its own eyes. But before it could ponder further, the vines had already wrapped around it, ensnaring it tightly in an instant. To its astonishment, the barbs on the vines had even pierced through its armor and flesh. It was important to note that while it was neither a metallic nor an earthen extraordinary being, it had nonetheless mastered defensive skills such as demonic armor. To be breached by a mere thorn flower was simply unacceptable. Surely, this must be a jest from the demon lord. Regrettably, the reality was far too absurd. By the time it regained its wits, it attempted to tear apart the vines that bound it, only to find them as unyielding as diamonds. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not inflict any damage. In the midst of its struggle, the little thorn seized the opportunity to inject a considerable amount of toxins into its body. What was this situation? Not far away, the leading man witnessed this scene, his shock rivaling that of the great demon. What had he just witnessed? An elite-level thorn flower was actually controlling a commander-level demon. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, that demon seemed unable to break free. He was aware that certain beasts could fight above their rank. But the problem was that a creature like the thorn flower was quite ordinary and should not possess such capabilities. Before he could think any further, another beast appeared in his line of sight. It was an enormous gale bird, its psychic level surpassing that of the thorn flower, nearly on par with his silverback ape. The Gale bird let out a cry, immediately releasing a massive sphere composed of wind attributes. This sphere was the core of an ultra-compressed wind field, possessing formidable suction capable of drawing in all enemies within its vicinity. This wind sphere struck precisely among the dozen or so little demons attacking the silverback ape. In truth, not only those small demons, but the silverback ape, the great demon, and even the little thorn were caught within the wind field. However, the silverback ape and the great demon were powerful enough to resist the suction somewhat, while the little thorn, with its roots anchored in the ground, could stabilize itself. The dozen or so little demons were far less fortunate, suspended in midair without any points of leverage and with low psychic levels. They were immediately drawn in and clustered together with their companions. Seeing this, Lioli, who had been hiding nearby, wasted no time and leaped out, instantly activating the fire dragon bind. A colossal cold white fire dragon roared forth from the void, soaring directly toward the ultra-compressed wind field to ensnare those little demons, then opened its massive jaws to bite down upon them. Boom! The moment the fire dragon clamped down, it erupted violently, obliterating them into smithereens, leaving even their heads unrecognizable. Ding! Detected dissipating soul power, absorbing it. Ding! Detected dissipating soul power, absorbing it. A series of notifications rang out in Su Yi's mind. However, the soul power provided by these little demons was minimal, each offering only 200 to 300. With this battle concluded, not far away, the great demon was now at its wit's end. The toxins injected by the little thorn had paralyzed its body, rendering it incapable of mobilizing much psychic energy. At this moment, even without utilizing the indestructible technique, it found it nearly impossible to extricate itself. Seizing the opportunity, the little thorn initially intended to strangle it to death. But just then, a cold white fireball struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous roar, the great demon was instantly disfigured, sustaining grave injuries. Clearly, it was Lioli who had intervened. After eliminating the group of little demons, she immediately focused her attention on this great demon, aiming to assist the little thorn in its annihilation. Unfortunately, the power of the fireball, despite the enhancement from the heart-burning demon fire, proved insufficient to instantly vanquish the commander-level great demon. Of course, even after sustaining such an attack, the already diminished great demon found itself at a disadvantage, nearly dazed by the explosion's aftermath. Even if it ultimately managed to withstand the onslaught, the flames generated by the explosion continued to sear its body. This was a fire that could directly harm the soul, causing it to wail in agony. To spare it from excessive suffering, Lioli hesitated momentarily before unleashing the Firestorm Big Missile, sending a barrage of large fireballs hurtling toward its head. Boom! With a succession of explosive sounds, the great demon was finally liberated from its torment. The leading man, witnessing this scene, was utterly rendered speechless. At this moment, a singular thought surged through his mind. This was astounding. These demonic beasts, which had filled him with despair, were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance before these few beasts, leaving him in a state of shock. What astonished him the most was that the psychic levels of these three beasts were not particularly high. The Gale bird was somewhat better, having reached commander level. Yet, the Thorn flower and the Fire fox were merely elite and ordinary levels, respectively, simply magical. It seemed that the strength of these great demons was rather lackluster, likely positioned in the middle tier among all commander-level extraordinary beings. Su Yi and Bai Ji Ning emerged from the woods, gazing at the multitude of demon corpses strewn across the ground, offering a solemn evaluation. The only regret was that these demons bore no valuables, rendering the collection of materials unfruitful. Of course, if they insisted on collecting, there were still some gains to be had, such as their blood for medicinal use, and their horns and bones could be fashioned into psychic weapons. Yet, their worth was minimal. At least Su Yi and Bai Ji Ning would not find it worthwhile to endure the disgust for such trifles. Let us depart. The commotion we caused was quite substantial and may attract other ferocious beasts. It is unwise to linger here, Bai Ji Ning urged. Indeed. Su Yi nodded, sparing no time as he called out to the little Thorn and Lioli, preparing to continue toward the direction of the tower-like structure. Throughout it all, they had not cast a single glance at the leading man. Wait, the leading man called out to them, pouring healing water over his shoulder as he spoke. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Meng Long, an explorer from the Flying Phoenix Guild. Are you heading to the Heritage Ruins? If you do not mind, I could accompany you. Although I have sustained some injuries, they are not particularly severe. A few bottles of healing water will suffice. Moreover, my silverback ape has achieved the rank of commander, which could prove to be quite beneficial to you. Upon finishing his statement, he displayed a self-proclaimed amiable smile. However, Su Yi, without a moment's hesitation, declined. I apologize, but we have no interest in forming a team with others. Your companions have fled, and I strongly advise you to return promptly. Lingering here may lead to an encounter with swarms of demons. With that, he continued onward without pausing. As he turned, he specifically instructed Xiao Jing and Lu Li to keep a watchful eye on the man, wary of a potential ambush from behind. This was not an act of mistrust. Rather, such occurrences were not uncommon. In an unmonitored secret realm, one must remain vigilant towards every beastmaster encountered. This was the lesson imparted by the academy. Wait, the leading man, Meng Long, was undeterred and attempted to pursue them. His primary motivation stemmed from the observation that Su Yi and Bai Jining were both quite youthful. Clearly still students who had yet to venture beyond the confines of academia. Such individuals, possessing little worldly experience, were easily swayed, once he successfully teamed up with them. He held absolute confidence in his ability to seize control and perhaps even exploit them to acquire the treasures within the ruins. Yet, before he could close the distance, Lu Li suddenly conjured a fireball, striking the ground mere inches from him. Simultaneously, Su Yi turned back, stating coolly, "I shall reiterate. I have no interest in forming a party with you. Surely, you would not wish to team up with a stranger to explore a secret realm, would you? If you persist in following us, I shall begin to question your intentions. My young friend, there is no need for such wariness. I merely seek to repay your life-saving grace." Before Meng Long could finish his sentence, Su Yi interjected, "Do not follow us any longer. This is your final warning." As he spoke, a chill emanated from him, clearly signaling his desire to end the conversation. Observing their resolute demeanor, Meng Long recognized that they would not accept him and wisely chose to refrain from pursuing them further. Damn it! After Su Yi and Bai Jining had distanced themselves, he could not restrain himself from striking the nearby tree in frustration. However, glancing at the scattered demon corpses at his feet, although filled with regret, he dared not linger. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to retrace his steps. There was no choice. In his current condition, he simply could not continue to explore the secret realm. Those four had shamelessly used him to create an opportunity for their escape. Once outside, he would ensure they paid dearly for their treachery. He spat angrily, then, accompanied by his ailing silverback ape, cautiously made his way toward the exit of the secret realm, now even more vigilant than before. That man did not appear to be of good character. It was best not to save such individuals in the future. Within the forest, Bai Jining hesitated before speaking up. Su Yi replied with a wry smile. I had no way of knowing what kind of person he was before attempting to assist him, and while he may not seem virtuous, he did not commit any egregious acts. One cannot simply strike someone down without cause. At the very least, he did remind his teammates as he retreated. A reminder? It was merely because he was injured and wished for his companions to escape with him, Bai Jining replied coolly. Su Yi chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. In truth, he held no concern for that man, even if the man turned against him. Su Yi was confident in his ability to subdue him. Furthermore, should unforeseen dangers arise, he could always call upon AI Li for assistance. That was his source of confidence. Chapter 208, The Succubus. Is that the tower-like structure? It bears a striking resemblance to my own ruinous palace, both exuding an air of ancient gravitas. In the dark forest, Su Yi looked up and finally beheld the towering edifice. This high tower stood atop a distant peak, seemingly reigning over the secret realm. The structure was predominantly black, and Su Yi counted at least 5 levels, adorned with numerous enigmatic runes that imparted a sense of mystery. We are almost there. Bai Jining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet she remained cautious, instructing the Gale Bird to diligently scout the surroundings. Despite their proximity to the tower, the journey to reach it would likely require another hour. During that time, they would inevitably encounter other ferocious beasts. In fact, they had already faced numerous such creatures along the way, including 3 groups of demons. Among these adversaries were also several commander-level beasts. Had they not possessed the strength to rival these formidable foes, it would have been questionable whether they could have reached this point. Nevertheless, while the journey had been perilous, it was not without its rewards. Su Yi had managed to collect several types of spiritual energy materials from these beasts. The only lament was that the quality of these materials was rather low, with none reaching the advanced tier. Of course, this was not the sole boon. He had also amassed a significant amount of soul power. It was worth noting that the number of beasts that had fallen to his and Bai Jining's hands today was nearly 100, with at least 6 of them being commander-level creatures. Such a bounty had granted him over 30,000 soul power points. Coupled with yesterday's gains and previous accumulations, his current total had surpassed 50,000. This was no trifling sum. Even a royal-level extraordinary being like AI Li required merely 800,000 soul power points for her transformation. In just 2 days, he had acquired tens of thousands. If this pace continued, he would only need 200 days to gather the necessary amount. Admittedly, 200 days seemed quite lengthy. and he could not remain in this secret realm indefinitely while engaging in high-intensity battles as he had over the past 2 days. Yet, regardless, this glimmer of hope for amassing 800,000 soul power points was invigorating. Let us rest here for a moment before proceeding. The more critical the situation, the more patience we must exercise. There are likely dangers surrounding that tower, and we must prepare ourselves thoroughly, Su-yi suggested. Afterward, he produced several bottles of energy water, distributing them to Xiao Jing and Lu Li. Although they had rested multiple times already, their conditions remained suboptimal, with their spiritual energy at approximately 70% capacity. Are you concerned that other beast masters may be lurking near the tower? Bai Jining inquired, turning to him with a serious expression. The location of this tower had long been exposed. However, it appeared that no one had ventured inside prior to their arrival. Or perhaps some had entered, but none had emerged alive. In any case, the outside world remained oblivious to the circumstances within. Of course, that was merely the situation as of yesterday. Su-yi was unaware if anyone had entered and successfully returned today. Even if no one had yet investigated the interior, it was highly probable that some adventurers lay in wait around the tower. Su-yi and Bai Jining strode forward with great boldness, oblivious to the potential conflicts that could arise with the adventurers in the vicinity. However, these were merely conjectures for the time being. Thus, Su-yi shook his head and remarked, "It's not just beast tamers we should be wary of. There are also ferocious beasts. Typically, such structures are guarded by a few fierce creatures. In any case, it's prudent to exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Bai Jining nodded gently, then closed her eyes to share her vision with the gale bird, continuing to observe the surroundings attentively. In truth, the gale bird did not soar very high, and its reconnaissance range was rather limited. The reason for this was to avoid attracting the attention of other ferocious beasts. This was also why they refrained from riding the gale bird as they had done previously, for sitting atop such a conspicuous creature in the dark forest, teeming with flying beasts, was exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a horde of demons being summoned. Had they been so brazen, they would have encountered not just a handful of battles along their journey, but the number of ferocious beasts would have undoubtedly multiplied. After a careful examination, Bai Jining quietly sighed in relief. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, no threats loomed, nor were there any signs of other adventurers. Subsequently, she retrieved a vial of energy water to help restore the pet's spiritual energy. As time was still on their side, the duo rested for a full hour. After this interval, the spiritual energy of Xiao Jing, Liu Li, and Bai Jining's Shadow Cat and Lightning Ferret had all replenished to over 90%. Reluctant to delay any further, Su-yi stood up, gazing at the distant tower, and clenched his fist. "Senior sister, are you ready? I feel that tower is calling out to us." Bai Jining shot him a glance, hesitating momentarily before responding earnestly. "I think it would be wise not to harbor excessive hopes regarding that tower. After all, it remains uncertain whether it is indeed a legacy relic. Moreover, I recall you mentioning that even if it is a legacy site, it is likely left by malevolent abyssal beings, and such beast tamers are often ruthless, with a high mortality rate in their legacy trials." At her words, Su-yi chuckled. "Rest assured, senior sister, I am not impulsive. If danger truly lurks, I would never recklessly venture in. Xiao Jing, lead the way." He wasted no time issuing commands to Xiao Jing. "Understood." Xiao Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, acted without hesitation, burrowing underground to scout ahead. With the gale bird above and Xiao Jing below, the two pets were sufficient to eliminate most hidden dangers, safeguarding them from ambushes. Oh, the local fauna seems to have diminished, and it grows scarcer the closer we approach the tower. After walking for more than half an hour, Su-yi suddenly noticed something amiss, his brow furrowing in concern. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion, but he felt an eerie desolation as they advanced. And the absence of any ferocious beasts after such a prolonged trek was decidedly unusual. Bai Jining also sensed the strangeness. After surveying their surroundings, she analyzed. "It might be due to that tower. Have you noticed? It emanates a faint yet palpable pressure, which intensifies the closer we draw. Even we, with our formidable mental fortitude as beast tamers, feel considerable strain. It is only natural that those extraordinary creatures would shy away." Pressure? Prompted by her observation, Su-yi concentrated and indeed discerned a subtle oppressive force in the vicinity. Perhaps this was the reason behind the unsettling atmosphere. Finding a plausible explanation, he dismissed further contemplation and continued toward the tower. Just then, he inadvertently stepped on something, producing a sharp crack. Lowering his gaze, Su-yi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated 2 steps. "What's wrong?" Bai Jining, noticing his reaction, assumed he had encountered a ferocious beast and instinctively gripped her energy weapon, readying herself for battle. "It's human bones." Su-yi inhaled deeply, gesturing toward the spot he had just stepped on. Scattered there were several bones, still bearing remnants of flesh. one of which he had inadvertently cracked underfoot. Human bones? Bai Jining focused intently, her expression changing as she recognized their resemblance to human remains. And it appeared they had not been deceased for long. As she spoke, her countenance grew notably grave. If I am not mistaken, these bones likely belong to an adventurer. Look here, this must be a small piece of torn battle attire. He pointed to a fragment of fabric snagged on a bush. This is rather peculiar. Bai Jining scrutinized their surroundings, her brow furrowing deeper. Despite the presence of human skeletal remains, there were no signs of a struggle. Could it be that this adventurer was killed in an instant? If that is the case, the strength of the beast must exceed that of a commander-level creature. Tomato. If it were merely a commander-level extraordinary being, she would not be overly concerned. After all, she and Sui had already vanquished numerous commander-level beasts during their journey. However, if it were a creature of a higher tier, even just one rank above, that would mean facing a master-level beast. Such beings were far beyond their current capabilities. Even unleashing all their pets in a fray would not guarantee victory. It's not a matter of lacking confidence. The disparity is simply too vast, reaching an insurmountable level. Stop scaring yourself. Noticing her unease, Sui feigned nonchalance. Even if this adventurer was slain instantly, that beast may not necessarily be of master level or higher. It could simply have been a surprise attack. Your shadow cat, for instance, could silently eliminate an elite beast tamer of comparable strength with a well-timed ambush. Bai Jining nodded in agreement with his reasoning. However, after a moment's hesitation, she could not help but inquire, what should we do next? Should we continue? Of course. Sui replied with a slight smile. In truth, even if we were to encounter a master-level beast, I am not overly worried. I possess sufficient trump cards to deal with such situations. Bai Jining was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Are you suggesting that you can contend with a master-level beast? While she was aware of Sui's extraordinary abilities and held considerable confidence in him, this assertion still left her incredulous. After all, a master-level beast was several tiers above him. If he could triumph against such a foe, it would be utterly outrageous. I am not claiming I can handle it myself. I am referring to others. As an ordinary beast tamer, I certainly cannot defeat a master-level beast, Sui chuckled. Shaking his head. Others? Bai Jining furrowed her brow, even more perplexed. Are you implying that there is a third party aside from us? Do not inquire further. Should such a crisis arise, you will naturally come to understand. Just trust me. With that, Sui, unwilling to waste any more time, circumnavigated the pile of bones and pressed onward. Bai Jining hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to follow, guided by her trust in him. 49 kilometers to the northeast. A divine-grade treasure has been discovered. 49 kilometers to the northeast, a quasi-divine-grade treasure has been discovered. 49 kilometers to the northeast, a quasi-divine-grade treasure has been discovered. 49 kilometers to the northeast, a legendary-grade treasure has been discovered. After taking a few more steps, a series of system notifications suddenly sprang into Sui's view. What the heck? Initially, Sui paid little attention, but upon discerning the levels of these treasures, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Divine-grade treasure, quasi-divine-grade treasure, what in the world are these? Fearing he might have misread, he meticulously checked the notifications 2 or 3 times. Yet, the messages indeed proclaimed divine and quasi-divine grade treasures. Feeling this, he clenched his fists tightly, his entire being brimming with exhilaration. To think there were divine and quasi-divine treasures here. This was a stroke of fortune. The last time he encountered treasures of such caliber was in the ancestral heritage realm back home. Moreover, that realm only contained 2 items above the quasi-divine grade, a divine-grade beast skill stone and a quasi-divine grade spatial heart. This time, however, there were 3 treasures, 1 divine grade and 2 quasi-divine grade. If he were to successfully acquire these 3 items, his fortunes would surely soar. Could this towering edifice truly be a legacy relic? Although he posed the question, he already had an answer in his heart. If it were not a legacy relic, how could there be so many precious items? Wait. Suddenly, he recalled something. The items within were far too valuable and seemed to exceed the standard of a legacy relic. Even if this relic were left behind by a quasi-divine beast master, presenting such an abundance of rare treasures would surely be no easy feat. What's wrong? Bai Jining noticed his unusual demeanor and furrowed her brows in confusion. In her memory, Sui was not one to be easily startled. What was amiss with him today? Coming back to his senses, Sui took 3 deep breaths and smiled as he said, "Senior sister, I have a premonition that this tower may indeed be a legacy relic. Did you sense something?" Bai Jining's expression brightened with surprise as a realization dawned upon her. Although there had long been rumors of such a thing, hearing Sui affirm it as a legacy relic still stirred her excitement. "I am at least 90% certain." Sui replied with a subtle smile, offering an affirmative response. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining fell silent, merely squeezing her fists tightly. Once she regained her composure, she exhaled and said, "Let us move forward and see. I hope this legacy relic will be relatively straightforward." Even if this tower were indeed a legacy relic, there was no guarantee they could obtain the treasures within. It was still too early to celebrate. Upon further reflection, Bai Jining deemed that her chances of acquiring the legacy treasures might not even reach 10%. After all, her strength was not as formidable as she had imagined. "Let us go?" The two took a deep breath, eagerly anticipating their entry into the tower. Just then, a voluptuous demon suddenly appeared before them. Before they could react, both felt their minds momentarily clouded, and a flurry of enchanting images flooded their consciousness, ensnaring them deeply. A succubus. Chapter 209. I want this succubus. At first glance, this succubus resembled a stunning human female, likely in her early 20s, with delicate skin that seemed almost translucent, as if one could squeeze water from it. Her figure was extraordinarily perfect, with alluring curves that delivered a powerful visual impact. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that her attire was rather scant, lacking a touch of the alluring mystery. Fortunately, she adorned one leg with something resembling black stockings, reaching mid-thigh, which not only added a hint of allure, but also accentuated her long, slender legs. However, only one leg bore the stockings. The other was wrapped in a simple pattern. The stark contrast between the two enhanced her allure rather than diminishing it. Alas, she was not human. In comparison to human women, she possessed a pair of dark purple demon wings on her back and a pair of curved horns atop her head. Additionally, a slender black tail extended from her lower back, intriguingly ending in a heart shape. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Su-Yi felt that every aspect of her being was designed to tantalize the hearts of men. In terms of beauty, this succubus might be on par with Bai Jining, yet she could not compare to Ailey or that fallen angel queen. Nonetheless, for reasons unknown, upon seeing her, Su-Yi felt an inexplicable primal urge, even more intense than his reactions to Ailey and the fallen angel queen. It could only be said that she was indeed a succubus. Wait, Su-Yi initially intended to scrutinize her further, but to his surprise, the succubus smiled alluringly and flew directly toward him. Before he could contemplate the situation, she leaped into his arms, and they embraced as if they were a pair of passionate lovers. What is happening? Su-Yi sensed something was amiss, regaining a fragment of clarity. At that moment, he realized he was ensconced in a chaotic space. Apart from the succubus fervently engaging with him, everything else, Xiao Jing, Liuli, Bai Jining, even the tower, had vanished. This was bad. He had undoubtedly fallen victim to a charm-type skill. With his wealth of experience, he immediately deduced that he was ensnared in an illusion, where everything was illusory. The only perplexing aspect was that the succubus's touch felt far too real. Every detail, from her lips, tongue, and skin to her warm breath, was incredibly vivid, starkly different from previous encounters with charm effects. This undoubtedly increased the resistance he faced in breaking free from the illusion. Although his rational mind urged him to awaken quickly, lest he be ensnared by the succubus, the exceedingly realistic sensations made it difficult for him to maintain the determination he had previously exhibited. Could it be that this succubus's charm level was exceptionally high? Thankfully, at that moment, the voices of Liuli and Xiao Jing echoed in his mind, as they seemed to be calling out to him through telepathy, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Alas, this was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Su-Yi felt increasingly lucid as he cast a lingering glance at the succubus in his embrace, who appeared entirely at his mercy, finally solidifying his resolve to break free from the illusion. In the next moment, the surrounding environment reverted to its original state. The forest was still the forest, and the tower remained a tower. Not far away, Xiao Jing and Liuli were engaged in battle with the succubus. Although this succubus was a formidable leader-class, extraordinary being, her strength could not be underestimated, yet she was already at a disadvantage under the combined assault of Xiao Jing and Liuli. Were it not for her wings allowing her to hover in the air, she would have been ensnared by Xiao Jing long ago. As for Bai Jining's three beast companions, they appeared to have also fallen victim, their eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, clearly still trapped in the illusion. However, at this moment, Su-Yi found himself devoid of any inclination to pay attention to them. Nor did he have the heart to observe the battle between Xiao Jing and Lu Li. His mind was utterly bewildered, fixated instead on Bai Jining, who was nestled in his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Jining had somehow wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes closed and her head tilted back, engaging in an innocent yet perilous interaction with him. This scene seamlessly mirrored the earlier illusion he had encountered. The only difference was that the enthusiastic succubus had astonishingly transformed into his senior, Bai Jining. Would she not be furious when she regained consciousness? A sudden wave of concern washed over Su-Yi. Despite both of them standing upright, and their attire remaining relatively intact, his hands were regrettably positioned inappropriately. One even nestled within his combat suit. If Bai Jining were a seasoned woman, this level of intimacy might have been awkward yet manageable. However, according to Aunt Lee, Bai Jining had never been in a romantic relationship, making her rather conservative. Before he could ponder further, he noticed Bai Jining's eyelashes fluttering, seemingly on the verge of awakening from the illusion. Startled, Su Yike instinctively closed his eyes, pretending to be ensnared in the illusion. If she discovered that he was conscious, it would be utterly inexplicable. Furthermore, once Bai Jining regained her senses and pushed him away, he could then feign ignorance about the preceding events, alleviating her embarrassment. Yes, that was the plan. Su Yike resolutely made his decision. Though he too was a victim in this situation, he felt compelled to act for the sake of his senior's feelings, showcasing his remarkable kindness. To enhance the believability of his charade, his stiff hands awkwardly moved a few times in a symbolic gesture. At that moment, Bai Jining let out a soft murmur and finally roused from her stupor. The instant she opened her eyes, her entire being froze. What was she doing? Why was she embracing Su Yike? And then it struck her. This scene was identical to the earlier illusion. Could it be that the illusion was indeed a reflection of reality? With this thought, her mind momentarily blanked. Fortunately, Su Yike's warm hands seemed to aid her in regaining her composure. In the next moment, she instinctively pushed him away, sending him rolling across the ground. The pain jolted Su Yike back to reality, and as he opened his bewildered eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he caught sight of the succubus engaged in combat with Xiao Jing and Lu Li, and the realization dawned upon him. There was indeed a commanding-level succubus lying in ambush. How perilous! Su Yike sprang to his feet, a look of trepidation etched on his face. Thankfully, Lu Li possessed exceptionally high mental resilience. Otherwise, they might have been annihilated during the illusion. "Senior, are you all right?" he called out, turning his gaze toward Bai Jining with genuine concern. Bai Jining initially felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, but upon seeing his expression, her anger dissipated almost immediately. Reflecting on the incident, she realized she could hardly blame Su Yike. After all, they were both victims of the succubus's enchanting abilities, entirely at its mercy. Moreover, she vaguely remembered that in the illusion, it was she who had made the first move, initiating the kiss. With this realization, she smacked her forehead, wishing she could vanish into the ground. The only solace she found was that Su Yike appeared oblivious to the true nature of their earlier encounter. If all went according to plan, he would likely perceive those intimate moments as mere figments of a false illusion. Indeed, he might not even recognize her as the protagonist of that illusion. With this thought, she felt a slight sense of relief. Nonetheless, a lingering unease remained. And after a moment's hesitation, she feigned calmness and asked, "I'm fine. I saw you smiling just now. Did you dream of some girl?" As she spoke, she scrutinized Su Yike's expression intently. "Ah, ha ha ha." He chuckled awkwardly, avoiding a direct answer as his gaze shifted evasively, refusing to meet her eyes. Observing this, Bai Jining's heart fluttered. She mistakenly believed that she was the one who had appeared in Su Yike's illusion. Otherwise, why would he be unable to look her in the eye? Typically, those ensnared by enchantments would see visions of individuals who stirred their desires most profoundly. It was not surprising that he would dream of her, but why did he appear in her illusion? Bai Jining furrowed her brows, still grappling with confusion. However, she couldn't deny that the sensations she had experienced moments ago had left her somewhat disoriented. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Yike suddenly touched his mouth and murmured, "Strange, why is my lip swollen?" At this, Bai Jining's heart trembled once more. Meanwhile, the succubus had begun to falter. Despite her ability to hover in midair, she had already been struck multiple times by the fireballs unleashed by Lu Li. Continuing the fight would yield no victory for her. With both Su Yike and Bai Jining having broken free from the illusion, a look of gravity crossed her face as she resolved to retreat without hesitation. It was perfectly reasonable to flee when the odds were against her. Thinking of escaping? Bai Jining scoffed, immediately commanding her awakened gale bird to seal off the succubus's escape route. This succubus had caused her significant distress and nearly robbed her of her dignity. How could she let her go? The gale bird, sensing Bai Jining's emotions, let out a cry and charged forward. As a commanding-level extraordinary creature, particularly adept in speed and flight, the gale bird was determined to block the succubus's escape at all costs. Not good. Realizing that the gale bird had also broken free from the illusion, the succubus felt a wave of panic wash over her. Fully aware of the unfavorable situation she found herself in, without further deliberation, she began flapping her wings, attempting to flee. Yet, the moment she turned, a massive sphere comprised of wind energy hurtled toward her. Pressure wind field. The wind sphere suddenly unleashed a terrifying pull, creating a wind field with a diameter of several meters centered around it. The instant the pressure wind field emerged, a flicker of alarm crossed the succubus's fair face. She could distinctly feel her body being drawn in. though she hadn't been directly sucked toward the wind sphere, no matter how fervently she flapped her wings. She couldn't escape its grasp or continue fleeing. Seizing the opportunity, the gale bird darted in front of her like lightning, and at that moment, a freshly conjured vacuum cannon hurtled toward her. Boom! The succubus was struck by the vacuum cannon, letting out a wretched scream as she was sent flying backward, ultimately succumbing to the pull of the wind sphere, unable to resist any longer. Noting Bai Jining's relentless pursuit and her apparent desire for the gale bird to take lethal action, Su Yike hurriedly intervened to stop her. Senior, this succubus still holds value. Do not kill her, but rather capture her alive. Capture her alive? Bai Jining turned her head, her brows furrowing slightly. Why capture her alive? You can't possibly feel sympathy for her just because she is beautiful, can you? Senior, where are your thoughts wandering? Am I the sort of person who cares about appearances? Sui replied. Moreover, she is an extraordinary being of the demon type, not a mere human. The reason I wish to capture her alive is solely due to her immense potential. However, upon hearing this, Bai Jining's expression remained stern, and she seemed to ponder something before responding coldly. That immense potential you speak of, you do not mean to capture her to sell her as a slave, do you? It was no wonder she harbored such thoughts. After all, in the underground trading markets, succubi, being beautiful humanoid extraordinary beings, commanded a significant price, often fetching far more than other creatures of equal rank. Nevertheless, as a woman, Bai Jining instinctively rejected such notions. For the desirability of succubi stemmed entirely from their allure, and once purchased at a high price, they would likely be subjected to unspeakable acts. Realizing her misunderstanding, Su Yi hastily clarified, it is not as you think. The immense potential I refer to pertains to her capabilities. Do not be deceived by her current status as merely a leader-level extraordinary being. Her potential has reached the king level. What? You mean king level? Bai Jining gazed at him in astonishment, struggling to accept the revelation. What did it signify to possess a pet with king-level potential? To put it into perspective, even in many major cities' beast taming realms, acquiring one would be exceedingly difficult. Theoretically, binding such a pet to a contract equated to securing a ticket to ascend to a king-level beast master. Its rarity was beyond measure. Indeed, king-level. Sui affirmed with a nod. But isn't the inherent potential of a succubus at the master level? Bai Jining still found it hard to believe. For the chasm between master and king levels was vast. Such exceptional individuals were, without exaggeration, 1 in a million. Do you think I would deceive you? In any case, this succubus possesses great value. Even if she is not in her juvenile phase, she is still worth the contract. Sui insisted earnestly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at the succubus, currently restrained by the overwhelming winds, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. After all, extraordinary beings with king-level potential were exceedingly rare. With just 2 or 3 transformations, her potential could effortlessly elevate to semi-divine or even divine levels. The notion of a succubus deity was, indeed, quite enticing. The only regret was that his contract slots seemed increasingly insufficient. Bai Jining noticed his gaze and shot him an exasperated look before decisively stating, very well, we shall capture her alive, but I want this succubus for myself. I am on the verge of breaking through to the leader level, and she would be the perfect candidate for my contract. As others tame beasts, I shall tame demons. She thought. Chapter 210. You must not be as shameless as a demon. In her second year of high school, Bai Jining was already an elite beast master. Now in her first year of university, her spiritual root level had reached elite 8 stars, and it would not be long before she ascended to the leader level. However, Sui was taken aback by her desire to contract this succubus, especially since he had already promised to help her exchange for a pet with candidate-level potential. While candidate level was slightly inferior to king level, it could be nurtured from a young age and would exhibit greater loyalty. Moreover, nurturing a pet to king level required an immense amount of resources, and whether she could elevate that succubus to such heights remained uncertain. Are you truly set on contracting this succubus? I personally recommend opting for a juvenile beast with candidate-level potential. It would be a more prudent choice. After a brief pause, Sui added, of course, my advice is not infallible. It would be best for you to contemplate this thoroughly. No need for contemplation, Bai Jining remarked, casting another glance at the succubus. Succubi are intelligent, extraordinary beings, and I am confident that I can coexist harmoniously with her. Besides, given my family's circumstances, it is nearly impossible for me to acquire a pet with king-level potential. If I let this opportunity slip away, I fear I may regret it in the future. Thus, I wish to take this gamble. Very well. Seeing her determination, Sui refrained from further opposition and nodded. Then this succubus shall be yours. Although he had felt a momentary temptation to contract her himself, it had merely been a fleeting thought, as the objective circumstances simply did not permit such an action. After all, His contract slots were exceedingly limited. Furthermore, as a mental-type pet, the succubus's abilities overlapped with those of Lu Li, thus offering minimal enhancement to Su Yi. In comparison, Bai Jining needed her far more. Should she successfully establish a contract, her strength and future potential would see a significant increase. As they engaged in conversation, the succubus continued to struggle, employing her group charm skill once more. "Here it comes," Su Yi exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Fortunately, such skills induce temporary immunity, typically. After being afflicted once, the potency of a second encounter diminishes significantly. Thus, he merely felt a fleeting haze before quickly regaining clarity. However, due to his rigorous training, his mental resilience was exceptionally high, allowing him to recover swiftly. Bai Jining, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. Had Sui not been there to steady her shoulder, she might have once again fallen into his embrace. Fortunately, after a couple of seconds, Bai Jining regained her awareness, and no awkward incidents transpired. However, upon opening her eyes to see Su-Yi gazing at her with concern, she momentarily froze, puzzled. It seemed this junior had regained his senses before she did. Before she could ponder further, the battle at hand finally reached its conclusion. At Su-Yi's signal, Lu Li unleashed a mental-type skill on the succubus, albeit not the lower-tier charm but the legendary skill, Illusory Domain. Against such extraordinary beings, charm would have minimal effect. Thus, Illusory Domain was the only viable option. Subsequently, the succubus, trapped in a world of illusions, plummeted from the air, ensnared by the prepared vines of Shaojing. The entire process transpired in under a second. Despite this, Lu Li's spiritual energy still dwindled by 2 to 3%. Finally dealt with, Su-Yi sighed in relief. Although the succubus continued to struggle while bound, Shaojing had already injected her with a significant dose of paralyzing toxin, and it wouldn't be long before she completely lost her combat abilities. Indeed, mere moments later, the succubus succumbed, her once charming smile replaced by a hint of terror. Though she was a type of demon, she too was capable of fear. Furthermore, her racial memory imparted the grim knowledge that once captured by humans, succubi rarely met favorable fates. Succubus Dolores. Spiritual energy, leader level 7 stars. Attributes: dark, mental. Skills: night veil, stealth, shadow torment, charm, pain whip, mental shock, alluring presence, charm domination. Evolvable species: Chime. Potential: king level. During the previous battle, Su-Yi had merely cast a cursory glance at her attribute page and had not fully comprehended it. Now, however, he could finally calm his mind and scrutinize it closely. Upon doing so, he was instantly taken aback. This succubus appeared to be even more extraordinary than he had anticipated, possessing not only king-level potential but also having independently mastered 2 advanced skills, alluring charisma and enchantment control. The former can be understood as an enhanced group charm skill, capable of enchanting multiple targets simultaneously. Moreover, its potency far surpasses that of ordinary charm skills. Even Su-Yi took a considerable amount of time to extricate himself from its illusions, which is telling in itself. Undoubtedly, this qualifies as a formidable group control skill. As for enchantment control, it is equally impressive, allowing the user to compel enemies to attack their own allies upon successful use, turning them into instruments of their will. However, this skill comes with numerous limitations. It seemingly can only be employed on the opposite sex, and its success rate is markedly lower than that of alluring charisma. Nevertheless, this skill remains extraordinarily powerful, as a successful activation could potentially determine the outcome of a battle. Yet, what truly astonished Su-Yi was not merely these abilities, but rather the fact that this enchanting being belonged to the evolvable species of Chime. Initially, Su-Yi had speculated that she might transform into a sheep demon or something similar. The only regret was that the system provided no explanation regarding the Chime species. Otherwise, he would have been keen to learn more. Noticing Su-Yi's lingering gaze filled with curiosity, the succubus grew increasingly apprehensive and instinctively struck a seductive pose, seemingly attempting to entice the young human. Now she felt fear. Su-Yi discerned her intentions and promptly seized the moment to interrogate her in the demon tongue. "Speak. What is your name, and why were you lying in ambush here? Why you can speak the demon tongue?" The succubus looked up, astonished. "I am the one interrogating you, not the other way around. If you can answer my questions truthfully, I might just spare your life," Su-Yi replied with a smile. "Really?" A glimmer of hope ignited in the succubus's despairing heart, and she hurriedly responded in a sultry voice. "All right, handsome beastmaster, my name is Dolores, and I am the succubus princess of the chaotic demon realm." Chaotic demon realm? Before she could finish her statement, Su-Yi interrupted, clearly unfamiliar with the place. The chaotic demon realm refers to this very space. It is said to have once been part of the abyss, when the abyssal demon clan was still powerful, and the great demon god had not yet fallen. As she spoke the last words, A hint of yearning flickered in Dolores's eyes. So this refers to the secret realm. Su-yi understood and chuckled. This space is rather small. There cannot be many succubi here. Surely, your title of succubus princess cannot be self-proclaimed? Dolores initially intended to retort, but suddenly realized that this human boy was seemingly trying to extract information from her. What? Why the silence? Seeing that she had discerned his intentions, Su-yi smiled. In that case, I shall ask directly. How many demon leaders or above reside in this secret realm? And what is the strength of your succubus clan? Also, what is the purpose of that tower not far from here? Dear Beastmaster, why so serious? Just feel my heartbeat. It's racing. Dolores feigned a pitiful expression, attempting to divert the conversation. However, Su-yi was not easily swayed, stating flatly, do not deliberately change the subject. Answer my previous questions. Of course, you may choose silence, but I believe I can coax the truth from you. Little Jing, at his command. The tendrils binding her danced before her, then suddenly erupted with a multitude of venomous thorns, a sight both dense and terrifying. If such thorns sprouted from the other tendrils, she would undoubtedly be pierced like a hedgehog. This human is utterly despicable. How dare he threaten me, a succubus princess? Though angered, Dolores relented. Answering obediently, there are quite a few powerful beings above the leader level, among which the four most recognized are the Demon Lord, the Flame Demon Lord, the Night Elf Queen, and the Fallen Angel Queen. Particularly the Fallen Angel Queen, who is said to have already ascended to king level. Compared to them, our succubus clan pales significantly. Our strongest is merely at the master level. The Fallen Angel Queen? Su-yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yet he quickly realized that this title was likely akin to the one held by the succubus before him, merely the Fallen Angel Queen of this realm. Nevertheless, he was still somewhat astonished that a fallen angel truly existed within this secret realm and had reached king level. If that were the case, even AI Li might not be able to contend with her. At this moment, he had to reassess the risks involved here. And that tower? Who left it behind? And what treasures lie within? After a brief silence, Su-yi continued his inquiry. This tower was now his primary concern, as it likely housed numerous divine and quasi-divine treasures. I do not know. It is said to have been left by a powerful abyssal messenger, and it is imbued with formidable restrictions. Not even the Fallen Angel Queen can enter, let alone me. Not even the Fallen Angel can enter? Su-yi's brow furrowed. Indeed, but handsome Beastmaster, you need not worry. You should be able to enter. The restrictions do not seem to repel human Beastmasters, Dolores added. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's brow relaxed. Could it be that this tower was indeed a site of inheritance? Noticing his prolonged silence, Dolores could not help but ask, handsome Beastmaster, do you have any further inquiries? Su-yi snapped back to attention, pondering for a moment before asking. One last question. How many fallen angels and night elves are there? There is but one fallen angel. The Fallen Angel Queen, who appeared suddenly several decades ago. As for the night elves, due to their loss of reproductive ability, there are only about a few dozen left. Truly rare. Su-yi could not help but exclaim, especially regarding the fallen angel. Only one. Handsome Beastmaster, do you have any other questions? Dolores hesitated before asking. None. Su-yi shook his head. Then may I leave? Dolores gazed at him anxiously. Leave? Su-yi smiled slightly. When did I ever say I would let you go? But you just said that as long as I answered your questions, you would spare my life. Handsome Beastmaster, you cannot be as shameless as a demon. Dolores exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Indeed, I merely stated I would spare your life. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall adhere to my promise and will not harm you. However, in our future interactions, I hope you can remain as obedient as you are today. What does this imply? Does it suggest a desire to become his subordinate? Dolores was both startled and enraged, yet before she could react, Su-yi had already placed his hand upon her, drawing her and Xiao Jing into the heart of space. What did you just say to her? She seems quite upset, Bai Jining inquired curiously as she approached. Nothing of consequence, merely suppressing her arrogance a tad. Su-yi replied with a slight smile. He continued, let her remain in my heart of space for a while. Once you establish the fourth Beastmaster space, I assure you she will be more than eager to sign the contract with you. You don't intend to do anything peculiar to her, do you? Bai Jining regarded him with suspicion. Of course not. What do you take me for? Su-yi feigned indignation, feeling somewhat hurt. He considered himself quite upright. Is that so? Bai Jining responded noncommittally. After we sign the contract, I shall inquire directly with her, and then we shall see. Su-yi shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Let us proceed. The tower lies just ahead. I spoke with that succubus earlier, and it seems highly likely that it is a site of inheritance. Senior, I ask you once more, are you certain you wish to enter with me? Having come this far, do you truly believe I would hesitate? Bai Jining retorted. Very well, then let us be swift. This secret realm is even more perilous than anticipated. Once we secure the treasures within, We shall make our hasty exit. With that, Sui wasted no further time and strode purposefully towards the tower. He had learned from Dolores that, apart from her, there were temporarily no other ferocious beasts or adventurers surrounding the tower, thus eliminating the need for the caution they had previously exercised. Before long, the two stood before the tower. It loomed grandly, appearing even larger than the Palace of Ruins, yet for reasons unknown, Sui felt a sense of oppression standing there. At the entrance, there indeed existed a formidable barrier, but as Dolores had mentioned, it seemed ineffective against beast masters. He reached out to touch the barrier, and as his beast master space within his consciousness quivered lightly, his hand passed through without impediment. The beast master's space served as the key to this barrier. Let us enter. Sui exchanged a glance with Bai Ning, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward with determination. Chapter 2:11. The Silver Treasure Chest. As the scene shifted, Sui found himself inside the tower. He promptly summoned Xiao Jing and Lu Li, simultaneously locking onto the spiritual energy equipment he wore, ready to activate it in anticipation of any imminent danger. However, after a mere 3 seconds, he was astonished to find that his caution may have been excessive. There appeared to be no immediate threat. He was currently on the first floor of the tower, which was vast and empty, save for himself, Bai Ning, and his summoned beasts, with no other creatures in sight. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of interest. Sui quickly noticed a mysterious crystal orb hovering at the center of the floor, approximately the size of a soccer ball, emanating a gentle glow. Beneath the orb lay a silver chest. This chest, crafted from secret silver, significantly slowed the dissipation of spiritual energy from its contents. Due to this characteristic, individuals from the Beast Master continent often utilized such chests to store precious items. In other words, this was likely a treasure chest. This esteemed Beast Master is remarkably generous. Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of a treasure chest, even on the first floor. What treasures awaited on the second, third, fourth, or fifth floors? His admiration for the esteemed Beast Master sword. Be cautious. Noticing his unwavering gaze on the chest, Bai Ning warned him while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Indeed, Sui responded softly. In truth, he had never relaxed his vigilance, rendering her reminder unnecessary. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared in their minds. Welcome, my children. I hope you can overcome all trials and receive my inheritance. Are you ready? The first trial, Bone Age Assessment, is about to commence. As this information surfaced, the crystal orb in the center of the floor trembled, then shot forth hundreds of blinding beams of light. These beams sliced through the air like blades, sweeping across every corner of the floor as the orb rotated. Be careful. Sui instinctively sensed the danger and activated Frost Guardian, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Ning. However, the ice shield conjured by Frost Guardian shattered under the beam's assault, disintegrating like paper. Then, to his horror, the beams pierced through his body, followed by Bai Ning's. This is it. Sui internally lamented, filled with regret. Had he known the crystal orb was so perilous, he would have summoned AI Li in advance. Yet, moments later, he realized something. Wait, it seems I am unscathed. After 2 seconds, he cautiously touched his body, which had been penetrated by the hundreds of beams, and was pleasantly surprised to find he was perfectly fine. Not only that, but he felt no pain or discomfort, as if the light had merely passed over him. He had initially intended to study the nature of the beams, but mere seconds later, they vanished, and the orb fell silent once more. Concurrently, another message appeared in his mind. Bone Age Assessment complete. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Is that it? We passed. Sui was momentarily taken aback. This seemed far too easy. He had barely done anything. Surely, this floor could not simply be an easy Bone Age check. This esteemed Beast Master did not appear to be as stringent as one might expect. Bai Ning, regaining her composure, exhaled lightly. It was evident she too had been startled by the beams. That is not certain, Sui mused, his expression growing serious. If those beams were truly harmless, I would not have felt such a strong sense of danger. Is there a possibility that we were only spared harm because we met the age criteria? Had we not, we might have been sliced to pieces. At this, Bai Ning's expression turned grave as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a possibility. Enough of that. Let us celebrate our success in passing this trial. Sui's expression brightened once more. Now, let us see what rewards await us. With that, he strode purposefully towards the silver treasure chest. The chest was unlatched, and with a gentle exertion, he opened it. In the next moment, 3 extraordinary treasures materialized before his eyes. A piece of advanced dark crystal, an obsidian soul jade, and a stone inscribed with the dark binding skill for beasts. All 3 were classified as high-level treasures. Undoubtedly, the least valuable among them was the advanced dark crystal, which merely served to provide spiritual energy. However, the remaining 2 items held considerable worth, particularly the Beast Skill Stone, which, when bestowed upon a Dark-type beast, would instantly enable it to master the advanced Dark skill of Dark Binding. This skill not only immobilized foes but also corroded its targets, making it quite a formidable ability. As for the Obsidian Soul Jade, such dark energy materials were exceedingly rare resources for Dark-type beasts. All three treasures were intended for the cultivation of dark, extraordinary beings. Could it be that this esteemed beast master had bequeathed these to his heir with the expectation of nurturing dark attribute beasts? Su-yi mused silently. I possess no dark attribute beasts, so you may have all three treasures, he declared, presenting the items to Bai Jining. Although she felt a twinge of desire, she shook her head, stating, I only wish for the Beast Skill Stone. You keep the other two. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Take them. Su-yi replied with a smile. This is merely the first layer of the chest. There are still 4 more layers ahead. And I am certain I will not be at a loss. Let us place all these treasures on you for now, and we shall distribute them upon our exit. Bai Jining suggested earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yi acquiesced. Very well, I shall keep them for now. Without further hesitation, he stashed the 3 treasures into the heart of space. Noticing that there was nothing else on this layer, he took a deep breath and said, Let us proceed to the next layer. Agreed, they both replied, making their way toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The staircase was constructed of an unknown material, neither wood nor metal, and upon stamping his feet, Su-yi found it surprisingly sturdy. Ascending a few more steps, he caught sight of the 2nd floor's interior. To his astonishment, it mirrored the 1st floor's emptiness, save for a solitary crystal ball quietly suspended in midair. Beneath the crystal ball lay another mithril chest. Could it be that this trial was also a test of physique? Su-yi halted, refraining from approaching directly, primarily because he was uncertain about what this level would assess. What if he failed the evaluation? Bai Jining, recalling something, suddenly remarked, This level likely tests one's qualifications. I vaguely remember hearing that when academies on the Beastmaster continent recruit students, they assess age and qualifications. Only those who meet the criteria can proceed to the next evaluation. This is a common selection process in the Beastmaster continent. Her words jogged Su-yi's memory. Indeed, the inhabitants of the Beastmaster continent placed great emphasis on age and qualifications when enrolling disciples. In fact, Blue Star exhibited similar tendencies, albeit less overtly. Contemplating this, Su-yi furrowed his brow. If it truly was a test of qualifications, he might not pass the trial. He had a modicum of self-awareness. While his qualifications were not poor, they could only be deemed average. Otherwise, he would not have struggled to establish his Beastmaster space during his first year. With sufficiently high qualifications, even in the absence of various resources for cultivation, one should still be able to keep pace with others, rather than nearly facing expulsion. Are you jesting? Bai Jining gazed at him with a peculiar expression. In less than a year, your spiritual energy level has risen so swiftly, without hitting a bottleneck or experiencing any stagnation. If your qualifications were lacking, I dare say over 95% of beast masters in this world would not qualify. Bottleneck? Stagnation? Su-yi looked at her, puzzled. Could you elaborate? It refers to a sudden deceleration or halt in the growth of spiritual energy. Even the consumption of spiritual herbs or medicines cannot remedy it. After a pause, Bai Jining added, It's best not to inquire about this with others. They might think you are boasting, and it could provoke hostility. Su-yi felt somewhat speechless. Was this boasting? Yet he genuinely had never encountered such a situation. And the legacy jade slip left by Matthew had not mentioned anything of the sort. Wait. He suddenly realized that Matthew was a genius among geniuses. Had he not been interrupted, he might have ignited divine fire and ascended to a godly level. Was it possible that he too had never faced such an issue? Did this imply that his qualifications were indeed remarkable? Yet he had always perceived them as merely average. Could it be the system's influence? Su-yi's heart remained clouded with doubt. Let us proceed. If you are still concerned, let your thorn flower shield us. Earlier, on the 1st floor, the light beam seemed not to penetrate her form. Bai Jining suggested once more. Su-yi glanced at Xiao Jing, feeling somewhat reassured. All right, we shall proceed thus. If it becomes dire, I shall have Xiao Jing shield us, and we can retreat to the 1st floor. With that, he no longer hesitated and stepped onto the 2nd floor. However, he dared not venture further, remaining at the staircase's entrance to guard against any unforeseen occurrences. They had scarcely arrived on the 2nd floor when another mental message echoed in their minds. Welcome to the 2nd trial. Are you prepared? The spiritual affinity assessment is about to commence. It was indeed a test of qualifications. Su-yi clenched his fist. Moments later, the crystal ball at the center of the 2nd floor began to tremble gently, releasing hundreds of beams of light. Unlike the 1st floor, it also emanated a copious amount of spiritual energy. This energy was exceptionally vibrant, as if it were actively drawn to them. Chapter 212, Flame Demon. 10 seconds later, the beams vanished, and the crystal ball returned to tranquility. Had he passed again? Su-yi examined his body, finding it unscathed, just as it had been on the first floor. Did this signify that his qualifications had indeed entered the realm of excellence? The spiritual affinity assessment has concluded. Congratulations. Surviving children, on passing the second trial. A friendly reminder. The third trial is a practical examination. The more participants there are, the more adversaries you will face, increasing the difficulty. If you wish to lessen the challenge, consider eliminating other contenders. Dueling is permitted here. Now, children, summon your courage and resolve to face the upcoming challenges. Upon receiving this mental message, Su-yi was momentarily stunned, then turned to Bai Ji-ning with a smile. Senior sister, it seems they want us to turn on each other. Shall we engage in a symbolic match? Sure, how would you like to proceed? Bai Ji-ning, aware of his jest, surprisingly responded in kind. Huh. Su-yi gazed at her in astonishment, taken aback. He had anticipated that she would merely roll her eyes at him, never considering that she would engage with his banter. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of amusement in her eyes. Was the sun rising from the west today? However, to speak candidly, the smile gracing this senior's face appears somewhat unfair. It seems to elevate her allure to an entirely new echelon, perhaps due to the stark contrast with her usual aloof demeanor. Of course, her current charm pales in comparison to the enchanting illusion she once found herself ensnared within. Nevertheless, it would be unwise to squander time pondering this. The treasure chest awaits our exploration, so let us proceed. Su-yi deftly shifted the topic, continuing. The treasure chest on the first floor yielded us 3 exquisite artifacts. If all goes as anticipated, the contents of this chest will undoubtedly be even more precious. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji-ning lost her inclination for jest, her gaze instinctively drawn to the treasure chest beneath the crystal orb, her heart inexplicably racing. In truth, even if they ceased their exploration at this moment, their current haul would suffice to leave her utterly satisfied. After all, thus far, she and Su-yi had acquired 4 high-grade artifacts, a dragon lizard egg, and a demoness of royal potential within this secret realm. Such treasures, under normal circumstances, would require immense effort to procure, even given her family's considerable resources. Indeed, the dragon lizard egg and the royal potential demoness would be nearly unattainable, even with exhaustive exertion. In this moment, she finally comprehended why Su-yi had risen to prominence so swiftly. The efficiency of their treasure hunting was astonishing. Before she could contemplate further, Su-yi had approached the mithril treasure chest and forcefully pried it open. Soon, a translucent crystal materialized before them. This crystal shimmered brilliantly, teeming with surging mental energy, and a faint wisp of dark energy danced within. Is this a soul crystal? Bai Ji-ning was taken aback. Though she remained unaware of the specific extraordinary creature that had given rise to this soul crystal, she could sense that it was unequivocally an epic-grade artifact. The ease with which they had acquired such a treasure felt surreal. An artifact of this caliber would hold immense value not just for her, but even for her father, significantly augmenting his power. Hellhound Soul Crystal. Su-yi instantly recognized the type of soul crystal. To say he recognized it might be somewhat misleading. Most soul crystals bore a similar appearance, and without the aid of the system, he would have been unable to discern its nature. Hellhound Soul Crystal. Grade: Epic grade spiritual material. Description: formed from the unwilling soul of a royal hellhound. It contains abundant mental and dark energy, capable of significantly enhancing the spiritual level of mental and dark-type beasts. Upon use by a dark-type beast, there is a chance to inherit some skills of the hellhound. Having perused the description, Su-yi could not help but marvel at the potency of this epic-grade spiritual material. Particularly noteworthy was the aspect of inheriting skills from the hellhound, which was akin to a diluted version of a legacy jade slip. One could easily imagine that presenting this soul crystal to a dark-type beast would undoubtedly result in a dramatic surge in its power. The treasure chest on the first floor had yielded 3 artifacts. Why did this chest contain but a single item? Su-yi shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. Well, perhaps he had been a bit too greedy. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and promptly stored the soul crystal within his spatial heart, not even neglecting the treasure chest itself. After all, a chest crafted from mithril was certainly valuable. Seeing the soul crystal taken by Su-yi, Bai Ji-ning regained her composure and exhaled softly, reflecting, no wonder every heritage secret realm drives beast tamers to madness. Just as rumored, opportunities abound within. A single epic-grade spiritual material is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding opportunity, Su-yi replied with a smile. Senior, let us press onward. I have a premonition that we shall return today with our arms laden. Bai Ji-ning hesitated briefly before stating, let us not be careless. Given that the third trial is a combat test, there will undoubtedly be 1 or more formidable beasts on the 3rd floor. If we find ourselves outmatched, we must not hesitate to retreat. Rest assured, Senior, As long as the beasts on the third floor are not excessively formidable, I am confident in our ability to triumph over them. With that, he wasted no more time and strode toward the third floor. Though she felt he might be overestimating his confidence, Bai Jining hesitated only a moment before following suit. Before long, the two ascended to the third level. As with the previous 2 floors, this one was devoid of ornamentation, save for a mirror exceeding 2 meters in height that stood silently before them. This is a ceiling array. Su-yi surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze quickly settled upon the mirror. Upon discovering that the mirror was etched with numerous arcane runes, he couldn't help but blink in surprise. What ceiling array? Bai Jining furrowed her brow, perplexed. Su-yi pointed to the mirror, grinning as he said, "It is that mirror. If I am not mistaken, our combat adversary is sealed within it." No sooner had he spoken than a mental message flashed in his mind. "Congratulations on entering the third trial. Let the battle commence. Only true masters may claim my legacy." This mental message served as a signal flare. Scarcely had it manifested when the array upon the mirror ignited. The next moment, with a terrifying roar, a colossal figure composed entirely of solidified lava emerged from within. Towering and imposing, this giant was engulfed in flickering crimson and black flames, exuding an eerie aura. It fixed its blood-red eyes upon Su-yi, its terrifying visage radiating madness. A fire demon. Su-yi was momentarily taken aback. This creature was indeed a formidable demon beast. And this particular fire demon was a commanding-level extraordinary being. He immediately gripped his spiritual weapon tightly, preparing for battle. Yet in that instant, another furious roar echoed, and another fire demon emerged from the mirror. 2 fire demons. Su-yi's expression grew grave. These beasts were comparable to the thunder lizard in power. With only himself and Bai Jining, their odds of overcoming 2 such extraordinary beings were decidedly slim. Moreover, as fire-type extraordinary beings, they posed a significant threat to a wood-type extraordinary being like Xiao Jing. Unless Xiao Jing continuously employed her indestructible form, it would be nearly impossible for her to approach them. If they attempted to ensnare the fire demons as they had with other extraordinary beings, it was likely that the fire demon's flames would incapacitate her before they could even strike. However, having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option. Engage. Adhering to the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, Su-yi bellowed, commanding Xiao Jing and Lu Li to launch their assault. Do we truly have to battle such foes? Observing the 2 infernal behemoths, Xiao Jing felt a pang of bitterness, her spirit wilting. What troubled her most was the unknown material of this towering edifice. It was far too resilient, rendering her unable to employ her earth evasion technique. Thus, she moved as though she were limping, her speed diminished beyond measure. After a moment of hesitation, however, she steeled her resolve and launched an offensive, slithering towards the 2 fire demons like a serpent while simultaneously unfurling her blossoms to unleash a torrent of toxic pollen upon them. Yet, as the noxious pollen approached, it was ignited by the flames enveloping the demons, instantly reduced to ash. Witnessing this, Xiao Jing felt utterly disheartened. With her earth escape rendered ineffective, close-range entanglement impossible, and now even her toxic pollen thwarted, how was she to fight? Perhaps it would be best to retreat to the sidelines and observe. Since forming a contract with Su-yi, she had participated in countless battles, yet she had never encountered such a frustrating predicament. Even at the onset of battle, she felt herself teetering on the brink of despair. Fortunately, Liu Li charged into the fray. She leapt before the 2 fire demons, locking eyes with one of them, her charm skill activating instantaneously. Buzz. The fire demon, caught off guard, found its mind clouded, sinking into a bizarre illusion. Is this truly effective? Could it be that even such extraordinary beings as the fire demons possess physiological needs? Su-yi, taken aback by this turn of events, had initially assumed that creatures of such caliber would be immune to charm. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, seeing Liu Li gain control over one of the fire demons filled him with joy, causing him to clench his fist tightly. However, his elation was short-lived. Upon charming the fire demon, Liu Li, elated, wasted no time and unleashed her most formidable attack, conjuring a cold, white fire dragon that roared as it lunged towards the fire demon. Entrapped by the enchantment, the demon lacked the capacity to evade, becoming ensnared by the fire dragon. In the next instant, the dragon opened its massive maw to bite down on the demon's head, resulting in a thunderous explosion upon impact. This was a high-level fire skill, and the detonation sent the fire demon sprawling, its flames scattering in all directions. Yet, before Liu Li could revel in her success, she was astonished to see the fire demon shake its head and rise, appearing as though nothing had transpired. This was the fiery dragon bind, her most potent skill. Typically, a commander-level extraordinary creature would either be slain or gravely injured by such an attack. So how could it emerge so unscathed? In that moment, she too felt her spirits plummet. Do not be deceived by their appearance. They are merely putting on a brave front. Su-yi, sensing her emotional shift, hastily communicated through their mental link. They can only withstand a fraction of the burning damage. They cannot endure explosive harm. And the heartburn demon fire can directly injure their souls. If it clings to them and burns for a duration, they will surely succumb. Hearing this, Lioli scrutinized the fire demon and indeed spotted signs of injury, even observing slight twitching in its body. So, they were merely enduring. Lioli regained her confidence and glanced at the demons, prepared to unleash another skill. Unfortunately, before her second skill could take form, the two fire demons, incensed by the earlier attack, erupted into a furious roar and charged towards her and Xiao Jing. Furthermore, an eerie, crimson-black flame erupted from their bodies. This conflagration coalesced, surging towards Xiao Jing, Lioli, and Su-yi. Hellfire. Su-yi recognized the flames immediately, his expression growing grave, much like the heartburn fire. Hellfire was a special kind of flame, not only possessing immense power, but also capable of eroding an enemy's body and soul, driving them to madness. Had Lioli's heartburn fire not fused into the heartburn demon fire, it might not even compare. To be engulfed by such flames would surely spell disaster. Thus, without a second thought, Su-yi activated the carefree jade pendant, intending to pull Bai Jining back. However, before he could act, the gale bird screeched, joining the fray. Whirlwind. With a powerful flap of its wings, the gale bird conjured a mighty tempest. This gale not only dispersed the encroaching hellfire, but also significantly hampered the two fire demons, slowing their advance considerably. Seizing the opportunity, the gale bird screeched again and unleashed a blade storm upon them. Countless wind blades enveloped the demons, inflicting numerous cuts upon their forms. In pain, the two fire demons grew even more enraged. They surged forward like frenzied beasts, unleashing a terrifying strength as they barreled towards Xiao Jing and Lioli. Fiery fist. Without a moment's thought, the two fire demons swung their massive fists, resembling boulders, towards Xiao Jing and Lioli. Despite their colossal size, their strikes were executed with astonishing speed, seemingly imbued with a certain profundity that made evasion difficult for Xiao Jing and Lioli, especially for Xiao Jing, who, unable to use Earth Escape, was entirely unable to evade. With no alternative, she activated her indestructible Vajra skill, weaving several vine tendrils together to erect a barrier before herself and Lioli. Boom! The fists of the two fire demons crashed against Xiao Jing's vine barrier, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. Moreover, as the roots failed to secure themselves in the ground, Xiao Jing was sent hurtling back, crashing into a wall several meters away. Were it not for the wall's obstruction, she would have flown even further. Fortunately, although being flung was somewhat embarrassing, the activation of her indestructible Vajra meant she suffered no significant injuries. It was time to get serious. Su-yi cast a glance at the two fire demons, intent on continuing their assault on Lioli, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Though these fire demons proved more troublesome than he had anticipated, he possessed means to counter them. As his voice fell, Lioli grasped his intent, a smile creeping into her eyes as she turned once more towards the two demons. In the next instant, a wave of psychic energy emanated from her without warning, enveloping the space within several meters of her. The two fire demons, previously poised to attack, suddenly froze, their expressions turning vacant. Senior sister, quickly unleash your strongest attack to eliminate the one on the left. In that fleeting moment of their entrapment within the illusory domain, Su-yi shouted urgently. Why the left one and not the right? Though Bai Jining felt a twinge of confusion, she didn't dwell on it and commanded her beasts accordingly. Consequently, the Gale Bird, Shadow Cat, and Lightning Weasel all charged towards the left fire demon. Vacuum Cannon, Shadow Assassination, Gale Slash. The three cherished beasts summoned every ounce of strength they could muster, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Boom! With a resounding explosion, their skills struck true against the Flame Demon. Despite the Flame Demon being a powerful beast capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Thunder Dragon Lizard, it remained merely a commanding-level beast with rather unimpressive defenses. Caught entirely off guard by the combined assault of a commanding-level beast and two elite-level beasts, its survival was nothing short of miraculous. In an instant, its body was shattered into fragments. Its head was concaved by the vacuum cannon, the core within its chest was extracted by the Shadow Cat's claw, and even its abdomen was cleaved open by the Gale Slash, resulting in a grim spectacle. To ensure it was truly vanquished, the Gale Bird unleashed another vacuum cannon at its head. Don't stop there, eliminate the other one too, Bai Jining urged hastily. Despite their current advantage, she was acutely aware that their success in defeating one of the flame demons was largely due to Lu Li's control through the illusory domain. However, the illusory domain could only last for a mere 3 seconds. Once it dissipated, they would find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle once more. After all, at that point, Suyi's two beasts would struggle to offer her any assistance. Just as her thoughts settled, the previously sent flying Xiao Jing charged back towards the remaining flame demon. Perhaps due to the humiliation of being flung away earlier, Xiao Jing was now seething with anger, her demonic energy boiling over. In the next moment, she twisted all her vines together and viciously lashed out at the flame demon's head. Demonic energy spiked flail. Under the amplification of her demonic energy, her strength surged to unknown heights. At the instant her vines struck the flame demon, a resounding pop echoed, and its head was obliterated. Yet, even after such a feat, Xiao Jing still felt unsatisfied, so she swung her twisted vines once more, shattering its chest and core. With such grievous wounds, it was no surprise that the flame demon collapsed, unable to emit even a cry before succumbing to silence. Bai Jining inhaled sharply, astonished at the scene before her, struggling to believe that Su's thorn flower had obliterated a flame demon. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. After all, Su's thorn flower was merely an elite-level beast, and a plant-type extraordinary creature with low offensive power at that. For such a being to annihilate a flame demon solely with its vines was a complete upheaval of her understanding. She was certain that not even a powerful dragon-type extraordinary creature could achieve such a feat while still at the elite level. However, regardless of her disbelief, the evidence lay starkly before her, leaving no room for doubt. Sui, is your thorn flower truly just a thorn flower? She turned to Sui, instinctively asking. What kind of question is that, senior sister? Sui chuckled lightly. Was her thorn flower supposed to be some other extraordinary being? It was merely a commanding level beast they had defeated. There was no need for such astonishment. She was well aware of Sui's capability to challenge foes beyond her level. But she decided to let the matter rest. Bai Jining shook her head, still immensely curious, yet tactfully refraining from further inquiry. All right, senior sister. No need to dwell on that. We have defeated both flame demons, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should have passed this round of trials. Let us see what treasures lie within that mithril chest on this floor. With a gentle smile, Sui made her way towards the mithril chest, which was not positioned centrally, but rather tucked away in a corner. Gazing at the chest, anticipation bubbled within her. After all, the rewards bestowed by the esteemed Beastmaster were exceedingly generous. Having already received an epic-grade treasure on the second floor, it was only logical to assume that the rewards on this floor would be even more splendid. Notably, it seemed that perhaps due to the chest's isolation, the treasures within had not been revealed in the system prompts. When Sui mentioned the chest, Bai Jining chose to remain silent and followed suit. Like her companion, she was equally eager to discover the contents of the chest, just as they were about to open it. The mental message confirming their success in the trial finally appeared. Congratulations on passing the third trial. Keep going. As long as you pass the final trial, you shall become my disciple, and all that I have left will be yours. Only the final trial remains. Sui paused, perplexed. Did this tower not have 5 floors? They had only just reached the third. How could there be but one trial left? Bai Jining pondered for a moment before replying. The last floor likely houses the legacy treasures. If another trial were to be set there, it could easily endanger those treasures. Furthermore, the 4 trials have already sufficiently assessed one's strength and potential. Perhaps, Sui conceded, shaking his head. But let us not dwell on that. Let us see what treasures this mithril chest holds. With that, he no longer hesitated and gently opened the mithril chest. Soon, the items within the chest came into view. A heart of lava. As he beheld the fiery red crystal lying within, Sui's eyes glimmered with delight. This was an epic-grade treasure of fire attributes, perfect for Lu Li to use. It had been a long time coming. After opening so many chests, he had finally uncovered a treasure he could utilize. Chapter 214, Remnant Soul of the Demon God. Another epic-grade treasure. Previously, Bai Jining had never imagined that epic treasures could be acquired so readily. This was the second one they had obtained that day. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. They had encountered countless commanding-level beasts throughout their journey, especially in this legacy ruin. While they had successfully navigated each challenge, every floor had concealed deadly traps. Reaching this point was not due to a lack of difficulty, but rather because of their extraordinary strength, or more precisely, Sui's. As this thought crossed her mind, an unexpected phrase popped into Bai Jining's head. Sui and I slaughtering with abandon in the abyssal ruins. The thought struck her with an odd sense of dismay. Senior sister, there's no time limit here. Let us take a moment to recover before proceeding to the 4th floor. Stowing the heart of lava within her spatial heart, Sui glanced at the weary Lu Li and spoke calmly. In the previous battle, Lu Li had expended the most energy, her spiritual and mental reserves nearly depleted, making it difficult for her to stand. Such was the drawback of fully employing the illusory domain. All right, Bai Jining readily agreed to Su Yi's suggestion. Su Yi nodded slightly before walking up to Lu Li, gently tousling her fiery red hair. You've worked hard. Why don't you return to the space and rest for a while? He said softly. Within the heart of the space, not only could one enhance their cultivation efficiency, but it also expedited their recovery. Lu Li responded lightly through mental communication. In truth, she was eager to return, not solely for the sake of hastening her recovery, but also to revert to her fox-eared form. Perhaps it was due to her growing accustomed to her fox-eared persona that she found herself less fond of transforming back into a fire spirit fox. Noticing her nod, Sui wasted no time and promptly drew her into the heart of the space. He had initially contemplated whether to trouble AI Li to cast a few recovery spells for her, but just then, he observed Lu Li morphing into her fox-eared form upon returning to the small world. She shed her fox fur attire and leapt into her favorite pond. With her eyes closed and body relaxed, she submerged herself in the water, seemingly seeking to alleviate her fatigue. Never mind, it's best not to disturb Sister AI Li. Sui swiftly decided. He was about to withdraw his consciousness from the heart of the space when he suddenly realized that, following the recent battle, Lu Li's spiritual energy level appeared to have significantly improved. Originally, she would have needed over a month to elevate to the ordinary 9th star level. But under the current circumstances, it seemed she might achieve it in just 10 days. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's spiritual energy level, especially in the face of arduous battles. A smile graced Su Yi's face. This phenomenon was not difficult to comprehend. After all, combat tended to awaken the latent potential of beasts, particularly in life and death situations. What are you thinking about? Bai Jining inquired, noticing him lost in thought. Moments earlier, she had also returned her beast to the Beast Master space, leaving only Xiao Jing, an extraordinary creature, behind in case of unforeseen circumstances. Nothing much. Su Yi replied with a smile, wasting no time as he sat cross-legged and began meditating. He remained in meditation for a full 6 hours. After such an extended period of rest, Xiao Jing, the Gale Bird, and other beasts had saturated their spiritual energy, and even Lu Li had recovered significantly. Senior sister, I've nearly recovered. Should we continue? She asked. Since this was the final test, it was likely the most perilous. A careless failure could result in their demise and render their previous gains meaningless. Su Yi turned to Bai Jining and spoke earnestly. I would prefer to leave this place first. After assimilating the spiritual energy materials we've obtained, we could attempt the 4th trial with at least a 30% increase in our overall strength. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, time is insufficient. Bai Jining replied calmly. If it weren't for the uncertainty surrounding whether this place is truly a legacy site, we wouldn't even qualify to enter. If we leave now, we might miss out on the treasures on the 5th floor. Her gaze turned resolutely determined. Very well. Sui nodded, but as a friend, he felt compelled to advise. While it is commendable to be daring, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It would be wise to avoid such risks in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining regarded him with a strange look. As someone who had explored 2 legacy sites, it seemed he was even more reckless than she was. Sui shook his head. I admit the last time was somewhat risky, but this time I possess numerous trump cards. The likelihood of an unexpected event is quite low. Is that so? Bai Jining initially wished to counter him, but upon noticing the concern etched on his face, she swallowed her retort and replied coolly, understood. If we succeed in acquiring the legacy this time, I had no intention of pursuing further risks. All right, let us not squander any more time. We should proceed. This secret realm has many adventurers. Lingering here may invite competition, which could complicate matters further. With that, she summoned the Gale Bird and other beasts before leading the way to the 5th floor. Taking a deep breath, Sui followed closely behind without further contemplation. Before long, they arrived at the 4th level of the tower. Like the previous floors, this one was exceedingly spacious, but a massive hexagram was etched into the floor, adorned with numerous enigmatic patterns. At each of the 6 points of the hexagram lay a piece of profound crystal. These 6 pieces of profound crystal were of remarkably high quality, reaching the epic tier. Is this a magic array? Upon discerning the intricate design on the ground, Su Yi's face displayed astonishment. If not for Bai Jining's presence, he might have exclaimed in disbelief. This was no ordinary magic array, although he did not recognize it. He could ascertain from the patterns that its level was undoubtedly high. In fact, even Bai Jining, who possessed no knowledge of magic arrays, sensed that this array was anything but simple. Could it be ordinary to have 6 epic-tier magic crystals embedded within it? Sui. Bai Jining instinctively moved closer to him, feeling a surge of anxiety. It was evident that this magic array was likely the final trial. Yet, Could they truly withstand such a formidable array? Before they could ponder further, another wave of mental information resonated in their minds. Welcome to the fourth challenge. Do not be anxious, my child. This trial assesses your willpower. As long as your determination is unwavering, you shall surely pass the test. Upon passing this trial, all the treasures I have left behind will be yours, including a pet beast with divine potential. Therefore, strive earnestly, never give up lightly. A pet beast with divine potential. Bai Jining instinctively clenched her fists, her breath quickening. If she could obtain this beast, her future potential would rival that of Bai Jiyan. This was an irresistible temptation for her. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement as well. But soon he was struck by a thought, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Wait a moment, he mused. He had specifically switched to the beast-seeking mode and had not received any alerts about a pet with divine potential here. Could it be that it was concealed in a place that obstructed system detection? Just then, the 6 epic-tier profound crystals suddenly emitted a blinding light, and the magic array on the ground illuminated in response. It's beginning. Su Yi focused intently, preparing to confront the array with all his might. However, to his astonishment, the array exhibited an uncanny nature. Under its influence, the surrounding environment began to shift, transforming the once solid walls into a pitch-black void. In that moment, he felt as though he were suspended in the night sky, with nothing but Bai Jining by his side, rendering it impossible to discern direction or orientation. Where are we? Bai Jining inexplicably sensed a hint of crisis and unconsciously leaned closer to Su Yi, her arm brushing against his, as if this proximity could offer her some solace. However, before Su Yi could respond, a multitude of terrifying figures suddenly materialized around them. There stood formidable headless knights, fearsome skeletal warriors, and the stench of decaying corpses emanated from the undead. Furthermore, there were entities resembling malevolent spirits, their ethereal forms swirling about them, some howling ferociously, others weeping pitifully, and still others emitting eerie laughter, all of which frantically provoked their senses. Liuli, ignite the fire of heartburn, Su Yi exclaimed in alarm, hastily issuing commands to Liuli, hoping to incinerate these creatures, uncertain of whether they were corporeal or spectral. To his horror, however, Liuli had vanished. Not only Liuli, but even Xiao Jing had seemingly disappeared, and he found his mental connection severed. What on earth was happening? Panic began to grip Su Yi, but before he could dwell on it further, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, as though someone had jabbed him. Simultaneously, the fear within him surged uncontrollably, threatening to engulf his very soul. This was fear. In that instant, he finally comprehended that he had fallen prey to dread. Much like enchantment, this ability could manipulate a person's psyche and even inflict severe damage upon the soul. Was this the trial of this realm? Did it mean he had to remain vigilant, lest fear consume him, for failure would surely mean demise? Yet, it proved to be an arduous challenge. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi fought valiantly to withstand it, but the mere thought of failure ignited the fear within him like a raging fire, swiftly conquering most of his mind and driving him to the brink of collapse. Just then, Bai Jining suddenly threw herself into his embrace, burying her head against his chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. Feeling her quaking form, a flicker of protective instinct ignited within Su Yi, allowing him to maintain a shred of clarity amid the encroaching fear. Nevertheless, resisting the dread remained a formidable endeavor. He resolved that he needed a jolt of stimulation to combat this overwhelming emotion. Just as he felt his resolve wavering once more, he resolutely cupped Bai Jining's face and leaned down. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes ticked away. Time slipped by, transforming moments into what felt like hours, or perhaps even days. Despite employing various methods to rouse himself, he could barely cling to a fragment of his sanity. At that moment, exhaustion threatened to consume him entirely. Perhaps it would be best to surrender. Such a thought emerged in his mind, for he truly felt on the verge of collapse. After all, he had persevered for so long, drenched in cold sweat, his body fatigued, and he feared that continuing in this manner would lead to a complete mental breakdown. Yet, a sliver of rationality urged him not to yield, for surrender could well equate to death. With that thought, he tightened his embrace around Bai Jining and bit down hard on his own tongue, managing to hold on, refusing to succumb entirely. Pitiful mortal, relinquish your struggle. What are you fighting for? Your continued resistance only vexes me. Seeing Su Yi withstand yet another wave of encroaching dread, the shadow lurking behind could no longer contain itself. In the next moment, a pitch-black figure materialized before him, resembling a swirling mass of dark mist, its form ever shifting. Yet, even in its nebulous state, Su Yi discerned that it was a towering humanoid demon. The oppressive aura it radiated was terrifying enough to compel Su Yi to kneel in reverence. Devil God. A single glance left Su Yi dazed, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Although the figure was indistinct, he was at least 80% certain that this entity was indeed the demon god. The silhouette before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the image of the demon god imparted to him by the ancestral jade slip. But had not the deities of the Beast Master continent perished during the cataclysm? Why was the demon god manifesting here? Oh, you recognize me? The shadow chuckled sinisterly. Since you are acquainted with me, cease your struggle and surrender your body. Should you willingly offer yourself, I shall fulfill all your desires. In concluding its taunting proclamation, the shadow let out a cackling laugh. What did you say? Su Yi's pupils constricted in shock, a chilling realization washing over him. As fear surged once more within his heart, had Bai Jining not emitted a soft whimper at that moment, he might have been entirely consumed by terror. Observing that he still persisted, the shadow appeared taken aback, its impatience palpable as it continued. Yield, pitiful mortal. In truth, this is not a legacy site. It has been a trap from the very beginning. You are not a chosen successor of any beast master, but rather, a vessel I have meticulously selected. Do not resist. Do you wish to grow powerful? Surrender your body, and I shall bestow upon you strength akin to that of the gods. Oh, you are not afraid. As the shadow spoke, it suddenly noted the human boy, who had recently trembled in fear, now exhibiting an unsettling calmness. Fear? Why should I be afraid? Su Yi regained his composure, a smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, he perceived detailed information regarding the shadow. Fragmented soul of the demon god, spiritual energy, master level 8 star. A mere fragmented soul of master level 8 star. How audacious. Foolish mortal. Defying my will prove to be the gravest mistake of your life. I grant you one final opportunity. Cease your resistance, and allow me to enter your body. And I shall grant you a swift end. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I assure you, I will imprison your soul and torment you for 1,000 years. The shadow, having lost all patience, issued its final ultimatum. Although it was but a remnant of a soul with dwindling power, it was more than sufficient to deal with a human beastmaster. Its prior hesitation to act had not stemmed from benevolence, but rather a desire to avoid damaging its new vessel. Any injury, no matter how minor, would complicate its integration with this body. Yet now, it could no longer afford such concerns. However, Su Yi remained unfazed, scoffing. You are but a fragmented soul. Do not pretend to be a grandiose figure, speaking as if you have me at your mercy. Shall we wager to see if you can indeed best me? Seeing his defiance, the shadow responded with a mocking laugh. Foolish mortal, I concede that you exceed my expectations, managing to discern that I am merely a fragmented soul. Despair. For everything here has been meticulously orchestrated by me. You are but a prey ensnared in my web, with no hope of escape. At this juncture, you are faced with two choices: to submit to my will and relinquish your life without suffering, or to defy me and endure torment until your demise. Cast aside any illusions of luck. Before a deity, you are as feeble as an ant upon the ground. With that, the shadow's aura surged, revealing the full extent of its master-level prowess. Previously, it had concealed its energy fluctuations, intending to intimidate this human with the guise of a demon god. Regrettably, this human proved far more formidable than anticipated, discerning at a glance that it was merely a remnant soul, resulting in a complete lack of reverence. In light of this revelation, there was no longer any necessity for subterfuge. Showcasing its power would yield a more profound impact. After all, before this human beastmaster, the strength of a master was sufficient to instill despair. However, what perplexed it was that the human beastmaster, aside from being slightly breathless under its oppressive aura, exhibited no further reaction, nor was there any trace of panic upon his visage. What could this mean? A sudden unease gripped its heart, sensing a hint of danger. The calmness exhibited by this human beastmaster could stem from one of two possibilities. Either he was rendered senseless by fear, or he possessed sufficient confidence to confront it. If it were the latter, no, that was utterly impossible. The shadow swiftly dismissed this absurd notion. To safeguard against failure, it had invested considerable effort in establishing the barrier that separated the interior of the tower from the outside world. This barrier, set before its downfall, permitted only elite level and below human beastmasters to pass. Such beings were, in its eyes, akin to mere insects. How could it possibly falter against them? Furthermore, this human youth was not even an elite beastmaster, but merely an ordinary one. Ah, wretched mortal, it seems you have been paralyzed by fear. I have little patience for the foolish. Thus, perish. The shadow, unwilling to squander any more time, allowed its crimson eyes to turn icy and piercing, causing the ambient temperature to plummet drastically. Simultaneously, a thick shroud of black mist erupted from it, surging ominously towards Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi did not hesitate. He cried out, "Sister Ellie, save me." As his voice echoed, the very fabric of space trembled slightly, and a beautiful yet graceful elven woman appeared before him. Ellie, suddenly summoned, was visibly taken aback. Yet, before she could inquire about the situation, she sensed an aura of malevolence that furrowed her delicate brow. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, unleashing a surge of life energy that dispersed the encroaching black mist. In truth, life energy did not possess any restraining effect on the black mist. It was merely a matter of differing levels of energy. After all, master-level entities were two significant tiers below king-level beings. Before the master-level extraordinary being, Su-E was as insignificant as an ant, just as the master-level being was before a king-level one. King-level extraordinary being? How can you summon a king-level extraordinary being? The shadow stared, transfixed, at Ellie, its previously superior demeanor swiftly morphing into one of terror and confusion. Had this been before the cataclysm, it would have faced such an extraordinary being without fear. Yet now, it was but a remnant soul, its power diminished to less than a millionth of its former self. It was truly incapable of contending. You are. Ellie also recognized it, and upon sensing its aura, she too was taken aback, a chill racing down her spine. A demon god. She had encountered a demon god here. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, even leading her to suspect that Su-E was a disciple of the demon god, deliberately intending to harm her. After all, why would he bring her before a demon god, if not to ensnare her? Moreover, how had the demon god survived the cataclysm? As it was expected that beings of their ilk would not endure? Wait, just as her thoughts spiraled into confusion, she finally perceived something amiss. The demon god before her possessed exceedingly low power, merely at the master level, and appeared more as a spectral entity than a corporeal one. Before she could ponder further, Su-E's voice rang out. Sister Ellie, do not be deceived. He is not a demon god, merely a fragment of the demon god's remnant soul. Quickly, eliminate him. He seeks to resurrect by possessing another's body, and he must not succeed. At last, Ellie grasped the situation, and as she turned her gaze back to the shadow, fear had been replaced entirely by cold resolve. The forest goddess she revered was in opposition to the demon god, and the enmity between their followers had been forged in the fires of past holy wars. Thus, her singular thought at this moment was to obliterate this fragment of a soul. Sensing her murderous intent, the shadow's mood soured drastically. Feeling a sense of humiliation akin to a tiger fallen to the ground, preyed upon by dogs. Were it not for its current state as a remnant soul, it would never deign to regard such a king-level extraordinary being. Even those divine beasts lacking faith would not warrant a glance. Alas, it was indeed far too weak now. Perish. The malevolent demon god shall never resurrect. Withering curse. Ellie wasted no time and immediately launched her attack. Circles of gray light surged toward the shadow. Life-based skills could both bestow life and siphon it away. The former could heal, while the latter could claim lives in a most peculiar fashion, rivaling even dark-based skills in effectiveness. Blasphemer, perish. Upon witnessing Ellie truly take action against it, the shadow was instantly incensed. Despite its current lack of strength, the lofty mentality of a deity remained unscathed. Yet, this humble forest elf dared to strike at it. Such affront was a profound insult. However, circumstances dictated that it could not confront Ellie directly, so it evaded desperately while commanding the spectral entities of the tower, the headless knights, skeletal warriors, and corpse demons, to charge at her. Though these creatures lacked power, they could influence the enemy's mind, even driving them to madness. With proper coordination, defeating a king-level extraordinary being was undeniably feasible. At least, that was the shadow's belief. Yet, upon seeing this, Ellie did not regard the formation with trepidation. The array was indeed formidable, but it depended entirely on who was wielding it. Different individuals would yield varied results, and the shadow, at present, was merely at the master level and thus insufficient to pose a significant threat to her. Nevertheless, she would not allow those phantoms to approach. With a sharp command, she declared, "Spirit Tree Strangulation." As her voice faded, a multitude of robust branches suddenly manifested around her. These branches, densely packed, ensnared the oncoming specters in an instant. Initially, the apparitions dismissed the threat, confident in their ethereal nature, believing that mere branches could not impede them. However, upon contact with the branches, they were astonished to discover that these appendages were not physical entities, but rather a substance existing between the corporeal and the spectral. In the next moment, they found themselves completely entangled, only to be violently twisted, disintegrating into mere ashes as if they had never existed at all. Sister Ellie is remarkable. Upon witnessing this, Su-E finally breathed a sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart now at ease. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, that dark shadow could hardly pose a threat to his life again. In fact, it was likely that this formidable sister Ellie would obliterate it. He was grateful for having extricated her from the ancient wood's secret realm. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. Reflecting on this, a shiver of fear coursed through Sui. Admittedly, he had been genuinely startled when he first encountered that shadow. Who could have imagined that this place, resembling a heritage site, was nothing more than an elaborate ruse? Perhaps it was due to the vanquishing of the specters by Ellie that the potency of the array diminished considerably, alleviating some of the inexplicable dread that had lingered in Su Yi's heart. Yet, just as he prepared to check on Bai Jining's condition, a dense black mist materialized beside him. Within that mist glimmered two pairs of crimson eyes, which, without hesitation, lunged toward him, enveloping both him and Bai Jining in its ominous embrace. Beware, it's a trap. Not far away, Ellie, engaged in battle with the shadow, was astonished to see that the shadow before her had been directly dispelled by a withering curse. The ease of this victory piqued her caution, and upon turning around, she realized that the fragment of lingering soul had stealthily crept towards Su Yi and the others. The appearance of that remnant soul suggested an intention to forcibly seize a body, should it infiltrate Su Yi or Bai Jining. Even if it failed in the short term, Ellie would find it difficult to attack, unless she resolved to eliminate both Su Yi and Bai Jining simultaneously. This was a hostage situation. Su Yi sensed its nefarious intent, and his heart raced with alarm. With no other options available, in this critical moment, he acted decisively, revealing another hidden card. Suddenly, a winged insignia on his chest burst forth, and he felt a terrifying power surge from within, forming a black shield around him that repelled the encroaching black mist. This was the power of the fallen angel. The shadow was momentarily taken aback. The fallen angel was one of its followers, yet now, the power of the fallen angel obstructed its resurrection, leaving it feeling utterly betrayed. Most critically, invading the bodies of these two human beast masters was its last lifeline. Damn it! Damn it! Break through! No one can stop me. The shadow descended into madness, relentlessly assaulting the black shield in a desperate bid for survival. Unfortunately, that shield was forged by the hands of the quasi-divine fallen angel queen and was exceedingly robust. With its current strength, the shadow was utterly incapable of breaching it. At that moment, Ellie had also arrived. Spirit tree constriction. Without hesitation, she conjured a multitude of vines, launching them at the shadow. Damn it! The shadow finally regained a flicker of clarity and sought to flee. Its emotions were in turmoil. It had never anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. Everything had been meticulously arranged. How infuriating! How infuriating! It was all due to that wretched human boy. How could he summon a king-level extraordinary being? This was a violation of the world's laws, a phenomenon that should be impossible. Even now, it struggled to comprehend why this king-level extraordinary being would willingly obey a mere ordinary human beastmaster's command. Alas, it had no more opportunities left. Just as it prepared to escape, the vines unleashed by Ellie had already enveloped the entire array space, firmly binding it. In the next moment, the vines tightened violently, instantly shredding it apart. Before being utterly disintegrated, it let out a final, anguished roar, hysterically bellowing, "You two despicable insects, await your doom. The desecration of the demon god shall ultimately plunge into hell, suffering eternally. I shall return for you." With its cries echoing, the remnant soul was completely obliterated. At last, it's done. Watching the dissipating remnants, Su Yi exhaled heavily. Yet, just then, several system notifications abruptly flashed in his mind. A significant amount of dissipated soul energy detected, absorbing. Ding. 3 meters ahead, a divine-level treasure discovered. A divine-level treasure. Su Yi's heart raced with astonishment as he hurriedly glanced ahead, only to discover that the site of the remnant soul's dissolution had left behind a crystalline object resembling a soul crystal. Instinctively, he accessed the system, and was immediately taken aback. The system notification displayed the words, Divine Fragment. Chapter 216, A Bountiful Harvest. Divine Fragment, Demon God, Grade, Divine Level Spiritual Material. Description, a fragment of the demon god's divinity, possessing incredible effects, recommended for use by quasi-divine beings, significantly enhances the probability of igniting divine fire. Optimal for dark and demon-type extraordinary beings. Upon reading the detailed information about the crystalline fragment, Su Yi was overwhelmed with astonishment. He understood that true deities coalesce divine essence, yet he had never imagined that such fragments could exist. He had thought that divine essence, like the laws of the world, was an ethereal concept. Of course, it was also possible that it was indeed an ethereal entity, merely coalescing into what was termed a divine fragment due to various reasons after the demon god's fall. In any case, he had genuinely acquired a divine fragment, marking his first acquisition of divine-level spiritual material. After the initial excitement subsided, he quickly regained his composure. Although this object appeared highly valuable, it seemed of little utility to him at present. After all, he did not possess a quasi-divine beast. while the description did not stipulate that it could only be used by quasi-divine extraordinary beings. He was certain that attempting to use it on lower-tier extraordinary beings would yield catastrophic consequences. The energy contained within such a high-caliber spiritual material was undoubtedly immense, capable of causing those lower-tier extraordinary beings to explode. Ellie also noticed the divine fragment, her face reflecting a similar expression of shock. This object is exceedingly rare, even within the realm of beast tamers. After all, deities of high stature seldom meet their demise, and even if they do, it is not guaranteed that fragments of their divine essence remain. Were it not for her first-hand experience during the cataclysm, she might not have recognized such an artifact. It appears to be a material of divine energy. Sister Ellie, might this be of use to you? Sue-E turned to her, tentatively inquiring. Should Ellie desire this shard of divine essence, he would unhesitatingly relinquish it. After all, she was the mightiest among them, not just Sue-E. But even 10 of him would not stand a chance against her. However, Ellie seemed disinterested in the item, shaking her head as she replied. This is a fragment of a demon lord's divine essence. It holds no value for me. If possible, I would advise you to destroy it to prevent other demons from utilizing it to reconstruct the demon lord's essence. Do not. Sue-E hastily interjected, alarmed at her intent to obliterate the treasure. Sister Ellie, this is a divine-grade energy material. To destroy it would be an utter waste. Moreover, treasures possess no inherent morality. Wielded for good, they serve the righteous. Wielded for evil, they serve the wicked. Rest assured, I shall employ this treasure for noble purposes. With that, Sue-E promptly approached and stored the shard into his storage ring, fearing that hesitation would lead Ellie to destroy it. Yet, Ellie merely spoke in jest, and upon seeing his refusal, did not press the matter further. Casting her gaze around, she curiously queried, "How did you come to be here? You even encountered the remnant soul of a demon lord. One could argue whether to deem your fortune as fortunate or unfortunate." As for Sue-E, he began to recount. Initially, I believed this to be a legacy left by some esteemed beast tamer, only to discover it was a trap set by the demon lord. At this, he shook his head, almost wishing to lament his misfortune. Fortunately, he had managed to navigate the peril unscathed. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to weep. He intended to elaborate further, but at that moment, a system notification abruptly appeared before him. Ding, absorption complete. Gained 630,000 soul power. 630,000 soul power. Sue-E found it hard to believe that merely a remnant soul could yield such a bounty. The only regret was that, despite this substantial amount, it still fell short of the 800,000 mark. What is it? Ellie noticed his unease and regarded him with curiosity. Nothing. Sue-E replied with a slight smile. I merely recalled something joyous. That is good to hear, Ellie responded, choosing not to inquire further. While they conversed, Baijining finally regained consciousness. Sister, are you all right? Upon seeing her awaken, Sue-E hurried over, casting a concerned glance her way. However, Baijining remained silent, merely observing him with an inscrutable expression. Sue-E felt a pang of guilt under her gaze and awkwardly spoke. Sister, what happened earlier was unintentional. You know how perilous the situation was. If I hadn't done something to divert attention, fear would have consumed us entirely. So you chose me as a distraction? Baijining continued to gaze silently at him. My apologies. Faced with her unwavering stare, Sue-E found himself at a loss for words and opted for a straightforward apology. There is no need for apologies. Let us leave this matter as it is. Baijining shifted her gaze away, no longer dwelling on the issue, and turned her attention to Ellie, calmly asking, She is the forest spirit we encountered in the ancient wood forest, is she not? Is this your trump card? Yet, I recall you explicitly stating that this forest spirit had departed the ancient wood's secret realm. Though she maintained a calm exterior, her mind brimmed with astonishment. A formidable royal-grade extraordinary being not only resided within Sue-E's heart of space, but had also formed a harmonious bond with him, even coming to his aid in times of danger. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. After all, this was a royal-grade extraordinary being. With one such entity at his side, even her father, Bai Jingtian, might not stand a chance against the youth before her. My apologies. I did not intend to deceive you. It was simply difficult to explain, and I had promised her not to expose her to other humans. Had it not been for the grave danger earlier, I would not have revealed her presence. Sue-E attempted to clarify, though his explanation felt somewhat lacking in conviction. In truth, he had braced himself for Baijining's ire. After all, if their situations were reversed, he would likely harbor some resentment if she concealed such matters from him. To his surprise, the anticipated confrontation did not ensue. Baijining's face remained tranquil as she replied, I understand. She then brushed off the dust from her clothing and continued. What shall we do next? Since this is not a legacy site, should we not return? A flicker of disappointment was evident in her eyes. Prior to this, She had genuinely believed the words of the demon lord's remnant soul, thinking there was a pet with potential godly prowess here. Seeing her demeanor, Sui smiled. Why the rush to return? There's still another floor. Although there are no pets here, I have a strong premonition that the 5th floor must harbor numerous treasures. Bai Jining's eyes brightened with realization. You sense something? Sui nodded with a smile. If my senses are accurate, the 5th floor should contain several legendary grade treasures. Perhaps even divine grade artifacts. Divine grade artifacts. Even Bai Jining, who was typically composed, found it challenging to contain her excitement. Treasures of such caliber were immensely valuable, rivaling the worth of a pet with potential godly prowess. If she could acquire one such artifact, she was confident she could cultivate her demoness to royal grade within 5 years. At that point, even the formidable forest spirit nearby might not stand a chance against her. Let us ascend and see, she declared, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Onward. Sui, equally impatient, turned to Ellie and said, Sister Ellie, the 5th floor may harbor unknown dangers. If possible, I hope you will accompany us. I have already sensed that there are no significant dangers remaining in this tower. I will join you. Ellie had initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Suyi's earnest gaze, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, it was merely a brief visit, and it would not consume much time. Thank you, Sui said, a smile gracing his face as he refrained from further elaboration and strode purposefully towards the staircase. Before long, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 spirit, arrived at the 5th floor, the pinnacle of the tower. Ah, it seems there is nothing here. Bai Jining meticulously surveyed her surroundings, her delicate brows knitting in mild concern. This place was far more desolate than the 4 lower levels, which at least harbored mithril treasure chests or mirrors. Here, however, there was nothing, so devoid of items that it felt as if it had been robbed. Consequently, she turned to Sui with a skeptical gaze, inquiring, Are you truly certain that there are hidden treasures here? Do not fret, Sui replied with a subtle smile. Follow me. At that moment, he appeared exceedingly self-assured. Indeed, he had every reason to be confident. After all, the system had clearly indicated 7 meters ahead. A semi-divine treasure detected. Not merely 1 clue, but 3. 2 semi-divine treasures and 1 legendary treasure, all located in the same spot. Initially, Bai Jining harbored doubts, but upon hearing his words, she refrained from further questioning and promptly trailed behind him. Ai Li quietly followed in their wake, her expression far more composed. This was primarily because she was unaware of Suyi's ability to sense treasures, nor did she know that semi-divine treasures might exist in this location. Although Sui and Bai Jining had discussed these matters in her presence, they had utilized the foresight of Blue Star, leaving her utterly bewildered as to what they were searching for in a place that appeared devoid of anything. However, in the next instant, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gentle features. Sui approached a specific spot on the floor, forcefully stamping his feet twice. Upon discerning that the sound differed from that of the surrounding area, he instinctively bent down to investigate. Before long, he had lifted a section of the floor. Moreover, as that segment was removed, a surge of potent spiritual energy emanated from within. A semi-divine treasure. Upon sensing the contents within, Ai Li's composure shattered, and she instinctively moved towards the source. Following Suyi's gaze, she beheld a jade box, measuring half a meter in length and width, hidden beneath the floor. Within the jade box lay 3 treasures, quietly nestled. The seed of the tree of life. Ai Li exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes immediately captivated by one particular item. It was a diminutive seed, translucent and glistening like jade. Despite its modest size, it radiated an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy, undeniably confirming its status as a semi-divine treasure. Furthermore, the energy it emitted was the life force she was most familiar with. How could there be a seed of the tree of life here? Ai Li found it increasingly difficult to maintain her usual elegance, her mouth slightly agape as if she had encountered something utterly inconceivable. Indeed, the existence of a seed of the tree of life in this place was astonishing, as it was the lair of the demon god, not that of the goddess of life or the goddess of nature. Is this truly the seed of the tree of life? Upon hearing her words, Suyi's gaze involuntarily fell upon the seed. After a moment of hesitation, he could not help but inquire, Sister Ai Li, if this is indeed the seed of the tree of life, can it be nurtured into a tree of life? He was acutely aware of the significance of the tree of life to the elven race. If his conjecture were accurate, then this seed of the tree of life would likely be beyond his reach, destined to be claimed by Ai Li. However, Ai Li did not react with the excitement he had anticipated. Instead, she merely sighed gently. In theory, it is possible. But the process of a seed growing into a mature tree of life requires an exceedingly long time. How long? Is it longer than the lifespan of an elf? Sui could not restrain his curiosity. Ai Li nodded, explaining that, under natural growth conditions, it would take at least 10,000 years, though with sufficient nourishment. It could be reduced to a few thousand years. Yet even then, the remaining elves could not afford to wait. As she concluded, she let out a soft sigh. Then there is nothing to be done. Sui remained unfazed, responding calmly. In that case, let it be absorbed by you. This is a semi-divine treasure with life attributes, perfectly suited to aid your evolution. You want me to absorb the seed of the tree of life? Ailey gasped, her expression mirroring a cat that had been stepped on, as if Sui had uttered something profoundly outrageous. Sui looked at her in confusion. Sister Ailey, why such a strong reaction? Aren't the remaining elves unable to wait? If that is the case, wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to utilize it? After all, given your current condition, your evolution into a tree of life would occur at an even swifter pace. I promised that within 10 years, I would help you fulfill your wish. Therefore, what does it matter to sacrifice a seed of the tree of life that is destined to be of no use? Yet, Ailey remained reluctant. What if this is the last seed of the tree of life in the world? What does it matter? Sui replied nonchalantly. Once you successfully evolve, you can grow your own. Chapter 217, The Teleportation Array. Ailey, in theory, once she has successfully evolved, she could indeed produce her own seeds. In fact, she had already produced many elven seeds in the past. However, the issue was that, due to an unexplained mutation, although the seeds she produced contained abundant energy, they could not take root or sprout. She had even conducted research on these seeds and discovered that they seemed to lack something essential, akin to unfertilized eggs. After several seconds of silence, she sighed, I am not a true tree of life. Due to the mutation, I am now a complete female entity, and I cannot produce seeds that embody life on my own. Complete female entity? Sui was taken aback. Does that mean you would need to find a male entity to exchange pollen with in order to cultivate viable seeds? Ailey shook her head. I do not know, nor do I wish to attempt it. Whether it is a tree of life or an elven tree, there is no distinction between male and female. If I could find another tree, there would be no need for me to bear seeds. Upon hearing this, a sudden thought struck Sui, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Sister Ailey, perhaps after undergoing a special evolution utilizing the power I possess, there may be a way to resolve this issue. The extraordinary beings that evolved through that power could preserve their original form while also acquiring an alternative human form. Much like Lu Li, who could effortlessly shift between a fire spirit fox and a human girl. In human form, their attributes would not differ greatly from those of actual humans, and perhaps then, they could directly mate with humans and produce a union of love. Special evolution could allow for union with humans? Ailey expressed evident skepticism. After all, what Sui proposed transcended her comprehension. If what he said were true, would it not mean that every species in the world could transform and subsequently mate with humans? How could that be possible? Isn't it the same for the elven race? They can also unite with humans, so there is nothing to be astonished about. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. It cannot be confirmed, as it has yet to be tested. So it was only a guess. Ailey cast a disgruntled glance at him, and after a moment of contemplation, she articulated her thoughts. Even if your method proves effective, I can assure you that merging with a human in its human form will not yield viable seeds. It will merely result in a pregnancy akin to that of a human, ultimately giving rise to a new species reminiscent of half-elves. Your analysis possesses a semblance of logic. She conceded, if you are unwilling to absorb this life seed, then by all means, let it remain. Sui shook his head, opting not to press further. However, upon hearing his words, Ailey hesitated for a brief moment before finally sighing. Perhaps it is best to absorb it. With this life seed, can you truly aid me in evolving into the tree of life? Have you come to terms with it? Sui was momentarily taken aback. Ailey nodded gently. If the elven race were to perish, what significance would it hold even if the seed were to eventually blossom into the tree of life? Indeed, it holds little meaning. Sui replied with a faint smile, continuing, I have mentioned that the first evolution will not allow you to directly transform into the tree of life, but it will facilitate your metamorphosis, preparing you for the genuine evolution into the tree of life in the future. In fact, after absorbing this life seed, you are already quite close to evolving into the tree of life. You merely lack a divine-grade life attribute energy material. Merely? Ailey responded. Divine-grade energy materials are not so easily obtained. Despite her thoughts, she still nodded slightly in agreement. After discussing the life seed, Sui shifted his focus to the other two treasures. Quasi-divine grade Yuan-Xian crystal, a spirit stone treasure imbued with a substantial amount of pure, attribute-less spiritual energy. Demon God armor, a quasi-divine grade energy equipment, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding assaults when infused with spiritual energy. What a Yuan-Xian crystal. Upon seeing the other quasi-divine treasure, disappointment flickered across Sui's face. Yet, it was not entirely unjustifiable. After all, spirit stone treasures, much like energy weapons, are among the least valuable treasures, sometimes even inferior to energy weapons. Unfortunately, such spirit stone treasures can only be utilized to elevate one's energy level. A quasi-divine life attribute energy material and a quasi-divine yuan xian crystal. Could this be what that remnant soul of the demon god intended for resurrection? With merely a wisp of a remnant soul, resurrection would not be a simple feat. Even if a body was successfully seized, it would be a challenge. However, if accompanied by a significant amount of life energy and a certain mysterious ritual, it should pose no issue. Reflecting on this, a faint smile crept across Su Yi's face. Could this be considered a case of attempting to steal a chicken and ending up losing the rice? After all the scheming, not only did he fail to seize another's body, but the carefully prepared treasures also fell into his hands. If he were that demon god, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Speaking of that demon god, a glimmer of apprehension danced in Su Yi's eyes. He had not forgotten the last words left by that remnant soul. According to Ailey, that demon god was notoriously cautious and cunning. Having left a contingency plan, it was certain that he would not stop at just one. If all went as expected, he must have left remnants in other locations, hoping for a resurgence. As for how many remnants he had left, Ailey was uncertain, but it was estimated that there were at least 3 or even a dozen. Regardless of the number, it had become a thorn in Su Yi's heart, fearing that the demon god might resurrect and reappear in the Blue Star realm in the near future. The only consolation was that, given the state of those remnants, even if he did manage to resurrect, his power would likely not be formidable, at most, at the king or emperor level. Restoring to peak condition would take at least several hundred, if not 1,000 years. After stowing away the quasi-divine yuan xian crystal, Su Yi then turned his attention to the demon god armor. As a defensive energy preparation, the value of this armor was indeed significant. If forced to choose between this armor and the yuan xian crystal, he might even lean towards the armor, as it was a matter of life preservation. However, for Su Yi at this moment, this energy equipment was slightly beyond his capabilities. This was a legendary grade energy material, and it was likely that even if he infused all his internal energy into it, he would hardly be able to harness its full potential, perhaps even struggling to activate it. Alas, possessing equipment of such high caliber was indeed a troublesome affair, rendering it practically unusable. Su Yi sighed softly. But wait, there was still someone who could wield it. A thought struck him, and he cast a sidelong glance at Ailey. As a humanoid king-level extraordinary being, she would undoubtedly be able to don and activate this armor, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. After all, this was the armor specifically left by the demon god, and under full activation, it should have no problem withstanding attacks from adversaries a couple of levels above her. Yet, such an item imbued with demonic aura would likely be displeasing to her. Sister Ailey, all the treasures in this tower are before us now. How shall we divide them? Would it not be fair to take turns selecting one each? With that, Su Yi laid out all the treasures they had previously acquired. To his astonishment, they had amassed over 10 treasures, including purple crystal thunderstones, dark xian crystals, black obsidian soul jades, dark binding beast skill stones, hellhound soul crystals, and the heart of lava, among others. Upon seeing him present all the treasures, Bai Jining's gaze was immediately captivated, her heartbeat quickening. With so many treasures, it might just be sufficient to elevate her to a king-level beast master, or even an emperor level. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and spoke slowly. I only wish for the dark xian crystal, the black obsidian soul jade, and the dark binding beast skill stone along with the hellhound soul crystal. You may have the rest, is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Are you certain? Although she had chosen 4 items, their ranks were not particularly high. The dark xian crystal, black obsidian soul jade, and dark binding beast skill stone were merely high-grade treasures, while the remaining hellhound soul crystal was only an epic-grade treasure. Among the other treasures, there were indeed 2 quasi-divine treasures and 1 legendary treasure, not to mention that fragment of divine essence. Yes, I am certain, Bai Jining affirmed with a nod. She was not greedy, primarily. She had no use for the remaining items and felt reluctant to ask for more. However, seeing her this way, Su Yi felt a twinge of guilt and hesitated before suggesting, how about this? Besides the 4 items you just mentioned, I shall also give you the quasi-divine yuan xian crystal, so that I may feel more at ease. Bai Jining looked surprised. Although the yuan xian crystal could only be used to elevate one's spiritual root level, and came with numerous restrictions, it was still a quasi-divine treasure, and he was willing to willingly share it with her. After observing him for a moment, Bai Jining eventually nodded, all right. Seeing her agreement, Su Yi smiled slightly. Then it is settled. Without wasting any more time, he promptly handed the 5 treasures to Bai Jining. As she accepted the treasures from his hands, Feeling the warmth emanating from them, her heart raced uncontrollably once more. A quasi-divine treasure, an epic treasure. Along with 3 advanced treasures, this haul surpasses what others might accumulate in a lifetime. Thank you. As Bai Jining earnestly expressed her gratitude while stowing the treasures into her storage bracelet, Sui waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for thanks. As it was a joint acquisition, after a brief pause, he continued, we should make haste and depart. According to the succubus, this secret realm harbors numerous formidable beasts, including a king-level fallen angel. Such a creature would pose a challenge even for Sister Ellie. We mustn't attract its attention. At this point, Sui felt a twinge of concern, for the ruckus from their earlier battle was considerable. Any beasts nearby would certainly have taken notice. Indeed, Bai Jining wasted no time and promptly prepared to follow him out. Observing their impending departure, Ellie interjected, if you intend to leave, it would be prudent to take the stone slab inscribed with the magic array. As she spoke, she pointed to the ground not far off. A magic array? Sui was taken aback, instinctively following her gesture to discover a magic array etched into the ground. However, the array was devoid of spirit stones and remained inactive. Is this a teleportation array? Having acquired some knowledge through his inheritance, he swiftly deduced certain aspects of the array. Yes, Ellie affirmed with a slight nod. It is indeed a teleportation array, and not just any ordinary one, but a dimensional teleportation array. A dimensional teleportation array? Sui gasped in astonishment. Are you suggesting that this array can traverse dimensional barriers? Ellie nodded once more, explaining, in the Beastmaster dimension. Such arrays can ignore the spatial barriers between the Beastmaster continent and the abyss beyond, allowing for seamless travel. Can it be used to teleport to other dimensions? I mean the dimension referred to as Blue Star? Sui inquired instinctively. That is unlikely. Ellie shook her head. The Blue Star dimension you speak of is a primary dimension, and the distances between dimensions of such magnitude are unfathomable, traversing countless layers of void. To navigate back and forth within such dimensions, this level of teleportation array would be insufficient. This array can only facilitate transport between the secret realm and the outside world. Sui felt a pang of disappointment. However, he quickly realized that if it were indeed possible to traverse between the secret realm and the primary dimension, that in itself would be remarkable. It would imply that if he set up such teleportation arrays on both sides, even if the spatial tunnel connecting the secret realm to the Blue Star dimension were severed, he could still travel freely between them. If that were the case, he might even consider deliberately destroying the connection to the outside world, thereby transforming the secret realm into his own exclusive domain, allowing him unrestricted access. Sister Ellie, how can this array be activated? With this thought, Sui's heart raced, and he approached the teleportation array with palpable excitement. Simply place 6 spirit stones to activate it. Depending on the quality of the spirit stones, the number of uses and duration of activation will vary, Ellie replied earnestly, without much thought. Is it truly that simple? Sui felt a surge of joy, but then a thought struck him, and he queried, this teleportation array should be paired. Where is the other one? The other teleportation array is certainly inscribed elsewhere, Ellie said, regarding him with a look of incredulity. What I mean is, approximately where would the other teleportation array be located? Is it within this secret realm or elsewhere? Sui clarified. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps only the deceased demigod's lingering soul knows. Of course, you could activate this array and teleport to investigate. Since it was specifically left by that demigod, there may be unexpected rewards awaiting you. However, there are substantial risks involved. Chapter 218, Hidden Accomplishments and Fame. Sui possessed ample Xian crystals, yet after much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to activate the teleportation array. After all, no one knew where the other end of the teleportation array would lead. Even if he were curious to explore, it was wise to first digest the spoils of this venture. He resolved to take the inscribed section of the floor with him instead. Deciding to extract the entire section of the floor with the array intact was no simple feat, although it appeared merely as a flat shape. The intricate patterns within adhered to the laws of space, making them exceedingly complex. Even a minor distortion could render the entire array ineffective. The safest approach would have been to remove the entire tower, but alas, the tower was far too large and heavy, exceeding Sui's capacity for retrieval. In fact, were it not for the connection between the Relic Palace and the heart of space, akin to a secret treasure, Sui would not have been able to acquire it at all. Since he could not retrieve it, he resolved to resort to the most rudimentary method, to cut away the section of the ground inscribed with the array. Sister Ellie, I must trouble you again, he said, borrowing the sharp sword from Bai Jining and handing it to Ellie, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He wished to take on the task himself. But the ground of the tower was far too sturdy, capable of withstanding the shockwaves from battles involving commander-level extraordinary beings. With his current strength, it was certainly beyond him. Thankfully, Ellie was quite accommodating. Although she felt like a laborer, she said nothing and accepted the sword, channeling her spiritual energy as she began to pierce the ground. Bit by bit, the ground proved even more resilient than he had anticipated. Even as a king-level extraordinary being wielding a renowned sharp spirit weapon, Ellie found the task arduous. After over an hour of effort, the section of the floor inscribed with the array was finally severed. Of course, this came at a cost. The sword lent to him by Ji Ning was now utterly ruined. Ellie, too, was thoroughly exhausted, her gaze towards him turning somewhat resentful. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Ellie. Perhaps you should return and rest for a while? Sui felt a twinge of guilt for having worn out a king-level extraordinary being, feeling akin to a capitalist exploiting labor. In this moment, Ellie's gentle kindness shone through. She offered no complaints, merely responding with a soft Without hesitation, Sui placed his hand on her slender arm and, with a thought, drew her into the heart of space. Shouldn't we return as well? Ji Ning inquired, her glance involuntarily drifting to the stone slab that Ellie had just cut away. Sui and Ellie had been conversing in Elvish, leaving Ji Ning unaware of the magic array inscribed on the slab. However, despite her curiosity, she prudently refrained from asking further questions. There's no rush. We still have a few items to retrieve downstairs, Sui remarked with a smile. What items? Are you planning to take away the array on the 4th floor as well? That array is significantly larger, nearly occupying the entire 4th floor. Ji Ning couldn't help but exclaim. What are you thinking? This tiny array has already exhausted Sister Ai. There's no way we could handle a mental attack array like that. However, the 6 epic grade Xian crystals on that array can indeed be pried loose. Although those 6 crystals have maintained that array for centuries, they have remained in standby mode, thus retaining a considerable amount of spiritual energy. At least 1/5 remains. These are epic grade crystals. 1/5 is quite substantial, and in terms of both quality and quantity, it won't be inferior to brand new high-grade crystals. Sister Ai? I've heard you mention her several times. It seems your relationship with that sprite is quite cordial. Indeed, if it weren't for a particularly close bond. How could that sprite willingly heed your command? Ji Ning interjected, her attention shifting from the 6 crystals. The forest spirits are inherently friendly, and since I possess a modicum of Elvish, we have naturally grown familiar over time. Moreover, I cannot command her. Rather, I request her assistance. I cannot force her to do anything against her will, Sui clarified. Ji Ning nodded, harboring some skepticism regarding their relationship, but choosing not to voice any further doubts. These crystals are somewhat difficult to extract, she remarked as they descended to the 4th level. Sui approached one of the crystals and attempted to pry it out, only to discover it was rather tightly secured. It would be challenging for him to extract it with his strength. Xiao Jing, why don't you give it a try? He suggested, feeling somewhat reluctant to trouble Ai Li again, and instead turning his gaze toward Xiao Jing. Okay, Xiao Jing exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, having been eager to do so for quite some time. To her, these crystals resembled delectable delicacies, and had she not been preoccupied with that remnant of the demon god earlier, she would have eagerly dug them out. Before long, she sprang into action, inserting several sharp prongs into the crevice between the crystal and its slot, then exerting force to pry it free, to avoid breaking the prongs. She even enhanced herself with a protective spell and fervently channeled her demonic energy. After a brief struggle, the sound of a satisfying crack echoed as the crystal was indeed pried loose. You are truly dedicated, Sui observed, feeling a surge of appreciation as he witnessed her exhaustion akin to that of a fierce battle. Xiao Jing was remarkably obedient, exerting herself so strenuously to fulfill his command. However, just as he prepared to commend her, he noticed Xiao Jing becoming infatuated with the crystal, gently rubbing against him with her flower bud, seemingly attempting to curry favor. In an instant, Sui discerned her intentions. She wished to claim the crystal as her own. I'm afraid, Xiao Jing, but I still have use for this crystal. I cannot give it to you. Moreover, you have yet to fully digest the spiritual stones you absorbed last time. Continuing to absorb similar items could destabilize your foundation, he explained, initially intending to refuse her, but upon seeing her crestfallen expression, his heart softened. How about this? I will give you a regular crystal, but you absolutely must not absorb it privately. You must wait until your spiritual energy stabilizes. Saying this, he retrieved a wood-type crystal from his storage ring. Although this crystal was merely of intermediate grade, it was the most suitable type for Xiao Jing to absorb at this stage. Any higher would exceed her capacity. Wood-type crystal? Xiao Jing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Sui to actually give her a crystal. She quickly rolled up the epic-grade crystal and handed it to him, while simultaneously retrieving the wood-type crystal from his hand. She caressed the wood-type crystal against her flower bud, as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Foolish child. Trading an epic-grade crystal for an intermediate one, and looking so pleased, Sui chuckled softly. With her reward in hand, Xiao Jing worked even harder, extracting the remaining 5 epic-grade crystals in just 4 or 5 minutes, thus augmenting their haul. Su Yi was immensely satisfied. Yet, it still wasn't enough. Next, to Bai Ning's astonishment, he proceeded to collect the mirror from the 3rd floor and the crystal balls from the 1st and 2nd floors, leaving not a single useful item behind. Sealing magic mirror, high-grade spiritual equipment, capable of sealing 3 master-level extraordinary beings. Spiritual affinity crystal ball, high-grade spiritual equipment, capable of detecting human spiritual affinity. Infusing spiritual energy can unleash a destructive beam. Bone age crystal ball, high-grade spiritual equipment, capable of detecting human age. Infusing spiritual energy can unleash a destructive beam. After forcibly separating these 3 items from the tower, Su Yi was astonished to discover that the system had issued a prompt. He should have anticipated that these 3 items were certainly not ordinary. He felt a sense of relief, glad that he adhered to the principle of not wasting and had removed them. Otherwise, he might have overlooked them. However, the value of these 3 treasures could only be deemed average. They were not particularly outstanding. For instance, the sealing magic mirror, while claiming to seal 3 master-level extraordinary beings, seemed to require subduing the opponent first before sealing them. If one could subdue an opponent, why would one need to seal them? It felt somewhat redundant. The other 2 crystal balls could only be considered as decent offensive spiritual equipment. As for the functions of detecting age and spiritual affinity, the former was somewhat amusing, while the latter had some utility. It seems our luck is quite favorable. It appears we have not attracted any extraordinary beings from outside, nor are there any other beast tamers present. In the lowest level of the tower, Su Yi peered outside through the barrier, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Yet, Bai Ning sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow. You should concentrate. There seems to be a violent surge of spiritual energy outside, as if someone is engaged in battle. Battle? Su Yi's heart skipped a beat as he quickly closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations. Indeed, he detected a faint disturbance, albeit unclear. He opened his eyes and inquired earnestly, Senior, as an elite beast tamer, can you sense the general direction of the spiritual energy waves? It should be northeast. Just on the outskirts of the tower, not too far from us, Bai Ning replied. Hearing this, Su Yi's eyes lit up with realization, and he chuckled. Since it's so close, the surrounding ferocious beasts and beast tamers must have been drawn there. We can take this opportunity to sneak out undetected. At this moment, he was not keen on encountering ferocious beasts, nor did he want other beast tamers to discover that he and Bai Ning had entered this tower. Otherwise, he would likely become the center of attention across the nation once again, attracting unnecessary trouble, just as he had during his previous exploration of the Inheritance ruins. Are you suggesting we should leave now? Bai Ning looked at him in surprise. Indeed, it is now. Su Yi nodded firmly, glancing outside once more before wasting no time. He stepped out of the tower and swiftly ran towards the southeast, eager to immerse himself in the dense forest. Bai Ning, upon witnessing this, immediately followed suit. 3 minutes later, the duo had distanced themselves from the tower and finally came to a halt. We should be undetected. Su Yi panted, turning to Bai Ning with a smile. Bai Ning slightly relaxed, yet remarked, we must remain vigilant. Once we exit, we should leave Yin City immediately, as we are unfamiliar with this place. The two appeared overly cautious, but in this era, such prudence was essential due to the multitude of uncontrollable factors. Su Yi naturally held no objections. Without hesitation, they began their hurried return to the entrance of the secret realm. The following morning, the two emerged from the spatial tunnel, having spent a full 2 days and nights within. Compared to 2 days prior, they looked quite disheveled, their faces smeared with dirt, and their combat suits torn, with faint signs of injuries visible. Look, more people are coming out, exclaimed a bystander. Wow, those two look so young. They must still be students. How bold of them. It's the audacity of youth, isn't it? Haven't several teams of self-proclaimed geniuses entered these past 2 days? I wonder how many will make it out alive. Sigh. It's all that rumored heritage relic causing such excitement among students. Who wouldn't want to rise to greatness? Do you know about that heritage relic in Xizang province? It's said that 2 individuals who obtained the legacy were recruited by the military university's Beast Master Academy and became key training targets for the military. Another was poached by the Special Investigation Department and made significant contributions in the Secret Realm contest months ago. If I were 10 years younger, I'd certainly risk it at the heritage relic. Amidst the chatter, Su Yi and Bai Ning, faces darkened, swiftly blended into the crowd, seemingly in a foul mood. No one paid them any mind. After all, such occurrences were entirely ordinary these days, and every survivor generally emerged in a similar state. In fact, the two were fortunate to have emerged without losing limbs. In a makeshift shed not far from the entrance of the secret realm, Captain Wu Minghai noticed a red highlighted on the computer screen indicating that someone had emerged from the realm, causing him to exclaim softly. This must be the young mid-level investigator from Shijiang. How did he come out? Can we trace his actions in the secret realm over the past 2 days? Wu Minghai inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes, sir, please hold on. The staff member seated before the screen quickly retrieved data from the locator distress signal attached to Su Yi, and after some time, reported, Sir, he did not head towards the suspected Heritage Relic Tower, but instead traveled northwest with his female teammate, remaining there for 2 days. Wu Minghai's expression turned astonished. Are you saying they stayed there for 2 days and then exited directly? Yes, sir, the locator distress signal confirms this. Damn, I was specifically keeping an eye on him, and it turns out he was on a little getaway with his girlfriend. Wu Minghai couldn't help but curse, deriding Su Yi's lack of seriousness. Little did he know, Su Yi had left the distress signal behind in the cave of the Thunder Dragon Lizard and had only retrieved it that morning. Chapter 219, 2 Advanced Skills. Senior, I didn't realize your acting skills were quite commendable. Now, no one should pay us any more attention. High above, on the back of the gale bird, Su Yi sat behind by Ji Ning, finally exhaling in relief. Much of their disheveled appearance at the entrance of the Abyss secret realm had been a performance. We had no choice. This way, we appear like failures, he added. Bai Jining did not respond, merely nodding slightly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yi asked, Senior, how many days of leave did you request from the academy? Are we returning directly to Kyoto, or will we first head back to Guangqing? To Guangqing. Bai Jining replied succinctly. Perfect, we can travel together then. It's nice to have company on the road, Su Yi smiled. After a brief silence, Bai Jining continued. I plan to utilize the spiritual materials we've obtained before returning to the academy, so I will likely stay in Guangqing for about half a month. Use them all up? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that with 3 beast companions, she could indeed consume them all in a short time. Except for the quasi-divine Yuan Xian crystal. With this thought in mind, he smiled and said, Then I congratulate you in advance. In half a month, your strength should at least double. What a pity you can't participate in the National High School League. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly rank in the top 10. Not just the top 10, Bai Jining replied coolly. Su Yi was puzzled, but before he could ponder further, Bai Jining continued. After utilizing the 3 advanced treasures and 1 epic treasure, I will definitely be able to break into the top 5. Having participated in the National High School League once, she was more aware than Su Yi of the strengths of her peers. Do those treasures truly have such great efficacy? Su Yi queried, slightly astonished. He distinctly remembered that Bai Jining had not even made it past the elimination rounds in the most recent national competition. If, indeed, she could rank among the top 5 in her age group in half a month, it would surely astonish many. Of course. Otherwise, do you think advanced treasures would be so valuable? With the Hellhound Soul Crystal, I am confident that within half a month, I can elevate my Shadow Cat to the commander level, or even evolve it into a Shadow Cat. Bai Jining's cold gaze sparkled with a hint of excitement as she spoke. Then congratulations are in order, Su Yi smiled, offering his heartfelt congratulations once more. Just as he spoke, the gale bird suddenly accelerated, causing him to lean back and nearly tumble off its back. Bai Jining noticed this and couldn't help but say, You should hold on to me. All right then, Su Yi hesitated but decided not to risk his safety. Thus he obediently wrapped his arms around Bai Jining's slender waist. I only asked you to hold on, not to embrace me, she thought, feeling his presence press against her back, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. However, biting her lip, she ultimately refrained from voicing that thought. The main reason was that she realized she did not mind Su Yi's behavior, and scenes of their previous encounters in the tower flickered in her mind. Upon reaching the provincial city of Chunan, the two boarded a flight to Shijiang and then switched transport once more, finally returning to Guangqing by evening. At the entrance of Guan City, Su Yi released Bai Jining from his embrace and gracefully leaped down from the fierce wind bird. Let us part ways here. Until we meet again, he bid her farewell with a sense of finality. After several exhausting days, he yearned only to return home and indulge in a well-deserved rest. Bai Jining responded softly, her face betraying no discernible shift in emotion. Su Yi offered a faint smile, refraining from lingering any longer, and promptly made his way towards his residential community. After observing his retreating figure for a moment, Bai Jining exhaled softly before entering the city herself. Home is indeed where comfort resides. In his relatively spacious bedroom, Su Yi, having just taken a shower, collapsed onto his bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. However, within mere minutes, he sat up with renewed enthusiasm, eager to inspect the fruits of his recent endeavors. The treasures he had acquired far surpassed those of Bai Jining, both in quantity and quality, including 2 exceptional artifacts of divine caliber, a fragment of divine essence, and a seed of the Tree of Life. Yet, for the time being, neither of these treasures could be utilized. The fragment of divine essence was far too advanced and unsuitable for Ellie, necessitating its safe storage for the time being. As for the seed of the Tree of Life, while it could directly aid Ellie in her evolution, he regrettably lacked the requisite soul power. Ellie's transformation demanded 8 million units of soul power, whereas he currently possessed only a little over 630,000, leaving him short by over 160,000. Amassing such a substantial amount of soul power would likely take him a year and a half, even if he relentlessly hunted ferocious beasts in perilous wildernesses or high-risk realms. Aside from these two treasures, the pinnacle of his acquisitions was the demon god armor. Alas, this legendary energy equipment also seemed of no immediate use. Fortunately, he still possessed the Heart of Lava and the Amethyst Thunderstone. Otherwise, his recent expedition would yield no immediate power enhancements. The Heart of Lava was an epic-grade material. Should he use it on Lioli so soon? Gazing at the Heart of Lava in his hand, Sui hesitated. It was not that he was unwilling, rather. This material would not facilitate a qualitative enhancement in Lioli's abilities, such as awakening a new attribute or undergoing a transformative evolution. Moreover, such high-grade fire attribute energy materials were among those required for Lioli's future transformation, and conserving it for later would undoubtedly increase its utility. Ultimately, he resolved to employ it immediately. After much contemplation, he reached a decision. Regardless of its future potential benefits, this epic-grade energy material would undeniably provide a significant boost to Lioli's strength. Whether the Heart of Lava would yield greater returns in the future was secondary. The current benefits were paramount. Besides, he was confident that when the time came for such needs, he would be able to procure another material of this caliber. With this thought, he dispelled his doubts and summoned the Heart of Space, drawing himself within it. Once again, he indulged in leisure. Sui materialized beside the tranquil pool, only to find Lioli comfortably submerged in the water, prompting him to turn away and clear his throat discreetly. Upon hearing his voice, the fox-eared maiden floating on the surface slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing her beast master, she exhibited no signs of alarm or embarrassment. Instead, a beguiling smile graced her delicate, fair face. Then, she playfully splashed the water, gracefully swimming like a mermaid, each emergence from the depths revealing swathes of her flawless skin. Hearing the splashes, Sui turned to glance back, his expression darkening. Despite knowing he was present, she was deliberately frolicking in the water. Was this an invitation? Come out. I shall be waiting for you beneath that tree, he called out, maintaining his composure as a principled beast master, unaffected by the allure of his fox-eared companion. Seeing him walk away, Lioli pouted slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. However, she wasted no time, emerging from the pool and donning her crimson fox fur attire once more. While her outfit resembled a strapless top and short skirt, exposing ample skin, it at least covered her vital areas. Noticing her approach and sensing her somewhat sour mood, Sui took the initiative to fetch a towel, gently drying the droplets from her hair. While attending to her, he did not forget to address the matter at hand, smiling as he spoke. In the coming days, I will teach you 2 new skills. Both are advanced techniques, and mastering them will elevate your strength by at least 50%. 2 skills, and both advanced. Lioli blinked in surprise, biting her lip as an expression of concern flickered in her calm eyes. Given her current energy level, not only was mastering a new advanced skill a daunting task, but even acquiring a new intermediate skill would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, success in such endeavors required not only diligence, but also a degree of insight and talent. Yet now, Sui proposed that she practice 2 new advanced skills. Sui discerned her apprehension and chuckled reassuringly. I understand your concerns. Fear not, for if I have made such a promise, you will surely succeed. Generally, it is indeed exceedingly difficult for an ordinary extraordinary being like you to independently acquire 2 new advanced skills. One might even deem it a mere fantasy. However, with detailed methods and some energy materials to assist you, this will pose no issue. With that, he produced the Heart of Lava. For me? Upon seeing the Heart of Lava, Lioli paused, clearly astonished. This artifact was one they had jointly acquired within the tower, and she had witnessed its grandeur. Yet, it was an epic-grade treasure. Given her current energy level, would utilizing such a material not be wasteful? Unlike Xiao Jing, who often acted impulsively, she tended to consider the pros and cons rationally. Indeed, for you. Sui smiled gently, assuring her that with the assistance of this epic-grade energy material, alongside the methods recorded in the Inheritance Jade Slip, teaching you 2 advanced fire skills would not be a formidable challenge, provided, of course, that you apply yourself and refrain from idling by the pool all day. I haven't been slacking off, Lioli protested softly, her voice melodious. In truth, she had not been idle. While she often lounged in the waters, she was frequently engaged in her training. she discovered that the pool allowed her body to relax thoroughly, enhancing her absorption of energy at such times. Moreover, the pool was not merely a regular body of water but a hot spring, rich in fire attribute energy. Thus, her time spent in the pool was not solely for amusement. Su-yi, aware of this, chuckled, "I understand that you sometimes train rather than merely play. However, you must work even harder in the days ahead. Do not squander this epic-grade treasure." Master knows. Upon hearing his words, Lioli was struck by a thought and regarded him with a curious gaze. From Su-yi's remarks, she discerned that her beast master seemed to have witnessed her in the water pool before. "Well, I sensed it through mental resonance. You know, when I establish a mental link with you, I can share your perspective," Su-yi hastily clarified. "Is that truly the case?" Lioli clearly doubted his fanciful claims. If it were indeed through shared vision, how could she remain oblivious? "All right, let us commence our practice," Su-yi declared with newfound seriousness. "Understood, Master," Lioli responded playfully. A hint of a smile gracing her features, her voice dripping with allure. Su-yi chuckled and shook his head. Without further ado, he began elucidating the practice essentials for the two advanced skills. These skills were relatively common. One was Meteor Fire Rain, and the other, Magma Ray. Meteor Fire Rain was a group attack skill with an extensive coverage area, although its power was inferior to the Dragon Fire Bind. It proved immensely effective when besieged by numerous foes, particularly against adversaries of lesser rank. A single Meteor Fire Rain could potentially obliterate them all, effectively preventing the overwhelming odds from leading to her defeat. As for Magma Ray, it represented the advanced version of the Scorching Ray. In terms of potency, Magma Ray occupied a position between Dragon Fire Bind and Meteor Fire Rain, yet it boasted its own merits, namely its prolonged duration. As long as her internal energy was sufficient, Magma Ray could be sustained indefinitely, continuously inflicting damage upon her foes. Should she master these two skills, Lioli's combat prowess would undoubtedly soar, enabling her to tackle more intricate battle scenarios. Lioli was equally eager to bolster her strength, primarily to avoid being tormented daily by Xiao Jing. It was rather difficult for her to accept that someone as immature as Xiao Jing could consistently best her, the one who seemed more like an elder sister. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of being bested. Xiao Jing would invariably subject her to peculiar antics, compelling her to emit strange sounds in front of Su-yi. This left her feeling both humiliated and indignant. Given this newfound opportunity, she was determined not to squander it, diligently practicing without needing further urging from Su-yi. Initially, he intended for her to practice for merely 2 or 3 days before employing the Heart of Lava. However, her training extended over 5 days. Observing that she had grasped the fundamental techniques, with only the final push remaining, Su-yi resolved to proceed without hesitation and retrieve the Heart of Lava. Concentrate on absorbing it, and should you feel any discomfort, cease immediately, Su-yi instructed earnestly. Truth be told, he harbored some concern about administering an epic-grade energy material to Lioli, considering she was merely an ordinary-level extraordinary being. All right, touched by his concern, Lioli felt a warmth within her heart. She no longer hesitated, closing her eyes and cradling the Heart of Lava in her hands, then began to slowly absorb its energy. In the next moment, fiery energies surged into her body, rendering her form ablaze with warmth. Chapter 220, Evolution, the Three-Tailed Spirit Fox. Why has her skin turned so red? Noticing the transformation in Lioli's physique, Su-yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the redness was not severe, reminiscent merely of mild intoxication. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate whether to halt Lioli's absorption. Perhaps due to discomfort, Lioli occasionally emitted a faint, low moan from her throat. Su-yi, unable to assist her and hesitant to disturb her, remained at her side, anxiously awaiting the outcome. This vigil extended for nearly half an hour. Thankfully, aside from the flush, no other abnormalities manifested on Lioli, allowing Su-yi to finally relax his taut nerves. What a natural seductress. Just as he began to ease his worries, Su-yi's attention inadvertently wandered elsewhere. At that moment, whether it was the slight parting of Lioli's lips or her enchanting sounds, it all seemed slightly improper. Had anyone else been present, they would likely misconstrue the situation. Thus, Su-yi felt a sense of relief that they were currently within the heart of space, and not in a room. He could scarcely fathom how to explain matters to his mother otherwise. Amidst his musings, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The Fire Spirit Fox has met the conditions for transformation. Would you like to proceed with the transformation now? It has met the conditions for transformation? Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that Lioli's energy level had surreptitiously risen from ordinary level 8 stars to ordinary level 9 stars. Truly, the efficacy of epic-grade energy materials was undeniable. A smile crept on Su-yi's face. As he noticed the Heart of Lava nearing depletion, he resolved without delay, silently intoning, "Transformation." Simultaneously, he retrieved the Fire Spirit Stone, Bodhi Fruit, and Elite Beast Blood that he had prepared in advance, materials essential for Lioli's transformation. Relax completely, do not resist or worry. I shall handle the ensuing matters. Su-yi gently conveyed through their mental connection, placing the required materials beside her. In the next moment, numerous gray-white motes of light surged from Su-yi's being, gradually flowing into Lioli's form. Concurrently, the Bodhi Fruit and Beast Blood appeared to respond to some unseen force, releasing strands of energy that also surged towards Lioli. A soft moan escaped Lioli's throat once more, and the delicate skin that was previously flushed began to radiate a dazzling red light, enveloping her entirely in an instant. It has begun. Su-yi clenched his fists, excitement coursing through him as he hastily donned the sunglasses he had prepared, resting them upon the bridge of his nose. During previous transformations, he had always been blinded by the intense light. This time, he had finally learned his lesson. However, even with the sunglasses, his eyes remained pained by the brilliance, tears streaming down his face. Nevertheless, he could still manage to catch glimpses of the transformation taking place. Amidst the blinding crimson light, Lioli appeared to revert to her true form, a flickering silhouette of a fire spirit fox emerging. The ethereal figure of the fire spirit fox trembled slightly, as if enduring some form of agony, yet also seemed to revel in an overwhelming pleasure. Time passed without measure, until suddenly, she emitted a soft cry, and her single fox tail transformed instantaneously into three. The three elongated tails swayed gently, exuding an aura both mysterious and enchanting. Ding! The fire spirit fox has successfully evolved into the three-tailed spirit fox. Success! With the system notification, Su-yi's previously taut heart finally relaxed. Without further contemplation, the crimson luminescence gradually receded, revealing a spirit fox with graceful poise. This spirit fox bore a striking resemblance to the fiery fox that had evolved previously, adorned in a coat of vibrant red fur, with flames flickering around her form. In contrast, Lioli possesses three tails, each significantly longer than those of the flame fox. Master. Lioli has regained her clarity and immediately transformed back into her fox-eared form, gently calling out to Su-yi. Her voice remains as charming as ever. At this moment, a delicate smile graces her fair visage, clearly indicating her delight in her transformation. Su-yi looks up at her, momentarily taken aback. He notes that the evolved Lioli seems to have grown taller. Her legs are longer, her waist is slimmer, and even her chest appears more expansive. Yet, despite these changes, she still radiates youthful exuberance, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. While it is one thing for her power to have increased, how is it that her allure has also elevated so remarkably? Su-yi shakes his head with a wry smile. Fearing that he might succumb to Lioli's beauty, he hastily shifts his attention to her detailed information. Three-tailed spirit fox. Spirit energy, elite level 1 star. Attributes, fire, psychic. Skills, low level, fire starter, mastered. Fireball, mastered. Great fireball, mastered. Explosive fire missile, mastered. Enchantment, mastered. Intermediate, great inferno blast, mastered. Explosive blood claw, mastered. Heartburn, mastered. Soul shock, novice. Advanced, dragon binding kill, skilled. Meteor fire rain, novice. Molten ray, novice. Alluring charm, novice. Special, illusory domain, novice. Transformation, expert. Minor demon level power, expert. Possible evolution species, six-tailed spirit fox. Potential, imperial level. Elite level 1 star. Upon reviewing her detailed information, Su-yi is somewhat astonished. He never expected that a single epic-grade spirit energy material would elevate her to match Xiao Jing's spirit energy level. What astonishes him the most is that, perhaps due to the awakening of her latent potential during her transformation, Lioli's spirit energy level has surged so dramatically in a short span without exhibiting any signs of instability. Beyond her spirit energy level, Lioli's overall strength has also seen a significant enhancement. Prior to her evolution, she had only mastered one advanced skill, Dragon Binding Kill. However, now she possesses a total of 4. At this moment, she has not only successfully learned Meteor Fire Rain and Molten Ray, but she has also independently comprehended an advanced psychic skill, Alluring Charm. This skill was previously utilized by a succubus and can be regarded as an advanced charm skill, exerting a greater influence on the enemy's psyche while simultaneously controlling multiple targets. With this skill at her disposal, there will be no need to resort to the high-risk illusory domain when facing multiple adversaries. In addition to these 3 advanced skills, Su-yi discovers that Lioli has also grasped an intermediate psychic skill, Soul Shock. Although this skill is not of high rank, it serves as a peculiar psychic attack, making it quite effective against those sturdy earth attribute extraordinary beings. Remarkably, having just broken through to elite level, she has mastered 4 advanced skills. whereas Xiao Jing has only managed to acquire 2. With her current strength, she should be capable of independently hunting typical leader-level beasts. As Liuli approaches him, Su-yi smiles and praises her, gently ruffling her hair. Liuli says nothing, merely relishing his affection. After spending a moment alone with Liuli, Su-yi decides to take his leave. He closes his eyes to attune himself, allowing the entirety of his small world to unfold before him. Compared to a week ago, the place has gradually become livelier. In addition to Xiao Jing, Liuli, and AI Li, 3 new members have joined the fold. The 2 Thunder Dragon lizards, having remained in the same forest as AI Li, are relatively docile. Moreover, after several days of adjustment, they have recovered from the emotional turmoil of losing their dragon lizard egg and seem to be rekindling their desire to reproduce. It is worth mentioning that, having chosen the succubus princess, Bai Jining has refrained from claiming the dragon lizard egg, even when Su-yi offered it to her. Consequently, another egg has been added to Su-yi's collection. With the frost giant dragon egg and the colorful bird egg, he now possesses 3 eggs. Unfortunately, aside from the frost giant dragon egg, he currently has no desire to contract the other 2. As for the succubus princess, she is now residing within the heart of space. Regrettably, Bai Jining has yet to break through to leader level, making her uncontractable for the time being. While the succubus princess, being more powerful, is safer kept within the heart of space. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she is likely to remain there for several months. Despite Bai Jining's spirit energy level having reached elite level 8 star, breaking through to 9 star and establishing a 4th beast contracting space will still require at least 3 months. While the senior has begun to challenge the leader level, I find myself languishing at the ordinary level. It truly is disheartening to measure oneself against others. Even as he thinks this, Su-yi does not dwell on it excessively. After all, Bai Jining is 2 years his senior and has dedicated significantly more time to her cultivation, making her higher level quite reasonable. Moreover, within a month at most, he should be able to attempt to establish his 3rd beast contracting space, thus becoming a genuine elite-level beast master. Both Xiao Jing and Liuli have now matured to elite level, and it is I, the beast master, who now must strive to catch up. Su-yi shakes his head with a wry smile. Noticing that it is still early, he settles down to meditate. The following day, in the training grounds of Guancheng No. 1 High School. Su-yi, it has been 10 to 15 days since I last saw you. I heard you took a leave of absence from school. Have you made another breakthrough? Upon seeing Su-yi appear on the training field, the members of the school team who recognized him were somewhat surprised, with Li Yuanhang unable to resist approaching him to probe for information. However, before Su-yi could respond, Xia Yihan interjected, "Why are you asking so many questions? Regardless of whether Su-yi has made a breakthrough, we can no longer catch up to him. It would be more pragmatic to find another source of motivation." "I was just asking casually," Li Yuanhang replied with an awkward smile. Having previously betrayed Xia Yihan in the heritage ruins, he felt somewhat guilty in her presence. Su-yi, however, did not let him linger in discomfort and responded with a smile, "I haven't made a breakthrough, but my beasts have indeed grown a bit." "What level have they grown to?" Li Yuanhang inquired curiously. Not just him, but the other members of the school team were also intrigued. Su-yi, not one to keep them in suspense, prepared to share the news of Xiao Jing and Liuli's recent evolution. After all, they had trained together. And even if he remained silent, they would soon find out. Yet, before he could speak, Coach Luan Xiangtian approached him with a smile, asking, "Su-yi, did you call me for something specific?" "Actually, it's not a big deal. I have a small request," Su-yi replied, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of the coach. "An unwelcome request?" Luan Xiangtian chuckled teasingly. "Speak up, don't beat around the bush. You are currently the most outstanding student in our school. As long as your request isn't too excessive, neither I nor even the old principal would refuse." With the coach's encouragement, Su-yi decided to be forthright. "Could I trouble you to spar with me in the future?" "What did you say?" Luan Xiangtian paused briefly, taken aback. Not just the coach, but those surrounding them stared at him in astonishment, questioning whether they had misheard. Before they could ponder further, Su-yi continued, "Could I ask you to practice with me in the future?" He sighed slightly and added, "Honestly, I don't wish to impose, but the seniors in my 3rd year are reluctant to spar with me anymore. Besides you, I truly don't know who else to turn to." His words ignited a wave of astonishment on the training ground. Wow, Su-yi is genuinely asking the coach to practice with him? I thought I misheard. Some chuckled incredulously. As the coach was a formidable commander-level summoner, while Su-yi was not even an elite beastmaster. Wasn't he this akin to inviting punishment? Was he really under the impression he was invincible? Even if he was feeling inflated with confidence, there should be limits. His 2 beasts were still of the ordinary level, while the coach's beasts were 2 ranks superior. How could he compete? Even those who were familiar with Su-yi, such as Xia Yihan and Li Yuanhang, found his request somewhat absurd. "Do you truly wish to spar with me?" Luan Xiangtian did not voice his thoughts, but a glimmer of skepticism and confusion was evident in his eyes. Yes, Sui affirmed with a confident nod, his smile unwavering. Seeing his determination, Luan Xiangtian hesitated momentarily before replying. All right then, my fourth beast has yet to reach commander level, so I can practice with your beasts. No. Sui swiftly waved his hand. Coach, I only wish to spar with your main battle beast. Otherwise, I cannot evoke the potential of my own beasts. Huh. Evoke potential? If you wish to seek punishment, just say so. Many onlookers wore mocking expressions, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, Luan Xiangtian suddenly recalled something, chuckling. I heard you once defeated a commander-level ferocious beast. Are you suggesting a 2-on-1 practical spar with me? Not 2-on-1, but 1-on-1, or even 2-on-2. Naturally, a 2-on-3 scenario would also suffice, Sui earnestly stated. My beasts have recently grown to the elite level, so I wish to test how much their strength has improved. For a moment, the crowd was left speechless. Elevating beasts to the elite level was not particularly rare, as many seniors in the third year had at least one elite-level beast. However, Sui was different. His beasts were notoriously formidable, capable of dominating others' elite-level beasts even when they were ordinary level. Now that they had reached the elite level, sparring with commander-level beasts might not necessarily result in defeat. Haha, so your beasts have indeed reached elite level. No wonder you are so confident. Luan Xiangtian laughed heartily. Well then, regardless of how you wish to practice today, I shall oblige you. But as your coach, I must remind you that while my beasts are merely commander level, in a one-on-one scenario, they are not to be underestimated. Beasts of the same level, particularly those specially trained by beastmasters, generally surpass their wild counterparts in strength. After all, beastmasters strategically exercise their beasts, helping them master skills that align with their strengths. Of course, this is not an absolute rule, especially for those wild, extraordinary beings with higher intelligence, who can train themselves effectively without a beastmaster's guidance. Moreover, wild, extraordinary creatures often engage in conflicts with other ferocious beasts, resulting in richer battle experience compared to beasts contracted early by beastmasters. Thank you for the reminder, coach. However, in practice, the emphasis is on training. Losing is not a concern, Sui replied with a smile, brushing off Luan Xiangtian's words. All right then, let us find a suitable place to begin. Without further ado, Luan Xiangtian waved his hand, and 3 hexagram formations suddenly appeared before him. In the next moment, 3 extraordinary creatures emerged from the hexagrams. Their presence was formidable. From left to right, they were an iron-toothed crocodile, a venomous flower python, and an ice giant. The ice giant, in particular, caused the temperature around to plummet upon its entrance. Truly impressive, coach. Although this was not the first time witnessing Luan Xiangtian's beasts, many students still gasped in awe. After all, these 3 were commander-level extraordinary beings, and their prowess was sufficient to secure a respectable standing in Guanqing, perhaps even earning them a seat at the Lord's table. Furthermore, these 3 beasts boasted combat capabilities that were no less impressive than other extraordinary beings of the same rank. The iron-toothed crocodile, a metal-type extraordinary creature, possessed not only formidable biting power but also natural armor, making it strong in both offense and defense, though it was somewhat sluggish on land. The venomous flower python, without a doubt, was a poison-type extraordinary being. However, its strength should not be underestimated alongside its lethal venom. As for the ice giant, it was the most powerful among the trio and represented Luan Xiangtian's soul beast with the potential to ascend to master level. Sui, choose which of my beasts you wish to spar with, Luan Xiangtian said nonchalantly, glancing at him. Sui surveyed the 3 beasts and smiled. The venomous flower python seems to pose little threat, so I'll choose the other 2. Huh, the venomous flower python poses no threat? Li Yuanhang, Xia Yihan, and the others regarded him with incredulity. Such bravado was quite bold. All right, how shall we practice? Will it be a direct 2-on-2 or 2 1-on-1 matches? Luan Xiangtian understood that a student as exceptional as Sui would surely carry some pride, thus he did not take his words to heart. Let us go with 1-on-1. Sui contemplated for a moment. He felt that a 2-on-2 scenario would be somewhat unfair, especially since Lioli possessed 2 area control skills, combined with Xiaojing's synergy. A perfect combination could potentially end the battle swiftly. This would contradict his intention of honing both Xiaojing and Lioli, as a quick conclusion would yield little in terms of battle experience. 1-on-1. Are you certain? Luan Xiangtian expressed surprise at his decision. Absolutely, Sui affirmed confidently, and summoned his beasts. He truly dares to spar with the coach. Such commendable courage. Li Yuanhang and his companions were all poised to witness Sui's embarrassment. However, as their words just fell, 2 peculiar-looking pets suddenly appeared beside Sui, a massive thorn flower and a fiery fox with 3 tails. What on earth is this? Many onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Could these possibly be Sui's pets? But weren't his pets a thorn vine and a fire fox? Even Luan Xiangtian wore an expression of surprise, staring blankly at these bizarre creatures. As if he had overheard their doubts, Sui patiently elucidated. When they reached the elite level, I utilized a high-grade psychic material on each of them, leading to their evolution, which is why they appear somewhat different now. Somewhat different. This was an understatement. They had undergone a remarkable transformation. While they could grasp the concept of evolution, the nature of these transformations was utterly baffling. Perplexed, Li Yuanhang, who considered himself on relatively good terms with Sui, promptly inquired, Sui, I recall that the thorn vine can only evolve into a thorn flower, and the fire fox into a fiery fox. Yet your pets seem rather odd. You know my thorn vine is originally a variant. It's entirely normal for its evolved form to differ from other thorn flowers, Sui casually explained. And what of the fiery fox? What's the deal with this three-tailed version? Li Yuanhang pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Lioli. I'm not entirely sure about that either. I suspect it may relate to its prior absorption of a psychic energy material, Sui replied, his brow furrowed, indicating uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the crowd recollected that Sui's fire fox had indeed been distinct from others, aside from its fire attributes. It had inadvertently awakened psychic attributes due to his reckless use of psychic energy materials. It was, after all, the only known fire fox to have awakened such abilities. How much stronger is this three-tailed fiery fox compared to a typical fiery fox? Li Yuanhang could not help but ask, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At that moment, he contemplated whether he should acquire a fire fox for experimentation. If it could indeed awaken psychic attributes, he might also possess a pet capable of battling beyond its level, much like Sui. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Sui kindly cautioned. I haven't yet compared it to an ordinary fiery fox, so I'm uncertain. However, if you are considering forcing psychic energy materials onto a fire fox, I strongly advise against it. It is exceedingly perilous. My pet nearly encountered a mishap. Sui felt a twinge of guilt for having used psychic energy materials on Lioli, as her awakening of psychic attributes was due to demonization rather than the materials themselves. It was easy to envision that if someone followed his method, they would likely fail. However, Li Yuanhang was skeptical of these well-meaning warnings, secretly thinking, this guy is quite cunning. He succeeded, yet is deliberately discouraging others from cultivating equally formidable fiery foxes. Though he harbored these thoughts, he merely replied, haha, don't worry. I won't be reckless like you with psychic energy materials. Just the thought is enough to recognize the inherent danger. I hope that is genuinely your stance, Sui remarked with a light glance, refraining from further comment. All right, let us commence without wasting any time. I still need to return for a nap after this match, Luan Xiangtian urged. Understood, coach. Sui, eager to proceed, glanced at Xiao Jing and Lioli, finally resting his gaze on Lioli with a smile. Lioli, you shall take the first match. Lioli met his gaze briefly, saying nothing, and promptly stepped onto the adjacent battle platform. Over the past few months, she had engaged in numerous battles on this platform against other students' pets, becoming quite familiar with the combat process. Aren't you going to inquire which pet I will dispatch first? Luan Xiangtian chuckled, shaking his head. Fine. I want to take advantage of you. Since you've sent out a fiery fox, I will let my frost giant take it on. As his words faded, a frost giant, towering at 4 to 5 meters, stepped forward onto the battleground. With each stride, the ground trembled lightly beneath it. Pitting a frost giant against a fiery fox seemed somewhat unfair, as it appeared Luan Xiangtian was being lenient towards Sui. Many onlooking students began to murmur. It was widely known that ice-type extraordinary beings were typically countered by fire-type extraordinary beings. Under the flame's onslaught, even the toughest ice armor could be melted away. Luan Xiangtian's choice to pit the frost giant against Lioli was undoubtedly a gesture of mercy. Sui, aware of this, could not help but remark, Coach, perhaps you should switch to the iron-toothed crocodile. Switch? Why would I do that? Do you believe my frost giant could lose to your fiery fox? Let us get started. Luan Xiangtian waved dismissively. Since you insist, I will not hold back. Sui shook his head, calling out loudly, Lioli, attack. At his command, Lioli's spirit surged, glancing at the frost giant before charging forward. As she approached, the frost giant's eyes flickered with disdain, clearly underestimating her. Just as Lioli entered its attack range, the frost giant made its move. It hammered its crystalline fists against its chest, unleashing a mighty roar. Simultaneously, a surge of immense ice energy coalesced into dozens of sharp ice arrows, which shot towards Lioli at astonishing speed. These ice arrows were swift and precise, effectively sealing off all of Lioli's escape routes. Yet, this was merely a mid-level skill. A hint of scorn flashed in Lioli's eyes, without a moment's hesitation. She unleashed a great flame explosion. In an instant, a colossal fireball enveloped her entirely, its eerie cold white hue creating an unsettling spectacle. Before the spectators could process this, with a thunderous boom, The fireball erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that radiated outward. The sheer power was staggering. Onlookers recoiled, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath of the great flame explosion, instinctively stepping back. Even at a distance, they felt their skin scorch under the oppressive heat. If the audience, situated so far away, experienced such discomfort, the dozens of ice arrows aimed at her were obliterated by the explosion, evaporating into nothingness. The fusion of the inferno explosion with the fire of the heart is indeed remarkable. Yet, Luan Xiangtian exhibited an extraordinary composure, even offering a bemused critique. Despite the impressive display of the inferno explosion, it was merely a mid-tier skill, thus its potency was limited. Moreover, given that Lioli was but an elite-tier companion beast, it stood no chance of threatening his frost giant. The frost giant's recent use of the ice arrow rain was merely a cursory test of her abilities, not a genuine exertion of strength. However, having already gauged her capabilities, Luan Xiangtian was prepared to unleash his full might. Resolute in his decision, he communicated telepathically with the frost giant. Enough of the playful antics. Let us conclude this swiftly. But do refrain from excessive force. This firefox belongs to my student, and I would not want it harmed. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Lioli, having unleashed the inferno explosion, surged forward towards the frost giant without hesitation. When she was approximately 12 to 13 meters away from the frost giant, she fixed her gaze upon its eyes, channeling a formidable mental energy that surged toward it. A mental type skill. The frost giant instinctively sensed the impending danger, yet upon realizing that its adversary was merely an elite-tier extraordinary being, it felt a semblance of relief. Just before the mental energy struck, it conjured a layer of frost armor around itself. However, the frost armor had only partially formed when the mental energy impacted. In the next instant, the frost giant experienced a resonating hum, and a multitude of illusions flooded its mind, disorienting its thoughts. Is this charm? Having battled alongside Luan Xiangtian for over a decade, it possessed considerable experience and immediately recognized it had fallen prey to a charm-type skill. Nevertheless, it remained unperturbed. Such a level of mental control could only restrain it for 2 or 3 seconds at most. In that fleeting moment, it was inconceivable that the fire fox could vanquish it. Not only did the frost giant remain calm, but Luan Xiangtian shared its indifference. Yet, the following moment, his eyes widened in shock, his composure shattered. After ensnaring the frost giant in confusion, Lioli softly intoned, summoning a cold, white fire dragon that erupted from thin air, roaring as it coiled around the frost giant. A second later, not only was the frost giant ensnared by the fire dragon, but the frost armor it had begun to form also began to melt away. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. What left Luan Xiangtian utterly astounded was that after employing the fire dragon's binding strike, Lioli immediately followed with the molten ray. The searing rays, reaching thousands of degrees, shot directly towards the frost giant's eye. Chapter 222. Hatching, the Frost Dragon. Such advanced skills were already sufficient to inflict damage upon a commander-level extraordinary being. Moreover, with the enhancement from the Heartburn Demon Fire, their power had escalated to an entirely new echelon. Thus, in an instant, the Frost Giant's left eye was melted by the molten ray, and signs of dissolution appeared on half of its head. The Frost Giant emitted a wail, having freed itself from the charm's grasp. Yet, before it could react, the Fire Dragon clamped down on its head, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated its already injured cranium, scattering ice fragments in all directions. Good heavens! Witnessing this scene, both the onlooking students and Luan Xiangtian were struck with disbelief. Suyi's Firefox had managed to unleash 2 advanced skills in such a brief span. And with such formidable power, was this truly an elite-tier companion beast? Noticing that Lioli showed no signs of halting, still maneuvering the molten ray towards the frost giant's heart, Luan Xiangtian finally reacted, urgently calling out, "Cease at once." As he spoke, he swiftly recalled the frost giant into the Beastmaster space. Not daring to hesitate for an instant, the frost giant, being an elemental creature, was not gravely affected by having its head shattered. But if the core in its heart were to be destroyed, it would be a matter of grave consequence. Lioli, return. Sui also urged hastily. To be honest, he too was somewhat shaken. He had not anticipated that the fire dragon's binding strike and the molten ray would possess such immense power. He recalled that prior to her ascent to elite status, the fire dragon's binding strike had not been potent enough to directly defeat a commander-level extraordinary being. Had he inadvertently caused harm to Luan Xiangtian's frost giant, he would have been at a loss for words. Coach, is your frost giant all right? With the atmosphere thick with silence, still reeling from the earlier shock, Sui hesitated before inquiring with concern. The frost giant had sustained severe injuries, its head obliterated. Under normal circumstances, any extraordinary creature would have perished by now, leaving him with ample reason for concern. Luan Xiangtian did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to assess the condition of the frost giant. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes, his expression complex as he regarded Su Yi. Rest assured, the frost giant is an elemental being. As long as its spiritual energy remains sufficient, even the gravest wounds will heal within days. However, your firefox is rather. At this point, Luan Xiangtian found himself at a loss for words. Su Yi assumed he was about to admonish him for being too forceful, and he quickly interjected. I apologize, coach. I did not foresee that Liuli's strength would have escalated to such heights. Had I known the potency of those two skills, I would have certainly instructed her to hold back. Hold back? Luan Xiangtian's lips twitched, feeling as though his heart had suffered a grievous blow. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it, simply shaking his head and stating, what transpired cannot be entirely blamed on you. Had I not been overly confident in pitting the frost giant against your fire fox, this predicament would not have arisen. It is common knowledge that fire-type skills inflict 150% of their power when targeting ice-type extraordinary beings. He was not merely crafting excuses for Su Yi. He was also attempting to salvage some of his own dignity. The underlying message was clear. The frost giant's humiliating defeat was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because it was at a disadvantage due to elemental weaknesses. Su Yi, understanding his implication, quickly affirmed, indeed, had it been the iron-toothed crocodile, it would have been a different story as to whether my fire fox could emerge victorious. At least you comprehend. Luan Xiangtian gave him a meaningful glance, then surveyed the still astonished students around them, proclaiming loudly, you all witnessed this, did you not? From this battle, I hope you grasp an essential principle. Never underestimate any adversary, nor disregard the elemental weaknesses that may compel a companion beast into combat. If you can remember this lesson, then my demonstration will not have been in vain. With that, Luan Xiangtian began to disperse the crowd. Disperse, everyone. Li Yuanhang, Xia Yihan, and the others, being perceptive, quickly complied, pretending to train casually off to the side. Yet, as they practiced, their eyes would involuntarily glance towards Liuli, regardless of the reasons behind it. The undeniable truth remains that Su Yi's pet beast nearly obliterated Luan Xiangtian's frost giant. The frost giant is a commanding tier extraordinary creature. Meanwhile, Su Yi's flame fox has only just matured to the elite level, which is utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, the two advanced fire-type skills it possesses have left quite an impression on them. The fact that it has mastered two high-level skills at such an early stage is already astonishing enough, but its seamless fusion with the Heartburn Flame is truly remarkable. Such perceptiveness undoubtedly allows it to surpass over 95% of extraordinary beings. If it were to additionally wield the already legendary skill, Illusory Domain, would it not be capable of easily crushing commanding tier extraordinary beings at this very moment? As they marveled at this, Luan Xiangtian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, decided he no longer wished to linger and uttered a few terse words before turning to exit to the lounge. Observing this, Su Yi could not help but call out, Coach, we have only practiced once. We still have another match to go. Perhaps due to the softness of his voice, Luan Xiangtian seemed entirely oblivious, his steps unbroken, swiftly disappearing into the lounge. Seeing this, Su Yi shook his head with a bittersweet smile. It appeared that his coach would no longer accompany him for practice. The inability to find suitable training partners at school is hardly advantageous. It implies that if he wishes to enhance his practical combat experience, he must venture into the wilderness or secret realms for training. Well then, if no suitable opponents are available, he shall seek out fierce beasts instead. This way, he can also collect soul power and expedite reaching 8 million points. Currently, Su Yi is quite invested in soul power, particularly since he is merely a step away from aiding Ellie in her demonization. Ellie's psychic level has already reached the king level 8 stars, based on previous experiences. Once demonization succeeds, she is highly likely to elevate to king level 9 stars, or even break through constraints to ascend directly to emperor level. The disparity in strength between king level and emperor level is not a trivial matter. If Ellie truly can evolve to emperor level, very few individuals in the human realm would pose a threat to her. Moreover, extraordinary beings that have undergone demonization often possess significantly greater strength than their peers of the same tier. Thus, Su Yi's confidence for the future would be greatly fortified. Beyond quasi-divine extraordinary beings like the fallen angel queen, he would no longer need to worry about any threats. Unfortunately, he still requires over 1 million soul power points, which cannot be amassed in just a day or two. Su Yi, with just a month left until the end of the second semester of sophomore year, are you interested in signing up for the high school league? In class 4 of the sophomore year, having just completed a lesson, the homeroom teacher, Lu Yiting, approached with an enthusiastic inquiry. Although her tone was one of inquiry, her sparkling eyes clearly conveyed her eagerness. Sign up? You must sign up. Teacher, there are still over 4 months until the next high school league. Isn't it a bit premature to make a decision now? Su-yi questioned with a hint of confusion. Premature? Not at all. Lu Yiting replied earnestly. This year's high school league is of utmost importance, and many have been preparing since last year. If you genuinely have the intention, you must start preparing in advance, for months feels rather insufficient. Seeing her so adamant, Su-yi chuckled. All right then, I shall prepare diligently. So, you've decided to sign up? Lu Yiting exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Of course, Su-yi nodded. In fact, I had already resolved to participate in the next high school league. That's splendid. Lu Yiting's eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard that in the recent practice battle, your pet even defeated Coach Wan's frost giant. With your strength, you are surely capable of making it to the state high school league and advancing to the national high school league. It is no wonder she was so exhilarated. After all, Su-yi is her student, and if he were to achieve an impressive ranking, it would certainly reflect well upon her. Furthermore, according to the regulations of Guanxing No. 1 High School, having such an outstanding student emerge from her class would earn her considerable accolades. Advance to the National High School League? Su-yi smiled, for his ambitions extend far beyond that. Despite being merely a sophomore, through his battle with Wan Xiangtian, he is confident that he can secure a place among the top 8, even the top 3, in the National High School League. He not only aims to qualify in the State High School League, but also aspires to appear in the National High School League and earn a spot in the Global Beastmaster Cup. Seemingly sensing his aspirations, Lu Yiting cautioned, Su-yi, if you wish to achieve even better results, relying solely on your current strength may not suffice. Your two pets, while formidable, still possess relatively low psychic levels. It is nearly impossible for them to reach commanding tier before the high school league commences. Based on past experiences, the prodigies who made it to the top 16 in the National High School League typically had at least one exceptional commanding tier pet, exhibiting immense strength. Moreover, this year is distinct from previous years. The absence of the Global Beastmaster Cup last year means that this year's competition will be fiercer than ever. It is reasonable to anticipate that those prodigious students from affluent families will receive substantial support, elevating the overall competition level beyond that of last year's participants. In response, Su-yi smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I understand. He had already surmised that this year's high school league would be intensely competitive. In fact, he was privy to more information than Lu Yiting. It is rumored that many seniors, in their quest for a slot in the Global Beastmaster Cup, have even chosen to repeat a year and deliberately suppress their levels. Despite having reached elite level 9 stars, they refrain from opening a 4th beast space. Once they unlock that space, they will become commanding tier Beastmasters, forfeiting their chances to participate in the Global Beastmaster Cup. Such retention is generally against national policy, as it is inherently unfair to other students. The purpose of the National High School League is to reward promising students, not to exacerbate competition. However, this time, the government has chosen to turn a blind eye. After all, these students, who deliberately suppress their levels, will undoubtedly possess superior strength compared to their peers, and their participation could enhance the nation's standing in the Global Beastmaster Cup. In summary, this year's high school league promises to be exceptionally fierce. Moreover, the pets of those from prestigious families are not to be compared with the frost giant. As commanding tier extraordinary beings, their pets will undoubtedly be significantly stronger. When confronted with such commanding tier extraordinary beings, the advantages of Xiao Jing and Lu Li are not as pronounced as one might assume. Of course, what concerns Su-yi most is not merely this, but rather the number of pets. He currently possesses only 2. While those gifted individuals from powerful factions have undoubtedly already contracted their 3rd pet. Contemplating this, Su-yi could not help but muse. I wonder how much longer it will be until that frost dragon egg hatches. I've already accelerated the process. Given my current situation, I will be able to open my 3rd beast space within a month at most. At that moment, only the frost giant dragon remained. Unfortunately, he had initially believed that the frost giant dragon egg would hatch soon, but for reasons unknown, there had been no signs of activity until now. Unable to contain his anticipation, he closed his eyes and glanced once more at the dragon egg stored within the ruins palace. Checking the status of the egg several times a day had become a habitual ritual for him. He expected yet another day of disappointment, but in the next instant, he found himself stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside the ruins palace, several fissures had inexplicably appeared on the frost-covered dragon egg. Furthermore, those cracks seemed to expand and contract, as if something within was stirring. What could this mean? Was the frost giant dragon finally about to hatch? Upon realizing this, Su-yi felt an overwhelming joy. Had it not been for his homeroom teacher, Lu Yiting, standing before him, he would have been unable to suppress an excited shout. Su-yi, what's the matter? You need not worry too much. With your abilities, entering the National High School League should pose no problem, Lu Yiting remarked. Having sensed his unusual demeanor, mistakenly believing he was disheartened by her words. Just as she was about to offer him some encouragement, Sui abruptly stood up, interrupting her. "Forgive me, teacher, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. May I take a leave for this afternoon's class?" "Leave?" Lu Yiting was momentarily taken aback, her concern evident. "What is so urgent that you need assistance from the school? The old principal has stated that you can approach the school with any difficulties you encounter." "Thank you for your concern, teacher. It's merely a personal matter that doesn't require the school's involvement," Sui replied. "May I leave now?" Seeing his impatient countenance, Lu Yiting, though somewhat puzzled, acquiesced. "Very well. Thank you, teacher." Without further delay, Sui dashed out of the school. He appeared exceedingly exhilarated. At long last, the frost giant dragon he had awaited for so long was about to hatch. Chapter 223, Godfather? Within the ruins palace, Sui stood vigilantly before the frost giant dragon egg, concerned that something might go awry during the hatching process. He had even called for AI Li to join him. However, AI Li felt that his caution was somewhat excessive. After all, the dragon was on the verge of hatching. What purpose would her presence serve? Thus far, she had never heard of a dragon suffocating while breaking free from its shell. If it came to that, simply prying open the shell would suffice. Despite her thoughts, she agreed to Suyi's request and remained by his side. "It's about to emerge." After waiting a little longer, Suyi's eyes brightened when he noticed a small portion of the shell cracking open, revealing a tiny head adorned with a pair of adorable dragon horns. Strangely enough, as if sensing his presence, the little creature exerted itself even more, pulling its head out of the shell within mere minutes. Then, with a forceful push of its wings and claws, it shattered the egg completely, scattering the remnants across the ground. "Is this the young frost giant dragon? It's rather cute." Suyi's attention was immediately captivated by the hatchling before him, though it had just emerged from its shell. The little one was not small by any means, roughly comparable to a medium-sized dog. Particularly striking were its wings, which, when spread, were even longer than its body. However, perhaps due to an overabundance of nourishment, the little creature appeared plump and utterly adorable, were it not for the icy aura radiating from its form. Resembling a being sculpted from ice, Sui would undoubtedly have cradled it in his arms and playfully ruffled its fur. AI Li, seemingly witnessing a dragon hatchling for the first time, felt herself utterly enchanted by the little creature at first glance. She instinctively reached out her delicate hand, eager to stroke the young one. As a royal-level extraordinary being, the chill emanating from the young frost giant dragon was insufficient to harm her. However, even though the hatchling sensed her goodwill, it still evaded her touch, regarding her warily, and cautiously retreated to Suyi's feet. "What a vigilant little creature. It seems it only feels comfortable around you," AI Li thought, shaking her head with a wry smile. Feeling somewhat hurt, she reflected that, as a forest elf, it was the first time she had ever been rejected by an animal, and to be turned away by a mere hatchling was particularly disheartening. "It's merely unfamiliar. Once it gets to know you, I'm certain it will not shy away from the gentle and kind-hearted sister AI Li." Sui reassured her with a smile. "Such flattery," AI Li replied with a playful roll of her eyes. Noting that the frost giant dragon hatchling was still watching her warily, she sighed softly. "Since it has safely hatched, I shall take my leave." Pausing for a moment, she recalled something and added, "Dragons develop consciousness early on, upon hatching. They also acquire inherited memories, so do not underestimate it as a mere child." With that, she departed from the palace without lingering. Not a mere child who knows nothing? Sui was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the little creature beside him, smiling as he inquired, "Is that so?" The frost giant dragon looked up at him, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes, as if it did not comprehend. "I almost forgot, you cannot understand human language, and you are not my familiar," Sui remarked, slapping his forehead as he prepared to communicate with it in the dragon tongue. His proficiency in the dragon language was remarkable, even surpassing his command of elvish and demonic tongues, given that Matthew was a dragon tamer. In the inheritance jade slip, the dragon tongue was the most detailed language aside from the common tongue of humanity. However, before he could speak, the little one climbed back to the remnants of the eggshell, eagerly munching on the shattered pieces. The frost-laden shells crumbled in its mouth like biscuits, producing a delightful crunch, and its eyes, resembling black gemstones, curved into crescent shapes as it savored the treat. "What sharp teeth!" Witnessing this scene, Sui was slightly taken aback. One must understand that dragon eggshells are incredibly tough, rivaling the scales of some extraordinary creatures. Yet, in the mouth of this little one, such a shell crumbled as easily as a snack. Amidst his astonishment, he quickly examined the little creature's detailed information, and his surprise deepened. Young frost giant dragon. Spirit level, elite level 7 stars. Attribute, ice. Skills, low level. Primary frost breath, mastery. Dragon claw, mastery. Freeze, novice. Ice arrow, novice. Intermediate, Ice Shield, Novice. Ice Storm, Novice. Ice Blade, Novice. Dragon Tail Swipe, Novice. Advanced, Extreme Cold Storm, Novice. Ice Prison, Novice. Special, Primary Dragon's Might, Mastery. Primary Ice Dragon Body, Mastery. Possible Evolution Species, Frost Dragon Lady. Potential, Demigod Level. Holy cow, it was born as an elite level 7 stars. Suyi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He was aware that a frost dragon, upon hatching, would be classified as an elite tier extraordinary creature, yet he was astounded to discover it had directly attained a 7-star rating. This was indicative of a superior elite level. However, what truly delighted Sui was not just this remarkable achievement, but rather the plethora of skills possessed by this little creature. Astonishingly, it had just emerged from its shell and already mastered such a multitude of skills, including 2 advanced ones. Both the Frigid Tempest and the Ice Prison were formidable abilities. The former was a wide-ranging destructive skill, while the latter served as a control-type ability. Speaking of Ice Prison, Sui was not unfamiliar with it, as the Ruins Palace inherently endowed him with this skill. It was precisely due to this familiarity that he understood the true potency of this ability. Nevertheless, in comparison to the powers of Dragon Might and Ice Dragon Physique, these 2 skills paled in significance. Although both Dragon Might and Ice Dragon Physique were currently at the novice level, they constituted the core capabilities of the Frost Dragon. Dragon Might symbolized a strength that vastly surpassed other extraordinary beings of the same rank, while Ice Dragon Physique denoted a physique that far exceeded that of its peers. This was fundamentally why dragons were revered as legendary beings. Were it not for their excessive strength, Dragon Might and Ice Dragon Physique would not even be classified as skills in the skill panel. In addition to these abilities, skills such as Ice Shield and Ice Blade were also noteworthy. In summary, despite having undergone no training for a single day, this juvenile frost dragon was already remarkably powerful, sufficient to serve as a primary combat companion. The only regret was that such a creature as a dragon had a body structure that was nearing perfection, leaving little room for evolution. In fact, the dragons of the Beastmaster realm could not evolve at all. They could only grow, as they were the pinnacle of life from the moment they were born. As for the frost dragoness listed among the evolvable species, that was not evolution but transformation. It seemed that dragons could only undergo this transformation once, yet given its potential, a single transformation should suffice. Sui smiled as he considered this. Moreover, the primary reason for his contentment was that the frost dragon could directly transform into a dragoness, leaving little room for discontent. Upon a closer inspection, he noted that the requirements for the transformation into a frost dragoness appeared to be rather modest. While he was diligently observing the young frost dragon, this little creature had already consumed the entirety of its eggshell. At this moment, it seemed to be in high spirits, gently patting its belly with its tiny claws. I squinted in satisfaction. Have you had your fill? Sui beamed a warm smile and moved closer, continuing, what an adorable little creature you are. If you're still hungry, I have a piece of Ice Spirit Stone. With that, he waved his hand, producing an Ice Spirit Stone, which he then presented before the frost dragon, shaking it enticingly. At this moment, he resembled a kind-hearted uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop. It was undeniable that this approach was quite effective. The frost dragon was instantly captivated by the Ice Spirit Stone, its obsidian-like eyes following Suyi's hand with rapt attention. Success! Sui felt a surge of joy. Prior to this, he had established a faint bond with the frost dragon through blood, and the creature had already shown signs of affection towards him. Now, with the addition of the Ice Spirit Stone, he was confident that securing this little creature would pose no challenge. However, his elation was short-lived as the frost dragon suddenly regained its composure, suppressing its desires, and shifted its gaze away from the Ice Spirit Stone, fixing its eyes quietly on him. In its gaze, there was a blend of warmth, curiosity, and bewilderment. Why are you looking at me like that, little one? Can you understand my words? Sui inquired, flashing a friendly smile. The little creature nodded and emitted a low, urgent sound from its throat. This was unmistakably the pronunciation of Draconic. You have actually mastered Draconic. Sui was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment coloring his features. He knew that dragons awakened a portion of their racial heritage upon hatching, but he had not anticipated such a wealth of knowledge to be included in that heritage. Moreover, judging by the little creature's demeanor, its intelligence must be quite advanced. It was no wonder that Ellie had specifically warned him. With this in mind, Sui hesitated momentarily before continuing. So, do you know who I am? As he posed this question, a wave of anxiety washed over him. After all, he was of the human race, while the creature before him belonged to the dragon lineage. Given its level of intelligence, it certainly would not mistake him for a maternal figure. In response to his inquiry, the juvenile frost dragon nodded once more, its gaze softening as it spoke in Draconic. I know, you're my godfather. Huh. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock, staring at it in disbelief. A godfather? This response truly caught him off guard. Yes. The young frost dragon affirmed with a nod. You hatched me, so you are my godfather. Su Yi stood there, momentarily speechless. He was still just a youth. Yet here he was being recognized as a godfather by a freshly hatched frost dragon. Well, if that is how it is, then I suppose I shall embrace the title of godfather. At least this designation would alleviate any concerns about the little one rejecting him. Despite this thought, he hesitated before finally saying, Yes, I did hatch you, but I am still quite young. Could you perhaps call me something else, like brother? Brother? The frost dragon's eyes flickered with confusion as it pondered, but according to the memories awakened from my heritage, your identity is godfather. As it concluded, the frost dragon wore an earnest expression. All right then, call me whatever you wish. Su Yi sighed in resignation, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After a brief pause, he once again offered a warm smile and asked, How should I address you from now on? What about I give you a name? How does Bing Bing sound? It feels quite fitting for you. Bing Bing. A name? The frost dragon paused, a look of puzzlement crossing its face. But I already have a name. My true name is Klurmizwalashdair Milfuker Hylong. This lengthy name was recited for several minutes, until Su Yi appeared utterly bewildered, concluding with Finkinkabutiamate. Staring at the serious young frost dragon before him, Su Yi was momentarily at a loss. It dawned on him that indeed, every dragon possessed its own true name, which they would come to know upon awakening their racial heritage. This true name was typically lengthy. Had it not been inscribed in their minds along with their racial legacy, they might struggle to remember it. No, they would certainly struggle to remember it. Isn't your name a bit too long? And according to dragon customs, it seems that true names shouldn't be casually revealed to others. How about this? In everyday life, I'll just call you Bing Bing, since a name is merely a moniker. Su Yi snapped back to reality and continued speaking. The young frost dragon gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Does my godfather really like the name Bing Bing? Like it? I wouldn't say that exactly. It's simply easy to remember, far more so than names like Kalirmers Halesmala. Though he thought this, he said, Indeed, it is a lovely name. The ice not only signifies your identity as a frost dragon, but also symbolizes purity and clarity. Is that so? While the young frost dragon couldn't fully grasp the sentiment, it acquiesced, saying, All right then, I shall call you Bing Bing from now on. Su Yi felt immense joy. The fact that this little creature embraced the name meant it truly regarded him as an elder, rather than merely paying lip service. Realizing this, he seized the moment and stepped closer, braving the chill to gently pat its head, hoping to foster a closer bond. Initially, the young one seemed a bit uncomfortable, but soon adapted, even nudging its head affectionately against him. Success. With this, Su Yi finally felt at ease. At least for now. His relationship with the frost dragon appeared to be thriving. This was already a splendid start. If others were to witness his harmonious interaction with a frost dragon, they would undoubtedly be envious. Of course, they might also be astonished or frightened, observing others commanding beasts while he commanded a demon. He thought of Chapter 224, Elite Beast Tamers. Su Yi had initially hoped to cultivate a deeper bond with the frost dragon. Unfortunately, whether due to its juvenile phase or perhaps having consumed too many eggshells, it soon began to droop its eyelids, looking utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, Su Yi had to allow it to rest within the ruins. In the subsequent days, the little creature transformed into quite the sloth, alternating between eating and sleeping, appearing perpetually drowsy, much to Su Yi's frustration as he wished to bond with it. What exasperated Su Yi further was the dragon's voracious appetite. Each meal required over 100 pounds of meat, often exceeding its own weight. To satisfy its hunger, Su Yi had to venture outside the city and into the secret realms to hunt ferocious beasts. Occasionally, he would also spend money at the overseas market, where numerous stalls sold beast meat. After indulging in this gluttony for a while, although Bing Bing's spiritual energy level hadn't significantly increased, its size had dramatically expanded, changing almost daily. As of now, its length surpassed 3 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 5. The growth rate was astonishing. Within the heart of space, Su Yi gazed at the frost dragon, no longer a little creature, in sheer amazement. Yet amidst the astonishment, excitement bubbled within him. Since Bing Bing had grown so large, could it be ridden? He had long desired a flying companion, and a dragon, without a doubt, was the pinnacle of all flying beasts, guaranteed to turn heads, far more impressive than a long-winged pheasant or a gale bird. Eagerly, he turned to the frost dragon, his enthusiasm palpable. Bing Bing, may I ride you? As a gentleman, he respected its autonomy. Should the majestic creature decline, he would certainly not press the matter. Bing Bing understood his request, and a flicker of reluctance shone in its jet-black, gemstone-like eyes. After all, it was a proud dragon. How could it allow a human to ride? However, seeing Su Yi's hopeful expression, It hesitated for a long while before conceding. If my godfather wishes, you may give it a try. Had it truly agreed? Sui was taken aback, fully aware that a dragon allowing a human to mount its back was a significant gesture, either complete submission or a bond of great intimacy. Clearly, he belonged to the latter category. Given the current circumstances, if he were to propose a contract in the future, Bing Bing would likely not refuse. With this thought, Su Yi's joy intensified. His daily ritual of dripping blood onto the dragon egg had not been in vain. Once it trained all its skills to perfection, its combat prowess might surpass that of Xiaojing and Lioli. Regrettably, its level remained somewhat low, preventing it from utilizing the legendary Earth Dragon Soul Crystal directly. This thought left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The Earth Dragon Soul Crystal had been procured from the Heritage Ruins, specifically prepared by Matthew for this Frost Dragon. If it could absorb this spiritual material, Su Yi was certain Bing Bing's strength would experience exponential growth. What puzzled him was why Matthew had chosen to provide an Earth Dragon Soul Crystal rather than an Ice Dragon Soul Crystal. Wouldn't the latter be more fitting? Of course, he recognized that Dragon Soul Crystals were rare and difficult to come by, and obtaining one was already quite fortunate. He couldn't demand more in terms of attributes. After reaching 3 meters, Bing Bing finally concluded its cycle of eating and sleeping incessantly. Correspondingly, its growth rate returned to normal. Su Yi felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped Bing Bing could grow to over 10 meters directly. Now, focus on your training. Do not bring shame to the dragon lineage, he advised, stroking its horn before departing from the heart of space. Su Yi, are you aware of the abyssal secret realm in Chunin Prefecture? I hear something significant has happened there. In classroom 24 of the second year, Su Yi was engrossed in self-studying third-year material when his desk mate, Li Xinhao, approached him, seemingly privy to some major news. The abyssal secret realm? Initially, Su Yi had no desire to engage in idle chatter, but upon hearing that familiar name, he paused his writing, curiosity piqued. What transpired in that realm? As he inquired, a hint of anxiety crept into his heart, fearing that his previous foray into the tower might be revealed. Many beast tamers have perished in that realm. It is said that even Yufani met his demise there. Li Xinhao stated gravely. Yufani? Who is he? Su Yi frowned, puzzled. You don't know Yufani? He was the first in last year's Chunin Prefecture High School League, and even secured 4th place in the National High School League. If it weren't for the postponement of the Global Beast Tamer Cup, he would have represented our Lonting nation. Li Xinhao explained. 4th in the National High School League? Su Yi was taken aback. That was indeed a remarkable genius among that cohort. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but express his regret. It is indeed a pity for such a talent to perish in that secret realm. Who could argue otherwise? Li Xinhao concurred, stating, moreover, the demise of this individual was rather unjust. Given his prowess, he could have effortlessly dealt with beasts of the commander level, and even against those of the master level. He possessed the capability to retreat unscathed. However, the Lord of Yin City concealed the specifics regarding that secret realm. Do you know? It turns out that within that abyssal secret realm, there exist not only commander and master level beasts, but also those of the marquis level. Unfortunately, Yufani encountered a marquis level beast directly, and thus met his untimely end. As he spoke, Li Xinhao couldn't help but shake his head. The existence of marquis level beasts in the abyssal secret realm was not disclosed. Su Yi furrowed his brows. Indeed, there were marquis level beasts within the abyssal secret realm, and even a king level beast, though their numbers were scarce. In total, there were only 4 extraordinary beings above the marquis level, corresponding to the 4 lords or queens mentioned by the demon princess. Yet, not long ago, he had meticulously compiled this intelligence and anonymously sent it to the Lord's Office of Yin City, the Beastmaster Association, the Special Investigation Bureau, and various departments. Fearing disbelief from the staff, he had elaborately detailed the conditions within the abyssal secret realm, to the point where it was evident that it was not mere fabrication. To obtain this information, he had interrogated the demon princess for an entire night. Yet, to his dismay, his efforts were in vain. Yin City had not promptly made this information public. Public? Of course, it was public, but only after Yufani's incident. At this point, Li Xinhao scoffed, expressing his frustration. Initially, the Lord of Yin City was reluctant to acknowledge it. If it weren't for the recording device carried by Yufani being discovered and disclosed by other adventurers, those departments would likely have continued their cover-up. I truly do not understand their motives. Hearing this, Su Yi shook his head, opting for silence. It was common for the lords of the Dragon Gallop Kingdom to lack integrity, compared to the truly despicable individuals. Deliberately deceiving others to turn them into cannon fodder was rather mild. Even now, with the truth exposed, it was likely that the Lord would not face severe repercussions. It was quite disheartening. Well, being angry about such matters is futile. After a moment of silence, Su Yi spoke again. By the way, Wasn't there mention of a tower in that abyssal secret realm that is suspected to be a relic of inheritance? Has it been confirmed yet? What a farce regarding the relic of inheritance. Li Xinhao shook his head, stating, adventurers who entered reported that the tower contained nothing at all. They say there is even a large hole in the floor of the 5th level, rendering it quite dilapidated. In summary, it is certainly not a relic of inheritance. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he continued, however, some speculate that this is a deliberate falsehood released by the officials of Yen City, aimed at concealing the fact that a relic of inheritance has emerged within Yen City, so they could buy enough time to arrange for their own kin to explore it. Given the nature of those bureaucrats in Yen City, such behavior is hardly surprising. Seeing his indignant demeanor, Su Yi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the Yen City officials currently lacked credibility, the information was indeed true. The tower held nothing because he had completely emptied its contents. Nevertheless, he would not go out of his way to clarify this to the officials of Yen City. Thus he followed Li Xinhao's lead and remarked, there is certainly a possibility of such a scenario. I hope the state conducts a thorough investigation, ensuring that those corrupt officials do not monopolize the relic of inheritance. Rest assured, the public discourse regarding this matter has already ignited. The state will undoubtedly send personnel to investigate. The primary issue now is that the abyssal secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Even if it is confirmed that the tower is indeed a relic of inheritance, it is doubtful that anyone would dare to enter. Li Xinhao shook his head, expressing his concern. Marquis-level beasts, damn it. Even the most formidable elite beast masters would likely find themselves merely offering their heads on a platter. Li Xinhao's sentiment resonated with Su Yi, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it weren't for the presence of a suspected relic of inheritance within, it's likely that no one would dare venture inside upon learning of the Marquis-level beasts. After all, this is an elite-level restricted secret realm, not to mention the Marquis-level beasts. Even Commander and Master-level beasts would suffice to scare off the vast majority. Once it is verified that the tower is not a relic of inheritance, this secret realm will probably fade from public interest, becoming one of the least explored realms. To prevent the demonic beasts within from causing disturbances in the surrounding villages and towns, the state might even consider destroying the spatial tunnel connecting to that secret realm. Such actions have been taken before. Enough about that secret realm. Li Xinhao suddenly recalled something and asked curiously, by the way, Su Yi, I heard that Xia Yihan from Class 9 has already broken through to the elite level. Aren't you close as well? I should be able to attempt establishing my 3rd Beastmaster space in a few days. Su Yi did not conceal this, nodding gently. After more than half a month of training, he had finally made progress, reaching the ordinary level of 9 stars. Damn it, a beast. I have just barely reached the apprentice level of 9 stars, and am still struggling to establish my 2nd Beastmaster space. Li Xinhao felt an immediate sense of imbalance. Clearly, just a year ago, their strengths were comparable, yet now Su Yi had outpaced him by an entire tier. Unable to accept this, he was about to inquire further. Seeing his dejected expression, Su Yi sighed, I advise you to devote more effort to your training. If you continue at this pace, by the time we graduate from high school, Zhang Xiaodong will likely surpass you by an entire tier. This semester, Zhang Xiaodong had also made significant progress. Although she couldn't compare to him, she had reached an ordinary level of 5 stars, which was already quite commendable. If she could exert herself further in her senior year, she might even have a chance to enter one of the 3 major Beastmaster academies. The only regret was that her combat prowess was sorely lacking. Although her water sprite had matured to the ordinary level early on, as a healing-type pet, its combat strength was notably at the bottom among its peers. As for the small sea creature she had just contracted this semester, even after absorbing 2 water spirit stones, it had only barely managed to grow to the apprentice level of 9 stars. Relying on Zhang Xiaodong to be her support would be a long and arduous journey. If I train hard, will I not be left behind by Zhang Xiaodong? Li Xinhao shrugged. I've come to terms with it. My aptitude simply cannot compare to yours. Rather than exhaust myself in relentless training, I might as well seek a more comfortable existence. After all, my ambitions are not grand. Becoming an elite beastmaster is quite sufficient for me. An elite beastmaster can already be considered a successful individual in society. Observing him in this state, Su Yi smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Each person harbors their own aspirations, and indeed, leading a simple life as an elite beastmaster while securing a stable job is also a commendable pursuit. Within the heart of space, a young frost giant dragon hovered in the air above a river, with an exhilarated youth seated upon its back. Bing bing. Unleash the ice storm and freeze the surface of the water. Su Yi commanded loudly. Roar. At once, Bing Bing emitted a dragon's roar, and simultaneously, a tempest composed of ice blades materialized out of thin air, sweeping down towards the river below. Where the ice storm spread, the temperature plummeted below freezing. and in mere moments, a thick layer of solid ice formed upon the river's surface. However, just as this solid ice began to congeal, it was shattered by countless ice blades, only to continue the cycle of condensation and destruction. Excellent, Sui remarked with satisfaction as he observed the rocks and trees along the riverbank being pulverized by the ice storm. The power of this skill had clearly surpassed that of the wind blade storm. Now, let us proceed with the frigid storm, Sui declared, eager to test an even mightier ability. Without hesitation, Bing Bing took a few moments to gather her strength before unleashing another dragon's roar. A far more terrifying blizzard emerged, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to a chilling -80 or 90 degrees. This time, the entirety of the river within the vicinity was instantly encased in ice. At such frigid temperatures, even steel would become as brittle as glass. This skill is quite formidable. It truly lives up to its classification as a high-level ability. A hint of astonishment flickered across Su Yi's face. Through careful observation, he discovered that this skill could directly freeze lower-level foes into solid ice. Even if the enemies managed to withstand it, they would still receive debilitating effects, such as being immobilized by the cold, leading to sluggish movements and reduced speed. Furthermore, their armor would become exceedingly fragile due to the cold, shattering with ease. In gaming terms, this skill not only dealt substantial ice damage to enemies, but also diminished their agility and defense. Moreover, it was an area of effect skill. This ability requires focused training to enhance its proficiency, Sui proclaimed with a smile. The efficiency of elite extraordinary beings in practicing high-level skills is not particularly high, but it is still feasible. Furthermore, Suyi's current expectations were not lofty. He merely sought to elevate its proficiency to a competent level. Should we first practice the frigid storm, the ice cage, or the frost breath? Bing Bing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It wasn't that she intended to be contrary. It was simply that Sui had mentioned the same phrase for each of these three skills. Let us prioritize the frost breath, Sui decided after a moment of contemplation. Breath is one of the fundamental abilities of dragons, and it is also a skill with which Bing Bing is most familiar. Although she had only mastered the basic frost breath for the time being, Sui firmly believed that with diligent practice, she would soon advance to the intermediate level, or even the advanced frost breath. Once she achieves the advanced frost breath, she would possess 3 high-level abilities, surpassing even Xiao Jing. After training with Bing Bing for a while longer, and noticing that evening had drawn near, Sui returned to the Ruins Palace. Meditating in the Ruins Palace at night had become his routine. Upon his return, he found Xiao Jing and Lu Li already present, accompanying him in his evening practice, which was also their habit. Tonight, I will attempt to establish the third Beastmaster space, and I ask that you do not disturb me, Sui instructed them. Wary of Xiao Jing and Lu Li inadvertently encroaching upon his space, particularly Lu Li, this fox-eared maiden, despite her seemingly serene demeanor, often found ways to tease him during the night. Of course, it was uncertain whether Lu Li was intentionally teasing. Even a mere alluring pose or a gentle brush against Suyi's body would send tremors through his heart. Understood. Seeing Suyi's serious demeanor, Xiao Jing and Lu Li obediently nodded, refraining from any mischief. Lu Li even ensured to maintain a respectful distance, wary of accidentally brushing against him. Observing this, Sui smiled lightly and said nothing more. He settled himself in a cross-legged position and retrieved a Yuan spirit stone from his storage ring, beginning his meditation. With the assistance of the Yuan spirit stone, the probability of successfully establishing the Beastmaster space would increase by at least 50%. The most common issue encountered when establishing a Beastmaster space is insufficient spiritual energy. If such a situation arises, the uncompleted Beastmaster space may collapse due to a lack of power. The Yuan Spirit Stone significantly mitigates this problem. However, the Yuan Spirit Stone is quite costly. Priced at no less than 2 million, a Beastmaster of lesser means could hardly afford it. A year ago, Sui would not have dared to even dream of utilizing a Yuan Spirit Stone to assist in establishing a Beastmaster space. Before long, he entered a meditative state. At that moment, he could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within him had reached a critical threshold. If he did not establish the third Beastmaster space, he would be unable to continue his advancement. Let us begin, he silently affirmed, dispelling any hesitation, and immediately summoned his spiritual energy to flow towards his forehead. Simultaneously, the Yuan Spirit Stone released threads of pure spiritual energy, coursing through his arm and into his body. Time seemed to stretch. Eventually, feeling that the moment was right, Sui no longer hesitated and uttered a soft command. In the next instant, a tremendous roar echoed in his mind, and his consciousness felt as if it had been cleaved by an axe, a fissure suddenly appearing in the void. With the infusion of spiritual energy, this fissure gradually widened, forming a space the size of a football field. Success! Sui felt a surge of joy. However, this was merely the first step. A Beast Master space of this caliber could not withstand his current level of spiritual energy. It needed further consolidation and expansion. As time passed, the third Beast Master space grew larger and more robust, resonating with the other two spaces within his consciousness. After an indeterminate period, another thunderous sound echoed in his mind, and he felt as if he had shattered some form of shackles, a surge of power flowing from his forehead, instantly coursing through his limbs and causing him to stifle a groan. Concurrently, his mental acuity underwent a transformation, his mind feeling more alert and lucid than ever before. Is this the power of an elite? Sui opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face. Upon inspecting the newly established Beast Master space in his consciousness, he clenched his fist with conviction. He had indeed become an elite Beast Master. Xiao Jing and Lu Li, observing the change in him, paused their training and cast him astonished glances. They realized that their bond with Sui seemed even more intimate, to the extent that they could share a portion of their strength with him through their contract. This shared power encompassed not only physical attributes, but also skills. Chapter 225, Dragon Tamer, Sui. The Beast Master cannot wield skills autonomously like extraordinary beings. Currently, there are only two methods to unleash skills. One is through the aid of secret treasures, and the other is by relying on one's own pet. Once the Beast Master's space ascends to the elite level, they can allow their pets to solidify one or even multiple skills within it. In this manner, the Beast Master's space becomes akin to a secret treasure or a spellcasting mode, enabling the Beast Master to effortlessly utilize the skills inscribed within. This phenomenon is referred to as skill sharing. At last, the opportunity to learn skills has arrived. Upon earnestly examining his physical condition, Sui felt a surge of excitement. Although the skills shared from his pet could only manifest at 70 to 80% of their original power, he found himself quite content. After all, even if it were merely 40 to 50%, it would significantly bolster his self-preservation capabilities. The sole drawback was that the potency of the elite-level Beastmaster space was rather low, allowing for the solidification of only one skill at the intermediate level at most. Thus, having opened 3 Beastmaster spaces, he could now solidify a maximum of 3 intermediate skills. Which skill should he share? Sui's gaze first fell upon Xiao Jing, and he found himself confronted with a difficult choice among the array of skills. Had he the liberty to choose freely, he would have undoubtedly selected the indestructible skill without hesitation, for it is the pinnacle of defensive skills, capable of preserving his life in critical moments. Alas, it is a divine skill, even with the fusion of the Heart of Space. Forcing one of his Beastmaster spaces to ascend to quasi-divine status would not enable him to solidify that skill. Thus, he was compelled to shift his focus away from that skill, directing it instead towards the categories of intermediate and low-level skills. Xiao Jing possessed 3 intermediate skills: Earth Escape, Life Healing, and Leaf Dance. Since Sui did not have leaves growing on him, he promptly dismissed the Leaf Dance skill. Of course, it would not be impossible to forcibly solidify Leaf Dance. However, doing so would require a substantial amount of spiritual energy to condense leaves during its execution. If he were to undertake such a task, the energy consumption might rival that of a high-level skill, rendering it rather unworthy. Life Healing, while somewhat useful, paled in comparison to Earth Escape. Sui then concentrated on the 2 skills, Earth Escape and Life Healing. Among all intermediate healing skills, Life Healing undoubtedly ranks among the top. Regrettably, Sui had no intentions of pursuing a career in healing, so this skill was also eliminated from consideration. As for the remaining Earth Escape, it was undeniably powerful, even deemed a life-saving technique. However, given that he was not a plant-type pet, using Earth Escape would surely be a rather uncomfortable experience, as traversing underground could feel quite distressing. One misstep could lead to being trapped, transforming Earth Escape into a perilous entombment. In summary, this skill did not align well with humans. In truth, hardening the body would also be a commendable option. Sui's attention shifted once more to the hardening skill, the only one among Xiao Jing's basic skills that piqued his interest. Firstly, it is a defensive skill that hardens the body when under attack, effectively mitigating damage. Secondly, it is a skill that enhances masculine confidence, allowing one to be as resilient as desired for as long as desired. Ultimately, he resolved to share Earth Escape. After much deliberation, Sui ultimately chose Earth Escape as his life-saving skill. Though using it might be uncomfortable, discomfort is certainly preferable to the alternative of losing one's life. As for hardening, did he truly strike one as someone who needed external aid to bolster his prowess? Who does he look down upon? Xiao Jing, I must trouble you to see if you can share the Earth Escape skill with me, Sui said gently, turning to her. Xiao Jing hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Her reluctance stemmed not from unwillingness, but rather from a lack of experience, leaving her uncertain about the success of the sharing. Perceiving her thoughts, Su-yi continued, "Do not feel burdened. It is a simple task. You merely need to imprint the skill onto the Beastmaster space through our mental pact." Su-yi began to instruct her step by step. For a pet, once the method is grasped, it is indeed not difficult. It is fundamentally a basic principle. Given Xiao Jing's aptitude, she would likely succeed within a day. After a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Jing had grasped the essentials and promptly returned to her designated Beastmaster space to attempt the sharing. Seeing her earnestness, Su-yi felt a sense of gratification and then turned his attention to Lu Li. Lu Li had a broader selection of skills, with 4 intermediate ones to choose from: Great Flame Explosion, Explosive Blood Claw, Heartburn Flame, and Soul Impact. If one were to pursue lethality, Great Flame Explosion would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. However, the Heartburn Flame, as a core skill, possesses even greater value. Then there is Soul Impact. It is noteworthy that a Beastmaster's mental strength is inherently formidable. Even if Soul Impact cannot unleash its full potential, it could still yield 80 to 90% of its power. Furthermore, employing such a skill primarily consumes mental energy rather than spiritual energy. Its energy expenditure, compared to other skills of the same tier, is considerably lower, approximately half. One could assert that the most suitable skills for a Beastmaster are indeed those of the mental category. After much contemplation, Su-yi ultimately decided on Soul Impact. Certainly, Great Flame Explosion and Heartburn Flame are commendable as well, but he remains a Beastmaster. Rather than augmenting his offensive capabilities, it is far more prudent to enhance his self-preservation abilities. Although Soul Impact cannot be used for defense or escape, it serves as a form of control skill. As long as his mental strength is sufficiently robust, he can inflict harm upon his adversary's spirit while incapacitating their mind, plunging them into a state of blankness or unconsciousness. In more severe cases, it could even induce brain death, resulting in a guaranteed kill. Coupled with the skill's compatibility with the Beastmaster, Su-yi found no reason to bypass it. In truth, Su-yi had also contemplated the genuine control skill, Enchantment. However, as a low-level skill, Enchantment's limitations are somewhat pronounced, requiring direct eye contact with the enemy to activate, lacking the directness and ferocity of Soul Impact. Lu Li. Su-yi turned to the fox-eared girl, who was still reveling in his ascension to the elite level. Through their mental connection, she was already aware of his intentions. Without further ado, she prepared to return to her designated Beastmaster space to attempt the sharing. However, deep within her heart, she felt a tinge of disappointment regarding Su-yi's decision. Compared to Soul Impact, she had hoped he would select the enchantment skill. The thought of how Su-yi had previously utilized enchantment on her stirred an inexplicable excitement within her. If it were possible, she would even wish to share the illusory domain with him. Previously, it was she who pulled others into the realm of illusions, indulging in unrestrained devastation. She was deeply curious about what Su-yi might do if he were to draw her into the illusionary realm. Would he be violent? Regrettably, as this thought crossed her mind, she bit her lip and cast a subtle glance at Su-yi, her exquisitely pale face marred by disappointment and sorrow. Observing her demeanor, Su-yi found himself utterly perplexed. However, before he could inquire further, Lu Li had already returned to the Beastmaster space. It was time to seek out Bing Bing. Su-yi rose from the bed, preparing to depart from the ruins palace. At that moment, the sun had long since risen. Although there were classes at school today, what did a day of absence matter in comparison to forming a contract with the Frost Dragon? Naturally, he still exited the heart of space to send a leave message to his homeroom teacher, Lu Yiting. The forest where Bing Bing resided was christened the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain by Su-yi. While it appeared lush and vibrant at present, devoid of any snowflakes, he anticipated that as Bing Bing matured, it would eventually alter the surrounding climate, transforming the forest into a true snow-capped mountain. This name was, in essence, a prescient prediction. In fact, Su-yi had also named the forest where Ellie lived the Elven Forest. He dubbed the favorite haunt of Xiao Jing the Thorny Jungle, and he referred to Lu Li's cherished spot as the Peach Blossom Pond. Upon arriving at the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, Su-yi found Bing Bing slumbering in a natural cave. Perhaps due to its lineage, even though its growth rate had returned to normal, it still relished its sleep. Fortunately, during its slumber, it could gradually convert the energy stored within into its own spiritual energy at a decent pace. Had it not been for this, Su-yi would have worried about being surpassed by Xiao Jing and Lu Li in the future. Sensing his presence, Bing Bing opened its drowsy eyes, awakening from its slumber. Are we to begin training again? It pondered, reluctant to leave its cozy bed, yet it dutifully rose. Upon seeing Su-yi, it paused in surprise, astonished that he had ascended to the rank of elite Beastmaster in just one night. Did you sleep well? Su-yi approached, affectionately stroking its dragon horn, a warm smile gracing his face. Godfather, is there something of great importance? Bing Bing inquired in a low voice, its gaze filled with curiosity. It sensed that Su-yi seemed somewhat unusual today. The little creature's intuition was remarkably keen, realizing it had seen through him. Su-yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly composed himself, stating earnestly, "Indeed, there is a matter of great significance. You have awakened a portion of your ancestral memories. And you must understand that young dragons like you are perilously vulnerable in the human world. If discovered, even an imperial beast master would be drawn to you, coercing you into a contract and enslaving you for life. Should such an event transpire, I would be powerless to intervene with my current strength." With a slight sigh, Su-yi's mood dipped as he concluded his statement. "I understand," Bing Bing replied, seemingly grasping his implication. "Rest assured, I shall remain in this world until I have matured into an adult dragon. I will not venture out." Su-yi was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified. "That is not my intention. This world offers nothing. Keeping you here would be akin to imprisonment. I would never allow you to endure such hardship. In truth, I have devised a solution that accommodates both our needs. The reason those nefarious individuals target you is that they wish to turn you into their pet. As long as we sever that desire, the threat shall dissipate." Bing Bing blinked its large eyes, perplexed by his words. "So what does that mean, Godfather?" "It is quite simple," Su-yi replied solemnly. "If you sign a contract with me first, those ill-intentioned individuals will never be able to bind you. Consequently, you will be free to traverse the human world as you wish." "A contract?" Bing Bing gazed at him in astonishment. "I see him as a godfather, yet he wishes to become my master." Though Bing Bing had awakened a portion of its ancestral memories, it had only recently hatched, and its thoughts remained quite innocent. Moreover, since Su-yi was its most beloved figure, indeed, one could say he was akin to family, it did not refuse his offer, but instead inquired, "Do you wish to contract with me, Godfather?" Gazing into its pure, clear eyes, Su-yi felt a pang of shyness, yet after much contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Yes. This would not only ensure your safety, but would also strengthen the bond between us. Once we sign the contract, we shall be lifelong partners, sharing both honor and disgrace. Of course, I understand that such a contract carries significant restrictions, and if you are unwilling, I shall not force you." Upon uttering this, Su-yi silently observed the frost dragon before him, yet despite his outward nonchalance, he felt a profound anxiety, fearing Bing Bing might refuse. Fortunately, it was a creature he had nurtured from its very beginning. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, Bing Bing finally nodded, saying, "If you believe this is for the best, then let us enter into a contract. My ancestral legacy warns me that human beast masters are the most despicable beings, and one must never contract with them, lest they become their slaves. However, I trust that you, Godfather, would never enslave me." As she concluded her statement, a hint of attachment flickered in her gaze as she looked at Su-yi. He was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Gradually, he broke into a gentle smile, once more stroking her antennae, and said earnestly, "Regardless of whether or not we sign a contract, our relationship will remain unchanged. Should there be any alteration, it will only deepen our closeness." Delighted by his words, Bing Bing affectionately nudged him with her large head. Not wishing to squander any more time, Su-yi took a deep breath, raised his hand, and a large hexagram array suddenly materialized, enveloping Bing Bing entirely within its bounds. The moment the hexagram array appeared, Bing Bing instinctively attempted to flee. Fortunately, it retracted its wings just in time, regarding him with a complex expression. Su-yi remained silent, merely nodding reassuringly at her, offering a comforting gaze. Then, the hexagram array erupted in a brilliant white light, seemingly merging into Bing Bing's being. Given Bing Bing's strength, escaping the hexagram array would have been a simple task had it retained its combat capacity. Nevertheless, it made no attempt to resist, allowing the hexagram array to penetrate its form. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, in a sudden flash, the frost dragon, exceeding 3 meters in length, vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared within Su-yi's view. Ding. Congratulations on successfully contracting the semi-divine potential pet, the frost dragon. It was a success. Su-yi clenched his fist tightly, the elation within him indescribable. Although this outcome was anticipated, the moment of actually contracting the frost dragon left him exhilarated. After the initial excitement subsided, Su-yi closed his eyes to assess Bing Bing's current state and found her exploring the Beastmaster space, seemingly filled with curiosity about her new surroundings. "Come forth." With a mere thought, Su-yi summoned it once more. "Is this what it means to establish a beast contract?" Bing Bing was somewhat astonished. It could distinctly sense that a mental connection had been forged between itself and Su-yi, allowing for not only telepathic communication, but also the sharing of vision and even a portion of its strength with Su-yi. "Indeed, we are destined to become the closest of companions." A gentle smile graced Su-yi's lips. At the moment he successfully contracted with Bing Bing, He realized that his own attributes, strength, physique, and other capabilities, had significantly amplified. After all, this was a mighty dragon, its physical prowess far surpassing that of other extraordinary beings of the same rank. Even if he could merely share 1/10 of its physical attributes, the enhancement would be monumental. At this very moment, Su-Yi felt capable of engaging in melee combat against ordinary extraordinary beings. With the addition of psychic weapons, psychic gear, and shared skills, overpowering typical extraordinary beings should pose no challenge. However, this was merely a theoretical scenario. His current statistics were indeed impressive, yet his combat experience remained woefully inadequate. To genuinely become a beast master capable of single-handedly confronting ordinary extraordinary beings, he would need to undergo dozens of practical training sessions. Finally feeling somewhat capable. Although still far inferior to Xiao Jing and Lu Li, Su-Yi stretched his limbs. Despite appearing unchanged, his physical strength had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. One might even call him superhuman. Moreover, owing to the Frost Dragon, his physical attributes were superior to those of the average elite beast master. Regrettably, he could not yet share the might of the dragon or its icy form. Otherwise, he might have been able to compete with elite extraordinary beings. Su-Yi murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his voice. Speaking of shared skills, he redirected his gaze to Bing Bing. Although they had only just formed a contract, Bing Bing could likewise share an intermediate skill with him. Among the intermediate skills Bing Bing possessed were Ice Shield, Ice Storm, and Frostblade, among others. Had it not been for the Frost Guardian, Su-Yi would have unhesitatingly chosen Ice Shield, given its defensive nature. Alas, this skill overlapped with the abilities conferred by the Frost Guardian. Very well, then. Frostblade it is. One cannot entirely forego offensive skills. After much contemplation, Su-Yi finally reached a decision. Although the Frostblade skill would not wield significant power in his hands, it would suffice against ordinary extraordinary beings. With a stroke of luck, it might even severely wound those elite extraordinary beings with weaker defenses. Sharing such a skill would undoubtedly prove beneficial, potentially serving unexpected purposes in critical moments. However, there was no rush to share skills. After all, he had only just contracted with Bing Bing and needed to first soothe it. Summoning it back to the beast space to share skills might invoke a sense of being treated merely as a tool. Thus, Su-Yi smiled and said, "All right, let us commence training. After signing the contract, your growth rate will accelerate significantly. Aim to reach elite level 9 stars as soon as possible." Training alongside Bing Bing was his method of reassurance. Why strive for elite level 9 stars? Bing Bing blinked its large eyes, looking at him in confusion. Because upon attaining elite level 9 stars, you will have the opportunity to attempt evolution, Su-Yi replied with a smile. Bing Bing paused slightly, its clear eyes filled with questions. However, the inherited memories informed it that dragons were already the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, incapable of further evolution, with no room for advancement. Indeed, dragons are the supreme extraordinary beings, yet they still possess potential for growth, as their racial potential is merely semi-divine. Naturally, evolving a dragon is no simple task. It requires a special energy and can occur only once. Su-Yi answered earnestly. Special energy? The knowledge Bing Bing possessed evidently fell short of understanding what Su-Yi meant by this special energy. No need to inquire further, you will learn in due time. For now, just know that once you reach elite level 9 stars, I will have a way to assist you in evolving, Su-Yi reassured, gently stroking its antennae. While conversing, Su-Yi also glanced at the requirements for its potential evolutionary species. Requirements for evolving into Frost Dragoness. Elite level 9 stars. 1 piece of epic grade Frost Crystal. 1 piece of epic grade Ice Attribute Psychic Material, and 60,000 soul power. To be honest, the conditions for evolving into a Frost Dragoness are rather demanding. Although the psychic level requirement is not high, it necessitates 2 epic grade treasures and a substantial amount of soul power. For Su-Yi at present, 60,000 soul power is not particularly daunting, given that he had amassed 600,000 soul power when vanquishing the remnants of the demon god. Yet, acquiring those 2 epic grade treasures remains a challenge, especially the Ice Attribute Psychic Material, which other elite beast masters would scarcely dare to dream of. Fortunately, he is no ordinary elite beast master, let alone epic grade treasures. He has even obtained divine and semi-divine treasures. Should fortune not favor him, and he fails to acquire the epic grade Ice Attribute Psychic Material, he could still exchange comparable items at the Special Investigation Department's resource repository. He possesses quite a collection of valuable items. Aside from the Divine Fragment and the Life Tree Seeds intended for Ellie, he also has a legendary grade Earth Dragon Soul Crystal, legendary grade Demon God Armor, 6 pieces of used epic grade crystals, and Deliana's Staff, Amethyst Thunderstone, Magic Mirror, Crystal Ball, and more. Although those 6 epic-grade crystals only retain 1/5 of their psychic energy, collectively, they could easily be exchanged for a similarly ranked frost crystal. However, unless absolutely necessary, Sui does not intend to proceed with such a trade. After all, these 6 epic-grade crystals could be instrumental in activating dimensional teleportation arrays. As for the Earth Dragon Soul Crystal and the Demon God Armor, they are equally valuable, and he is reluctant to part with them. It appears that finding a way to gather the materials required for Bing Bing's evolution will require careful consideration. Despite his thoughts, a smile adorned Suyi's face, exuding confidence. It is no wonder he feels this way. In just 2 to 3 months, a new high school league will commence. The rewards for the high school league are quite impressive. Even securing first place in the state high school league will yield an epic-grade treasure. Should he triumph in the national high school league, the rewards would be even more extraordinary, with legendary-grade treasures guaranteed. Although this year's high school league will be exceptionally fierce. With Xiao Jing, Lu Li, and Bing Bing, 3 exceptional companions, he is confident in securing the top position. By then, gathering the materials for Bing Bing's evolution will be far from a challenge. I will strive to grow to elite level 9 stars, Bing Bing declared with determination. Though it harbored some skepticism regarding Suyi's assertions about evolution and remained uncertain about what form it would assume post-evolution, it was nonetheless brimming with excitement. Eager to swiftly ascend to the elite level of 9 stars for a personal trial. For extraordinary beings, each evolution equated to a metamorphosis. It could hardly fathom the extent of power a creature like a dragon, already perched atop the food chain, would attain after such an evolution. Thus, it resolved to exert itself diligently, aiming to realize this objective within 4 months. Sui, with a smile, offered encouragement. Despite the fact that Bing Bing's psychic energy level had already reached elite 7 stars, leaving only 2 stars to its goal, the prospect of an elite extraordinary being advancing 2 stars within 4 months was already commendable. The path to growth for elite beings was far from the simplicity enjoyed by apprentices and ordinary ranks. Even with ample spirit stones, mysterious crystals, and herbal medicines to aid in cultivation, progress would be considerably slower than before. Moreover, as one's psychic energy level increased, the pace of advancement would invariably diminish. Thus, upon hearing Suyi's words, Bing Bing wore an incredulous expression and could not help but inquire, achieve this within 4 months? It was no surprise that it was so astonished. After all, according to its awakened inherited memories, elevating 2 stars within such a short span was almost an insurmountable task. The growth of dragons was typically measured in years. Rest assured, you can do it, Sui reassured, understanding the source of its astonishment. Upon signing a contract with a beast master, the enhancement from the beast space significantly accelerates the training speed of your companion. This is indeed one of the few benefits. With your aptitude, reaching elite 9 stars within 4 months is absolutely within your grasp. Encouraged by his unwavering confidence, Bing Bing refrained from further protest and nodded resolutely. Wow, you've truly ascended to elite beastmaster status? In class 24 of the second year at Guanqing No. 1 High School, Li Xinhao gazed at Sui in astonishment. It was not just him. All eyes in the classroom were riveted on Sui. In an instant, emotions ran the gamut from envy to jealousy. With some genuinely pleased for him. What is there to be surprised about? Haven't I already mentioned that I was on the verge of a breakthrough? Sui shrugged nonchalantly, as if recounting an everyday occurrence, while making his way to his seat. What is there to be surprised about? Look at that. Is this what a person would say? Li Xinhao theatrically clutched his chest, feigning a dramatic sense of being deeply affected. Sui, disinterested, busied himself with his textbooks, continuing his self-study of senior year content. He intended to advance directly to the Beastmaster Academy of Kyoto University next year, hence his desire to complete the entire senior syllabus this year. For him, this was hardly a challenge. It should be noted that elite Beastmasters possess exceptionally strong mental faculties, which in turn enhance their memory and cognitive abilities. Were it not for the considerable time spent training his companion beasts, he might have already mastered all senior year knowledge. Congratulations, Sui. I knew you would be the first in our class to ascend to elite Beastmaster. Zhang Xiaotong approached him, her excitement palpable, seemingly more thrilled than if she had achieved elite status herself. She was one of the few in class who genuinely rejoiced for Sui. Thank you. With your talent, I believe you too can achieve elite status before the end of your second year, Sui replied, lifting his gaze to offer her a smile. I have a long way to go, Zhang Xiaotong said, a hint of shyness in her voice. She had intended to say more, but upon noticing the peculiar stares from their classmates, her face flushed, and she hurried back to her seat. Chapter 227, Advanced Studies in Kyoto. Time flowed swiftly, and after the final exams, the first semester of the second year officially concluded. This final examination comprised not only written assessments, but also practical tests, with the latter carrying greater weight. The written test was comparatively manageable. Although Su Yi achieved the top score in his class, the margin over Zhang Xiaotong, who placed second, was merely 2 points. However, in the practical assessment, he outshone the competition, leaving the second-place contender far behind, even without deploying Bing Bing. After the break began, Su Yi had initially planned to train diligently within the heart of space, striving to master the 3 skills imparted to him by his companion beast. Unfortunately, on the second day of the holiday, the director of the Western Jiang Special Investigation Bureau, Fu Pingjiu, personally called to inform him of his assignment to the headquarters for advanced studies. It dawned on him that, aside from high school knowledge, he also needed to grasp some specialized knowledge pertinent to investigators. After all, he was, a mid-level investigator, and if his professional competence was lacking, it would reflect poorly on everyone involved. With no alternative, he booked a flight to Kyoto. Perhaps due to familiarity, his mother, Jiang Xiaoxiu, showed no surprise at the news of his departure for another month. She merely reminded him to take care of himself while away and to call home whenever he could. It seemed that becoming a competent investigator was no easy feat in Kyoto. At the Special Investigation Department, Su Yi stared at the thick textbooks before him, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Criminal investigation science, information intelligence studies, individual combat tactics. Just reading through these materials would require considerable time, let alone memorizing all the knowledge points contained within. And this was merely theoretical coursework. Factoring in practical classes, it was unlikely he could complete it all even in 3 months. Well, if I can't finish it, I'll learn at a steady pace. After all, there is no time limit. Su Yi shook his head, refraining from further comment as he organized his textbooks and prepared to leave the advanced study class. He was not alone here. Aside from him, there were 40 to 50 other investigators also attending the training. However, these investigators were predominantly over the age of 25, significantly older than he. Having attended classes for only 3 days, he was still unfamiliar with his colleagues, having exchanged only a few greetings and learned their names. Initially, he had intended to foster relationships with these colleagues, but their enthusiasm proved overwhelming. Upon learning that he was the special investigator who had made significant contributions during the Secret Realm competition, many sought to befriend him, which became rather burdensome. To avoid complications, he opted to leave promptly after class. Upon returning to his hotel, Su Yi locked the door and prepared to meditate. However, before he could enter a state of tranquility, his mobile phone rang. It was senior sister Jining. Noticing the caller ID, Su Yi paused momentarily, then seemingly deduced the reason for the call and answered, "Hello. Senior sister, what is the matter? Where are you now in Guangqing?" Bai Jining's voice rang out, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. "I'm sorry, I'm currently in Kyoto, not in Guangqing. If all goes as planned, I'll be spending the entire winter break here." Su Yi replied apologetically. "In Kyoto?" Bai Jining's voice rose slightly, clearly tinged with surprise. However, she quickly composed herself and continued, "I happen to be in Kyoto. Please provide me with a detailed address, and I shall come to find you." At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that she hadn't returned directly to Guangcheng after the academy's holiday. Otherwise, she would have had to make an additional trip. "I am in room 1106 of the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Is there something of great importance that necessitates your urgent search for me?" Su Yi inquired, probing cautiously. Bai Jining did not conceal her intentions, responding straightforwardly. "I have successfully opened the 4th beast space." Her calm tone was unmistakably laced with a hint of excitement. "You have broken through? So soon?" Su Yi was taken aback. The successful establishment of a 4th beast space indicated a significant advancement to the commander level. Coupled with her commander-level pet, the Gale Bird, she could now be considered a genuine commander-level beast master. Although for those powerful beast masters, a commander-level master was merely at the threshold of the mid-tier. Achieving such a rank before the age of 20 remained a source of pride. "Congratulations, senior. I thought I might catch up with you, but it seems you have outpaced me by a considerable margin," Su Yi remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile, feeling somewhat reflective. After attaining the elite level of beast master, he had initially basked in his accomplishment, but now he suddenly felt there was little to celebrate. Upon closer examination, he realized he had not distanced himself from others, not to mention by Jining and Qin Yufei. Even peers like Li Yuanhang and Xia Yihan had also advanced to the elite level. Furthermore, these were merely the talents of Guangcheng. If one considered those from state and national levels, their ranks would surely be even higher. His true advantage lay with his 3 pets, Xiao Jing, Lu Li, and Bing Bing. "Thank you. I shall come find you now. I will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. I will hang up now." With that, Bai Jining abruptly ended the call. Hearing the silence on the other end, Su Yi shook his head and chuckled. "Why the rush? I'm not going anywhere." Nonetheless, he could empathize. It was evident that Bai Jining sought him out for the contract with that particular succubus. This was no ordinary succubus, but a succubus princess with royal-level potential. Such a pet would entice even high-ranking beast masters like the Lord of Guancheng. After all, contracting such a creature could potentially break barriers and elevate one to the rank of a royal beast master. This highlighted the immense allure such pets held for beast masters. In fact, if not for the limited number of contract slots, even Su Yi would have desired to contract her, though she mentioned 20 minutes. Merely 16 or 17 minutes had passed when a knock resonated at his door. Senior. Upon opening the door, a tall girl immediately came into view. Despite the frigid temperature, Bai Jining wore remarkably light attire, a white sweatshirt emblazoned with several English words on top and white athletic pants below. Yet, even in such casual wear, her impressive figure was unmistakable. The fact that she could exude an air of sensuality in such clothing indicated that this senior was even more alluring than he had anticipated. Where are your eyes wandering? Bai Jining noticed his gaze and shot him an annoyed look. My apologies, I rarely see seniors donning such styles. So I couldn't help but look a bit longer. Su Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Is there something wrong with this style? Bai Jining lifted her gaze to him. Not at all. It looks great, Su Yi replied with a smile. Smooth talker, Bai Jining rolled her eyes at him. However, despite her words, she felt an inexplicable flicker of joy in her heart. Fearing he might discern her feelings, she hastily shifted the topic. You must have guessed the purpose of my visit, right? I wish to attempt to contract that succubus. Are you truly resolute in this decision? That succubus is already an adult and can be quite challenging to tame. Su Yi hesitated, unable to resist offering a word of caution. It's fine. I believe I can work well with her. At this point, Bai Jining suddenly seemed to recall something, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. It seems you do not wish for me to contract her. Did you perhaps do something peculiar to her, or do you wish to contract her yourself? Of course not. Su Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Well, since you've made your decision, I shan't dissuade you, lest you indulge in wild imaginings. Observing his somewhat aggrieved expression, Bai Jining's face broke into an uncommon smile. This smile prompted Su Yi to glance at her once more until she deliberately adopted a stern expression, lightly grinding her teeth, at which point he chuckled and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Jing, come out. Su Yi suddenly waved his hand, and a massive thorn flower materialized in the room. What is this? Bai Jining looked at him in confusion, uncertain why he summoned his pet. Su Yi anticipated her question and proactively answered, I will accompany you into the heart of space shortly. The heart of space will remain in the room, and I am not comfortable leaving it unguarded. A hotel is not like home. Who knows if a staff member or anyone else might barge in. You are coming in with me? Bai Jining paused, slightly taken aback, then continued, with my current strength, I should be able to subdue that succubus on my own. Are you certain? That succubus is a psychic extraordinary being, and her means of attack are difficult to defend against. Have you forgotten the last time you were bewitched? Su Yi asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining shot him a sidelong glance. So, you remember that incident vividly, do you? But weren't you the one who woke up later than I did? What does it matter whether one wakes up early or late? In any case, for safety's sake, I will accompany you, Su Yi replied earnestly, though his gaze faltered slightly. Bai Jining narrowed her eyes at him, her teeth lightly grinding. Although she had no proof, her intuition told her that Su Yi must have regained consciousness before her. It was utterly infuriating that he pretended to remain under the spell while his hand lingered on her clothes. With this thought, she huffed softly, somewhat irritated. Yet her ears involuntarily flushed. To mask her peculiar emotions, she opted not to pursue the topic further and replied calmly, Then let us proceed together. Are we ready to begin? Of course, Su Yi smiled slightly, saying no more as he extended a hand toward her. What are you doing? Bai Jining instinctively shifted her body, a hint of wariness in her demeanor. I need to draw you into the heart of space. How can I do so without touching you? Su Yi looked at her in confusion, puzzled by her sudden sensitivity. My apologies. Bai Jining came to her senses and said nothing further. Observing her demeanor, Su Yi chuckled and gently placed his right hand on her shoulder. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Bai Jining vanished from her spot. Xiao Jing, the heart of space is now entrusted to you. Should anyone enter the room, promptly inform me. Su Yi instructed, presenting the heart of space to Xiao Jing. With Xiao Jing's protection, the heart of space would remain secure. Even if someone attempted to seize it, he could swiftly emerge from within. Understood. Xiao Jing nodded earnestly, extending a vine to wrap around the heart of space in his hand. Seeing this, Su Yi wasted no time. With a mere thought, he also entered the heart of space. Inside the heart of space, within the enchanted forest, Bai Jining curiously surveyed her surroundings. Although she had long been aware that the heart of space was akin to a small world resembling a secret realm, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat astonishing. After all, This heart of space belonged to Su-yi, and in a sense, he was the sovereign of this world. What are you looking at, senior? Su-yi suddenly appeared beside her, smiling as he inquired. Bai Jining withdrew her curious gaze and responded calmly. As expected of a quasi-divine beastmaster's refined heart of space, it is even larger than I had imagined, and the spiritual energy here seems more abundant than outside. Su-yi nodded, affirming that training in this environment would yield remarkable efficiency. If you enjoy the ambience here, feel free to visit often. You may even use it as a training center. Are you certain? Bai Jining looked at him in surprise. To her, this was an exceedingly private space. Yet Su-yi was willing to allow her frequent access, even for training. Of course I'm certain. What is there to doubt? He replied. Bai Jining gently nodded, acknowledging. You are the sovereign of this world. I pose no threat to you here. Rather, you possess the capability to confine me within. If there is anyone to worry, it should be me. Have you finally realized? Su-yi smiled slightly. However, if I truly harbored malicious intentions, you would not be able to escape. You would be at my mercy. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Instead, she looked up at him and asked, And how exactly would you intend to butcher me? Would it be like last time, when you hung me up? Su-yi felt a sense of helplessness. Why did she have to bring that up again? That was entirely Xiao Jing's decision, he sighed. Humph, do you expect me to believe that? Bai Jining fixed her gaze on him. Su-yi, feeling a bit weary, exhaled. Enough of this. Let us not squander time. We should first contract the succubus. In response to his words, Bai Jining did not dwell on the previous matter. She raised her hand and summoned the gale bird, the nether cat, and the lightning ferret. Upon seeing her nether cat, Su-yi was taken aback. Your shadow cat has evolved? Yes, after it absorbed the soul crystal of the hellhound. It evolved and successfully ascended to the leader level, Bai Jining explained, casting a glance at Su-yi as she mentioned the hellhound's soul crystal. So that was due to that epic soul crystal. Su-yi smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations. You have just become a leader-level beastmaster and already possess 2 main battle pets of the same rank. In terms of combat prowess, you would be ranked in the mid-tier among all leader-level beastmasters. The absorption of the hellhound's soul crystal did not merely allow the shadow cat to evolve into the nether cat. It also granted it several insights from the hellhound, awakening numerous formidable dark-type skills, including an advanced skill, Deathbind. Furthermore, Bai Jining had utilized a high-level pet skill stone inscribed with dark confinement on it. Coupled with the dark stealth skill it had previously mastered, it now possessed 3 advanced skills. Such power was already exceptional. Ordinary leader-level fierce beasts would stand no chance against it. Yet, Bai Jining recalled something and sighed softly. My current strength is indeed commendable, but it ends there. Due to limitations in potential, neither the gale bird nor the nether cat can ascend further. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will remain at the leader level indefinitely. This is the lament of insufficient potential. Despite their current prowess, once she ascended to the master level, these 2 pets would gradually be sidelined as main battle companions. This was a challenge most beastmasters inevitably faced. In truth, compared to others, her fortune was relatively favorable. At least she had contracted a shadow ferret with master-level potential and was on the verge of contracting a succubus with king-level potential. Do not worry, senior. Where there is a will, there is a way. There are indeed methods to enhance a pet's potential. Moreover, you still have the shadow ferret and the succubus, right? Especially that succubus. Once you nurture her, you can steadily advance to become a king-level beastmaster. Su-yi asserted earnestly. Thank you. But let us wait until I successfully contract the succubus before discussing this, Bai Jining smiled, ceasing further conversation as she followed Su-yi toward the location of the succubus. Soon, they arrived at a treehouse where the succubus princess was absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. What do you intend to do now? The succubus princess sensed his presence, hurriedly opened her eyes, and stepped back, a hint of fear flickering in her captivating gaze. Seeing her reaction, Su-yi felt a bit embarrassed. Had he truly frightened her so much merely for asking about the abyssal secret realm? Noticing Bai Jining observing him with narrowed eyes, he cleared his throat and quickly stated, Princess Dolores, I have already assured you that I mean you no harm. I have come today to deliver good news. I intend to release you. Are you genuinely so kind-hearted? The succubus princess remained vigilant, clearly skeptical of his words. Of course. But there is a prerequisite. Su-yi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. What condition? She inquired, a hint of mischief in her tone. To spend a delightful night together? If you truly wish to release me, I could agree to that, no matter how many times. As a succubus, she had long since come to terms with such notions. However, Su-yi found her proposition amusing. I'm afraid not everyone is captivated by your kind. And the condition I speak of involves signing a beast contract with her, he indicated toward Bai Jining. Hey, beast contract? With her, not you? The succubus princess was taken aback. She had anticipated that, after being captured, she would inevitably be bound to this human boy. She was mentally prepared for the ordeal, even the exhausting labor that might ensue. Yet, to her astonishment, this human boy intended to give her away, to a girl, no less. For reasons unbeknownst to her. The girl who had once harbored intense aversion towards Sue-E now felt a twinge of unanticipated disappointment within her heart. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she resigned herself to her fate and let out a soft sigh, saying, "Very well." Chapter 229. The transformation of the senior sister engaging with highly intelligent, extraordinary beings is indeed a breeze. Observing the demon princess acquiesce so readily brought immense joy to Sue-E. In truth, the demon princess had little choice in the matter. Even if she had refused, Bai Jining could have forcibly contracted her with Su-Yi's assistance. Moreover, she was aware of the existence of a royal forest spirit dwelling within these woods, despite the forest spirits being renowned for their benevolence. Such kindness was reserved solely for peaceful races, which did not include demons. In fact, given the strained relations between the demon god and the goddesses of nature and forest, Ailey had already shown considerable grace by not directly exorcising her. Had she known Bai Jining was intent on contracting her, Ailey would have undoubtedly raised both hands in approval, fully endorsing the action. In her eyes, such a contract would merely serve to shackle the demon princess, preventing her from committing further malevolence, a righteous act indeed. "What did you say to her?" Bai Jining inquired, noticing the demon princess displaying a pitiable demeanor as though she had been wronged. Earlier, Sui had conversed with the demon using the language of demons, a tongue completely foreign to her. "Oh, it was nothing of great consequence. I merely informed her of your desire to establish a contract with her, and she has consented." Sui replied with a smile. "She agreed just like that?" Bai Jining was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a far more arduous struggle, even preparing herself for a potential battle. Indeed, Sui confirmed with a nod. "There is really no cause for astonishment. In order to facilitate your successful contracting of her, I have undertaken considerable preparations during this time. I suspect that as long as we can leave this place, she would be willing to contract with any beast master aside from me." Upon hearing this, Bai Jining furrowed her brow and inquired with a cool tone, "So, what exactly have you done to her? Have you misunderstood?" Sui chuckled ruefully. "Rest assured, senior sister, I have not subjected her to any undue treatment. I have merely interrogated her a few times and denied her requests to step outside for some fresh air. To her, this place feels akin to a prison, making it quite difficult for her to endure. However, given her disdain for me, she may fabricate stories to slander my name. Therefore, should she speak ill of me in your presence, I hope you will not take her words at face value." Sui cast a concerned glance at her, seemingly worried that she might misconstrue his intentions. Seeing his unease, Bai Jining felt an inexplicable surge of happiness, though her lips remained composed as she replied, "That will depend on the nature of the slander she utters." She then turned her gaze towards the demon princess and declared earnestly, "From this day forth, we shall be partners bound by life and death. I shall make every effort to coexist harmoniously with you." Without pausing to ascertain whether the princess comprehended her words, Bai Jining summoned her spiritual energy, causing a hexagram to materialize beneath the demon princess's feet, enveloping her in a soft, ethereal light. A flicker of resistance passed across the enchanting visage of the demon princess, yet after glancing at Sui in the distance, she bit her lip and ultimately refrained from causing any further disturbances. Moments later, the hexagram abruptly constricted and surged into her body, akin to a jolt to her very soul, eliciting an involuntary, seductive sigh. Regrettably, just as the sigh escaped her lips, she vanished from sight, drawn into the Beastmaster's space. The contract was successful. Observing the nascent connection established between herself and the demon, and feeling the enhancement of her own attributes through the shared properties, Bai Jining could not suppress a smile of delight. "Congratulations, senior sister. Now, not only do you surpass your peers, but even among all commander-level beast masters, your overall strength ranks among the highest." Sui congratulated her with a grin. Though the demon's offensive and defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, this demon princess was no weakling. It was vital to note that her own spiritual energy level had reached commander level 7 stars, and she possessed several advanced skills, including Torturous Shadow, Enchanting Allure, and Mesmeric Command. The addition of such a companion would effectively double Bai Jining's overall combat effectiveness. Bai Jining was well aware of this, her heart brimming with excitement. She turned her glistening eyes towards Sui, softly saying, "Thank you. Were it not for our 2 excursions into the secret realms, my strength would never have progressed so swiftly." Although she had not vocalized her gratitude before, she felt deeply appreciative of Sui, particularly for the time they had ventured into the abyssal secret realm together. She understood that had it not been for Suyi's generosity, Her contributions would not have warranted such a wealth of precious resources. And then there was this demon. She could see that Sui had been tempted by the prospect. Yet upon her request, he had unhesitatingly relinquished it to her. Reflecting on this, her feelings of gratitude were laced with a touch of sentiment. Senior sister, you are looking at me with such intensity that I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, might you agree to fulfill one request of mine? Sui inquired with a smile. Bai Jining was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, her brow furrowing as she hesitated for quite some time before responding. You wish for me to indulge your peculiar proclivity? Huh. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. How could this senior sister think such a thing? However, just as he was about to clarify, Bai Jining interjected again. Very well. Let us proceed before I change my mind, but it must not exceed the extent of our last encounter. After all, it was not her first time. As long as Sui did not overstep, it was something she could endure. Senior sister you. Sui was left dumbfounded, gazing at Bai Jining's calm demeanor. Are you feeling unwell? Or did that demon do something to you? He reached out, intending to check her forehead. Slap. Before his hand could reach her, it was swatted away by Bai Jining. Regrettably, you have missed your opportunity. What I just said is now void, she stated, her expression still tranquil. Yet, as she concluded her words, a barely perceptible smile danced at the corners of her mouth. Sui was at a loss for words, wondering if this senior sister was intentionally teasing him. Had she not intended to agree all along? Why utter such words? Was this truly the same Bai Jining, who had always been so serious? Moreover, he had never entertained such thoughts. Actually, I merely hope that in the future, should I require assistance, you might lend me a hand, he said helplessly. Is it necessary to emphasize such things? There is no need for pretense. I know exactly what sort of person you are. Besides, no one is perfect. Upon reflection, as long as you do not coerce others, such peculiarities are not inherently problematic. Compared to your virtues, they are but minor flaws, Bai Jining asserted earnestly. Ha ha. Sui chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, will you be staying in Kyoto throughout this winter break? Bai Jining suddenly inquired. Yes, I need to acquire some essential knowledge for investigators, he replied. Then I shall intrude upon you for the next month, she stated matter-of-factly. Sui looked at her in confusion. Weren't you just saying that I could cultivate here? She continued. I sense that the spiritual energy here is indeed abundant. Compared to the outside, the effectiveness of meditation can be elevated by at least 30%. And the space is sufficiently vast to facilitate the training of my pet beasts. Therefore, I intend to remain here for the upcoming month. Is that convenient? Bai Jining asked earnestly, not jesting. Well, Sui hesitated. His earlier invitation had merely been a formality, and he did not anticipate that this senior would take it seriously. To be honest, it would be somewhat inconvenient, primarily because if she stayed for an entire month, she would likely uncover the secrets of Xiao Jing and Lu Li's ability to transform, as well as his own contract with a frost giant dragon. Although he trusted that she would not disclose this information, the mere possibility of it made him uneasy. Never mind, if it gets out, it gets out. The fact that I have contracted a frost giant dragon is something that can't be concealed anyway, and revealing it might even prompt the nation to pay more attention to the matter. It's not such a bad thing after all. As for the transformation, I can simply attribute it to my unique talent. With the nation backing me, there is no need for excessive concern. With this thought in mind, he smiled and said, It is an honor that you wish to cultivate here, senior. Really? Yet you appeared somewhat reluctant just now. Bai Jining shot him a glance and continued, If it is inconvenient, there is no need to force it. Not at all. Let us proceed to the ruins palace right now, and I shall arrange accommodations for you, he replied. Seeing him say this, Bai Jining gently nodded. That evening, at the ruins palace, as he gazed at the thunder dragon lizard egg before him, Sui fell into deep contemplation. The breeding base at headquarters was vast, and exchanging this dragon lizard egg would undoubtedly yield a pet beast with potential at the marquee level. However, the question now was whether it was necessary to make such an exchange. After all, he was not in need of any more pet beasts. He lacked the capacity to contract even a beast with royal potential. The colorful bird egg previously awarded to him by the state was still stored away. Had it not been placed within the sealing array, it would likely have hatched by now. Never mind, I'll exchange it regardless. Such a precious pet beast will surely find its purpose, he reasoned after much deliberation. In fact, it was not only this pet egg he wished to exchange, but also the purple crystal thunderstone and the crystal ball used for detecting bone age. Both of these were high-level treasures. Swapping them for two other comparable high-level treasures should not pose a problem. He intended to use the purple crystal thunderstone to acquire a high-level beast skill stone suitable for Xiao Jing. Currently, she possessed only two high-level skills, advanced mixed toxin and vital growth, with the latter being a supportive skill. Even with the mastery of combination techniques like the diamond wolf fang, her offensive power remained somewhat lacking. Therefore, Su Yi aimed to procure an attack-oriented high-level beast skill stone for her. As for the crystal ball that detected bone age, while it could unleash a beam of destruction, it remained somewhat superfluous, especially since Su Yi had a similar crystal ball. Thus, he wanted to trade this crystal ball for a high-level spiritual energy equipment that would be useful. Chapter 230, A Regression of Civilization. A night passed without incident. The following day, in Kyoto, at the Special Investigation Department, Investigator Training Class. As soon as Su Yi entered, he noticed that the atmosphere of the training class felt somewhat different. Many investigators were huddled together in groups, seemingly discussing something. Brother Zhang, what are you discussing? Su Yi approached a man in his 30s with a friendly smile. Ah, Su Yi, haven't you seen the announcement released by the International Beast Committee? Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head with a sense of lamentation. This time, civilization is truly regressing. Who knows what the world will become? What regression of civilization? Su Yi asked, his face a mask of confusion. Take a look for yourself, Zhang Yu said, pulling out his phone, opening a page, and presenting it to Su Yi. The announcement declares that the country of Jigua has been completely annihilated and no longer exists. The entire Jigua region is now human-less territory. Moreover, anyone, be it an organization or an individual, who can reclaim lost territory will gain ownership of that area. Reclaiming a city grants one the title of a recognized lord by the International Beast Committee. And reclaiming more than 3 major cities could even result in founding a nation and becoming the head of state in that region. Can you believe it? Though the announcement doesn't explicitly state it, converting land into private property for certain organizations or individuals is tantamount to a feudal system. Have they consulted the local populace's wishes? Is this not a regression of civilization? Zhang Yu became increasingly indignant as he spoke. Upon seeing the announcement on the phone, Su Yi too was taken aback. While he was acutely aware that the old social order had been dismantled with the advent of the Beast era, there had at least been a pretense of maintaining democracy and human rights. Yet now, with the International Beast Committee issuing such an announcement, it seemed they had completely abandoned the facade. Regardless of the reasoning, it was a fact that the International Beast Committee was blatantly disregarding the will of the local populace, to the extent that one could say they had sold them out. If even the International Beast Committee had cast aside any pretense, what necessity remained for other organizations or individuals to continue doing so? What's there to be angry about? Interjected an investigator who was somewhat familiar with Zhang Yu. No matter how the world changes, our status as beast masters will not diminish. On the contrary, it will only rise. Besides, with the current productivity, the lower classes will not starve. They may lose some rights, but their lives will merely become a bit tougher. Frankly, if it weren't for us beast masters, they would have been devoured clean by ferocious beasts long ago, with not even the right to survive. How can you say such a thing? How did your political ideology pass scrutiny? Zhang Yu pointed at him, visibly agitated. I am merely analyzing the situation objectively. Do not misconstrue my thoughts. I am absolutely in support of the state and the people. The man hastily clarified, then continued. Moreover, the International Beast Committee's issuance of such an announcement is simply a matter of necessity. Haven't you heard? That fallen angel queen, while ruthless, is exceedingly generous to the beast masters who submit to her. She not only bestows titles, but also grants precious pet beasts and treasures, especially for high-level beast masters. They can attain status and privileges far surpassing those in other nations, leading to beast masters from various countries voluntarily seeking to pledge allegiance to her. If nations do not enhance the rights of their beast masters, they risk losing them to others. Nonsense. Those betraying humanity to side with that fallen angel are the exception. It is not as exaggerated as you claim. Zhang Yu vehemently countered. Calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Currently, the number of those pledging allegiance to her is indeed limited, but who knows what the future holds? Let me pose a question to you. If aligning oneself with that fallen angel queen could grant one a territory and a pet beast of royal potential, would you be tempted? The current scarcity of those who pledge allegiance is primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the character of the fallen angel queen. Many are merely observing. One individual shrugged and remarked, nonsense. That is a ruthless fallen angel. Do you truly believe that aligning with her would improve your circumstances? I fear you might not even know how you met your demise. The two exchanged heated words, their faces flushed with fervor. From their discourse, Su Yi gleaned an understanding of the situation. The actions of the fallen angel queen on Chrysanthemum Island have finally begun to reverberate throughout the world. What perplexed him was that, despite the gravity of the situation, the nations had yet to reach a consensus to unite their forces and eliminate the fallen angel queen. Instead, they issued such an announcement. This proclamation seemed rather peculiar, as if to entice unofficial factions and formidable free beast tamers to serve as cannon fodder on Chrysanthemum Island. However, if even the national armies dared not venture forth, How many private factions or individuals would take such a risk? After all, a quasi-divine fallen angel presided over that territory. Rushing in to reclaim lost ground would be akin to courting death. It was incomprehensible. Su-yi shook his head gently. It appeared that the nations still wished to delay action. The question remained, could they truly cultivate a quasi-divine Beast Tamer before the fallen angel queen expanded her influence further? Yet he also recognized that unifying all human nations against the fallen angel queen would be an exceedingly arduous, if not impossible, task. If all went according to fate, two outcomes awaited them. Either a powerful savior would descend to suppress all, or they would be methodically trampled by the fallen angel queen, succumbing to a slow demise. It was unbearable. Enough of this, he thought. Let the songs be sung and the dances be danced. We shall address the fallen angel queen only when she truly arrives. Moreover, it was possible that once she solidified her control over the entire Chrysanthemum Island region, she might halt her expansion. This was not merely a fanciful hope. After all, prior to attaining divine status, having numerous followers bore little significance, as it could not coalesce into any divine power. Thus, after establishing dominion over Chrysanthemum Island, it was quite plausible that the fallen angel queen would settle down and devote herself to cultivation. This was also why the 5 great nations appeared to be in no particular haste. After class, Su-yi did not return directly to the hotel, but instead followed his plan to visit the headquarters resource repository. The treasures within the repository exceeded his expectations. Not only were there epic-level artifacts, but even legendary-level treasures could be found. Unfortunately, the contribution points required to exchange for such high-tier artifacts were exorbitantly high, rendering it nearly impossible to acquire them through normal means. Binding Giant Tree Beast Skill Stone, Advanced Artifact, upon use, grants mastery of the advanced skill Binding Giant Tree, allowing one to instantaneously grow one or more large trees to ensnare enemies. Regenerative Wooden Shield Beast Skill Stone, Advanced Artifact, upon use, grants mastery of the advanced skill Regenerative Wooden Shield, enabling the creation of a wooden shield with exceptional self-repair capabilities, sustaining its integrity as long as one possesses sufficient psychic energy. Spear Thrust Beast Skill Stone, Advanced Artifact, upon use, grants mastery of the advanced skill Spear Thrust, allowing the user to launch one or more devastatingly powerful penetrating spears. Truly, the headquarters resource repository offered a plethora of skill stones to choose from. Su-yi's eyes sparkled upon seeing these wood-type beast skill stones, clearly captivated. Particularly, the 3 skills appeared to be quite practical. The Binding Giant Tree could enhance Xiao Jing's control abilities. However, Xiao Jing was already capable of ensnaring others, and both Lioli and Bing Bing possessed control-type skills as well. So further enhancement would be redundant. The Regenerative Wooden Shield seemed promising. Yet the shield's strength would likely not surpass that of Xiao Jing employing the indestructible technique as a direct barrier, thus it was dismissed. The Spear Thrust, however, aligned well with his expectations, capable of bolstering Xiao Jing's offensive capabilities. When used in conjunction with the indestructible technique, its lethality could be elevated by at least 1 tier. After thorough analysis, Su-yi finally made his decision, smiling as he declared, "No more hesitation. I shall choose the Spear Thrust." With that, he retrieved the purple crystal thunderstone and proceeded to complete the exchange process. As a high-tier psychic material of the thunder element, the value of the purple crystal thunderstone was exceptionally high. The staff member reviewed the price list and discovered that exchanging for the purple crystal thunderstone required even more contribution points. Regrettably, the exchange rule of no refunds on excess contributions applied here. Even if the value was higher, no contribution points would be returned. Nevertheless, Su-yi chose to proceed with the exchange. Upon leaving the resource repository, and noting that the day was still young, he made a visit to the beast nurturing base. As expected, the base housed a multitude of beasts, and in a short while, he discovered a rare plant-type beast, the sunflower, which was nominally of master-level potential but was, in reality, of lord-level potential. The sunflower, a light attribute plant-type beast. To exchange for this sunflower, he would need to supplement with 3,000 contribution points in addition to the Thunder Dragon Lizard Egg. Chapter 231, Armed Beasts. With only 300 contribution points remaining, he would find it increasingly challenging to exchange for more expensive beasts and artifacts in the future. Leaving the nurturing base, Su-yi glanced at the balance on his card and felt a tinge of nostalgia. Not only the sunflower, but during his time in the resource repository. Apart from the Spear Thrust Beast Skill Stone, he had also exchanged a defensive artifact using the Bone Age Crystal Ball and supplemented it with additional contribution points. In summary, his previously accumulated contribution points were nearing depletion. Without sufficient contribution points, future exchanges to exploit the investigation department's resources would be heavily restricted. It seemed he would need to undertake some tasks moving forward. Su-yi sighed softly. Upon returning to the hotel and securely locking the door, Su-yi adeptly summoned Xiao Jing and simultaneously produced the Heart of Space. Here we go again. Xiao Jing understood that she was to guard the Heart of Space once more and couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. She too wished to cultivate within the Heart of Space alongside Su-yi. Next time, let Lioli and Bing Bing take turns guarding. Oh, but Bing Bing won't do. She is too large for the room. Su-yi offered her a comforting word. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing's mood brightened once more. What are you two up to? Just as they entered the Relic Palace, Su-yi was confronted with a rather perplexing scene. Lioli and Bai Jining were locked in an intense stare-off. The most crucial detail was that Lioli was currently in her fox-eared girl form. You've returned. I didn't expect you to be hiding a girl here. This beast-eared girl outfit is quite amusing, Bai Jining remarked, casting a casual glance in his direction. She is not a girl. She is a cosplay enthusiast who enjoys wearing peculiar costumes. Senior, please do not misunderstand. She is here to cultivate just like you. Fabricate more lies. Before he could finish, Bai Jining interrupted. Have you forgotten that the psychic fluctuations of beast tamers differ from those of extraordinary beings? You can't possibly believe I cannot discern that she is a humanoid extraordinary being akin to a succubus, can you? I merely made an offhand remark. Yet you are so intent on concealing it. How suspicious. Bai Jining remained composed as she gazed at him. Su-yi, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually conceded. Well, there is no need to hide anything from Senior. She is indeed a remarkable being, and she happens to be my contracted beast. Bai Jining paused slightly. Is this your third pet? What race is she? A beast man? It was the first time she had heard of such humanoid extraordinary beings. She is neither a new pet nor a beast man. She is Lioli, someone you are frequently acquainted with. Lioli? Are you jesting? Bai Jining's reaction was quite pronounced. Isn't Lioli a blazing fox? How could she possibly be a humanoid extraordinary being? She is indeed a blazing fox, but perhaps due to a mutation. She has independently comprehended a skill that allows her to transform into a human. I refer to this ability as metamorphosis, Su-yi explained. Wait, a skill to transform into a human? Does such a skill exist? Bai Jining remained unconvinced by his explanation, her curiosity only deepening. I cannot speak for the past, but it certainly exists now. After a brief pause, Su-yi continued. Additionally, I hope you can keep this secret, as this skill is rather unique and likely correlates with another special talent of mine. Another special talent? The information was becoming increasingly overwhelming. So, aside from your perception talent, you possess another extraordinary ability? Bai Jining gazed at him in astonishment. I can keep your secret, but I am intrigued. What kind of talent allows a pet to acquire such a unique skill? Originally, I hadn't intended to disclose it, but since you're curious, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I call this talent the mutation talent, which enables pets to undergo positive mutations during evolution. This is why my pets appear so extraordinary. Su-yi hesitated before revealing. Ah, so that explains it. No wonder your pets are so peculiar. However, if you continue to utilize this talent on other pets, it may not remain concealed for long. It might be plausible for 1 or 2 pets to exhibit positive mutations due to luck, but if all your pets undergo such changes, even a fool would recognize that something amiss is afoot. Bai Jining furrowed her brow. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't let fear of exposure prevent me from utilizing my abilities. I'll just keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Besides, even if it becomes public knowledge, the state will undoubtedly treat me as a precious asset, though I might be compelled to assist with other pets' mutations. Suddenly, a thought struck Su-yi, and his eyes brightened. Why should I be so forthright? I could simply announce that this talent can only be applied to my own pets. After all, they would be none the wiser. Perfect. Bai Jining found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't that simple. Once revealed, it wouldn't be a matter of merely stating one's position. I understand, Su-yi smiled. So far, aside from you, I have not disclosed this to anyone else. Upon hearing this, Bai Jining was momentarily taken aback. Su-yi's trust stirred something within her. Yet, she soon pondered further and couldn't help but ask, is the special talent you possess applicable to all extraordinary beings? She was well aware that Su-yi's pets underwent tremendous transformations after mutation, their strength surpassing that of their kin by unknown margins. Sort of, but there are numerous restrictions, and it requires the aid of a secret treasure, Su-yi candidly replied. I see. Bai Jining lifted her gaze to him, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitating for a long while, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. They were merely friends after all, and she lacked the audacity to request Su-yi's assistance in mutating her pet. Most importantly, she didn't feel entitled to ask, as she could not offer anything of equivalent value or condition in exchange with this junior. Therefore, it seemed wiser to keep her thoughts to herself rather than place Su-yi in an awkward position. What's the matter? Su-yi noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Bai Jining nonchalantly averted her gaze, then cast another glance at Lioli, who was quite close to Su-yi, feeling inexplicably disheartened. To be honest, even now, she found it hard to believe that the blazing fox could transform into such a beautiful girl. The allure and charm she possessed were enough to make her heart flutter, let alone Su-yi, spending every day alongside such a stunning girl. Who knew what could transpire? Initially, she had harbored feelings that transcended friendship towards Su-yi, but now, she was resolved to sever them. Just then, Su-yi took the initiative to speak. Senior, if you would like, I could also assist in mutating your pet. After all, there's no need to hide anything from you now. Help me? Bai Jining's eyes brightened, her interest piqued. However, after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. There's no need. Indiscriminate use of your talent would heighten the risk of exposure, and I dislike being indebted to others. Owing you too many favors would burden me. Su-yi smiled slightly. There's no need for concern. The first mutation typically doesn't result in significant changes. If one doesn't look closely, it's unlikely to raise suspicion. As for favors, it's quite simple. When you need to assist me in the future, just do so, and that will suffice to repay the debt. Bai Jining remained silent for a moment before responding. Have you considered that my unwillingness to owe favors stems from a dislike of being called upon for assistance, with no option to refuse? It sounds as though you could refuse my request if I were to ask for your help right now, Su-yi thought to himself, but he merely smiled and said, So, you also prefer to avoid trouble. Very well, I respect your decision. At this moment, it was indeed not the right time to employ this ability to assist her, as she was not truly one of his own, not even akin to Zhang Xiaotong, who would fully defer to him. Seeing that he had truly dismissed the idea without further prompting, Bai Jining felt a tinge of regret. This was an opportunity to enhance her strength. Forget it. The enhancement brought by mutation is merely moderate. There's no real reason to regret, Bai Jining reassured herself. She was still unaware that Su-yi's special talent could not only elevate a pet's power, but also enhance its potential. As Bai Jining returned to her room, grappling with her complex emotions, Su-yi smiled and led Lioli back to his own quarters. Upon entering the room, Lioli quietly moved to a corner, preparing to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, as she usually did. Lioli, Su-yi called her with a smile. Yes? Lioli turned her head, looking curiously at her beast master. I have a gift for you. Without hesitation, Su-yi produced a necklace strung with a black jewel. This was the high-level defensive secret treasure, the Xianyu Pearl, which he had recently acquired in exchange for the Bone Age Crystal Ball. Dark Jade Pearl. Grade, high-level defensive secret treasure. Effect, the Dark Jade Battle Armor. Infused with spiritual energy, can coalesce to withstand attacks. The Dark Jade Battle Armor is an advanced Earth-type defensive skill, and the fact that this secret treasure can bestow such a skill is already quite remarkable. May I have it? Lioli looked at him with confusion. Well, why don't you try it on first? Su-yi smiled and stepped closer, placing the Dark Jade Pearl around her snow-white neck. The necklace was crafted from a unique metal that automatically and gently conformed to her neck, adjusting its length according to her movements. Even if Lioli reverted to her true form as a six-tailed spirit fox, it would not break. This type of metal is quite common in the beast taming realm and is widely utilized in various armor-like spiritual energy equipment. It's beautiful. Standing before the mirror, Lioli glanced at herself and instantly fell in love with the gift. She felt that wearing the Dark Jade Pearl enhanced her allure significantly. Most importantly, she could distinctly sense the spiritual energy emanating from the pearl. This was undoubtedly a high-level secret treasure. Try infusing it with your spiritual energy, Su-yi suggested. Okay. Lioli nodded and promptly channeled her spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, the Dark Jade Pearl suddenly radiated a deep black light, and simultaneously, a set of Dark Jade Battle Armor materialized around her. The armor gently conformed to her body, perfectly showcasing her enticing curves. The originally sturdy and heavy armor now exuded an enchanting allure. It turned out that Lioli could also appear so valiant. Su-yi stared at her, mesmerized. Her current appearance offered him an entirely new experience. Could this be the charm of transformation? Initially, he had intended to give this defensive secret treasure to Lioli merely to compensate for her lack of defense, but now, it seemed there were unexpected rewards. Thank you, master. Lioli fully comprehended the value of this secret treasure and was instantly thrilled, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 232, High School League. Early the next morning, Xiaojing learned about the beautiful pearl adorning Lioli's neck. Upon discovering that it was a gift from Su-yi, Xiaojing felt a twinge of discontent. Why hadn't she received a gift? Consequently, when Su-yi used the spear thrust skill stone on her, she barely managed to smile. Though the spear thrust skill stone was also a high-level secret treasure, in her eyes, it hardly qualified as a proper gift. Noticing her slight mood, Su-yi had no choice but to present her with Delina's staff as a gift. Originally, He had planned to wait until she could transform into a human like Liuli before giving it to her. However, when he observed Xiaojing using vines to wield the staff and perform a healing spell, he realized that his thinking had been misguided. It was not necessary for one to be a humanoid extraordinary being to utilize spiritual energy equipment. Xiaojing could use it just as effectively. Receiving such a gift, Xiaojing was finally content, happily nuzzling against him. Time flew by, and the month-long investigator training came to an end. Throughout the course of the month, He had learned a great deal. Even if he had not yet met the standards of a qualified investigator, he was certainly not far from it. As the training concluded, winter break was nearly over, and Bai Jining finally moved out of the heart of space. Having trained together for almost a month, the two had grown closer than before. However, what surprised Sui the most was the bond between her and Liuli. He distinctly remembered that when she first encountered Liuli in her human form, there had been a hint of hostility. Yet, not only had that animosity dissipated, but they had also become quite intimate. So much so that when she departed, Liuli appeared somewhat forlorn and reluctant. In the classroom of Class 4, Year 2 at Guanxing No. 1 High School. No way, Sui, you really signed up for the high school league. You were the first name announced on the list. Li Xinhao exclaimed, his gaze shifting from his phone to Sui in astonishment. Has the list been announced? Then the schedule must be out too, right? Sui set down his pen and inquired. Yes, it has. Just like in previous years, it starts with the preliminary rounds to determine the top 32, followed by group matches to decide the top 8, and finally, elimination rounds to determine the rankings. Aren't you even a bit nervous? Li Xinhao couldn't help but ask. Why should I be nervous? It's the other competitors who should be feeling the pressure, Sui replied with a smile, exuding confidence. You're amazing. Li Xinhao shook his head, deciding not to continue the conversation, primarily because he always felt somewhat disheartened after speaking with Sui. Sui said nothing more and took out his phone to check the announcement, revealing that the preliminary rounds would commence next week, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally, I have the materials required for Bingbing's evolution. A month had passed since the new semester began, and his strength had improved significantly. Firstly, he himself had mastered the 3 skills shared from his spirit beast to a proficient level, particularly the Earth Escape skill, which he had elevated to mastery. There was no denying the skill's excellence in preserving life. If time had permitted, he would have aspired to reach the pinnacle of that skill in one go. As for Xiaojing, Liuli, and Bingbing, their newly acquired skills had also seen considerable enhancement. The only regret was that due to reaching the elite level, even with the assistance of the Heart of Space and various spiritual herbs, the pace of spiritual energy level advancement was rather slow. Even the most diligent Xiaojing had only managed to grow to elite level 3 stars. Meanwhile, Liuli, Bingbing, and Sui himself had only advanced by 1 star. Fortunately, Bingbing's initial level was quite high. Thus, even with just a 1-star increase, she had reached elite level 8 stars, just 1 star away from attempting evolution. After school, Sui rode his bicycle away from the school, but he had not gone far when he heard Zhang Xiaodong's voice behind him. Sui. He turned to see her and said, Oh, it's Xiaotong. You aren't here to report your training progress again, are you? Zhang Xiaotong replied earnestly, Well, since I've accepted your sponsorship, I must report my training progress to you. It's my responsibility as the receiving party. Sui chuckled. Honestly, there's no need for that. I trust you won't slack off, and isn't reporting every 3 or 4 days a bit excessive? Zhang Xiaotong fell silent, and after a few seconds, she said, Am I bothering you? I'm sorry. Next time I'll send you a text instead. Seeing her appear somewhat disheartened, Sui quickly reassured her. What trouble could you possibly cause me? I'm more concerned about causing you trouble. Never mind. If you don't mind, please continue reporting to me as you have been. Okay, sounds good. Zhang Xiaodong's face lit up with a smile once more. Her personality leans towards introversion. Were it not for the obligation of reporting her training progress to Sui, she would hesitate to initiate conversation with him. As the two walked side by side, pushing their bicycles along the road, Zhang Xiaotong spoke formally. In the past few days, my strength has improved significantly. I believe my spiritual energy level has now reached the ordinary level, 8 stars. In 1 month at the quickest, or 3 months at the slowest. I will surely succeed in opening my 3rd beast space, thus becoming a quasi-elite beast master. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled and replied, In fact, I noticed your increase in strength while we were in class. Given the current pace, I am confident that you will ascend to the rank of elite beast master before you enter your senior year. This rate of progress surpasses at least 90% of your peers. Compared to true geniuses, I still have a long way to go, Zhang Xiaotong said, feeling somewhat bashful at his praise. You are a genius, Sui stated earnestly. The reason you currently fall short of those prodigies is not due to a lack of talent, but rather because you began your training a few years later than they did. By the time you graduate from your senior year, I have no doubt you will catch up with them and gain admission to one of the 3 major Beastmaster academies. Is gaining admission to the 3 major Beast Master Academies your expectation of me, Su-yi? Understood, I will not let you down. Zhang Xiaotong replied seriously. It's not a requirement. Consider it a goal. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, Su-yi said, unable to resist commenting on her earnestness. All right, she responded softly, though her true thoughts remained unknown. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Xiaodong curiously asked, by the way, Su-yi, with your support, what do you hope I will do for you in the future? Well, Su-yi hesitated for a moment before continuing. You are a medical support type Beastmaster. Initially, I intended for you to join me as a teammate once your strength improved, thus becoming my ally. Is that the kind of inseparable teammate you envision? Understood. I will strive to become your invaluable aid, Zhang Xiaotong said earnestly. Her words were heartfelt. She knew full well that without Su-yi's assistance, she would never have the chance to excel, and her aspiration of becoming an elite Beastmaster would remain uncertain. In fact, before receiving Su-yi's support, her greatest dream was merely to achieve elite status. Yet now, the thought of reaching not just elite, but even commander or master level seemed entirely within reach. It could be said that Su-yi had directly transformed her previously unremarkable life. This kindness was more than enough to compel her to do anything for him. However, plans often fall victim to change. While Su-yi had indeed hoped for her to become his teammate, he now found that his rapid growth had rendered even the likes of Bai Ji-ning less capable of providing substantial assistance. Thus, the notion of her being a support felt somewhat distant. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaotong remained a highly promising Beastmaster, certain to prove useful in the future. Given her character, this investment would undoubtedly yield fruitful returns. With this thought in mind, Su-yi smiled and said, work hard. Once you successfully open your 3rd beast space, I will reward you with a gift. A gift? Is it a pet beast? Zhang Xiaotong pondered aloud. Indeed, it is a pet beast. Su-yi replied with a slight smile. The High School League is a grand event in the country, reportedly attracting tens of millions of viewers each year. This figure pertains to those watching the National High School League broadcasts, while the state-level High School League attracts a maximum of around 100,000. Nonetheless, at this moment, Longxing City, the venue for the competition in Xizjiang Province, was bustling with activity as contestants from various major cities within the province gathered. Su-yi was no exception. Everyone, stay focused. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the first round of competition. You are the elite representatives of Guanxing No. 1 High School. Do not let yourselves be eliminated in the first round. Dong Zihao, Zhao Ming, especially you two, among all the senior students, I have the highest hopes for you. Strive to secure a place in the top 8 and earn the qualification to compete in Kyoto. In a hotel, Coach Luan Xiangtian was rallying the spirits of the 13 students before him. Each of these students was a member of the Guanxing No. 1 High School team, possessing elite-level strength, and could be considered among the finest elite Beastmasters. Among these 13, only 3 were second-year students. At this stage, an additional year of training can make a significant difference. Besides Su-yi, the other 2 second-year students were familiar faces, Li Yuanhang and Xia Yihan, with whom he had interacted several times. Whether due to nerves or excitement, both stood stiffly upright. In contrast, Su-yi appeared far more composed, simply standing at the back of the group, quietly listening to Coach Luan's speech, concerned about taking up too much of the students' time and disrupting their rest before the competition. Coach Luan concluded his address promptly, urging everyone to return to their rooms and recharge. It was evident that this coach harbored considerable expectations for this year's State High School League. Su-yi, I noticed you have 3 matches tomorrow, one of which is against Lu Qingfeng from Longxing Beast Academy. Are you confident you can defeat him? As Su-yi prepared to return to his room, Luan Xiangtian called out to him and walked directly over. Although he hadn't specifically mentioned Su-yi's name during his motivational speech, it was clear that Su-yi was the athlete he held the highest hopes for this year. Lu Qingfeng, I should be able to win. Su-yi contemplated for a moment before replying. What do you mean by should be able to win? Haven't you thoroughly studied your opponents? Luan Xiangtian furrowed his brow. Assuming Su-yi had not adequately prepared, such laxity was unacceptable. Seeing his serious demeanor, Su-yi chuckled and clarified, rest assured, Coach, I have diligently reviewed their profiles. However, you know that the information recorded is not comprehensive, so I am hesitant to make definitive statements. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng is indeed quite formidable, being the 3rd seed from Longxing Beast Academy and a strong contender for the top 8 in this state league. If I assert that I will definitely defeat him, wouldn't that come off as arrogant? Then you would admonish me for underestimating my opponent. Don't think I don't know. I suspect you've already dismissed those opponents in your mind 100 times over, Luan Xiangtian teased with a smile before continuing. All right, I won't say much more. Just remember, do not underestimate anyone. With your strength, as long as you remain composed, not only can you make it into the top 8 in the state, but you could even break into the top 3 nationally. Go for it. Sui nodded with a smile, not lingering any longer and heading straight to his room. The following morning at 8 o'clock sharp, in the grand expanse of the Longxing City Sports Arena, the melodious strains of the athletes' march reverberated throughout the venue, marking the commencement of this year's West River State High School League. However, before the official matches began, the esteemed Minister of Education for West River State took to the stage to deliver an inspiring address. As his speech concluded, a resounding applause erupted, led by the head teachers from various high schools. The Longxing City Sports Arena is vast, featuring 10 battle platforms, including those outside the main arena. These platforms, constructed from resilient steel rock, are robust enough to withstand attacks from commander-level beasts. The expense of such platforms is exorbitant, yet it is a necessity. After all, what would happen if the platforms were to be destroyed mid-battle without sufficient investment? With the opening ceremony concluded, the fervent high school league commenced in earnest. In an instant, all 10 battle platforms ignited with thrilling combat. The commanding voices of beast tamers, the roars of the summoned beasts, and the explosive sounds of unleashed skills filled the air. Had one not grown accustomed to such sights and sounds, it could have easily induced a heart attack. Amidst the throng beneath Platform 3, Sui found himself bored. Observing the match unfolding above, 2 high school students, a boy and a girl, stood on the platform, each summoning 3 beasts, engaged in what appeared to be an intense battle. Yet, it hardly piqued his interest. To be fair, the prowess displayed by these 2 was commendable. They would likely rank above average among elite beast tamers. However, to Sui, it felt akin to a child's play. After all, he had fought in numerous commander-level battles. Thus, the elite-level skirmish was utterly incapable of stirring his emotions. At that moment, a voice beside him broke the monotony. What do you think? Does their battle seem a bit lackluster? Turning to the source, Sui saw an unfamiliar boy, who confidently introduced himself. I am Lu Qingfeng. We will face each other in the next match, and I hope you can provide me with some pressure. Chapter 233. Then allow me to give you that pressure. Sui chuckled lightly at the request, noting it was his first time hearing such a thing. Nevertheless, he responded politely. Ah, so you are Senior Lu Qingfeng. It's a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he extended a hand. Lu Qingfeng hesitated, clearly surprised by Sui's courtesy, but ultimately reciprocated the handshake. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Sui returned his focus to the match, noticing Lu Qingfeng's growing frown due to his lack of engagement. He finally spoke up. Don't you have anything to say? After all, I am your opponent in the first round. Sui looked at him quizzically. Is there something you wish to convey, Senior Lu Qingfeng? Lu Qingfeng, slightly exasperated, chuckled. It seems your mindset is quite stable. Of course, being someone who has trained at Beiyou training camp, you must be accustomed to such competitions. But allow me to remind you. Do not assume you are the only one who has attended Beiyou. I enrolled earlier than you. Ah, a senior from Beiyou training camp. My apologies. Sui replied with continued politeness, shifting his gaze back to the ongoing battle on the platform. Seeing that Sui had no intention of further dialogue, Lu Qingfeng shook his head and chose to step aside. Qingfeng, who were you speaking to? He seemed rather unfamiliar. His companion Ma Yu inquired curiously as Lu Qingfeng returned. Just someone irritating, Lu Qingfeng replied coolly. Though outwardly polite, he could sense that Sui did not regard him with any seriousness, which irked him greatly. Irritating? That wouldn't happen to be Sui, would it? Yes, Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Ah, that makes sense, Ma Yu remarked with a smile. Not only did he earn the title of best trainee at Beiyou training camp, but I also heard he was awarded a special merit medal by the state. It's only natural for him to carry a bit of arrogance. If I had his achievements, I'd strut down the street with my head held high. By the way, you drew him for your first match, right? Were you unable to glean any intel on him? Please. Lu Qingfeng scoffed. Do I really need to extract information to battle him? Sure, he's been in the spotlight for the past year, but at the end of the day, he's merely a second-year student who has just crossed into the elite level. How formidable can he truly be? Are you dismissing the significance of being the best trainee from Beiyou and the special merit medal? I advise you to tread carefully. You wouldn't want to suffer a setback. I've specifically checked, and his beast possessed 2 legendary-level skills, Ma Yu cautioned. Lu Qingfeng was aware of this information. In fact, upon discovering that his opponent was Sui, he had reviewed Sui's profile and concluded that he was a contender deserving of caution. However, he knew better than to inflate someone else's confidence at the expense of his own, so he stubbornly replied, So what? Can a child wielding 2 large blades defeat an adult? Ha ha ha, that's an amusing analogy. Let's see how you plan to decisively defeat him. After a span of 10 minutes, the match on Platform 3 finally concluded. Once the referee announced the results, he glanced at his list and declared, Contestant number 46, Sui. Please proceed to the red zone of the battle platform to prepare. Contestant number 03, Lu Qingfeng. Please move to the blue zone of the battle platform to prepare. Finally, it was his turn. Su-yi felt a jolt of excitement as he stepped into the designated area, raising his hand to summon Xiao Jing and Lu Lia. What kind of beasts are these? Thorn flower? Flame fox? Why do they look so peculiar? Are they mutated beasts? Yet, even in a positive mutation, beasts like Thorn Flower and Flame Fox should possess rather average combat capabilities, right? As soon as Xiao Jing and Lu Li appeared, they captured the attention of all those around, eliciting expressions of astonishment. However, before the murmurs could continue, one student exclaimed loudly, "No way. Don't tell me you all don't know who he is? He's Su-yi, the one who made headlines several times last year." Su-yi, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Wait, is he not the lucky one who obtained the relic's inheritance last year? It is indeed him. But acquiring the relic's inheritance is merely the tip of the iceberg. It is said that he later represented the nation in the competition for the secret realm, achieving remarkable feats and becoming the youngest holder of the Special Class Medal of Valor. The Special Class Medal of Valor. Goodness gracious. He truly lives up to the reputation of one who has obtained the relic's inheritance. Ha ha ha. We are in for a spectacular show. I wonder who is stronger, him or Lu Qingfeng. I initially thought this match would be a complete domination by Lu Qingfeng, but it seems there is still an air of suspense. Lu Qingfeng has garnered quite a reputation in the state's high schools. Many are familiar with him. Suspense? What suspense can there be? I admit Lu Qingfeng is exceptional. But can he truly compare to a holder of the Special Class Medal of Valor? That is not entirely accurate. The medal merely signifies merit, not strength. If you examine closely, Su-yi's two contracted beasts appear to be at the lower elite level, which is hardly remarkable. After all, he is merely a second-year student. It's uncertain whether he can triumph over Lu Qingfeng. Spare me the details. I believe Su-yi will emerge victorious. Su-yi, give it your all and crush Lu Qingfeng. How can you speak like that? Did Lu Qingfeng offend you? Lu Qingfeng, give it your best. Silence those who wish to see you fail. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Lu Qingfeng ascended the arena, summoning forth his beasts, a rock dragon lizard, elite level 8 stars, a crimson flame lion, elite level 7 stars, and a war beast, elite level 4 stars. 3 contracted beasts. Moreover, all cultivated to the level of primary combat beasts. Is this the power of the third seed from Longxing Beast Tamer Academy? It is astounding. It is rare for the first seeds from other academies in the state to possess such strength. Ha ha ha. Is that not the norm? Do you know what Longxing Beast Tamer Academy represents? In the top 8 of the state, how many years have we failed to secure at least 3 spots? A proud student from Longxing Beast Tamer Academy remarked, and he had every reason to be proud. It is noteworthy that there are numerous Beast Tamer academies in the entire Xizang state. Yet Longxing Academy consistently occupies more than 3 spots in the top 8 each year. A truly formidable feat. The reason for such dominance is primarily linked to Longxing City, the capital of Xizang state, where beast taming families generally possess greater strength than those in other major cities. And strength signifies the ability to provide more and better resources for their offspring. In stark contrast to Lu Qingfeng's beasts, Su-yi's appeared rather modest. No matter how exceptional Xiao Jing and Liu Li were to the audience, they were merely an elite level 3-star variant Thorn Flower and an elite level 2-star variant Flame Fox. Are both competitors ready? The referee inquired after glancing at the two. Ready, Su-yi nodded gently. However, just as his words fell, Lu Qingfeng suddenly raised his hand. Wait, Lu Qingfeng, is there something on your mind? The referee turned to him. Lu Qingfeng did not respond but fixed his gaze upon Su-yi, asking, "Do you only have 2 contracted beasts?" Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Is there a problem? Indeed, Lu Qingfeng replied calmly. While the competition measures the overall strength of the beast tamers, if you only possess 2, I could forfeit 1. After all, a 3 against 2 battle seems rather unfair, and I would not wish to win only to be criticized. Haha. Su-yi chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I have also contracted 3 beasts. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. If you have 3 contracted beasts, why not summon the 3rd one? Why? It was partly because he did not wish to reveal Bingbing too early, wanting to keep her as a trump card to catch his opponent off guard. Moreover, he felt it unnecessary at this moment. Although Su-yi thought this, he diplomatically replied, I will summon her when the time is right. Lu Qingfeng's frown deepened. Very well, when to summon is your choice, but I must warn you that my assault will be quite ferocious. It may very well conclude the battle within 10 seconds. If you do not summon her now, you might never have the opportunity in this match. Thank you for the reminder. Let me see just how ferocious you can be. I am ready, and if you are prepared, let us commence. Since you say so, I shall not hold back. Lu Qingfeng wasted no time, shouting, Crimson Flame Lion, Explosive Flame Missile. As his voice echoed, the Crimson Flame Lion, with flames sporadically erupting from its body, roared and unleashed dozens of small fireballs. These fireballs, resembling a string of pearls, surged towards Su Yi, Xiao Jing, and Liuli. Although these fireballs lacked great power, they were more than sufficient to inflict harm, particularly for Su Yi. A human body could not withstand the explosion of even a single fireball. Previously, I always had Liuli use such tactics to bully others, yet here I am today, becoming the target of the assault. Su Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of irony, as the fireballs neared, effectively sealing off their escape routes. Xiao Jing's numerous vines suddenly burst forth from the ground, thrashing towards the approaching fireballs. In an instant, a flurry of vines created countless afterimages before her. What is she trying to do? The audience below watched in confusion. In fact, it was not just them. Even Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. Facing such a multitude of fireballs, she chose not to evade, instead meeting them head-on. Was she not concerned that the vines would be obliterated? Before he could ponder further, the vines struck the fireballs with a resounding crash. Without any surprise, all the fireballs detonated, the explosive flames nearly engulfing Xiao Jing. The thorn flower is a plant-type beast that is particularly vulnerable to fire-type skills. Is she courting death by engaging the explosive flame missile in such a manner? Many in the audience frowned, gazing at Su Yi on the arena as if he were a fool. How could the thorn flower possibly survive such a barrage of fireballs? Even if by some chance it were not reduced to ashes, it would likely lose its combat capability immediately. However, just as they shook their heads, the flames erupting from the fireballs suddenly dissipated, revealing the scene within. Contrary to their expectations of witnessing Xiao Jing being obliterated or gravely injured by the explosive flame missile, she emerged entirely unscathed. Even the vines that had directly struck the fireballs showed no signs of damage. How could this be possible? Many displayed expressions of disbelief and confusion. It must be indestructible. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized, connecting the dots. This skill is one of the two abilities that Su Yi acquired from the Inheritance Ruins. A fact that is no longer a secret. Witnessing his initial attack force Su Yi to reveal his greatest trump card, Lu Qingfeng felt a surge of delight rather than concern. It seems that defeating you in a short span of time is not as formidable a task as I anticipated. He mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he continued to roar in his mind. Crimson Flame Lion, unleash another fire missile. Let us see how long its indestructible form can endure. Roar. Perhaps sensing his emotions, the Crimson Flame Lion became exceedingly exuberant, immediately launching a barrage of fireballs once more. Again? Do you think I won't retaliate? Su Yi, slightly exasperated by his antics, resolved to hold nothing back. Since you have such a fondness for fire missiles, allow me to introduce you to the Glazed Fire Missile. Glazed. Unleash the Great Fire Missile. Glazed, having long been unable to contain herself, complied with Su Yi's command and directed her Great Fire Missile towards Lu Qingfeng and his companions. Indeed, this was not merely a fire missile, but rather a Great Fire Missile, a combination technique merging fire missiles, large fireballs, and the Heartburn Demon Flame. Are you attempting to engage me in a fireball exchange? Lu Qingfeng noted Glazed's actions, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Although Su Yi's Fiery Fox was an elite-level fire-type beast, akin to his Crimson Flame Lion, there was a significant difference. One was a 2-star elite, while the other was a 7-star elite. The disparity was considerable. Engaging in a skill exchange with such mismatched beasts, he was confident that Su Yi would be the one to suffer. However, in the next moment, the once certain Lu Qingfeng suddenly froze. What kind of absurd skill is this? Is this a fire missile? At that instant, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld the numerous fireballs unleashed by Glazed. In terms of quantity, these fireballs were comparable to those released by the Crimson Flame Lion, yet in form, they were immeasurably superior. Not only were these fireballs significantly larger than those of the Crimson Flame Lion, but they also exhibited a bizarre cold white hue. Chapter 234. Is this how it ends? In Lu Qingfeng's perspective, the only aspects of Su Yi that warranted his attention were those two skills obtained from the Inheritance Ruins. He firmly believed that Su Yi's series of accomplishments were solely attributed to these abilities. Thus, upon witnessing Glazed unleash such an enigmatic Great Fire Missile, he was momentarily stunned, both astonished and bewildered. Based on the psychic energy fluctuations, he discerned that the power of this skill had surpassed that of an elite, reaching a commanding level. Such immense power was sufficient to severely injure an average elite extraordinary creature, if not outright obliterate it. The audience below was equally taken aback by the missiles released by Glazed. Each of these projectiles was the size of a large fireball, and their unusual coloration raised questions. How many skills had been amalgamated into this combination technique? Just as these missiles were about to strike Lu Qingfeng and his beast, he finally reacted. With a swift step, he retreated rapidly, while simultaneously, the rock dragon lizard, which had been guarding him, leaped forward. positioning itself in front of him and instantly coalescing a massive rock shield. Much like other Earth-type extraordinary creatures, the rock dragon lizard possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Coupled with the power of its sub-dragon bloodline, it was considered a rather precious beast. Typically, the rock shield it conjured would be capable of withstanding a blow from an elite extraordinary creature. Those familiar with Lu Qingfeng initially held great confidence in him, believing that with the rock dragon lizard's protection, he was already in an invulnerable position. However, witnessing the series of terrifying and peculiar white fireballs, their confidence began to waver. And an unsettling question emerged in their minds. Could the rock dragon lizard's rock shield truly withstand the assault? Boom. Before they could ponder further, the white fireballs collided with the rock shield, erupting with a violent explosion that unleashed a wave of heat. The sound of the fireballs detonating reverberated, leaving many with ringing ears. Had the shield held? The audience, unwilling to miss this spectacle, widened their eyes, braving the explosive white light, fixated on the rock shield. Under their scrutiny, the rock shield managed to withstand the first fireball, then the second, third, and fourth. As the shield remained unyielding after enduring 4 fireballs, those who had placed their bets on Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but display expressions of delight. Truly, he was the 3rd seed of Longxing Beastmaster Academy. Truly, the rock dragon lizard was impressive. They had thought those flamboyant white fireballs were formidable. It seemed they were mere showpieces. However, their elation was short-lived. When the 5th fireball detonated, the rock shield finally trembled. Simultaneously, several cracks appeared at the point of impact. Lu Qingfeng, possessing extensive combat experience, immediately sensed the danger and exclaimed in alarm, "Dragon Xiao, obsidian battle armor." Dragon Xiao was the name he had given to the rock dragon lizard. At the moment his voice rang out, 3 more fireballs slammed into the rock shield, which finally succumbed and shattered into fragments. With the rock shield no longer obstructing, the remaining fireballs surged towards the rock dragon lizard. Boom. Another series of deafening explosions ensued. The rock dragon lizard had no time to evade, caught directly by the remaining fireballs. Even though it had hastily conjured the obsidian battle armor, it was still knocked to the ground with a pained cry. It had been breached. The audience below was stunned by this scene. If the rock shield had merely been destroyed, they could have accepted it. For those white fireballs appeared ominous. However, the fact that the remaining fireballs could still inflict pain on the rock dragon lizard, even after it had summoned the obsidian battle armor, was truly terrifying. Did this not imply that the fiery fox's single fire missile skill had pierced through the rock dragon lizard's 2 layers of defense? This starkly contrasted with the earlier scene where the thorn flower effortlessly withstood a fire missile, given that the thorn flower was a creature vulnerable to fire-type skills. While the rock dragon lizard excelled in defense, utterly fantastical. Rock dragon lizard, what has happened to you? Lu Qingfeng was equally astounded by this turn of events. Primarily, given the power of those fireballs, they should not have been capable of breaching the obsidian battle armor after shattering the rock shield. Wait, it's the heartburn flame. Quickly assessing the condition of the rock dragon lizard through their psychic link, he finally grasped the situation. As he suspected, the remaining fireballs had not penetrated the obsidian battle armor. However, due to their proximity, the explosive flames had inflicted mental damage upon the rock dragon lizard. This was the true reason behind the creature's anguished cry. For this reason, he finally understood why the fireball unleashed by Liuli was white. It was, in fact, composed of the heart-burning flames. One must remain vigilant during combat. Just as Lu Qingfeng was taken aback, Sui was already poised to launch a full-scale counterattack. Under his command, Xiao Jing and Liuli advanced simultaneously towards Lu Qingfeng and his beloved beast. Crimson Flame Lion, War Beast, intercept them. Lu Qingfeng ordered without a trace of panic on his face. Despite the setbacks suffered by the rock dragon lizard in their earlier encounter, he did not believe defeat was inevitable. After all, both the Crimson Flame Lion and the War Beast were formidable creatures in their own right, particularly the War Beast. Although this creature possessed the lowest energy level, its combat prowess was unmatched, being an extraordinary entity with the potential to reach the marquee level. Once it closed the distance, a creature like the Flame Fox, which lacked robust defenses, could be dispatched with a single blow. Thus, he focused all his attention on the War Beast, preparing to unleash a gravitational restraint as soon as Xiao Jing and Liuli drew nearer, intending to control them for a precise kill. However, despite his tactical acumen, Liuli unexpectedly executed a skill that caught him off guard. Just as she was about to enter the range of the gravitational restraint, a flash of pink light suddenly illuminated her eyes. In the next moment, an invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward. This is bad. Lu Qingfeng sensed danger instinctively through his battle instincts, but before he could react, his prized beasts abruptly froze in place, their gazes vacant, their faces displaying a foolish grin. A psychic skill. How could this be possible? Witnessing the state of the Crimson Flame Lion and the War Beast, Lu Qingfeng was incredulous. He simply could not comprehend how Su Yi's Flame Fox could wield a psychic skill. Wasn't he the Flame Fox a pure fire-type extraordinary creature? He was not alone in his disbelief. The crowd below was also in an uproar. A Flame Fox had actually utilized a psychic skill, which could be considered newsworthy. Diamond Wolf, Fawn Club, Fire Dragon Binding Kill. Xiao Jing and Lioli did not cease their assault due to the astonishment surrounding them. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was ensnared in enchantment, they promptly unleashed their signature skills. In the next moment, amidst two anguished cries, the Crimson Flame Lion was struck by a thorny vine, while the War Beast was blasted away by the Fire Dragon, plummeting off the stage and losing its combat capability. This was still a result of Xiao Jing and Lioli showing mercy. Had they unleashed their full strength, the consequences would have been far graver. Utter destruction was a distinct possibility. Would they continue? After defeating the Crimson Flame Lion and the War Beast, Su Yi refrained from allowing Xiao Jing and Lioli to press on, instead instructing them to gradually approach Lu Qingfeng and the injured rock dragon lizard. It was only at this moment that Lu Qingfeng finally regained his composure. Naturally, he found the outcome difficult to accept. He had anticipated the possibility of defeat, considering Su Yi's beasts possessed two exceptionally powerful skills. However, he had not expected to lose so swiftly, nor had he managed to draw out Su Yi's full strength. He was the third seed of Longxing Beast Taming High School, a formidable contender among the top 8 in this year's Xizjiang Province High School League. To lose in such a manner was truly disheartening. Nonetheless, facing the slowly advancing Xiao Jing and Lioli, he raised his hand and despondently declared, "I concede." Upon hearing this, the referee, also coming to his senses, hurriedly stepped in front of him and announced loudly, "The match is over. All contestants cease attack." In this contest, contestant number 045, Su Yi, emerges victorious. What? Lu Qingfeng actually lost. That was incredibly swift. Ha ha ha, Su Yi is amazing. Those from Longxing Beast Taming High School are usually so arrogant. Today they finally met their match. Delightful. Let me just say, Su Yi is merely a second-year student, younger than most participants in this competition. So, the third seed from Longxing Beast Taming High School lost to a sophomore? Hee, that feels even sweeter. Several students from Longxing Beast Taming High School could no longer tolerate this and frowned in discontent. It's not like you won against Senior Lu. What is there to be smug about? I'll state this plainly. Since Su Yi could defeat Senior Lu, he would undoubtedly crush your school as first seed. Seeing a Longxing Beast Taming High School student step forward, those who had previously been vocal fell silent. After all, this wasn't an online spat. Continuing the sarcastic banter could easily lead to a direct conflict. Su Yi paid no heed to the commotion below. Once the referee announced the results, he promptly recalled the spotlighted Xiao Jing and Lioli into the heart of space, then politely addressed Lu Qingfeng, saying, "Thank you, Senior Lu." With that, he turned and descended from the stage. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingfeng remained silent, shaking his head in resignation. Although he found it difficult to accept the match's result, he conceded wholeheartedly. Through the battle, he had come to realize that he was indeed no match for Su Yi, even if Su Yi was merely a second-year student. Well fought. Your performance in this match exceeded my expectations. As Su Yi had just stepped off the stage, Coach Luan Xiangtian approached him with a smile. You watched the entire match? Su Yi looked up at him, somewhat surprised. Of course. Who else would I watch if not you? While Dong Zihao and Zhao Meng also displayed commendable skills, they were rather conventional and lacked excitement. Luan Xiangtian stated unabashedly. Those words would surely wound the hearts of the two seniors if they heard them. Su Yi chuckled and shook his head, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Luan Xiangtian soon shifted the topic, adopting a serious tone. You performed admirably in the match just now, but do not let it inflate your ego. To be frank, had Lu Qingfeng been more familiar with your beasts, you would not have won so easily. After this match, I can assure you that the knowledge of your Flame Fox mastering both a fire-type combination skill and a psychic skill will spread, making it increasingly difficult to catch your opponents off guard in future matches. High school leagues operate this way. The initial matches are often a process of mutual testing. Victories can sometimes be secured with a couple of unknown trump cards, but as the competition progresses, it essentially becomes a game of transparency. Rest assured, winning a match like this is not enough to make me complacent. Moreover, skills like Explosive Flame, Great Bomb, and Thousand Charms are not my trump cards. If they become widely known, so be it. If those count as trump cards or killer moves, then I have far more in store, Su Yi replied with a smile. And you claim not to be complacent? Luan Xiangtian sighed in exasperation, merely cautioning him. In any case, do not underestimate any opponent. He could only say so much, primarily because he felt an immense sense of reassurance regarding Su Yi's prowess. After all, Su-yi was someone who had triumphed over him, his own coach. After exchanging a few more words, Luan Xiangtian produced a form from his pocket, upon which a dozen names were inscribed. Here, take this. These are the most promising competitors from various high schools within the state. It details their matches and timings in the preliminary rounds. When it's not your turn, you might consider watching their performances. There's an old adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated in 100 battles. As he spoke, he handed the form to Su-yi. Upon seeing the document, Su-yi momentarily found himself at a loss for words, pausing for 2 seconds before finally responding. Thank you. Coach, your thoughtfulness makes me feel like I must secure first place this time. Otherwise, I would feel I owe you. That's good to hear, Luan Xiangtian said, patting him on the shoulder with a straightforwardness that was refreshing. You must give it your all. Don't let me down. Whether my year-end bonus doubles depends entirely on you. Su-yi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After a few more exchanges, Luan Xiangtian perceptively excused himself. Having once been a student himself, he understood well how uncomfortable it could be for students to be around their coach. And he was wary that it might negatively impact Su-yi's mood, potentially leading to a lackluster performance in the upcoming matches, a risk he was not willing to take. In truth, his concerns were entirely unfounded. Ever since he had bested Luan Xiangtian in their last sparring match, the latter had transformed in Su-yi's mind from mere coach to a vanquished opponent. Uncomfortable? Not in the slightest. Are these the seed players from various high schools? Su-yi mused as he glanced at the form in his hand, his eyes catching the prominent name of Lu Qingfeng. With no matches left for him that morning, he could indeed go watch and hope for a pleasant surprise. Chapter 235, Xuanwu. This year's competitors indeed exhibit a significantly stronger overall capability compared to last year. Su-yi could not help but exclaim after thoroughly examining the list before him. He discovered that 2 individuals on this roster had ascended to the commander level with their beasts. To possess a commander-level beast before the age of 20 is a rarity even on a national scale. Historically, in the high school league of Xizang province, there was rarely more than one such individual per year, and oftentimes there were none at all, with the battles typically involving a cadre of elite-level beasts. Competitors of this caliber could almost guarantee a first-place finish. After all, compared to elite-level beasts, commander-level beasts enjoyed comprehensive enhancements, making them significantly more formidable. Unless the quality of the opponent's beast was overwhelmingly superior, victory was nearly impossible. Zhou Yang and Wang Jinshan, both from Longxing Beast Taming High School. It's no wonder Lu Qingfeng is merely the 3rd seed. Upon noticing their affiliations, Su-yi felt a wave of realization wash over him. He finally recognized the dominance of Longxing Beast Taming High School within the Xizang Province High School League, had he not been competing. The 1st and 2nd places would have undoubtedly been claimed by these 2, together with Lu Qingfeng and the other students. They might very well secure 4 positions in the top 8 this year. To have one school claim half the spots meant that the remaining institutions would be left to vie for the last 4 coveted places leading to the National High School League, an undeniably staggering advantage. It was no wonder that students from other schools harbored such animosity towards Longxing Beast Taming High School. Truly, as the capital of Xizang province, the overall prowess of Longxing City is evidently superior to that of other major cities in the province, as evidenced by these high school students. However, I intend to claim the title of 1st place this year. It shall not be relinquished to you. Su-yi murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing his face. His desire for 1st place was not solely about honor. It was also driven by the alluring rewards associated with it. More than a fortnight ago, the Xizang Province High School League Committee had announced this year's prizes, which were somewhat more generous than in previous years. As long as one could emerge from the preliminaries and into the top 32, a low-grade spirit stone would be awarded. One should not underestimate such a reward, for a low-grade spirit stone could be considered a treasure in its own right. Of course, such a reward might not entice those from affluent backgrounds, but securing a spot in the top 8 would bring about a different level of reward. This year, reaching the top 8 would guarantee at least a mid-grade treasure. Should one manage to break into the top 4, they could even select a high-grade treasure. As for the 1st place, there was no question that the rewards were the most bountiful. The winner could choose any one epic-grade treasure or a beast with potential at the marquee level. Furthermore, only the 1st place winner received such an honor. The 2nd place winner, in contrast, could only select a high-grade treasure and a potential beast at the master level. Although that comprised 2 items, it paled in comparison to the 1st place's offerings. One must understand that epic-grade treasures and marquee-level potential beasts were exceedingly precious to the vast majority of students in Xizang province. Only someone like Su-yi, who had encountered numerous treasures and rare beasts, could maintain a sense of calm in the face of such riches. Nevertheless, this calm demeanor merely indicated that he would not react with the same fervor as other high school students. He would still strive for what he desired. Not to mention, he was in urgent need of an epic great ice treasure to aid Bing Bing's evolution, so he would certainly not relinquish the first place. Sui, are you here to watch Zhou Yang's match as well? At the foot of battle platform number 9, as Sui had just approached, the sharp-eyed Li Yuanhang immediately spotted him and greeted him. You're here too, Sui replied, glancing at him and then at the nearby Xiao Yihan, offering a slight smile. Sui, to be honest, do you feel any pressure? It is said that Zhou Yang's own spiritual energy level has reached elite level 8 stars. With such strength, not only high school students, but even some university students from the top 3 Beast Taming academies might not stand a chance against him. Li Yuanhang inquired with a smile. It's manageable, Sui responded calmly. Zhou Yang's strength was actually within my expectations. He hasn't surprised me all that much. His level of prowess would likely place him in the top 8 of previous national high school leagues. Goodness, the top 8 of the National High School League. How can you speak of it so casually? If Zhou Yang really manages to enter the top 8 of the National High School League this year, it would be a victory not just for him, but for all of us in Xizang province. Do you realize that no one from our province has made it into the top 8 of the National High School League for the past 4 years? Moreover, this year's top 8 will represent the country in the Global Beast Taming Cup, which holds even greater significance. How can you treat it as though it's a mere triviality? For reasons unknown, Li Yuanhang suddenly became animated, likely triggered by Su Yi's words. I didn't say anything too outrageous, Su Yi replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Li Yuanhang, relentless in his pursuit, wished to continue elucidating the significance of reaching the top 8 in the National High School League. However, Xiao Yihan interjected with a question. Su Yi, honestly speaking, if you were to face Zhou Yang, how confident are you of victory? As she spoke, her gaze bore into him, attempting to discern his thoughts from his expression. Let us not dwell on that, as I am not entirely familiar with his true capabilities. Nevertheless, his most formidable pet is that dragon snake tortoise, which has reached the rank of 2-star commander. If I were to confront it alone, I am utterly confident I could defeat it, Su Yi replied. Utterly confident? That is a commander-level extraordinary creature. Xiao Yihan's face exhibited clear astonishment. Li Yuanhang, equally taken aback, could not restrain himself from commenting. I thought I had a solid grasp of your abilities. But it seems that your victory against Coach Luan in the practical training was not merely a stroke of luck, at least, not entirely. However, defeating just one of his pets is insufficient. Zhou Yang possesses 2 other exceptional creatures. Moreover, I have heard that his 3 pets work in perfect harmony under his command, creating synergy that is far from a simple sum of their parts. Of course, do not lose heart. Aside from Zhou Yang and that Wang Jinshan, there should be no one else in this state high school league who can rival you. You can still aim for a 3rd-place finish to qualify for the National High School League. By the way, you drew Lu Qifeng for your first match today, right? Have you competed yet? Who won? As Li Yuanhang spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and he cast a curious glance at Su Yi. What do you think? Su Yi replied with a faint smile. You won, didn't you? Upon seeing Su Yi's expression, Li Yuanhang already surmised the outcome, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Despite his earlier confidence that Su Yi could secure a 3rd-place finish in the state, it was merely polite rhetoric. In truth, he did not believe Su Yi could achieve such a commendable result, nor did he desire it. After all, they were peers, former rivals. The more outstanding Su Yi appeared, the more Li Yuanhang felt overshadowed. He had no intention of becoming a mere backdrop to Su Yi's brilliance. Regrettably, reality did not unfold as he had hoped. I was fortunate to win. What about you two? You must have finished a match as well. After responding to Li Yuanhang's inquiry, Su Yi courteously inquired about their status. However, upon hearing his question, both Li Yuanhang and Xiao Yihan's expressions turned somewhat awkward. Recognizing their discomposure, Su Yi immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. In truth, their defeats were not surprising, considering they were merely 2nd-year students, participating in an unfamiliar setting, approaching the competition with a mindset of experience rather than expectation of success. Just as Li Yuanhang and Xiao Yihan began to feel the weight of awkwardness, the audience beneath Battle Stage 9 suddenly stirred with excitement. Look, it's Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang is here. Is that Zhou Yang? He looks somewhat handsome. Haha, finally. We can see him in action. If all goes well, he should be our #1 seed from Xizang this year. We hope he performs admirably in the National High School League, at least securing a spot in the top 8. Rest assured, this year's top 8 is assured. Especially since we have 2 competitors with commander-level pets, marking our strongest year yet. If we can't secure a top 8 finish, how formidable must the other states be? Exactly. We will definitely achieve a top 8 finish. Go Zhou Yang. Go Wang Jinshan. Seeing the enthusiasm of the surrounding students, Su Yi shook his head with a smile. The state competition had not yet concluded, and they were already dreaming of the National High School League's top 8? Wasn't he that a tad premature? Before he could ponder further, a fair-skinned student ascended to the preparation area of Battle Stage 9. Likely responding to the cheers, he cast a calm glance at the audience. His demeanor unwavering, exuding the aura of a master. This was Zhou Yang. His opponent was a somewhat shy girl. Although she had known she would face Zhou Yang, seeing him in person still made her quite nervous, as she repeatedly adjusted her breathing. Particularly upon hearing the cheers for Zhou Yang, she took several deep breaths. Sensing her unease, Zhou Yang remarked coolly, "If you are afraid, you may concede to avoid impacting the subsequent battle. Sustaining injuries in my match could adversely affect your performance in future contests." "No need," the girl replied resolutely, clenching her fists and summoning her pets. The Dark Moon Fox, the Ice-Armored Beast, and the Thunderbird. While these three pets had all reached the elite level, their racial quality was not particularly high, placing them roughly in the upper middle tier among all competitors. Observing this, Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly and summoned his own pet, with the flash of a six-pointed star formation. The first creature to emerge before the crowd was his much-admired dragon snake tortoise. The dragon snake tortoise is an exceedingly rare pet. Although its racial potential is rated as Duke level, it is undoubtedly among the top tier of all Duke level potential creatures. It is said to possess a trace of the divine beast Xuanwu's bloodline, with a minuscule chance of evolving into Xuanwu under certain conditions. Of course, this remains mere rumor, as no one has yet verified it. It has only been mentioned in ancient texts from other worlds. Nevertheless, regardless of whether the dragon snake tortoise truly contains the Xuanwu bloodline, it is a pet of immense potential, coveted by many beast tamers. Is this the dragon snake tortoise? Su-yi was witnessing a living dragon snake tortoise for the first time, and his gaze was immediately captivated. As per the information provided by Luan Xiangtian, this dragon snake tortoise indeed possessed a psychic level of 2-star commander. Furthermore, Su-yi noted through the system that it had mastered an impressive 4 advanced skills. To have acquired so many advanced skills at the commander level was nearly on par with Xiao Jing and Lioli. Quite impressive. It seems his strength surpasses my expectations. With such prowess, in last year's high school league, not only could he secure a spot in the national top 8, but he might even break into the top 4. Su-yi mused inwardly. However, what astonished him even more was the revelation that there was indeed an option for evolution listed. Possible evolutionary species, Xuanwu. Conditions for Xuanwu transformation, rank 9 king. 10 million soul power, divine level water attribute, secret treasure. Well then, Su-yi decided not to dwell on the latter conditions. This was exceedingly stringent. A soul power value of 10 million and a quasi-divine water attribute treasure might be tolerable. But what he found utterly unacceptable was the requirement to reach the king level 9 stars for evolution. It is crucial to note that the racial potential of the dragon snake tortoise is merely at the marquee level, making it nearly impossible to ascend to the king level under normal circumstances. Furthermore, prior to evolving into the Xuanwu, the dragon snake tortoise lacks an intermediary species, rendering it incapable of enhancing its potential through initial demonic transformation. Given these circumstances, even with ample soul power and the necessary materials for evolution, the dragon snake tortoise would struggle to complete the transformation, with the condition of reaching king level 9 stars effectively blocking any chance of success. Even Su-yi found himself at a loss for how to break this deadlock. The only viable option would be to select a dragon snake tortoise with potential that transcends its racial limitations from the outset. However, this presents a new dilemma. The extraordinary nature of the dragon snake tortoise means they are exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of selecting an outstanding individual capable of breaking through racial constraints is even slimmer. Originally, Su-yi harbored a modicum of interest in the Xuanwu, but that interest has now evaporated without a trace. In contrast, the remaining 2 of Zhou Yang's pets were rather conventional, the diamond ape and frost giant. While their racial potential is not vastly inferior to that of the dragon snake tortoise, are exceedingly common. Chapter 336, Domination. The battle commenced. Once both contestants on the arena were prepared, the match finally began. Thunderbird, paralyzing lightning. The girl had clearly adjusted her mindset. Without hesitation, she launched her attack. The Thunderbird perched on her shoulders soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning that enveloped Zhou Yang and his pets. Simultaneously, the Dark Moon Fox entered combat mode, vanishing from the spectator's view. This was a high-level shadow skill known as Shadow Assault, which grants the ability to become invisible, making it ideal for ambushing foes. However, despite its supposed invisibility, the daylight revealed traces of shadow if one looked closely. These shadows are indeed lethal. They significantly diminished the threat level of the skill by at least 90%. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, it was day. And if such a skill could operate with the same efficacy at night, that would be ludicrous. From a certain perspective, the match was somewhat unfair for the girl. Of course, to accommodate the contestants' pets, some matches were arranged for the evening. However, the girl had simply drawn an unfortunate lot. Nevertheless, Sui couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, quietly assessing. She possesses some talent. Despite her non-elite status, her tactical arrangements were commendable. She first used the Thunderbird to paralyze her opponent, then allowed the Dark Moon Fox to seek opportunities to strike. If she managed to seize the initiative, she might be able to dispatch her opponent in a remarkably short time. Zhou Yang was naturally aware of this, yet his expression remained inscrutable, and he did not even shift his stance. As the paralyzing lightning neared to engulf them, the dragon snake tortoise finally sprang into action, conjuring a semicircular rock shield above them to ward off the lightning. Concurrently, the frost giant and diamond ape were not idle either, charging toward the girl with ferocious roars. By targeting the girl first, they could secure a swift victory. Ice-armored beast, block them. The girl hastily commanded her ice-armored beast to take the brunt of the assault. Although the ice-armored beast stood no chance against two adversaries, if it could stall Zhou Yang's two pets, it might create an opportunity for the Thunderbird and Dark Moon Fox to turn the tide. Her spirit was commendable, but she was no match for me. Zhou Yang shook his head, noting her continued optimism. Boom. The ice-armored beast collided with the frost giant. Both were ice attribute extraordinary beings, possessing considerable strength. However, one was a corporeal extraordinary creature, while the other was an elemental being. Each had encased itself in a layer of ice armor, swinging their massive fists at one another. With a resounding crash, their fists met, and both were jolted backward. Yet, while the ice-armored beast staggered back 3 or 4 steps, the frost giant only retreated half a step. This disparity indicated that the frost giant possessed greater strength. This was undoubtedly unfortunate news for the girl. However, the worst was yet to come. Before her ice-armored beast could regain its footing, the diamond ape had already arrived. Gold attribute pets are not known for their flashy skills. Their greatest asset is sheer physical power. Without a second thought, the diamond ape unleashed a punch toward the ice-armored beast. Ice-armored beast, freeze. The girl exclaimed in alarm, but there was no need for her to shout. The ice-armored beast had already activated the freeze skill before it could stabilize itself. In the next moment, a bone-chilling aura enveloped the diamond ape. Wherever the frigid air passed, even exhaled breath crystallized into ice. Undoubtedly, the diamond ape was affected, its surface suddenly adorned with frost. Fortunately, freeze is not an overwhelmingly powerful skill, and with its high psychic energy level, it managed to withstand the chill, avoiding complete encasement in ice. The only effect of the freeze skill was that its body became somewhat rigid, making it less agile and causing its punches to momentarily stall. Realizing that the skill did not yield the anticipated results, the ice-armored beast appeared momentarily stunned. It had intended to conjure an ice shield, but found it too late. Bang! The diamond ape's massive fist struck its head with tremendous force. The ice-armored beast let out a pained cry, crashing to the ground. Though both were elite-level extraordinary beings, the strength of the diamond ape, a gold attribute creature, was beyond its capacity to withstand. This punch was far more terrifying than the previous one delivered by the frost giant. Ice-armored beast. The girl gasped in shock. In her expectations, the ice-armored beast should have been able to hold its ground against the frost giant and diamond ape for at least 10 seconds, but to her dismay, it had been knocked down almost immediately, leaving no opportunity for the Dark Moon Fox to act. Before she could contemplate further, the frost giant had already barreled past the ice-armored beast, charging straight at her while unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. Ice shield. The girl cried out in panic, immediately activating a shared skill, manifesting an ice shield around her to deflect the oncoming spikes. However, this delay allowed the frost giant to close the distance to less than a meter, poised to execute a decapitating strike. Unable to restrain itself any longer, the Dark Moon Fox revealed itself, leaping from the shadows in a swift motion, aiming a moonlit slash at the frost giant in an attempt to inflict significant damage and alleviate its master's peril. The Thunderbird, soaring through the air, abandoned Zhou Yang and the ironback tortoise, swiftly unleashing a crackling purplish-red bolt of lightning aimed directly at the frost giant. As a creature of equivalent rank, the frost giant dared not withstand the brunt of such formidable attacks. Concerned for the integrity of its icy armor, it summoned a protective ice shield around itself, mirroring that of the young lady. Boom. Crack. Both the Dark Moon slash and the lightning struck the ice shield with considerable force. To the astonishment of onlookers, these two abilities inflicted minimal damage upon the frost giant. The lightning fared slightly better, as a significant portion of its power was absorbed by the ice shield. Yet the frost giant still trembled under the electric surge. In stark contrast, the Dark Moon slash only managed to leave a few superficial cracks on the shield. Fortunately, the primary objective of both attacks was achieved, effectively halting the frost giant's offensive. Seizing this opportunity, the young lady swiftly moved beyond the reach of the frost giant's assault. However, just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed the diamond ape charging towards her, now less than 2 meters away. Given the diamond ape's destructive potential, even the ice shield might prove inadequate, leaving her vulnerable to a catastrophic blow. The diamond ape showed no signs of mercy. Baring its teeth in a fearsome grimace, its fists glimmering like gold from the infusion of metallic energy. It was clear that a direct hit from such power would leave her gravely injured, if not worse. The frail body of a beast master could not withstand a strike of elite caliber. I concede, the young lady shouted in panic, fearful that any delay might result in severe injury or worse. She had entered the competition to showcase her skills, not to risk her life. Historically, high school tournaments had seen their share of tragic accidents resulting in injury or fatalities. Fortunately, this fate did not befall her. At the very moment she called for surrender, Zhou Yang swiftly commanded the diamond ape to halt. Thanks to their mental connection, the response was instantaneous, and the diamond ape ceased its advance without delay. Moreover, the referee intervened, conjuring a rock shield that enveloped the young lady, providing her with steadfast protection. Thus, even if Zhou Yang had not called off the diamond ape in time, or if the creature had lost its senses in the heat of battle, her safety was assured. This was one of the reasons for the referee's presence, to minimize the risk of injuries. It was evident that Zhou Yang commanded his beasts with remarkable skill. The diamond ape halted obediently, never breaching the rock shield conjured by the referee. Seeing this, the young lady finally exhaled in relief, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the ground. The referee, too, felt a sense of ease, ordering his beast to dissolve the rock shield, before announcing loudly, "In this match, contestant number 01, Zhou Yang, is the victor." As his voice echoed, the audience snapped back to reality. Wow, Zhou Yang is incredibly formidable. The young lady, Lu Qianqian from the Thorn Beastmaster Academy, was ranked among the top 3, and it was surprising to see her lose so swiftly. Moreover, did you notice that throughout the match, Zhou Yang's ironback tortoise hardly made an appearance? As is well known, his ironback tortoise, having evolved to the leader level, is his most powerful beast. Yet, he managed to defeat Lu Qianqian with just the diamond ape and the frost giant, which is truly terrifying. Indeed, this suggests that both of his beasts exceed the capabilities of ordinary elite-level creatures. Having one leader-level beast is already daunting. To have 2 such exceptional elite-level beasts is daunting beyond measure. I would recommend that any competitor facing him concede immediately and prepare for their next match. Sigh. I initially thought Lu Qianqian could draw out some of Zhou Yang's hidden strengths, but it turned out to be a disappointment. By the way, am I the only one who thinks Zhou Yang is excessively ruthless? He shows no mercy towards us girls. It's rather brutish. If he dares to act this way in public, I shudder to think of how he behaves in private. Upon hearing this, the crowd rolled their eyes and ignored her. Not far away, Su Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The reason he had come to witness Zhou Yang's match was to gain insight into his capabilities. Unfortunately, Lu Qianqian, the girl in question, had not performed as expected. However, to truly elicit Zhou Yang's genuine strength, one would likely need to be of the caliber of Lu Qingfeng. It's best to let it go. If he were to guess, Zhou Yang's upper limits likely align with that of a standard leader-level beastmaster, insufficient to pose a threat to him. Moreover, this experience was not entirely fruitless, as he had observed the skills of Zhou Yang's 3 beasts. Speaking of which, Su Yi could not help but commend the system's investigative capabilities. While it may seem unremarkable at times, it is indeed a remarkable skill that greatly aids in combat. With this ability, he need not worry about being caught off guard by an unknown trump card from his opponents. In fact, with this skill, he doesn't need to go out of his way to gather information on his adversaries. Of course, this ability is not infallible. After all, data is static, while humans are dynamic. The factors influencing the outcome of battles extend beyond mere statistics. Combat experience and tactical planning are equally crucial. This was one of the reasons Su Yi had come to observe Zhou Yang's match. Su Yi, do you still have confidence in defeating him? At this moment, Li Yuanhang, having regained his composure from the shock, turned to look at him. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yang's recent performance had led him to doubt Su Yi's capabilities. Seeing his expression, Su Yi merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. After watching Zhou Yang's match, Su Yi did not linger to observe the other competitions. He felt it unnecessary and somewhat dull. Apart from a few standout participants, most competitors lacked distinctive qualities that piqued his interest. After a thorough 3-hour rest, he finally reached the afternoon. He had 2 more matches scheduled, though the opponents were of rather mediocre strength. His first opponent was a senior in his final year, whose beasts included a swift cheetah, a mudrock beast, and a golden python. while the swift cheetah and mudrock beast were elite-level extraordinary creatures. The golden python remained at the ordinary level. Ordinary-level beasts posed no threat to him at this stage. Indeed, this was the case. The golden python was merely a filler, with the senior not expecting it to perform at all, keeping it around solely for personal protection. However, it was not uncommon for competitors to enter with just 2 main battle beasts. In fact, this was quite common. Last year, when Bai Jining participated in the high school league, she too had been unable to elevate her little purple ferret to the elite level. Yet, despite this, she nevertheless secured a place among the top 8 in Xizang province. The reasons for her remarkable performance are twofold. Firstly, her fierce windbird and the enigmatic nether cat are indeed formidable, and secondly, the overall strength of competitors last year was considerably weaker than this year. Competitors like Zhou Yang and Wang Jianchen are not truly senior students. Strictly speaking, they are fourth-year students. Their extended stay in high school was solely to seize the opportunity to compete in the Global Beastmaster Cup. Traditionally, repeat participants were not permitted, but this year, due to the Global Beastmaster Cup, regulations were slightly relaxed, or rather, turned a blind eye. After defeating a senior in the second round, her next opponent was even less formidable, possessing only an elite-level beast. It was likely that he was merely there to experience the competitive atmosphere, akin to Li Hangyuan and Xiao Yihan. Undoubtedly, Su Yi triumphed effortlessly, completing the match in under 20 seconds. Chapter 237. What is there to celebrate about being in the top 32? The preliminary rounds adopt a group point system, wherein all participating students are divided into 8 groups. Within each group, competitors face off in pairs, earning 1 point for each victory. After all matches within the group conclude, the 2 students with the highest scores will advance directly to the top 32. Thus, from 8 groups, 16 students will advance directly. The remaining 16 spots will be determined from the 3rd to 6th place contestants in each group, where the 3rd and 4th places defend their positions while the 5th and 6th can challenge others. A 5th or 6th place contestant can challenge the 3rd or 4th place of another group. If victorious, they replace the other and secure a spot in the next round. Similarly, if the 3rd and 4th places can defend their positions, they will also advance, joining the 1st and 2nd places in the next stage. However, Su Yi will not be participating in the defending challenge. By the 4th round of the preliminaries, she had already achieved 13 consecutive victories, firmly placing her at the top of her group and thus directly advancing to the next round. This is indeed the fortunate individual who inherited the legacy of the ruins. Capable of such a winning streak, it seems the rumors surrounding her are not entirely unfounded. Observing the scoreboard in the gym displaying the points of Su Yi's group, many were taken aback. Though merely first in her group, the prestige is considerable, especially given the presence of a powerhouse like Lu Qingfeng. Furthermore, they are aware that Su Yi is merely a second-year student, younger than most competitors by a year or even 2. Achieving first place under such circumstances is indeed a source of pride. What rumors are you referring to? The fact that the best student from the 9th session of the Beiyou training camp received a special merit medal? These are not fabrications. Relevant information can still be found online. You are significantly underestimating Su Yi. I made a point to watch every match of hers, and it is not an exaggeration to say that unless she faces Zhou Yang or Wang Jianchen, she can easily dominate. She is undoubtedly among the top 3 in the province. Top 3? That seems excessive. I heard she is still just a second-year student. Don't listen to their nonsense. I acknowledge Su Yi is remarkable, but to claim she is among the top 3 currently is a bit much, considering she only possesses 2 beasts, Thornflower and Flame. If not for mastering 2 powerful techniques, even making it to the top 32 would be questionable. Have you even watched Su Yi's matches? Stop spreading baseless claims. She possesses more than just 2 formidable techniques. She has showcased Spear Thrust, Fire Dragon Bind, Lava Beam, and Thousand Blossoms, not to mention her powerful combination techniques. Such prowess is unparalleled compared to previous years. And I even question whether Zhou Yang and Wang Jianchen could defeat her. Haha, the exaggeration grows more absurd. If Su Yi can defeat Zhou Yang and Wang Jianchen, I will livestream myself eating crow. The discussion quickly escalated into an argument, with neither side willing to concede, their faces flushed with fervor. It seems Su Yi is on the brink of becoming famous. Nearby, Li Yuanhang overheard the debate and felt a twinge of emotion. Why was it not he who inherited the legacy of the ruins? If it were, all the accolades Su Yi currently enjoys would have been his. This sentiment was not exclusive to the dozen or so competitors from Guanxing No. 1 High School, who were also envious. For them, not only was securing first in their group a distant dream, but even entering the top 32 proved exceedingly challenging. As of now, aside from Su Yi, only Dong Zihao and Zhao Meng remained with a chance to advance. However, neither Dong nor Zhao ranked in the top of their group, sitting at 5th place. To reach the 32, They would need to win at least one challenge match, which was no small feat. It appears that this year, the reputation of Guanqing No. One high school rests solely on Su Yi's shoulders. While they lamented their situation, Su Yi herself remained remarkably calm, departing the competition venue and returning to her room without awaiting the official announcement of group standings. The top 32 of the provincial league did not weigh heavily on her mind. In fact, even the rewards for making it to the 32 failed to stir a ripple of excitement within her. A low-grade spirit stone? Hardly of any use to her at this point. What a hassle. According to the schedule, it would take at least 5 days to determine the final champion. Obtaining a piece of free epic-grade spiritual material would not be easy. Su Yi closed her door, stretching her limbs and reflecting on her circumstances. If others were to overhear her thoughts, they would likely roll their eyes in disbelief. To think one could obtain an epic-grade spiritual material in less than 10 days and still be dissatisfied. Do you have any idea how elusive such materials are for most beastmasters? Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone broke her reverie. Su Yi pulled it out to find a call from Qin Yufei. Yufei, it's been a while since we last spoke. What prompts you to call me now? Su Yi answered, her voice cheerful. I saw you on television. Su, can you believe it? You secured first place in your group and advanced to the top 32. I was worried that with only 2 beasts, you might struggle, but it seems the top 3 in Xizjiang province is a certainty. Qin Yufei exclaimed joyfully. Isn't that expected? You know my abilities. Even an average commander-level beastmaster might not be my match, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. True, but don't underestimate the competition. Let me share a little secret. This year's high school league is far more intense than in previous years. In the Kyoto division alone, there are 9 competitors who have cultivated their beasts to commander level, several of whom possess 2 commander-level beasts. Such strength would even give Jining a hard time. 2 commander-level beasts? They must be 4th-year students, right? Su Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Correct, Qin Yufei confirmed earnestly. Several among them are from Jining's year, and they opted not to enroll in Beastmaster Academy, solely for the sake of this year's Global Beastmaster Cup. Compared to them, you are at a disadvantage. So don't have overly high expectations for this year's competition. Just do your best. Yufei, you didn't call just to share that, did you? Su Yi teased. Isn't that important? Heavy, indeed heavy. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yufei. It was evident there was little sincerity in that exchange, let it be. Allow me to remind you once more, during the competition, do not be reckless, recognize when to concede. Do not be obstinate. In previous years, most of the unfortunate incidents in the high school league involved participants who refused to admit defeat. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yufei. I will remember it. It is good that you remember. After a few more exchanges, Qin Yufei finally ended the call. Su Yi initially intended to rest for a while, but at that moment, Coach Luan Xiangtian sent him another electronic document. Upon opening the file, he discovered it contained the schedule for the second round of the competition. Although 16 qualifying spots remained undecided, the general schedule had been arranged. In the second round, the group point system would still be employed. 32 contestants would be divided into 4 groups, with the top-ranked contestant from each group advancing directly to the quarterfinals. The remaining 4 spots would also be determined through a defense challenge. The second-place contestants from each group would defend, while the third and fourth places would challenge. Similar to the first round, the third and fourth places could only challenge the second place from other groups, and each contestant would have but a single opportunity to challenge. Su Yi was not overly concerned with the competition format. Regardless, he possessed unwavering confidence in his advancement. However, aside from the format, the document also detailed the group assignments. Su Yi took a moment to check and was astonished to find himself placed in the same group as Wang Jianxin. Although Wang Jianxin was merely the second seed from Longxing Beast Taming School, and his overall strength was inferior to that of Zhou Yi, he did possess a beast that had reached the commander level. Now, this was becoming interesting. Su Yi's spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was no wonder he felt so exhilarated. Though he regarded Wang Jianxin's strength as lacking, he had at least achieved the commander level. The previous days of competition had been dreadfully monotonous, and the emergence of such an opponent would certainly provide a welcome diversion. Su Yi, did you receive the schedule I sent you? Before he could savor his excitement, Luan Xiangtian's call came through. Report, Coach, I received it. Did you take a look? Your luck seems a bit poor. You encountered Wang Jianxin so soon. But do not be overly concerned. I am well aware of your capabilities. As long as you utilize those 2 techniques effectively, your chances are at least 50-50. Luan Xiangtian, fearing for his mindset, made a concerted effort to reassure him. Concerned? Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head. After facing the remnants of the demon god, he had scarcely felt anxious, let alone regarding an elite beast tamer possessing a commander-level beast. Rest assured, in my match against him, I will present my finest state. Luan Xiangtian replied, feeling slightly more at ease upon hearing his confidence. Only Su Yi and Dong Zaheo remain. The following evening, as the representatives of Guancheng No. 1 High School rested, Luanxiang Tian's expression was somewhat grim. After intense challenges in the arena, the 16 qualifying spots had finally been determined. Unfortunately, aside from Su Yi and Dong Zihua, all others had been eliminated, including Zhao Ming and Li Yuanhang. Zhao Ming had originally had a chance, but had lost in the challenge round, falling just short. Out of the 32 qualifying spots, Guancheng No. 1 High School had secured only 2, a notably poor showing compared to previous years, where they had claimed 3 slots. Thankfully, there was still Su Yi, a promising contender for the championship. Otherwise, Luanxiang Tian might have faced the ire of the esteemed principal. This year's results are worse than I anticipated. However, do not be disheartened. The reason for this situation is not due to your inadequacies, but rather the exceptional strength of the students from other schools. Had I known there would be such stringent regulations on repeat students participating this year, I would have insisted on retaining last year's formidable seniors. If only Bai Jining and the others were here, our chances of reaching the top 32 would not be so slim. The more Luanxiang Tian spoke, the more regretful he became. Alas, it is too late for regrets. The second round begins tomorrow. Focus on your matches without undue psychological burden. Especially you, Sui. You are facing Wang Jianchen in the first match. Do not underestimate him. Ensure you present your best state. It was evident that Luanxiang Tian still harbored some concerns. Understood, Su Yi replied, though internally he felt a growing sense of impatience. He had heard similar advice, so often it was beginning to wear on him. Why are there so many people today? The next morning, Su Yi arrived at the Longxing City Sports Center. Accompanying him were not only Dong Zaheo, who was also competing, but also Li Yuanhang, Xia Yihan, and a multitude of other teammates. Despite having been eliminated, their presence was still welcome to observe the competition. This privilege was indeed a perk for the contestants. It should be noted that ordinary individuals were required to purchase tickets to enter, and the prices were exorbitantly high. The second round of competition was, indeed, different. Just look at the venue setup and the audience. It seemed capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators. The robust Zhao Ming remarked. Both envious and regretful. Competing in front of such a large crowd was a form of honor. Moreover, he noticed that several cameras had been installed above the arena, capable of capturing every detail of the battles from every angle. These recordings would be broadcasted live on television and online to further enhance the viewing experience. 3 commentators had been assigned to each match, a luxury entirely absent in the first round. If the state-level second round was this grand, one could only imagine the scale of the National League. It was almost too much to fathom. I truly envy Zhou Yang and the others. Amidst this stream of thoughts, Su Yi and his companions parted ways and entered the contestants' lounge. Just as he settled in, a buzz-cut student who had been waiting approached him, extending his hand with courtesy. Hello, I am Wang Jianchen. Su Yi looked up at him, slightly furrowing his brow. Was there some tradition among the students of Longxing Beast Taming School to greet one another unprompted? First, it had been Lu Qingfeng, and now this Wang Jianchen. Though he thought this, he nonetheless extended his hand and smiled in response. Hello. Originally, he expected Wang Jianchen to continue with pleasantries, but to his surprise, after shaking hands, Wang Jianchen's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. I have watched your previous matches. The strength of your 2 beasts is quite formidable, far surpassing that of the average Thornflower and Flame Fox. However, in comparison to me, you possess 2 critical weaknesses. Firstly, you have only 2 beasts, inherently placing you at a numerical disadvantage. Secondly, the energy levels of your beasts. You should be aware of the significant disparity between elite-level extraordinary beings and commander-level extraordinary beings. Sui looked at him, puzzled. So, what exactly are you trying to convey?